Chapter 1. Return to Youth. In the Starry Moon continent, located in the far east of the Starfire Empire, lies the province of Xishan. Donglin City, a quaint town in the southwestern corner of Xishan province, is nestled near the empire's foremost mountain range, the Hengduan Mountains, bordering the southern province of Nanwan. Within a secluded chamber of the Brook family castle, a black-haired youth suddenly awoke with a start from his slumber. The familiar surroundings flooded his vision, leaving a glimmer of confusion in the youth's eyes. This is Donglin City. A tempest of emotions surged within him, provoking an overwhelming sense of unreality. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure, his gaze suddenly turning icy. Wulson, Shiza, wait for me. One day, I shall return to the heavenly realm to exact vengeance upon you for your treachery. The youth, named Su Ming was a supreme deity from the exalted realm of the heavenly realm. Not long ago, he had embarked on an expedition with his fellow supreme deities, Wulson and Shiza, into an ancient relic. During their adventure, he was ambushed by the duo, resulting in the theft of his divine essence and his subsequent fall. Unexpectedly, he found himself back in his youthful days. It seems fate has spared my life. A smile broke across Su Ming's face, and despite having lived 3 lifetimes, the realization of his rebirth stirred an uncontainable joy within him. Indeed, this marked Su Ming's 3rd life. In his first existence, he had been born in a place called Blue Star, and after an accidental death, he traversed into this world, ultimately achieving the status of a supreme deity, only to be reborn once more. Well, returning is indeed a blessing. I can finally rectify the regrets that have haunted me. Though he smiled, a coldness lingered in his eyes. The Brook family, to which Su Ming belonged, was one of the 3 prominent noble families in Donglin City. His father, Alan Brook, had once been the city's most gifted prodigy. He had become a high-level mage at a tender age and had been accepted into the prestigious Imperial Capital Mage Academy with remarkable results, regarded as the pride and honor of the Brook family. However, just when everyone anticipated that Alan would elevate the Brook family to prominence within the Empire, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Alan was expelled from the Imperial Capital Mage Academy and returned to Donglin City in disgrace, accompanied by a child none other than Su Ming himself. Subsequently, Alan fell into despair, seeking solace in alcohol, losing the vigor he once possessed. Overnight, the Brook family's once promising scion became the laughingstock of Donglin City, casting shame upon the entire family. As a result, the Brook family developed a strong aversion to Su Ming and his father. From a young age, Su Ming endured scorn and ridicule. However, as he matured and displayed talents rivaling those of his father, the Brook family began to take notice once more. Under the family's guidance, Su Ming gained admission to the Xishan Province Mage Academy at the age of 15, intending to study there in preparation for the Imperial Capital Mage Academy. The Brook family rekindled their hopes, committing to his cultivation. Yet, once again, misfortune struck. Much like his father, Su Ming was expelled from the Mage Academy and had his powers stripped away. The reason? An ill-fated attempt to pursue a female classmate and the theft of forbidden magic. Reflecting on this, Su Ming clenched his fists. Even with his current mindset, the memories of past grievances stirred unrest within him. The explanations provided were, of course, far from the truth. The real reason was that Su Ming had been framed. The orchestrator of this scheme was none other than the Locke family, one of the 5 prominent families of the Starfire Empire. The cause of their animosity stemmed from Su Ming's mother, Judith, defying family wishes to fall in love with Alan, drawing the ire of the Locke family. Under the Locke family's relentless pursuit, the Brook family fell from grace, resulting in Alan's tragic demise, while Su Ming, consumed by despair, leapt from a cliff. Yet, in that moment of despair, he was rescued by a passing divine envoy, who took him away from the Starry Moon continent. Later, Su Ming resumed his cultivation, revealing prodigious talents. In a mere 3,000 years, he ascended to the rank of supreme deity. Having lived again, the mistakes of my previous life shall not be repeated. Su Ming murmured softly, his gaze steely and cold. Locke family, I have returned. In this life, I, Su Ming, shall teach you what it truly means to be unassailable. With his thoughts gathered, Su Ming rose from his bed and stepped outside. As he emerged, he encountered a golden-haired maiden. Su Ming paused in surprise, wondering why she was here. The maiden, appearing to be in her 20s, wore a flowing white gown, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate, oval face bore striking features, making her strikingly beautiful. Her name was Sherry Brooke, the daughter of Su Ming's second uncle, and thus his cousin. Unlike Su Ming, who had been stripped of his abilities, Sherry possessed notable talent and had already become an intermediate mage at a young age, currently studying at the Mage Academy in Su Ming City, gaining the family's favor. Su Ming City, a county town in Xishan Province, was far superior to Donglin City. This disparity left Su Ming puzzled. Ever since he had been relegated to this secluded chamber, few had visited. Aside from himself and his father Alan, almost no one else frequented the place. Sister Sherry. Su Ming greeted her with a smile. Though the Brooke family was notoriously mercenary, their attitude had shifted dramatically after his fall. Yet, had it not been for him and his father, the Brooke family would not have faced such oppression, leading to their decline. Su Ming recalled that in his previous life, Sherry had married a man she did not love in a bid to save their family. Sherry wore a stern expression, offering Su Ming no warmth, and coldly stated, "Grandfather sent me to bring you to the reception room." Without waiting for a reply, Sherry turned on her heel, seemingly unwilling to spare Su Ming a glance. Su Ming, puzzled, inquired, "Sister Sherry, is there something amiss?" Sherry paused momentarily before returning to her usual demeanor. "The Carter family is here." Upon hearing this somewhat complex statement, Su Ming's gaze sharpened. A rush of distant memories flooded his mind. The Carter family, a second-tier noble family in Donglin City, had once shared a cordial relationship with the Brooke family. Why once, you may ask? Because after the Brooke family's decline, the ties between the two families began to deteriorate. The Carter family, ungrateful and oblivious, had entirely forgotten the assistance they once received from the Brooke family, even going so far as to kick them while they were down. There had once been a proposed union between the Brooke and Carter families, with Su Ming betrothed to Alice, the Carter family's eldest daughter. During Su Ming's days of brilliance, the Carter family had vied for his favor, fearing that the Brooke family would renege on the engagement. However, following Su Ming's downfall, the Carter family's attitude shifted dramatically, seeking various means to annul the engagement. Yet, due to the Brooke family's formidable status, the Carter family hesitated to voice their intentions publicly. After all, publicly annulling an engagement would be a tremendous humiliation for their family. Though the Brooke family had waned, their legacy still commanded respect, and the Carter family was reluctant to sever ties unless absolutely necessary. If Su Ming's memory served him correctly, the Carter family ultimately did seek to annul the engagement. This was primarily because the Carter family had allied themselves with a prominent family in Su Ming City, emboldening them to confront the Brooke family. In his previous life, Su Ming had endured much humiliation due to the engagement's annulment, becoming the laughingstock of Donglin City. "Ah, the Carter family? I shall start with you." A smirk crossed Su Ming's lips, his eyes glinting with a cold and disdainful smile. Following Sherry, the two traversed through a series of corridors until they arrived before an opulently decorated hall. Chapter 2. An Unwelcome Arrival. As soon as they entered the hall, every gaze within turned toward them. Most eyes were fixated on Su Ming. While the crowd appraised him, Su Ming, in turn, scrutinized them. At the head of the hall sat an elderly man with white hair, dressed in exquisite noble attire, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect, clearly accustomed to high status. This elder was named Harry, the current patriarch of the Brooke family and Su Ming's grandfather. To the elder's left sat 4 or 5 high-ranking members of the Brooke family. Opposite them, only 2 individuals were present: a middle-aged man in blue and a young man in his 20s. Upon seeing the duo, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The middle-aged man in blue was named Buck, the head of the Carter family and the father of Su Ming's fiancée, Alice. The young man was Hill, Alice's brother, notorious in Donglin City for his debauchery. When Buck and his son cast their eyes upon Su Ming, a palpable disdain flickered in their gazes. Su Ming, naturally, noted their contempt but paid it no mind. In his eyes, they were mere insects, unworthy of his consideration. He approached the center of the hall and bowed respectfully to the elders seated at the head. "Grandfather, please take a seat." Harry gestured, his gaze towards Su Ming filled with complexity. Su Ming nodded and promptly strode to the side, sitting beside Sherry. As for the high-ranking members of the Brooke family, he disregarded them entirely. In his previous life, after his powers were stripped away, the Brooke family's attitude had shifted immediately. With a few exceptions, the rest of the family members had treated him and his father with scorn. Though the Brooke family's plight stemmed from their association with him and his father, Su Ming found it difficult to harbor no resentment toward them. At that moment, Harry turned his gaze to Buck, a genial smile gracing his lips. "Haha, dear Buck, Su Ming has already arrived. If you have anything to say, please do so." Buck gently nodded, casting a glance over the gathering in the hall before slowly beginning to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have come here today regarding the marriage of my daughter." Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Brooke family displayed smiles, considering the Carter family to be quite decent. Su Ming had already been rendered incapable, yet they were still willing to marry their daughter to him. At this moment, the Brooke family had just begun to decline, and the two families had not yet turned against each other thus. The attendees remained unaware of the true nature of the Carter family. Only Su Ming and Sherry were privy to this knowledge. The former, having been reborn, needed no further explanation, while the latter, studying alongside Alice at the Sorcerer's Academy in Sodiing City, had caught wind of some news regarding Alice. They suspected that the Carter family might not be here with good intentions. "Haha, dear Buck, Su Ming will turn 18 this year. Thus he is eligible for engagement." Harry chuckled as he spoke. "Nephew, in just a month, I shall celebrate my 80th birthday. Why not announce the engagement on that day? It would indeed be a double celebration." Buck's expression grew peculiar, and he promptly replied, "Uncle Harry, I did not come here to discuss an engagement." At this declaration, the smile on Harry's face gradually faded, his aged eyes narrowing slightly. If he had come for marriage, but not engagement, there could be only one possibility: a dissolution of the engagement. In the hall, the expressions of the Brooke family's senior members instantly darkened. A middle-aged man seated at the upper left, named Sam, spoke in a stern voice. "Buck, what do you mean?" The speaker was Sam, Su Ming's elder uncle. Unfazed by the piercing gazes of the crowd, Buck smiled and replied, "Ha, isn't the meaning quite clear? Do you truly believe that a waste of a man deserves to wed the jewel of the Carter family?" This statement could not have been more explicit. The members of the Brooke family were immediately incensed beside Sam. A burly middle-aged man erupted in anger. "Buck, this marriage proposal was initially put forth by your Carter family, now you wish to back out? Is that not rather excessive?" The burly man, named Hodge, was Su Ming's second uncle, and he was known for his more fiery temperament compared to the elder Sam. The remaining members of the Brooke family wore expressions of outrage. Years ago, the Carter family had pleaded fervently to secure this union, and now, with Su Ming incapacitated for less than 2 months, they sought to annul the engagement. This was utterly intolerable. In the realm of Xingyue continent, having an engagement dissolved was an exceedingly humiliating affair. Moreover, it was a second-rate family attempting to back out on a first-rate family. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly render the Brooke family a laughingstock throughout the entirety of Donglin City. Sherry turned her head to glance at Su Ming, eager to discern his reaction as the principal party involved. To her surprise, Su Ming maintained an air of utter calmness, as if this matter did not concern him in the slightest. In the face of Hodge's inquiry, Buck remained unperturbed, responding with a lofty tone. "Hodge, as parents, we naturally desire a good match for our children. My daughter has already entered the advanced magic class in Sodiing City and is now a mid-level sorceress." At this juncture, he paused, directing his gaze towards Su Ming before continuing. "And the noble young master Su Ming has been rendered a waste. He and my daughter are clearly not of the same caliber. As a father, I cannot, in good conscience, push my daughter into a pit of fire." "Buck, you scoundrel!" Upon hearing these words, Hodge's face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he abruptly rose from his seat, poised to take action. Buck, however, remained entirely unafraid, responding with disdain. There is no need for such fury. Hodge, I am merely stating a fact. You insolent fool. Do you truly believe the Brooke family is so easily insulted? Huichi could no longer contain himself. His fist clenched tightly, creaking ominously as if he were on the verge of striking. At that very moment, a sharp voice suddenly echoed throughout the grand hall. Enough. It was Harry who spoke, his countenance as dark as a stormy sea. He cast a sidelong glance at Huichi before fixing his icy gaze upon Buck. Buck, the matter of the engagement annulment pertains to the reputation of my Brooke family. So you must consider it carefully. His tone was deep, laced with a palpable thread of menace. Buck, naturally, could discern the veiled threat, but chose to dismiss it, responding coolly, Harry, don't take offense. This annulment is actually for the benefit of your Brooke family. Upon hearing such audacious words, the members of the Brooke family felt their anger swell further. Yet, with the elder at the head remaining silent, they dared not interject. Oh, pray tell. Harry's aged eyes narrowed slightly. To be frank, my daughter has had the fortune of catching the eye of the young master of the Martin family. They are already in a relationship, and not long ago, my daughter conveyed that she intends to return with the young master of the Martin family to settle the marriage matter. Buck proclaimed, his posture straightening as he spoke. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the expressions of the Brooke family members shifted subtly. The Martin family, a prominent noble in Su Ming City, possessed strength far exceeding that of the Brooke family. In the past, the Brooke family had never dared to offend them lightly. Everyone, it would be far better for us to discreetly annul the engagement now than to have the young master of the Martin family come personally to our doorstep later. Buck said with a smile, I trust you don't wish to offend the Martin family over this matter. Noticing the silence that enveloped the Brooke family, a smirk tugged at the corners of Buck's mouth. A flash of disdain flickering in his eyes, Harry took a deep breath, suppressing the fury that surged within him, and said with a cold laugh, so you've managed to latch onto the Martin family's branch. No wonder you have the audacity to come here to annul the engagement. Buck, it seems I was blind in the past, exerting myself to assist your Carter family. Buck's expression remained unchanged, his gaze towards Harry still filled with a smile. Harry, let bygones be bygones. Just give me a straightforward answer. Will you annul the engagement, or not? Harry's face darkened considerably, and he found himself at an impasse. If he were to annul the engagement, the Brooke family would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in Donglan City. However, if he did not, it would mean offending the Martin family. The Brooke family was already on shaky ground. One misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. The other members of the Brooke family shared this realization, their expressions growing grim. Shirley clenched her fists tightly, vowing to become stronger. If their family were formidable, how could they endure such humiliation? She turned to look at Su Ming, only to find him maintaining his calm demeanor, as if nothing were amiss, which irked her further. The family had suffered such disgrace for his sake, yet he showed no reaction whatsoever, just as Shirley sighed in disappointment. Su Ming slowly rose from his seat and strode towards the center of the hall. His sudden movement captured the attention of everyone present. Under the gaze of all, Su Ming spoke slowly. The engagement can be annulled, but it shall be the Brooke family that withdraws. At this declaration, the crowd gasped in disbelief, staring incredulously at the slender figure standing in the center, unfazed by the reactions surrounding him. Su Ming briskly approached the table beside Harry, seizing a pen and paper, and began to write vigorously. Approximately 10 seconds later, he set down the pen, took the paper, and calmly approached Buck. This is the annulment letter. I, Su Ming, hereby annul my engagement with your daughter, Alice. From this day forth, the Carter family and my Brooke family shall have no further ties. As the words fell, he flicked his fingers, sending the annulment letter flying toward Buck. Only then did the onlookers snap back to reality. Buck instinctively caught the letter, but upon reading the glaring word annulment, his expression twisted into a mask of fury that he shot up from his seat, glaring daggers at Su Ming. Waste, what are you, to have the audacity to annul my daughter's engagement? Su Ming's gaze was indifferent, his expression remaining serene. Such a trivial matter as an annulment could not stir a ripple in his composure. After all, how could a divine dragon soaring in the skies be bothered by the cries of mere ants? He raised his eyes to the enraged Buck, speaking calmly. And what are you, to come here brandishing threats at my Brooke family? The annulment letter has been presented to you. Now, be gone. His words were sharp, devoid of any courtesy. Everyone present was taken aback, struggling to believe that this so-called waste had the audacity to speak in such a manner. Buck's forehead throbbed with rage, veins bulging as he glared at Su Ming. How could a mere waste dare to speak to him so? Such a profound humiliation was unbearable. He turned sharply to Harry. Speaking coldly, Harry, Your grandson seems to lack an understanding of decorum. Speaking so arrogantly, he might find himself at the receiving end of some well-deserved retribution. This statement was laden with an unmistakable threat. Harry's gaze turned icy as he retorted, "Humph, my grandson is of no concern to you, an outsider." To dictate, he emphasized the word outsider heavily, making it clear that the Brooke family and the Carter family had severed ties. Buck's face turned a deep shade of anger, yet he managed a cold smile. "Heh, so it appears, Harry, that you share this sentiment." Harry lowered his eyes, sneering. "Indeed, this engagement was something you shamelessly sought. I have never held any regard for your daughter. So the annulment is most fortuitous. Good, good, very good," Buck seethed, repeating the word good thrice in fury before coldly stating, "Harry, I hope you won't come to regret this in the future. Sierra, let us go." Buck beckoned to the young man beside him, his expression dark as he made his way toward the exit. As he passed by Su Ming, he paused slightly, coldly stating, "Boy, one day, you will pay for your reckless words today." Su Ming regarded him with disdain, replying with a chuckle, "Oh really? I shall await that day." Buck scoffed, striding out the door. As he left, Sierra, following closely behind, also paused beside Su Ming, coldly declaring, "Waste. Just you wait. I won't let you off for insulting my sister." Su Ming merely smiled disdainfully, too lethargic to respond. Just a mere dandy. Should he truly provoke his ire, a single slap would suffice to silence him. Once Buck and his son departed, Su Ming also prepared to leave. Yet, just as he moved, a sharp voice rang out from behind him. "Stop. Where do you think you're going?" Su Ming turned, calmly inquiring, "Grandfather, is there something else?" Harry's face darkened immediately, reprimanding, "What? Do you think this matter ends here? Is it not?" Su Ming shrugged, unfazed, seeing his nonchalant attitude. Harry's anger flared even more, but before he could speak, an elder beside him interjected. With a fierce glare, he berated Su Ming. "Do you realize how much danger your previous impulsiveness has brought upon the family? Are you not going to provide an explanation for this matter?" Several other elders nodded in agreement, all chastising Su Ming. While Su Ming's earlier actions had brought them some satisfaction, it had irrevocably shattered any semblance of peace with the Carter family. In the past, the Brooke family would never have feared the Carter family. Yet the current situation was different. The Brooke family was already in a precarious state, compounded by the fact that the Carter family had now allied with the Martin family. Setting aside whether the Martin family would intervene, the mere prospect of the Carter family uniting with other families in Donglin City was something the Brooke family could not withstand. Oh, what explanation does Elder Fern seek? Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He recalled that this elder had consistently held disdain for him and his father, having advocated for their expulsion from the family on multiple occasions. Fern ignored Su Ming. Instead, turning to Harry, clan leader, "Su Ming has spoken recklessly, bringing such calamity upon the family. I propose we expel him from the family as a warning to others. This way, he will have no ties to the Brooke family. And I believe the Carter family will not harbor any grudges against us for this incident." Upon the utterance of those words, the countenance of the assembly in the hall shifted ever so slightly. The hot-tempered Hodge was poised to speak, yet was restrained by Sam beside him. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Indeed, this old wretch remained unchanged in his base nature. Harry's expression darkened as he remarked, "Elder Fern's words are overly harsh. Su Ming's actions were indeed somewhat impulsive, but he cannot bear the entirety of the blame. The fault lies with that scoundrel Buck for his outrageous behavior." Fern furrowed his brow, preparing to respond, but was interrupted by Harry. "Enough. Let this matter rest," Harry concluded, then cast a stern gaze upon Su Ming. "You are forbidden from venturing anywhere. Confine yourself to your home for reflection. Should you dare to stir up trouble again, I shall not hesitate to break your legs." Chapter 4. Wrath of the Demon Heart. Good news seldom leaves the door, while bad news travels far and wide. The Carter family's decision to withdraw from the engagement with the Brooke family swiftly spread throughout the entirety of East Forest City. When the populace learned that the so-called waste, Su Ming, had audaciously declared his intention to annul his engagement with Alice and had publicly humiliated Buck, astonishment swept through them. Following the shock came an endless stream of ridicule and derision. To the onlookers, this was merely the impotent rage of Su Ming. The outcome of such actions would not garner respect. Rather, it would only serve to paint him as foolish. Currently, the Carter family had aligned themselves with the Martin family, and thus, Su Ming's actions amounted to a grave insult to the Martins. Such repercussions were far beyond what the Brooke family could withstand at present. That old fool Harry has become quite senile, allowing a waste to wreak havoc, sneered a middle-aged man within the Lord's manor. His name was Victor, the lord of East Forest City, he was all too aware of the precarious state of the Brooke family. In Victor's eyes, Su Ming's conduct would only hasten the Brooke family's descent into ruin. While the prominent figures of East Forest City watched the unfolding drama with amusement, the city's young rakes turned their attention to Su Ming. Preparing to teach him a lesson, Alice was not only the jewel of the Carter family, but also one of the 3 most beautiful women in East Forest City. Many young men in the city admired her, including several wealthy rakes who regarded her as their goddess. Now, with their goddess spurned by a mere waste, how could these rakes not be incensed? Back at the Carter family, Buck returned home in a fury, smashing everything in sight. After some time, he managed to calm himself, though his gaze remained icy. "Humph, Harry, if that is how it shall be, then do not blame me for being ungrateful," unaware of the rampant gossip surrounding him. Su Ming had already returned to his dwelling. His residence was the most desolate corner of the Brooke family estate. Before him stood only 2 dilapidated side rooms. The left room was his, while the right belonged to his father, Alan. That he approached and pushed open the creaky wooden door of the right room, and an unpleasant odor assaulted his senses. Su Ming frowned slightly before stepping inside. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing merely a wooden plank bed, an old wooden table, and 2 decayed wooden stools. Aside from that, there was nothing else. On the wooden bed lay a disheveled middle-aged man, deep in slumber. Even from a distance, Su Ming could smell the stench of alcohol. He turned his head slightly and indeed spotted 2 jars of liquor placed beneath the bedside. Upon seeing his father after a separation of thousands of years, Su Ming felt a pang of emotion, nearly moved to tears. In his previous life, Alan had often been accompanied by alcohol, yet he would still take the time to teach Su Ming magic, ultimately pleading with the family to allow him to enter the Mage Academy. However, it was precisely this that led to Alan's current state after Su Ming was rendered a waste in his father's eyes. Had he not fought tooth and nail for Su Ming's entry into the academy, the subsequent events would never have transpired. Suppressing his tears, Su Ming covered his father with a blanket and quietly exited the room. Alan had become this way due to overwhelming despair. There was no use discussing anything else at this moment. All that mattered was for him to regain his strength. Su Ming believed that once Alan witnessed his recovery of power, he would once again find the will to rise. Leaving the side room, Su Ming retraced his steps from the morning, heading towards the castle's exit. Although Harry had commanded him to reflect in seclusion, Su Ming had no intention of obeying. He sought to cultivate his abilities and gain strength. Only with sufficient power could he exact his vengeance. Departing East Forest City, he found a secluded hillock outside the city, where he settled into a meditative position, preparing to practice. He had already discerned the method for cultivation. The Wrath of the Demon Heart was a technique practiced by the demon race of the Abyssal Plane, specifically designed to temper the body. Through this cultivation, one could attain a physique comparable to that of the demon race. The Abyssal Plane was a realm of the highest order, on par with the celestial realm, and the demon race was renowned for possessing the mightiest bodies therein. In his previous life, Su Ming's meridians had been damaged at birth, limiting him to the practice of magic. Mastering both magic and martial arts came later. The Wrath of the Demon Heart differed from ordinary techniques in that it required no specific meridian pathways, allowing one to cultivate even with damaged meridians. Energy was absorbed directly into the body, forging the flesh in a straightforward yet brutal manner. However, this technique did have a drawback, as it bypassed the meridians for conversion. The process of cultivation was excruciatingly painful and demanded an iron will. In truth, the Wrath of the Demon Heart was a technique exclusive to the demon race. It was ill-suited for other races. The demons, born with robust physiques and accustomed to the harsh environment of the Abyssal Plane, found the pain of cultivation to be negligible. However, for other races, particularly the inherently fragile human race, the challenges were vastly different. Su Ming had once been a supreme deity and had endured countless hardships along his journey. Thus, he was certainly not one to shy away from a modicum of pain. Closing his eyes in concentration, he commenced his training. Threads of the world's fighting spirit converged upon him, flowing through his pores and washing through his flesh and blood. In the next moment, a searing pain erupted throughout his body, yet Su Ming did not so much as flinch. The optimal method for practicing the Wrath of the Demon Heart involved consuming various potent medicinal herbs or absorbing the chaotic energies of the world to refine the body. However, under the current circumstances, Su Ming could only rely on fighting spirit for his refinement. He trained diligently for the better part of the day, and as noon approached, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Su Ming assessed his condition and nodded slightly after a moment. True to the demon race's body-tempering techniques, he had successfully broken through from an ordinary person to a level 1 warrior in just half a day. In the realm below deities, cultivation was divided into mages and warriors. Mages primarily cultivated mental strength, manipulating the elemental forces of the world to unleash formidable spells. The greater the mental strength, the more powerful the spell. Mages were categorized into levels 1 through 9, with the pinnacle being the Saint Domain Mage. Saint Domain mages represented the zenith of the Star Moon continent, where the emergence of deities within material planes was exceedingly rare. Spells ranged from levels 1 to 9, and above that lay the Saint Domain magic that unleash. Even a level 9 spell could obliterate an entire city in an instant. Warriors trained their physical forms, absorbing the fighting spirit of the world to forge their bodies. The ranking system for warriors mirrored that of mages, similarly spanning levels 1 to 9, and including the Saint Domain warrior. Powerful combat techniques could likewise bring about cataclysmic destruction. Though Su Ming was merely a novice warrior, the techniques he practiced were far superior to the mundane practices found on the Star Moon continent. Coupled with his previous life's combat experience and myriad tactics, it would be a formidable challenge for anyone below level 4 to contend with him. In his past life, Su Ming had mastered both magic and martial arts, and he intended to do the same in this life. However, upon being expelled from the academy, not only was his cultivation shattered, but his mental strength also suffered significant damage. Practiced magic once more. He first needed to find a way to restore his mental strength. Stretching and rising, Su Ming declared, "It is time to earn some money." He made his way towards the Hengduan Mountains, located to the west of Donglin City. The Hengduan Mountains stretch for tens of thousands of miles from north to south and span several thousand miles from east to west, standing as the foremost mountain range of the Xingho Empire, effectively severing the Far East from the central regions. Not only is this mountain range rich in resources, but it is also home to countless magical beasts. Every day, innumerable individuals venture into the Hengduan Mountains. Due to its proximity to these formidable mountains, Donglin City enjoys considerable renown within the Western Mountain Province. Many powerful factions within the province routinely come here to procure medicinal herbs and other rare treasures. Ahead lay a majestic expanse of verdant mountains, resembling the spine of a dragon arching across the earth. Even from a distance, Su Ming could feel a primal aura enveloping him. He intended to enter the Hengduan Mountains to hunt some magical beasts, hoping to exchange their remains for gold coins to purchase medicinal materials. His spiritual energy was in disarray and required herbs for restoration. Moreover, he needed materials to cultivate his magical heart's fury. Su Ming circumvented the bustling routes and opted for a secluded path into the mountains. Within the range, ancient trees towered above, grotesque rocks jutted out, and miasma pervaded the air, teeming with venomous insects and creatures. However, none of this posed any threat to Su Ming. His figure was agile, akin to a nimble monkey, darting effortlessly among the ancient trees and rocky outcrops with astonishing speed. In no time, he delved several thousand meters into the mountains. Yet, to Su Ming's disappointment, he had encountered only a single newly sentient magical beast. All others had been mere wild animals. Like humans, wild beasts could absorb the elemental energies of the world to enhance their strength. Once a wild beast attained sentience, it transformed into a magical beast. The higher their cultivation, the greater their intellect became. Generally speaking, once a magical beast reached the 3rd tier and condensed its magic crystal, it would possess intelligence comparable to that of a human. The 1st-tier magical beast Su Ming had previously slain bore no magic crystal, and aside from its hide, which was worth a pittance, it was much like any wild animal. After stripping away the hide, Su Ming continued on his journey. He ventured deeper by several hundred meters, yet still encountered no formidable magical beasts, standing atop a large green stone. He furrowed his brow slightly. He had penetrated nearly 10,000 meters into the mountains. At this juncture, one would expect to encounter at least a few 2nd-tier magical beasts, if not 1st-tier ones. Yet he had scarcely encountered even a single 1st-tier beast. Something was amiss. Just as Su Ming pondered this, the jungle ahead rustled ominously, a wave of danger crashing toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted force beneath his feet and swiftly sidestepped. With a thunderous crash, the large stone he had been standing upon shattered into pieces. Su Ming focused his gaze and beheld a blue lion standing atop the broken rock. This azure lion stood an impressive 2 meters tall, boasting an ice-blue horn atop its head and exuding an aura of terrifying coldness. The cold lion beast. Su Ming gazed in astonishment at the ice-blue lion before him. He had not anticipated encountering such a rare magical beast on the outskirts of the Hungduan Mountains. The Cold Lion Beast was an ice attribute magical creature, a rarity amongst magical entities, as few could master elemental energy of this kind. Hence, whether among mages, warriors, or magical beasts, ice attributes were seldom seen. Moreover, the Cold Lion Beast was considered a formidable breed among magical beasts. It was highly unlikely for one to appear on the fringes of the mountain range. After carefully sensing the creature's aura, Su Ming discerned that this Cold Lion Beast was of third-tier strength. No wonder there were no other magical beasts in the vicinity. It was this creature causing the disturbance. A smirk played at the corners of Su Ming's mouth as everything clicked into place. Given his current strength, slaying a third-tier magical beast posed little challenge. With a roar, Su Ming looked up to find the Cold Lion Beast fixated upon him. Its eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed this creature shared the same intent as he did. In the next moment, both man and beast lunged toward one another with fierce determination. The Cold Lion Beast extended its sharp claws, aiming for Su Ming's face, seemingly intent on tearing apart this human who dared to provoke it. Unfazed, Su Ming's internal energy surged, coalescing in his fist. In an instant, his fist radiated a crimson glow, and red runes flickered across his skin. Boom! The claws met his fists, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves through the air, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. They recoiled from one another, each being propelled backward. Su Ming soared through the air for over 10 meters before regaining his balance, while the Cold Lion Beast fared worse, hurtling back 40 to 50 meters before crashing into an ancient tree, splintering it in two. A grin spread across Su Ming's face. The creature's strength was indeed commendable. Shaking his fists, he pressed forward, his form akin to a bolt of lightning. He resolved to finish this battle swiftly. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter in the mountains. Upon seeing Su Ming charge, the Cold Lion Beast quickly scrambled to its feet. However, instead of attacking, it turned tail and fled. After that previous encounter, it had realized that it was no match for Su Ming. Remaining would only spell its doom. You wretched beast, do not escape. Su Ming quickened his pace, rapidly closing the distance. As before, he concentrated all his energy into his fists, relentlessly striking at the Cold Lion Beast. In the next moment, the forest echoed with the beast's anguished cries. The Cold Lion Beast fought valiantly, but alas, it could not match Su Ming's speed, making it impossible for its attacks to land. Meanwhile, Su Ming's strikes found their mark, targeting its vital points with surgical precision. After all, Su Ming had once been a supreme deity, and his combat experience far surpassed that of a mere third-tier magical beast. As Su Ming's onslaught intensified, the Cold Lion Beast grew desperate, roaring fiercely as its horn emitted a shimmering ice-blue light. In an instant, the ice-blue horn detached from its head and shot towards Su Ming with remarkable speed. Anticipating this, Su Ming executed a series of peculiar steps, evading the projectile with ghostly agility. Boom, boom, boom. The ice-blue horn, having lost its target, crashed through the forest, toppling numerous ancient trees and instantly encasing the splintered wood in frost. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming launched himself forward, his iron fist aimed directly at the Cold Lion Beast's head. The creature's expression turned to one of terror as it hastily retreated. As Su Ming employed his elusive footwork once more, swiftly gaining on it, crack, his fist, imbued with overwhelming energy, struck the Cold Lion Beast's skull, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth, staining Su Ming's garments red. The Cold Lion Beast staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Su Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. Though he had dispatched the Cold Lion Beast in one swift motion, it had nevertheless taken a toll on his energy. After all, he was still merely a first-tier warrior, and his internal energy was too sparse to sustain prolonged combat. Instead of immediately collecting his spoils, Su Ming sat cross-legged, silently channeling his magical heart's fury to absorb the ambient energy, replenishing his depleted reserves. After a brief moment, he rose to his feet and strode toward the carcass of the Cold Lion Beast. Stop. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out from a distance. Su Ming halted and turned to see two figures swiftly approaching through the thicket. One was a strikingly voluptuous woman, the other a youthful maiden. The woman, clad in a flowing red gown, possessed a curvaceous figure and appeared to be in her 30s, her cascading red waves framing a face of exquisite beauty. What was even more remarkable was the undeniable air of nobility that surrounded her. The maiden, appearing to be around 18, wore a purple dress and had golden locks cascading over her shoulders, exuding an aura of innocence and grace. From their appearance and demeanor alone, it was evident that both women hailed from illustrious backgrounds. The one who had spoken earlier was the young maiden. Su Ming merely cast a fleeting glance before resuming his attention on the Cold Lion Beast's corpse. Crack. He cracked open the creature's skull and extracted the magic crystal within. You wretched fool. Cease this at once. The maiden scolded, accelerating her pace until she stood before Su Ming. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her fist toward him. Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he effortlessly sidestepped. Seeing Su Ming evade her attack, the maiden's fury only intensified, and she raised her fist again, prepared to strike. But then, a commanding voice rang out. Delia, stand down. The speaker was the middle-aged woman, and the maiden. Delia hesitated but remained displeased, her gaze fixed on Su Ming. Silence. The woman reprimanded firmly before turning to Su Ming with a smile. Young friend, my niece Delia has a rather impulsive temperament. I apologize for the inconvenience. Su Ming waved a hand dismissively, his gaze scrutinizing the striking woman in red, and then his brow subtly furrowed. Noticing Su Ming's unwavering gaze, the woman, Joyce, furrowed her brow, a flicker of annoyance crossing her eyes. You insolent wretch, what are you staring at? Do you believe I would not gouge your eyes out? The girl beside them could no longer contain herself, casting a fierce glare at Su Ming and threatening him with her words. Su Ming, taken aback, thought to himself that this girl had quite the fiery temper. Delia, be quiet. How many times must I remind you to watch your words when we are outside? Joyce admonished the girl before turning to Su Ming with a polite inquiry. Young friend. May I ask if you were the one who slayed that frost lion beast? Su Ming nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Joyce's gaze sharpened. Although she had her suspicions, she could not help but feel astonished. The youth before her appeared to be no more than 17 or 18. Yet he had managed to kill a Tier 3 magical beast, and one that was known for its formidable aggression and ice attributes. Don't boast. With your small stature, you think you could possibly kill a Tier 3 magical beast? Delia questioned. Skepticism etched across her face, clearly doubting Su Ming's claims. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Su Ming replied with a chuckle, uninterested in providing explanations as he turned to hoist the carcass of the frost lion beast and leave. Joyce shot a warning glance at the still fuming Delia before addressing Su Ming again. Her tone polite. Young friend, that frost lion beast is of great significance to me. Might I inquire if you would part with it? I am willing to purchase it at market value. And that frost lion beast clearly belongs to us. Delia interjected, her composure slipping, but she was cut off by Joyce's glare. Su Ming turned in surprise. He sensed that this beautiful woman possessed considerable strength. Her unexpectedly amiable demeanor towards him left him somewhat astonished. It seemed there were still those in the world who understood the value of politeness. Given your commendable attitude, allow me to offer you a kind warning. The fire poison within you has accumulated excessively and is no longer manageable through cold suppression. Otherwise, it will only exacerbate your injuries, Su Ming stated calmly. Yet his words caused Joyce's expression to shift dramatically. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, astonished that this young man could discern her affliction and her years of attempting to suppress it with cold. Do not wear that expression. I am not deceiving you. If you continue to suppress the fire poison within you with cold, you will be fortunate to survive 6 months, he continued. Delia glared at him furiously, exclaiming, You scoundrel, how dare you curse my aunt? Prepare to fight. She moved to strike, but was halted by Joyce's reprimand. Delia, do not be disrespectful to our young friend. Joyce sighed, speaking the truth. What this young friend says is accurate. I am indeed afflicted with fire poison, and I have been suppressing it with cold for years. What? Delia gasped in horror, realizing Su Ming's words were true. Aunt, then you? Her eyes brimmed with tears, unable to finish her thought. Indeed, the fire poison within me has grown increasingly severe, and I fear my days are numbered, Joyce admitted with a composed smile, seemingly unfazed. She then turned her gaze back to Su Ming. Young friend, since you can identify my problem, do you possess a remedy? Though she asked, her hopes were not high. This young man, despite his mysterious aura, was still too young. Joyce doubted he could offer a solution for her fire poison. For years, she had sought the aid of renowned healers, all of whom were powerless against her affliction. As she pondered this, she noticed Su Ming nodding. I do have a solution. Chapter 6. Purple gold card. The beautiful woman was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining her composure, her eyes glistening with joy. Young friend, are you serious? Su Ming nodded, his tone nonchalant. Of course, such a trifling fire poison can be resolved with but a wave of my hand. As he spoke, an air of formidable confidence radiated from him, as if there were no feat beyond his capabilities. Joyce's brows furrowed slightly. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she sensed he was no ordinary youth. His strength and the demeanor he exuded suggested he was far from trivial. Yet, upon hearing such audacious claims, she could not help but arch an eyebrow. The fire poison within her was a consequence of her reckless consumption of a high-tier magic crystal during an adventure. Over the years, she had exhausted every method imaginable to rid herself of it, even going so far as to enlist the help of a high-ranking light attribute archmage who could only alleviate her symptoms but not cure her completely. Humph, keep boasting. You, who have yet to grow a full set of hair, dare to speak such words here. If it were anyone else, they would have already dealt with you, Delia remarked coldly, her disbelief apparent. Delia, do not be disrespectful to our young friend, Joyce chastised lightly. Although she harbored some doubts, she did not wish to antagonize Su Ming over such trivial matters. This young man had single-handedly slain a Tier 3 magical beast. The Frost Lion. He was undoubtedly more than he appeared. Young friend, may I ask if you could share the method to expel the fire poison? Joyce inquired politely. Despite her inner skepticism, she felt compelled to ask. What if he spoke the truth? Would it not be a regrettable loss to miss out on a potential remedy? Su Ming, finding Joyce's demeanor agreeable, did not mind extending his assistance. Do you have paper and ink? Joyce nodded and quickly retrieved them from her spatial ring, handing them to Su Ming. He took them and began to write swiftly. A few minutes later, he returned the paper and ink to her. Follow this prescription to gather the necessary herbs, and after consuming them for about half a month, you should be able to eliminate the fire poison from your body. Joyce glanced at the paper he handed her, and her eyes narrowed in surprise. The pristine sheet was filled with various herbs in their quantities, some of which she had never even heard of. Although not an alchemist, Joyce recognized that she held a remarkably precious prescription in her hands. Thank you, young friend. She expressed her gratitude before inquiring further. You mentioned that it could be cured fundamentally. Are there additional treatments involved? Could you show me the cultivation method you practice? Su Ming did not respond directly but instead countered with a question. Before Joyce could speak, Delia, unable to contain herself, glared at Su Ming. You have no idea if this flawed prescription will even work, yet you dare to ask for benefits in return? You even want my aunt's cultivation method? You are simply outrageous. Just wait until I teach you a lesson today. As she spoke, Delia prepared to strike. Her anger was understandable, for mages and warriors. Their cultivation methods and combat skills were of utmost importance and should never be revealed lightly. Su Ming's request struck her as utterly excessive. Delia, Joyce shot a disapproving look at the golden-haired girl, her displeasure evident. Delia protested, but under Joyce's stern gaze, she was compelled to cease her actions. Please excuse her. Delia's temperament is too impulsive. Joyce offered an apologetic smile to Su Ming before retrieving a dark red scroll from her spatial ring. Young friend, here. Although Joyce harbored doubts about Su Ming's intentions, she chose to trust this young man in hopes of fully curing her fire poison. Su Ming accepted the scroll and opened it for a glance, his expression revealing that his suspicions were indeed confirmed. May I borrow your pen? After receiving the pen Joyce offered, he made some alterations to the scroll before returning both the scroll and the pen to her. The reason your fire poison has intensified is due to the incompleteness of your cultivation method. I have now perfected it. If you follow the revised cultivation path, you will be able to completely expel the fire poison from your body within a month. Joyce received the scroll, her face a mix of astonishment and skepticism as she began to examine it closely. Humph, what a charlatan, Delia thought. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she scrutinized Su Ming. While others might be oblivious, she was acutely aware that Joyce practiced a heavenly tier cultivation method. Such a method was exceedingly rare in the Star Moon Empire, making it implausible that it could be flawed. Delia failed to notice Joyce's gradually serious expression. Moments later, Joyce abruptly closed the scroll and bowed to Su Ming. I am eternally grateful for your kindness, sir. Her tone was filled with utmost respect, even altering how she addressed him. This sudden display left Delia momentarily dumbfounded. It was a mere trifle. No need for such formality. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, his expression remaining calm and indifferent. No, sir. While this may seem a simple task for you, it is an immense favor for me. Joyce, filled with excitement, spoke up and then respectfully performed 3 bows to Su Ming. Rising, she retrieved a funding card from her spatial ring. Sir, this is but a small token of appreciation from a junior. I hope you will graciously accept it, observing the sincerity on her face. Su Ming chose not to refuse and casually accepted the card. At that moment, he was in dire need of money, and the reward offered was perfectly timed to purchase medicinal materials. Beside them, Delia was once again taken aback, wondering what had come over her aunt, who was being so courteous to a young man, even presenting him with a purple gold card from the Far East Chamber of Commerce. The Far East Chamber is the largest commercial entity in the region, boasting branches in nearly every city. The purple gold card represents the highest tier within the chamber Deity not only symbolizes status, but also embodies power and wealth. Holding a purple gold card allows one to purchase anything from the chamber at half price and access half of the resources from any branch. However, this opportunity can only be utilized 3 times. It is said that in the entire Far East region, those who possess a purple gold card are few and far between. Su Ming, however, did not dwell on this. He simply accepted the card without contemplation. He was unaware of what the purple gold card represented, and even if he were, it would not matter to him. For someone who once held the status of a supreme deity, a mere commercial card held no significance. He would not even spare it a glance. Even if the entire wealth of the Star Moon continent lay before him, seeing Su Ming accept the card, Joyce felt a flicker of joy in her heart. This meant she had established a connection with him. Well, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. Su Ming informed the two before turning to lift the body of the cold lion beast and depart. Joyce promptly approached and asked, "Where are you staying, sir? If you do not mind, may we accompany you?" As Su Ming bent down to carry the beast's corpse, she swiftly produced a spatial ring and handed it to him. "Sir, please use this." Su Ming cast a glance at the beautiful woman but did not refuse. He accepted the spatial ring and adorned it on his hand, placing the beast's corpse inside. "I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Perhaps fate will bring us together again," he said, declining Joyce's offer to accompany him before turning to leave. Watching Su Ming depart, Delia felt a surge of anger. "Aunt, how can he act this way? It's so disrespectful." "Silence. Do not speak disrespectfully of the sir," Joyce admonished. Unfazed by Su Ming's departure, Delia wore a look of grievance, yet her curiosity remained unquenched. "Aunt, what exactly did he write on the scroll that you would give him a purple gold card?" Joyce did not respond directly but instead inquired, "Delia, are you aware of the cultivation method I practice?" Delia nodded. "Of course, it's called the Flame Spirit Record, acquired at great cost by grandfather. It is a heavenly tier cultivation method." At this point, Delia's expression soured. "But that guy actually claimed it was incomplete. How outrageous!" Joyce interjected. "Indeed, it is incomplete." Delia's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can that be? It's a heavenly tier method. What is impossible? Who said a heavenly tier method cannot be incomplete?" Joyce chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Until today, I too would not have believed that the heavenly tier method I practiced was incomplete." Delia remained skeptical. "Aunt, how can you be so certain?" Meeting the girl's doubtful gaze, Joyce smiled softly and explained. "I am certain because after the Sur's enhancement, the Flame Spirit Record is now a sacred tier method." Upon hearing this, Delia's expression shifted dramatically. "Sacred tier? How can that be possible?" It was no wonder she reacted so strongly. Sacred tier methods are the pinnacle of cultivation techniques on the continent, found only within imperial families or a few ancient clans. Now Joyce was telling her that a mere youth could casually transform a heavenly tier method into a sacred tier one. It sounded utterly absurd. Not long after, Joyce tucked away the scroll Delia had handed her and smiled. "Now, do you believe?" Delia numbly nodded, still in shock, her beautiful eyes gazing towards the direction Su Ming had departed. Murmuring, "Who exactly is he to possess such abilities?" At this moment, she finally understood why Joyce had shown such reverence and even presented him with a purple gold card, setting aside Su Ming's inherent value. The worth of a sacred tier method far surpassed that of the purple gold card. The Sir is no ordinary individual. I believe that one day, he will stir up boundless tides across the continent. Our fortunate encounter with him today is undoubtedly the greatest gain of this journey. Saying this, she slapped her forehead in annoyance. "I was so excited earlier that I forgot to ask for the Sir's name." Chapter 7. Slander. After wandering around the Hongduan Mountains and hunting a few low-tier magical beasts, Su Ming returned to Donglin City. As he entered the city amidst the throngs of people, he noticed a greater influx of individuals than usual. It seemed that something significant had occurred recently. While walking, he attentively listened and soon caught wind of some information. Who would have thought that the governor would come to our Donglin City? Upon hearing this news, Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. The governor, being the head of the province and the most powerful individual, was indeed a person of considerable stature. The fact that such a figure would visit a small place like Donglin City surprised him, albeit only slightly. Su Ming did not dwell on it. The governor's purpose for being there had no bearing on him. He made his way towards the Far East Chamber of Commerce in the Southern District, intending to sell the magical crystals he had gathered and purchase some medicinal materials in the process. Along the way, he overheard numerous discussions about the governor's arrival, as well as some remarks concerning himself, mostly derisive in nature. Words like waste and ignorant of one's own limitations abounded. Su Ming paid them no heed. A mere cacophony of brainless insects, unworthy of his anger. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a spacious three-story building. The sign above the main entrance boasted the flamboyant characters, Far East Chamber of Commerce. Following the flow of people, he entered. Inside the grand hall, a steady stream of patrons bustled about the largest commercial entity in Donglan City. The Far East Chamber attracted countless individuals daily for trade. The moment Su Ming stepped inside, someone recognized him. Isn't that the waste from the Brook family? What brings him here? I heard he divorced the pearl of the Carter family. Huh, how laughable. A waste who managed to divorce a gem from the Carter family that I really can't fathom where he finds his confidence. Listening to the mocking voices around him, Su Ming remained unfazed and proceeded towards the counter. Behind it, a group of clerks were busy attending to customers. Su Ming called out, yet no one acknowledged him. Furrowing his brows, he called again. What do you want? One of the clerks turned around with a cold glare. Displaying a decidedly unpleasant demeanor, the Far East Chamber, being a powerful entity with influence across the entire region, had clerks with a strong sense of superiority, often looking down on others. Su Ming's name was well known throughout Donglan City. And these clerks were no exception. They certainly would not afford respect to someone they deemed a waste. Su Ming's frown deepened. His expression grew grim. The clerk scoffed and approached, impatiently inquiring. What do you want? Su Ming slowly relaxed his brow, unwilling to quibble with an arrogant clerk. I wish to sell something, Su Ming replied coolly, producing the magical crystals and the beast corpses from his possession and placing them on the counter. Initially dismissive, the clerk's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing what Su Ming had brought forth. 3 magical crystals and a pile of magical beast corpses. Though the clerk was rude, he had an eye for value and quickly recognized that the items before him were worth a considerable sum, potentially amounting to several thousand gold coins. Several thousand gold coins was no trivial amount. The average resident of Donglan City barely spent more than a dozen coins in a year. Onlookers began to cast astonished glances, murmuring amongst themselves, he's supposed to be a waste. How did he acquire so many valuable items? Surely he didn't steal them. Su Ming paid little heed to the murmurs of those around him and addressed the attendant with a nonchalant air. Tap it once. See how much it's worth. The attendant suddenly regained his senses, his expression shifting to one of wariness as he listened to the surrounding whispers. Where did you acquire these items? Su Ming's countenance darkened slightly. Is that any of your concern? His demeanor irked the attendant, who found it audacious for a mere waste to act so brazenly. Just as he was about to retort, a voice interrupted him. Su Ming, at last, I have found you. You thief. The crowd turned to see a young man clad in ornate attire, flanked by a retinue, striding toward the counter. The youth, in his early 20s, sported golden short hair and wore the garb of nobility, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon seeing him, the crowd's expression shifted, and they instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for the young man. His name was Hansen, a scion of the illustrious Bruce family, one of the 3 great noble houses, notorious in Donglan City for his debauchery. With the Bruce family's backing, he had frequently engaged in bullying and intimidation, earning a fearsome reputation. The crowd trembled in fear. Their eyes glimmered with the anticipation of a spectacle. Hansen was among the many suitors vying for Alice's attention. Not long ago, upon hearing of Su Ming's breakup with Alice, Hansen had brazenly vowed to seek retribution against him, and now their paths had fortuitously crossed. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within. In his previous life, owing to his engagement with Alice, this very youth had made it a point to target him relentlessly. The Bruce family, in collusion with the Daniel family, had ruthlessly devoured the declining Brook family, leading to Harry's demise. Su Ming shook off his thoughts, a glacial light flashing in his eyes. He had sought out Hansen. Yet here he was, obliviously seeking him out. Truly, he was unaware of the peril he was courting. Hansen, leading his entourage, approached the counter with haste and declared to the attendant, "These items belong to my Bruce family, stolen by this scoundrel Su Ming. Luckily, I arrived in time. Otherwise, the loss would have been substantial." The attendant, without a hint of skepticism, nodded eagerly. "Young Master Hansen, I too suspected the origins of these items and was about to verify them. Since you are here, let them return to their rightful owner." Hansen nodded, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes for the attendant's compliance. Observing the exchange between the two, Su Ming smiled, albeit with a hint of frostiness. He chose not to interrupt, curious to see what would transpire. "Young Master Hansen, since the items have been located, please reclaim them." The attendant gathered the items from the counter and handed them to Hansen, who accepted them and stored them within a spatial ring. Su Ming did not interfere. His possessions were not easily relinquished. "Su Ming, you have pilfered my family's belongings. How shall we settle this account?" Hansen sneered, fixing his gaze upon Su Ming. He had dispatched individuals to track Su Ming's whereabouts, and upon learning of his presence at the Far East Trading Company, he had rushed over. Upon entering, he had overheard the whispers of the crowd and, inspired, devised the scheme. He had been searching for a suitable pretext to deal with Su Ming, and now, fate had gifted him the perfect opportunity. Not only could he reclaim property without consequence, but he could also use this to humiliate Su Ming. Even if matters escalated, no one would believe that such items belonged to a mere waste. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with amusement. What do you intend to do about it? Chapter 8. A shock to all. Hansen was momentarily taken aback. Su Ming's reaction was entirely unexpected, given Su Ming's usual temperament. One would assume he would fly into a rage. However, Hansen dismissed the thought, interpreting it as a sign of Su Ming's fear. With a smirk, he remarked, considering the amicable relations between our families, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply kneel and apologize, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to seek retribution from your Brooke family. The crowd around them wore peculiar expressions. Such an outrageous demand was hardly a trivial matter. Su Ming's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, very well, I shall offer you an opportunity. Kneel, apologize, and strike yourself 30 times. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As these words echoed, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, soon followed by bursts of derisive laughter. Ha! Did I hear correctly? A waste dares to speak so boldly? Laughter erupted. As the crowd found the notion of Donglin City's foremost waste-threatening young master Hansen utterly ludicrous. Perhaps he still fancies himself a former genius. Countless taunts rang in Su Ming's ears, yet he remained unfazed. Hansen, momentarily stunned, soon regained his composure, a mocking grin forming on his lips. Hee, waste, I am genuinely curious. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to bellow before me? With that, he gestured to his followers. Go, loosen this waste bones, and let him understand that words have consequences. One of the attendants stepped forward, advancing menacingly towards Su Ming. The crowd, witnessing the unfolding drama, were expressions of glee. Convinced Su Ming was doomed, the attendant charged at Su Ming, throwing a fierce punch. The force of the blow whipped through the air, and should it connect, Su Ming would be left in a state of ruin. However, Su Ming's gaze turned icy. The assailant's brutal approach ignited a fury within him. Seeing Su Ming still willing to resist, the attendant let out a sinister laugh, accelerating the force of his punch. Yet, this seemingly overwhelming strike was effortlessly caught by Su Ming. Gasps filled the room as the crowd was taken aback. Before they could process the scene, Su Ming swiftly countered, seizing the assailant's wrist and twisting it with force. Crack! The sound of bone snapping echoed, blood splattering as a chilling scream pierced the air. Without pausing, Su Ming's other fist struck with tremendous force. The attendant's chest caved in as he was sent hurtling away like a ragged sack. Crash! A distant counter shattered upon impact, and the attendant coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling briefly before collapsing, unable to rise again. The anguished cries jolted the crowd from their stupor, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the slender figure at the center. Clad in purple, the youth exuded an inexplicable aura. Was he not a waste? How could he have defeated a third-tier warrior? Whispers circulated, and the onlookers' gazes shifted entirely. Hansen, shaken from his astonishment, rushed forward. Ma Nan, are you all right? Ma Nan was one of the few third-tier warriors among his entourage. The realization that Su Ming had incapacitated him in a single move left Hansen feeling surreal. Young master, Ma Nan coughed out more blood, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hansen's expression morphed into one of unbridled rage. What are you all dawdling for? Go and kill that waste. His entourage immediately fanned out, encircling Su Ming. Onward. With one attendant leading the charge, the rest followed suit. In an instant, a palpable aura of hostility surged forth, and the air crackled with energy. The crowd retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. These attendants were elite members of the Bruce family, seasoned warriors who never held back in combat. Yet, despite the impending assault, Su Ming remained unperturbed. He stepped forward, intercepting a punch aimed at him, and with a firm grip, he flung the assailant away as if he were nothing. Simultaneously, he sidestepped another attack, countering with a palm strike that sent the attacker reeling backward, blood spewing forth. In the midst of the fray, Su Ming maintained his composure, effortlessly dodging and retaliating, dispatching foes left and right. Within mere moments, over 10 attendants lay sprawled on the ground, their cries of agony rising in a chorus of despair. The scene was a chaotic tableau, and the onlookers stood frozen in shock. Was this truly the same waste? Su Ming approached the stunned Hansen, towering over him as he inquired coldly, "You wish to kill me?" Hansen's face paled, alternating between shades of green and white, his eyes still reflecting disbelief and shock. He never anticipated that his entourage would falter against a mere waste, facing Su Ming's indifferent gaze. A flicker of fear ignited within him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, Hansen, accustomed to arrogance, recalled his family's backing and, with a veneer of bravado, retorted, "Su Ming, I concede that I misjudged you. But do you dare to act against me? Do not forget, you are merely a waste of the Brooke family, while I am a legitimate heir of the Bruce family." Upon uttering these words, he regained his confidence and coldly declared, "Should you dare to lay a finger on me, the Bruce family will not let you off easily." That Hansen's audacity stemmed from the fact that his father was the patriarch of the Bruce family, and being their only son, he was doted upon excessively. In the entire Donglin city, few would dare to offend the former. Observing Hansen's arrogant demeanor, Su Ming smiled. Then, with lightning speed, seized Hansen by the throat, lifting him as one would a chick. Su Ming looked up at Hansen, whose face had turned pale, and asked with a smile, "Do you think I would dare to kill you?" Hansen's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Su Ming, feeling the grip on his throat tighten inexorably. Overwhelmed by fear, he perceived Su Ming's smile as that of a demon. "Not answering is tantamount to ignoring me. So, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Su Ming's voice was laced with amusement, and he tightened his grip further. Hansen was on the verge of losing control, desperately shaking his head. "Shaking your head. Do you still believe I wouldn't dare?" Su Ming's grip intensified once more. Hansen found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his fear reaching its zenith, as a warm torrent surged forth between his legs. The sound of dripping echoed on the floor, a foul odor permeating the air. The onlookers were rendered speechless at the sight. The esteemed young master of the Bruce family, notorious for his debauchery, had been reduced to such a state by someone known as a waste. It sounded utterly preposterous. How utterly useless. Su Ming, losing interest in the play, released his hold, causing Hansen to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath as if he had been granted a new lease on life. "Is it time to return what belongs to me?" Hansen, genuinely frightened, dared not hesitate and retrieve the items, handing them back to Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at them but did not take them, stating coolly, "I recall there being 10 magic crystals. Why are there only 3? Chapter 9. President Morgan, you." Hansen suddenly looked up, meeting a pair of mocking eyes. "You're extorting me. A single third-tier magic crystal is worth several hundred gold coins. 7 would amount to thousands. Even as the young master of the Bruce family, thousands of gold coins is no trifling sum." The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that Su Ming had made such a bold move. However, they quickly realized that those items ought to belong to Su Ming, and Hansen had initially attempted to slander him. Being extorted now seemed rather reasonable. "What's this? You refuse to give them?" Su Ming's tone grew more insistent. Hansen's expression shifted, his heart filled with conflict. Just then, a voice imbued with authority resonated throughout the venue. "Who dares to cause trouble in my Far East Trading Company?" The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man with brown hair descending from the second floor. Dressed in lavish attire, he exuded an aura of unspoken authority. President Morgan. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd gasped in surprise. The middle-aged man's name was Morgan, the president of the Far East Trading Company in Donglin City. Earlier, upon witnessing the altercation, a staff member had promptly gone to inform the manager. Since both parties were of noble lineage, the manager felt unable to intervene and directly notified the president. Hansen's face brightened as he hurried towards Morgan. "Uncle Morgan, you must help me. The Bruce family had some collaboration with the Far East Trading Company, and Hansen was acquainted with Morgan, having dined with him alongside his father. Their relationship was relatively close." Morgan frowned slightly. "What is going on?" "It's that waste, Su Ming. He not only stole from the Bruce family, but also attacked here." Hansen pointed at Su Ming, venomously declaring, "Uncle Morgan, this waste dares to act violently here, showing utter disrespect for the Far East Trading Company and you. You must teach him a lesson so he knows the meaning of respect." Morgan's frown deepened as he turned to the staff member. "Is this true?" The staff member, recalling Su Ming's earlier demeanor, felt a flicker of resentment and nodded quickly. "President, this is the guy. He was caught selling stolen goods by young Master Hansen, and not only did he show no remorse, but he also physically assaulted him." Seeing the two distort the truth, no one in the crowd dared to speak up. That to do so would mean offending Hansen, and they had no personal ties to Su Ming to risk their own safety. Morgan's expression darkened as he glared at Su Ming, coldly stating, "Boy, do you realize the consequences of causing trouble in my Far East Trading Company?" All eyes turned to Su Ming, eager to see if he would maintain his bravado before such a prominent figure. Su Ming stood with his hands clasped behind him, meeting Morgan's gaze with indifference. President Morgan, I advise you to investigate the matter thoroughly before making any statements at this juncture. He paused, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Of course, you could choose to act directly. Just ensure you don't regret it afterward. The room fell into stunned silence. The mere waste of Donglin City dared to speak thus to the president of the Far East Trading Company. Had he lost his mind? Even the patriarch of the Brooke family would not dare to speak so boldly that Hansen's eyes gleamed with delight, secretly laughing to himself. How amusing. This waste truly overestimates himself. Let us see how you extricate yourself from this situation. Morgan's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the seemingly frail youth before him. He sensed an extraordinary air about the boy, particularly in those calm, deep-set eyes, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Even he found it difficult to decipher. What astonished him further was the powerful confidence and tranquility radiating from the boy's gaze, as if nothing could disturb his inner peace. Such calmness and confidence he had only observed in genuine great figures. Could it be that this youth was also of such stature? Shaking his head inwardly, Morgan dismissed the notion. After all, the boy was merely 17 or 18 years old. How could he possibly compare to those true titans? Regardless of who is right or wrong, daring to engage in violence within my Far East Trading Company is a provocation. You must provide me with an explanation today. Morgan snorted coldly, striding towards Su Ming, emanating an overwhelming presence that bore down on him. However, to Morgan's astonishment, the young man before him remained unfazed, his expression as placid as if nothing were amiss. Morgan intensified his aura, pressing further, yet the boy still did not flinch. A hint of mockery flickered in Su Ming's eyes. How laughable it was for a mere mortal to attempt to intimidate him. President Morgan, spare me these petty tricks. If you wish to make a move, then do so. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with derision, and his words lacked an ounce of trepidation. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. Su Ming's audacity was astonishing. He dared to confront a figure of Morgan's stature head-on. Morgan narrowed his eyes, increasingly convinced that Su Ming was not as simple as he appeared. His demeanor was far removed from that of the rumored waste. Air on the side of caution, he abandoned his initial intention to strike, turning his attention back to the staff member. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? Relate everything that happened in detail. Under Morgan's intense scrutiny, the staff member felt a dizzying fear wash over him, and, no longer able to conceal the truth, he recounted the events as they unfolded. After hearing the entire account, Morgan's expression had already darkened significantly. How dare you deceive me? He slapped the staff member across the face, his eyes filled with fury. Subsequently, he turned to Hansen, coldly stating, "This is a matter between you two. It has nothing to do with my Far East Trading Company. I ask that you resolve it yourselves and leave here." Uncle Morgan, Hansen began, but was cut off by Morgan. Is what I said unclear? Hansen had intended to use Morgan as a shield, but Morgan's expression conveyed his displeasure that a mere scion of debauchery, seeking to manipulate him, was intolerable. Had it not been for the Bruce family's standing, he would have likely turned hostile on the spot. The flicker of malice crossed Hansen's eyes as he prepared to depart. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Ming obstructed his path. "Su Ming, what do you intend to do?" Hansen's expression shifted, fear creeping into his heart as memories of their earlier encounter resurfaced. Su Ming stood with his hands clasped behind him, his voice devoid of warmth. "Return what belongs to me." Hansen dared not hesitate, swiftly producing 10 magic crystals and the corpse of a beast, which he handed to Su Ming. However, Su Ming did not accept them, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes. "I say, young Master Hansen, is your memory rather poor? I distinctly recall it being 20 magic crystals." Hansen was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth and replied, "Su Ming, do not overstep your bounds." The onlookers stood dumbfounded, astonished by Su Ming's apparent cruelty. With a smile that held a sinister edge, Su Ming inquired, "Would you care to witness something even more outrageous?" Hansen shuddered, yet he did not dare to confront Su Ming directly. With a pained expression, he retrieved another 10 magic crystals. "Just wait, Su Ming. Today's matter is far from over." After tossing aside the items, Hansen stormed out of the Far East Chamber of Commerce with a darkened countenance. Su Ming made no attempt to stop him. He was not yet inclined to take action against Hansen. Su Ming sought to ensure that Hansen would experience, much like in his previous life, the depths of true despair. To achieve this, time was still required. Chapter 10. The governor. Once Hansen departed, the group of subordinates that Su Ming had downed also stumbled to their feet and followed him out. The spectators, having lost their interest in the spectacle, began to disperse. Ignoring the crowd, Su Ming made his way toward Morgan. The latter narrowed his eyes. "Do you have business?" Su Ming nodded, stating, "I am here to sell something." Morgan glanced at the items in Su Ming's hands and instructed the steward nearby, "Calculate his payment and settle the wages for that dog, then send him packing." Upon hearing this, the clerk's face turned as pale as a sheet. The steward, an elderly man with white hair, nodded in agreement. Morgan cast one last glance at Su Ming before turning to leave. "Sir, this way please." The steward gestured for Su Ming to follow. "Sir, the total comes to 15,000 gold coins. Please verify." The old man worked with remarkable efficiency, quickly calculating the total and presenting a pile of gold coins to Su Ming. However, Su Ming did not reach for them, stating calmly, "Keep it for now. I still wish to purchase some items, and we can settle the accounts later." He then proceeded to list a multitude of medicinal herbs. The steward grew increasingly astonished, as the herbs Su Ming mentioned were all rare, with some not even available in their chamber. He was taken aback, pondering how this young man could possess such extensive knowledge of medicinal herbs. "Sir, please wait a moment." The steward departed and returned shortly after. "Sir, the herbs you requested are mostly contained within this storage ring, though a few are not available in our chamber." He held out a storage ring and continued, "The total for these herbs amounts to 25,000 gold coins. Subtracting the 15,000 from before, you still owe 10,000. How would you like to pay?" "Card," Su Ming replied, pulling out the purple gold card given to him by Joyce. He was uncertain of the card's contents, but surmised there was certainly more than 10,000 gold coins within. Upon seeing the purple gold card, the steward's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sir, where did you acquire this card?" His astonishment rendered him somewhat incoherent, and he inadvertently began to use honorifics. Su Ming was surprised by the steward's reaction. He glanced at the card in his hand, contemplatively. "A gift from a friend." The steward composed himself, speaking with utmost respect. "Sir, please follow me." They ascended to a hall on the 3rd floor. "Sir, please wait a moment," the steward said before entering a nearby room. Inside, Morgan was preoccupied with his tasks. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and frowned. "What is it?" The steward hurried to him and whispered a few words. "What?" "The purple gold card." Morgan leaped to his feet and rushed outside. Upon seeing the purple gold card in Su Ming's possession, his pupils constricted sharply. "May I see the card you are holding?" Su Ming handed it over. Morgan examined the card closely, his eyes reflecting intense astonishment. "This is indeed a purple gold card," he exclaimed inwardly, overwhelmed by the revelation. The purple gold card is the highest specification card issued by the Far East Chamber of Commerce. As a branch president, Morgan had only seen it in a catalog. This was his first encounter with the genuine article. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure, returning the card to Su Ming with a face full of respect. "Esteemed guest, our chamber offers exclusive VIP services. If you do not mind, we would be honored to have you join us for a meal." He hoped to forge a connection with Su Ming while subtly inquiring about the origins of the purple gold card. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief for having maintained his composure earlier. Otherwise, he would have landed in a grave predicament. No need for that. Just calculate the total, as I have matters to attend to. Su Ming waved his hand, declining Morgan's invitation. "Understood, esteemed guest." Morgan nodded eagerly, signaling to the steward. The steward promptly conveyed Su Ming's purchase of medicinal herbs to Morgan. Upon hearing the list, a flicker of intrigue crossed Morgan's eyes as he accepted the storage ring from the steward and respectfully handed it to Su Ming. "Esteemed guest, the purple gold card grants a 50% discount at our chamber. After calculating, I owe you 2,500 gold coins, all contained herein. Please check. Thank you." President Morgan. Su Ming accepted the storage ring without counting, offered a brief expression of gratitude, and turned to leave. "President, how could that young man possess a purple gold card issued by the headquarters?" The steward gazed after Su Ming's departing figure, confusion evident in his eyes. "I do not know." Morgan shook his head, a serious expression crossing his face. He realized he was increasingly unable to grasp Su Ming's true nature. "Did you inquire where he obtained the card?" "He said it was a gift from a friend," the steward replied honestly. "A friend?" Morgan's gaze sharpened. Anyone capable of casually gifting a purple gold card must possess a formidable status. Could it be? Suddenly, it dawned on him, and his eyes widened in realization. Connecting it to Su Ming's recent behaviors, Morgan felt increasingly certain it seems that a storm is brewing in Donglin City. A smile crept onto Morgan's lips, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Remember, this matter must not be publicized," Morgan cautioned the steward, then added, Also, prepare a valuable gift for me. In a few days, I shall be attending a birthday celebration. Yes, President, the steward replied, bowing in acknowledgement. After leaving the Far East Chamber of Commerce, Su Ming headed straight home, undeterred by the attitudes of Morgan and others. Even if the purple gold card held significant value, it was of little consequence to him. Meanwhile, the events at the Far East Chamber of Commerce began to spread throughout Donglin City. Upon learning that Su Ming had single-handedly taken down Hansen and his entourage, various factions were left in stunned disbelief. The Carter family, upon hearing the news, Hill immediately sought out his father in the elegantly adorned hall. Hill addressed Buck. "Father, have you heard the news?" Buck nodded. "I have, but the authenticity remains uncertain." "Father, it must be a misunderstanding." "How could that waste, Su Ming, possibly have such abilities?" Hill scoffed. "Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, we shall inquire with the Bruce family," Buck replied. "Come with me. I have some matters to discuss with them." In the luxurious hall of the city lord's mansion, Joyce sat at the head of the table. To her left, the young girl Delia sat, while to her right sat city lord Victor. Joyce picked up a freshly drawn portrait and inquired of Victor. "Victor, do you recognize this person?" Victor studied the image carefully, his gaze sharpening. The drawing depicted a young man, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Ming. Regardless of the time, Su Ming had always been a figure of renown in Donglin City. And Victor was certainly aware of him. "So you are familiar with him?" Joyce set down the portrait, a glimmer of delight crossing her eyes. Victor promptly stood, respectfully addressing her. "Honored Governor, I indeed recognize this individual." "Please share your thoughts," Joyce said, her interest piqued. Unsure of Joyce's stance, Victor hesitated to speak freely. His name is Su Ming Brook, a third-generation scion of the noble Brook family in Donglin City, once heralded as the city's foremost prodigy. Chapter 11. Former Lovers. A flicker of doubt crossed Joyce's eyes. My lord, the situation is as follows. Victor dared not conceal the truth, detailing the events surrounding Su Ming. It is indeed him. Joyce's gaze sharpened slightly. Not long ago, the incident involving Su Ming had caused quite a stir in Shili City that a talented student from the Mage Academy had attempted to assault a female classmate and had even been caught studying forbidden magic. Such a significant occurrence had certainly reached Joyce's ears. However, given her status, she had not paid much heed to a student who had been expelled. Thus, she had only heard whispers and had not encountered Su Ming. Unaware that he was the central figure in that scandal. My lord, do you know this Su Ming? Victor inquired cautiously, glancing at Joyce. "You may leave for now." Joyce waved her hand, offering no answer to the question. Victor, too apprehensive to press further, respectfully took his leave. "I refuse to believe that the gentleman could commit such an act," Delia stated skeptically, unable to fathom that Su Ming would behave in such a manner. Given her beauty, Su Ming had barely spared her a glance, which was enough to suggest that he was not one to pursue women. How could someone like him possibly engage in the assault of a female classmate? As for the accusation of studying forbidden magic, that seemed even more ludicrous. He could effortlessly transform celestial-level techniques into saint-level ones. Would such a person really be interested in forbidden magic? While it was undoubtedly powerful, it could not compare to saint-level techniques. Indeed, Joyce nodded. "If I am not mistaken, someone must be conspiring against him. Who would dare to frame him so?" Delia asked, astonished. "Do they not fear his retribution? I shall need to investigate further once I return." Joyce replied solemnly. "Delia, please go to the Eastern Commerce Guild in the city to purchase the medicinal herbs I require to treat my fire poison, and also acquire some gifts in a few days. We shall pay a visit to the gentleman." "Understood." And in the opulent hall of the Bruce family, the patriarch, wore a grim expression, his eyes alight with malice. "Damn that Brook family, and damn Su Ming for daring to harm my son. Just wait. Shall ensure you pay dearly for this. At that moment, a servant entered. "Patriarch, Lord Buck of the Carter family requests your presence for a discussion." What reigned in his thoughts, quickly regaining his composure. "Let him in." The servant exited and soon returned with Buck and his son. "Have a seat." What gestured for the Buck family to sit down and instructed the servant to pour tea. "Brother Buck, what brings you here?" Buck wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Brother what? I heard your son was injured by that way Su Ming. Is it true?" What's expression darkened. "What, has Brother Buck come to mock my son?" Upon hearing this, Buck understood the truth of the matter and hastily clarified. Brother what? You misunderstand. I have come with business to discuss and to inquire about your son's condition." What scoffed coldly and queried. "Speak, what is it?" In previous times, he would have ignored Buck entirely. The Carter family was merely a second-tier noble in Donglin City, far inferior to the 3 first-tier families. However, the situation had changed. Buck's daughter had allied with the Martin family, and the Carter family was naturally rising in prominence alongside them. Brother, what? I wish to discuss a collaboration against the Brooke family. Are you interested? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Watt's eyes as he regarded Buck with derision. I recall that your Carter family has previously benefited greatly from that old coot, Harry. I asked this how you choose to repay him. Unfazed, Buck replied coldly. That was all in the past. Su Ming dared to insult my daughter. I will ensure he kneels before me in supplication. Brother, what? Will you join me in this endeavor? What let out a derisive laugh, a hint of mockery flickering in his gaze as he replied. Speak. How do you propose we collaborate? Su Ming paid little heed to the rumors circulating in the city and returned to his modest quarters. He first glanced at his father, Alan, who lay drunkenly sprawled across the table, and chose not to disturb him. Then, Su Ming procured a clay pot and began to brew medicine, intending to heal his damaged mental faculties. Previously, those from the Mage Academy had not only crippled his cultivation, but had also severely harmed his mental strength, rendering him unable to practice magic thereafter. Pain, Hobbs, just wait. There will come a day when I, Su Ming, will personally strip you of everything, he vowed, his gaze as cold as steel, before gradually softening. And many, in this lifetime. I shall not allow anyone to take you from me again. Pain, the third-generation scion of the Locke family, was technically Su Ming's cousin. It was from him that Su Ming had learned of the events that transpired with his father. According to Pain, they had employed similar tactics to have Alan expelled from the Imperial Capital's Mage Academy. Hobbs, the eldest son of the Brinton family in Shilly City, was Pain's sycophant. Together, they had conspired to frame Su Ming, leading to his expulsion and the crippling of his powers. Minnie, a mentor at the Mage Academy in Shilly City, had shared a teacher-student bond with Su Ming, and they had fallen in love. When Su Ming was wronged, no one believed him except Minnie, who stood by him. After his powers were taken from him, it was Minnie who arranged for him to return to Donglin City. Had it not been for that incident, their love would have surely flourished. Yet after Su Ming's downfall, Minnie was confined by her family, forbidden from associating with him. The last news Su Ming received about Minnie was that she was to marry Hobbs, his adversary. At that moment, despair enveloped him. Despite the passage of thousands of years, he had never forgotten that gentle and refined girl. Minnie, wait for me. I will soon come to find you, Su Ming thought, a glimmer of longing in his eyes before he reined in his thoughts. In the Brooke family's council chamber, Harry sat at the head, addressing Sam and Hodge. Have you heard the news? The two nodded, with Sam speaking up. I've heard, but I'm not sure of its veracity. Father, Su Ming has been crippled. How could he possibly injure a group of retainers? I suspect the Bruce family is merely provoking us. Hodge interjected, his eyes glinting coldly. You are being too hasty, second brother, Sam retorted. The rumors are rampant in the city. It seems unlikely to be fabricated. Father, what is your take on this? Hodge, not wanting to argue with his elder brother, turned to Harry. After a moment of contemplation, Harry instructed, very well, Sam, send someone to investigate the details. Hodge, go ask Su Ming what's going on. They both nodded, and Hodge further inquired, Father, if this turns out to be true, how do you plan to deal with Su Ming? Harry's brow furrowed, and he waved his hand dismissively. We shall see once we gather more information. Chapter 12. Resurgence cough. Hodge had just arrived at Su Ming's quarters when he was met with a pungent medicinal odor, causing him to wrinkle his brow. Inside, Su Ming was busy brewing herbs, and sensing someone's presence, he stepped outside. Second uncle, he called out, having guessed the purpose of the visit. What are you up to this time? Why is there such a strong smell of medicine? Hodge asked with a stern expression. I'm feeling rather weak and thought to improve my condition, Su Ming replied casually. Hodge glanced at Su Ming's frail form and nodded slightly. I heard you injured Hansen's retainers. Is that true? Yes, it seems that way, Su Ming responded nonchalantly. Hodge, however, was taken aback, exclaiming, Don't speak nonsense. You were crippled. How could you accomplish such a feat? Not long ago, I encountered a master who guided me, and I am able to practice once more, Su Ming stated lightly, maintaining his casual demeanor. Yet, to Hodge, it sounded like thunderclaps. He stared at Su Ming, stunned for several seconds before finally reacting. What did you say? You can practice again? Uncle, no need to be so agitated, Su Ming said helplessly. How can I not be excited about such news? Hodge glared, pressing for details. Tell me everything. What happened? A few days ago, I met a master who provided me with guidance and a pill that healed my damaged meridians. Su Ming explained. Su Ming casually uttered a falsehood. The fact that he was capable of cultivation would inevitably be revealed to others. There was little point in keeping it a secret. What a rascal. Such a significant matter, and you chose to conceal it. Pray tell, when did this come to pass? Huichi exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face as he slapped Su Ming on the shoulder. Su Ming felt a warmth in his heart, recognizing that Huichi's joy was genuinely heartfelt. Huichi was an impetuous individual, one who preferred straightforwardness over beating around the bush. Although he had scolded Su Ming in frustration after his fall from grace, he still showed concern when it truly mattered, unlike others who bore a disdainful and opportunistic demeanor. It had only been a short while since. Su Ming chuckled. I thought as much. No wonder you were so confident the other day. It turns out you can cultivate now. Huichi's expression shifted to one of realization, and he inquired further, what level are you at now? Why can't I sense your aura? I have just broken through to the rank of a level 1 warrior. Perhaps my cultivation method is somewhat peculiar, Su Ming explained. The Devil's Fury is unlike ordinary techniques. It directly tempers the flesh and bones with fighting spirit, enhancing one's vitality, and does not involve the formation of an aura. Hence, Huichi is unable to perceive my cultivation level. Indeed, while warriors may not possess the prestige of mages, at least you are no longer a burden to the family and can contribute your share. Those opportunists will have little to say now, Huichi said, patting Su Ming's shoulder with a voice full of encouragement. In this realm, mages were far rarer than warriors, as the criteria for becoming a mage were significantly more demanding. To become a mage, one must first possess a formidable mental acuity and a high affinity with a specific element. Conversely, the path to becoming a warrior is considerably simpler as long as one's meridians are intact and they possess a suitable cultivation method. They can become a warrior. It can be said that warriors are ubiquitous, while mages are a precious rarity. Moreover, mages often wield greater influence than warriors. For instance, in battle, a single area of effect spell cast by a mage can rival the combined might of dozens of warriors. Therefore, in many powerful factions, mages are regarded as invaluable assets. Among the younger generation of the Brook family, including Su Ming, there were only 7 or 8 individuals with magical aptitude. The most formidable among them were Huichi's daughter, Sherry, and Su Ming's uncle Sam's son, Brown. Come, let us inform the old master of this splendid news, Huichi urged, pulling Su Ming along as they prepared to leave. That moment, Alan stumbled out of the house, inebriated and disheveled. Upon seeing Alan's unkempt appearance, Huichi frowned deeply and approached him, stating in a serious tone, "Third brother, how long do you intend to carry on like this? Do you plan to remain a useless individual for the rest of your life?" Alan lifted his gaze to meet Huichi's, but said nothing, walking slowly towards the kitchen. "Stop right there." Huichi blocked his path, his voice stern. I understand that you have suffered a significant blow, but dwelling on it serves no purpose. Su Ming's meridians have been restored, and he can cultivate once more. As a father, do you wish to remain in this state of despair? Alan stood frozen, and after a moment of realization, he turned to Su Ming with urgency. "Xiao Ming, is what your second uncle said true? Has your meridian truly been restored?" Su Ming stepped forward, replying earnestly, "Yes, father, I am now a level 1 warrior." He reiterated his previous explanation. "This is wonderful news, truly wonderful." Alan trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by joy. Shortly thereafter, Huichi departed with Alan. After their encouragement, Alan regained his confidence and resolved to uplift himself and assist the family. Su Ming, however, chose not to accompany them. Instead, he entered the house to consume the medicinal concoction he had prepared and began his cultivation. "What do you want?" Harry gazed at the disheveled Alan, his brow furrowing deeply, a glimmer of complexity flashing in his eyes. Among his 3 sons, he favored Alan the most and held the highest expectations for him. Yet he was simultaneously the most disappointed. Alan had not only been rendered useless, but had also succumbed to despair. Viewing himself as a complete failure, how could Harry, as a father, not feel heartbroken? "Father, I was wrong in the past. From now on, I am willing to heed your guidance," Alan said, bowing respectfully to Harry. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, his expression one of disbelief. "Father, here is the situation," which he proceeded to explain the events that had transpired. Harry's expression shifted to one of understanding. Although he felt joy within, he maintained a calm exterior, saying, Since you are willing to amend your ways, I shall have your elder brother assign you some tasks shortly. Just then, Sam entered from outside. Father, I have investigated, Sam began, but upon seeing Alan, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Third brother, who permitted you to enter here? The family has a strict decree against allowing outsiders into the core areas of the castle. Elder brother, I brought third brother here, which she interjected, his brow slightly furrowed. Sam was about to respond when Harry interrupted him. Enough, Sam, let us hear the situation. Sam, left with no choice, swallowed his words and turned to Harry, saying, Father, my investigation confirms that the rumors are true. Su Ming indeed struck the retainers of the Bruce family. Harry nodded slightly. I understand. Observing the reactions of those present, Sam felt a twinge of suspicion. Father, are you not astonished? Su Ming was clearly a useless individual. How could he accomplish such a feat? Chapter 13. The Elven Sacred Tome, Elder Brother. Here's the situation, which she informed Sam about the events surrounding Su Ming. After listening, Sam's gaze sharpened, his expression tumultuous as he failed to exhibit the same joy as Huichi. He then raised a question. Even so, something seems amiss. How could a level 1 warrior defeat a group of retainers? Harry and Huichi suddenly realized this point, a flicker of doubt in their eyes. What does it matter? It is a fortuitous event, proving that Su Ming possesses extraordinary talent. Even if he walks the path of a warrior, he will surpass the ordinary, Huichi declared, refusing to dwell on the issue. Elder brother, father has already promised third brother. Please see if there are any tasks suitable for him in the family. Sam frowned instinctively, glancing at Harry. Father, since third brother is revitalized, let us assign him some tasks. Harry said. Sam's frown deepened as he cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled Alan. Feigning a troubled demeanor. Father, currently the family has no vacant positions. I will check again later, and if something opens up, I will inform third brother. Harry furrowed his brow but then relaxed, addressing Alan. Alan, you shall wait a while longer. Alan nodded. Understood, father. Sam then turned to Harry. Father, what do we do about the Bruce family? What is known for his vengeful nature? Having suffered such a significant loss, he is unlikely to let this go easily. Harry's brow furrowed in concern, and after a moment, he said, What has happened. Saying more is futile. We can only deal with whatever comes our way. On the other side, after consuming the concocted potion, Su Ming finally restored his injured mental power. In the dead of night, he departed from the castle, heading towards a nearby hill to prepare for his mental training. The Brooke family was not only one of the 3 foremost noble families in Donglin City, but its patriarch, Harry, was also a count of the Xingyue Empire, possessing his own private territory. Although modest in size, it far surpassed that of the second-rate nobility. Surrounding the Brooke family castle was a cluster of small hills. Su Ming ascended one of these hills and sat cross-legged under the moonlight. He had already formulated a strategy in his heart for cultivating his mental power. The Elven Sacred Text, a powerful technique of the Elven race, was known to be an unparalleled scripture, never to be shared with outsiders. If one were to inquire how Su Ming acquired it, the answer would be simple. He had a special relationship with the Elven Queen. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Su Ming began his practice of the Elven Sacred Text. At the age of 17, he had already reached the pinnacle of the intermediate level, equivalent to a 4th-level mage, and possessed dual attributes of wind and lightning, marking him as a true prodigy. Mages of the 1st and 2nd levels are referred to as beginners, while those of the 3rd and 4th levels are termed intermediate, and the 5th and 6th levels are classified as advanced. It was precisely due to this talent that he attracted the ire of the Locke family, after making a name for himself in Shili City. Given Su Ming's aptitude, he was destined to enter the imperial capital's Mage Academy. The events of the year had been regarded as a scandal and disgrace by the Locke family, and as time passed, the memory of it faded over the years. However, should Su Ming appear in the imperial capital, it would undoubtedly reignite those memories. The Locke family, naturally, did not wish to witness such a scenario. Hence they sought to eliminate Su Ming in his cradle. The night passed swiftly as Su Ming opened his eyes and rose, stretching leisurely. After a night of cultivation, he had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of a 1st-level mage. Unlike his physical form, his mental power was innately strong. Coupled with his prior attainment as a 4th-level mage, and now combined with the Elven Sacred Text, his progress was remarkably rapid. With a flick of his fingers, he formed several hand seals and chanted Earthspike Technique. In the next moment, the ground beneath him began to writhe, producing several 1-meter-tall earth spikes, as thick as a human arm, which shot up like bamboo shoots. The Earthspike Technique, a 1st-level spell, was not highly aggressive, capable only of inflicting minor damage to mortals. Below the third level, the attack and damage potential of magic was fundamentally limited, often inferior to that of a warrior. Spells of the third level and above could be regarded as formidable. Windblade. Several half-meter-long wind blades coalesced out of thin air, soaring into the distance. With a resounding boom, a massive boulder weighing several thousand pounds was sliced to pieces. The wind blade was a third-level spell, far superior to the earth spike technique. Although Su Ming was merely at the pinnacle of the first level, his mental power was exceptionally potent, on par with some third-level mages, enabling him to cast third-level spells effortlessly. Thousand Thunder Needle, Fireball Technique, Shield of Light, and Su Ming unleashed 7 spells of entirely different attributes in one breath, a sight that would undoubtedly astonish any onlooker. A being with an all-attribute physique, such a super talent had never before graced the Xingyue continent. In his previous life, Su Ming also possessed an all-attribute physique, but initially only awakened the wind and lightning attributes. Later, he discovered that his soul had an inherent flaw, which was only rectified after he ascended to divinity. In the following period, Su Ming remained secluded at home, dedicating himself to rigorous training. During his period of intense practice, the Carter family first approached the Bruce family, and then the Daniel family. The 3 families united, planning to target the Brooke family at Harry's 80th birthday celebration a month later. In the City Lord's mansion, Victor learned of the situation and promptly reported it to Joyce. My lord, should we intervene? Not yet. We shall wait and see, Joyce replied with a wave of her hand. Ever since consuming the remedy prepared by Su Ming, she now radiated vitality, looking far healthier than before. Joyce turned to the young girl beside her. Delia, are the preparations complete? Aunt, everything is ready, Delia replied. After nearly half a month of arduous training, Su Ming's cultivation soared, allowing him to return to the status of a third-level mage while also successfully breaking through to a second-level warrior. On this day, Su Ming intended to ascend the hill once more for training. But as he stepped outside, he encountered Shelley. The young girl wore an ice-blue gown, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, her complexion as pale as jade, glistening with a soft sheen, resembling a snow lotus poised to bloom, a vision that evoked reverence. Sister Shelley, what brings you here? Su Ming inquired, curiosity piqued. What? Am I not welcome? Shelley frowned. Of course you are welcome. Su Ming hastily waved his hands. The chill on Shelley's face softened slightly as she asked. I heard from my father that you have begun your training. Su Ming nodded, not denying it. A glimmer of relief flashed in Shelley's eyes as she advised, very well, focus on your training from now on. Do not fall back into despair as before. Although warriors may be inferior to mages, with effort, a bright future still awaits. Yes, Sister Shelley, Su Ming nodded, warmth blossoming within him. The entire Brooke family. Only a few genuinely cared for him. And this young girl was one of them. Brother Brown and the others have returned, and grandfather sent me to fetch you for dinner. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the dining hall of the Brooke family. As they stepped inside, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, look, our family's genius has arrived. In the lavishly decorated hall, over a dozen young people gathered, surrounded by bustling servants. The higher-ups, including Harry, had yet to arrive. The speaker was a blonde youth, of similar age to Su Ming, dressed in fine attire, gazing down at Su Ming with a mocking expression. The others turned their attention toward him, their eyes glimmering with derision and scorn. Who did not know that Su Ming was now the infamous waste of Donglin City? The previous remark was clearly made with intent. Shelley furrowed her delicate brows and quietly advised Su Ming, do not engage with them. She feared that Su Ming might react impulsively as he had in the past, knowing that it would ultimately be him who suffered the consequences. The youth speaking was named Bowen, the grandson of an elder in the Brooke family, his status far surpassing that of the current Su Ming. Yet, Shelley was clearly overthinking. Su Ming did not even cast a glance at Bowen. The boy was merely a child, unworthy of provoking his eye. Su Ming casually surveyed the group of young people, his gaze briefly lingering on a golden-haired youth among them. This youth, named Brown, was the son of the eldest son, Sam, and had been at odds with Su Ming since childhood, having always been overshadowed by him. After a fleeting glance, Su Ming withdrew his gaze and followed Shelley to sit at the side. The group of young people had initially anticipated a response, but were taken aback when Su Ming chose to ignore them entirely. Even Brown furrowed his brow slightly, noting the stark contrast in Su Ming's behavior compared to the past. Having been publicly disregarded, Bowen's expression darkened. However, being in the banquet hall, he dared not escalate matters. Yet, With a glint in his eye, he devised a plan, sneering, "Heh, a wildling of unknown origin thinks he can still regard himself as the once great genius simply because someone complimented him." His words bore malice, clearly aimed at provoking Su Ming. Years ago, when Alan had brought Su Ming back alone, some had speculated that Su Ming was merely a child picked up by Alan. Behind closed doors, many had insulted Su Ming as a wildling without a mother. Of course, such remarks were confined to private conversations. After all, Su Ming was the grandson of Patriarch Harry, and no one was foolish enough to voice such sentiments openly. The young members of the family, however, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Among them, only Brown and Shelley's expressions shifted. Brown merely frowned lightly, while Shelley's face darkened. She turned to Su Ming, wishing to say something, but was abruptly interrupted as Su Ming stood up from his seat. "That Su Ming," she began, but he cut her off. "Sister Shelley, everyone has their own unassailable bottom line." That Su Ming turned and strode toward Bo One, his countenance dark and foreboding. His parents were Su Ming's ultimate boundary. Anyone who dared to show disrespect would inevitably face dire consequences. Although Su Ming had never seen his mother, he had heard fragments of her story from his father. Had it not been for her sacrifice, they might have been annihilated by the Locke family long ago. For this reason alone, Su Ming held profound respect for the mother he had never met. As Su Ming approached, Bowen exhibited no fear. Rather, he wore an expression of excitement. Recently returned, he remained oblivious to the events of the past few days, mistakenly believing Su Ming to be merely a useless wastrel. After all, he was a second-tier magician and the beloved grandson of a clan elder. How could he possibly fear a supposed failure? The younger generation around them wore expressions of anticipation, none daring to intervene. In the past, Su Ming's brilliance had overshadowed them all, inciting deep jealousy. Upon hearing of his downfall, they reveled in his misfortune, offering no sympathy to Su Ming reached Bo One. He coldly commanded, "Kneel and apologize to my mother." Bowen's eyes widened, convinced he had misheard, before erupting into laughter. "Ha! Did you all hear that? This way stares to act imposing, thinking he is still the genius of old." The others joined in, their faces alight with mockery. Su Ming, uninterested in engaging with a mere child, barked, "Kneel." His voice thundered, reverberating in the ears of those present. With lightning speed, Su Ming struck, delivering 2 swift kicks to the back of Bo Wen's knees. Bo Wen had no time to react and fell to the ground with a thud. "Bow your head," Su Ming commanded coldly, pressing Bo Wen's head down toward the earth. Thud, thud, thud. 3 resounding knocks echoed as Su Ming finally relented. Bo Wen's forehead now bore a fresh wound, blood streaming down. The suddenness of it all left the crowd in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces as they turned to Su Ming. Even the usually impassive Bron's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. The rapidity of events had caught him off guard. Meanwhile, Bo Wen's head throbbed painfully, the agony snapping him back to reality. "You dare!" Bo Wen's fury ignited as he rose swiftly to attack Su Ming, rage clouding his judgment. He had not considered how he had ended up kneeling nor whether he truly stood a chance against Su Ming. Su Ming showed no mercy, seizing Bo Wen's incoming fist and twisting it with force. A sickening crack echoed as Bo Wen's arm dislocated. His face drained of color, he let out a piercing wail. The excruciating pain finally brought clarity to Bo Wen. He stared at Su Ming in horror. "How can you?" His voice trembled with confusion and disbelief, though Bo Wen was a second-tier magician and had trained his body. His strength paled in comparison to Su Ming, whom he had dismissed as a failure. This was undeniably troubling. The others shared expressions of bewilderment. Su Ming, clearly crippled, had effortlessly bested Bo Wen. Such an occurrence was most unusual. Not far off, Sherry parted her lips in surprise. Although she was aware that Su Ming was a first-tier warrior, what unfolded before her was still beyond her expectations. Releasing Bo Wen, Su Ming cast a cold glance at the now pale boy. "Were you not a member of the Brooke family, I would have slain you today." His words dripped with an icy intent. Owen felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively retreating a few steps. Unable to meet Su Ming's frigid gaze, Su Ming turned to leave. A commanding voice halted him. "Stop." He pivoted to find Braun glaring at him, his expression dark. "What is the meaning of this? Today is a family gathering, and you dare to assault a fellow clan member without regard for our family rules. What were you doing here at the start?" Su Ming replied curtly before turning to depart. Ignoring Braun entirely, the crowd shifted uneasily, taken aback by Su Ming's blatant disregard for Braun's authority. Stealing glances at Braun, who looked as though he might erupt with rage. "Stand still," Braun shouted, and when Su Ming did not comply, he pushed through the crowd, intent on teaching Su Ming a lesson. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from outside the hall. "What is going on? Stand down." The crowd turned to see Harry leading a contingent of family elders into the hall. Braun immediately halted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "What are you all doing?" "Engaging in infighting." Harry's voice was grave as he fixed his gaze on Braun. "Grandfather." Braun began, but was quickly interrupted by another voice. "My grandson, what has happened to you?" An elderly man hurried to Bo Wen's side, concern etched on his face. This man was none other than Fuan, who had previously advocated for Su Ming's expulsion from the family. "Grandfather, it was Su Ming who did this. I merely spoke to him, and he assaulted me," Bo Wen exclaimed, feigning innocence. To Fuan's face turned crimson with rage as he whipped his head towards Su Ming. "You waste! How dare you harm my grandson? I will not let this matter rest today." That he then turned to Harry, demanding, "What shall we do about this?" Harry's brow furrowed as he directed a question at Su Ming. "Is this true?" Su Ming nodded, neither denying nor embellishing the encounter. To Harry's expression darkened. Sherry, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Grandfather, it was Bo Wen who instigated this." The young woman recounted the events succinctly upon hearing the full account. Harry's expression soured further as he cast a cold glance at Fuan. "Humph, is this the exemplary grandson you have raised?" he scoffed, turning on his heel and storming away. Fuan's anger simmered silently, unable to find an outlet. "Elder Fuan, keep your grandson in check. Should he speak recklessly again, do not expect me to show mercy," Hodge added, casting a frosty look at Fuan before moving deeper into the hall. He passed Su Ming. He nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Sam also shot Fuan a glance before following suit. He walked by Braun, who continued to glare at Su Ming. Sam frowned slightly and admonished, "Sit properly." After a moment's hesitation, Braun turned and found a seat. "Grandfather," Bo Wen began, but was swiftly silenced by Fuan. "Be quiet, you useless child." Though he felt a pang of frustration, he nonetheless called for help to treat Bo Wen's injuries. Thus, a minor quarrel among the younger generation concluded hastily. The younger members of the clan regarded Su Ming with curiosity, still somewhat bewildered by the events. How had he, once deemed a failure, so effortlessly defeated Bo Wen? Moreover, the elders' swift dismissal of the incident was remarkably unusual. More surprising still was the arrival of Su Ming's father, Alan. Given his previous lack of standing within the family, it seemed that much had transpired during their month-long absence that they were unaware of. As the gathering commenced under Harry's direction, he stood and proclaimed, "Today, I have summoned you all to announce two pieces of joyous news." The crowd fell silent, momentarily puzzled. Was this assembly not meant to celebrate the elder's birthday? What other joyful tidings could there be? Braun smirked slightly, as he and a select few were already privy to the details. Beside Harry, Sam wore a smile, clearly aware that the joyous news pertained to their family. Addressing the curious gazes of the assembly, Harry continued, "The first piece of news is that my grandson Braun has successfully entered the advanced magic class and has become a disciple under Dean George of the Magic Academy in Shisi City." Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a stunned silence before erupting into a cacophony of astonished chatter. "By the heavens! Brother Braun has entered the advanced magic class and become a disciple of Dean George. How incredible!" The younger generation turned their eyes toward Braun, filled with admiration, awe, and respect. "Brother Braun, you are truly remarkable," a young girl spoke, her eyes shimmering with little stars, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Braun's lips curled slightly, a flicker of pride gleaming deep within his gaze. Donglin City, situated at the intersection of two counties, is flanked to the east by two county cities, Shisi City and Suading City. For those in Donglin City aspiring to attend the Mage Academy, there are typically two pathways. One leads to Suading City, and the other to Shisi City. The other young members of the Brook family are enrolled in the Mage Academy in Suading City, while only Braun studies in the one in Shisi City. In comparison to the former, the latter's entrance examination is considerably more challenging, with only two individuals from the Brook family having succeeded in the past. Braun is one of them. The other, of course, is Su Ming. However, it is worth noting that Su Ming only spent half a year at the Mage Academy in Shisi City before successfully gaining admission to the provincial capital's Shili City Mage Academy. Although Braun's accomplishments pale in comparison to Su Ming's past achievements, they are nonetheless impressive within Donglin City. Gaining entry into the advanced magic class signifies a successful advancement to a level 4 mage. At the age of 25, achieving the status of a level 4 mage is quite remarkable for a small place like Donglin City. It is important to remember that even the clan leader, Harry, has only reached the pinnacle of level 5 mage. Moreover, he has also become a disciple of the Academy's headmaster, a formidable level 7 archmage, recognized as a true powerhouse throughout the Far East. Nearby, Sherry appeared somewhat astonished. She turned to Su Ming and noticed his furrowed brow. She hurriedly offered gentle words of comfort. Su Ming, don't be disheartened. If you work hard, you too can reach the pinnacle in the future. I understand, Sister Sherry, Su Ming replied. Coming back to his senses, seeing the concern etched on her face, he found it amusing but still nodded in acknowledgement. What a joke! How could he possibly be affected by such trivial matters? The reason Su Ming had frowned earlier stemmed from other concerns. He was well aware of Brown's advancement to the advanced magic class and his discipleship under the headmaster. However, what puzzled him was the discrepancy in timing. In his previous life, this event had occurred 2 months later. Yet, now it had transpired 2 months ahead of schedule. Could it be the butterfly effect resulting from my rebirth? Su Ming pondered in doubt. On the other side, Hodge congratulated Sam, saying, "Brother, congratulations." The elders of the clan also chimed in with their well wishes. Sam responded to each one, his smile nearly splitting his face in two. He discreetly cast a glance at Alan, who remained silent with his head bowed beside Hodge, a glimmer of triumph and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Once, the brilliance of Su Ming and his father had overshadowed them, leaving them unable to lift their heads. But now, both father and son had been rendered incapable, no longer able to be compared to them. But as for the matter of Su Ming's meridians being restored, Sam had given it little thought. A mere warrior could never stand on par with a level 4 mage. Observing the jubilant atmosphere, Harry nodded approvingly before raising his hand to quiet the crowd, continuing, "The second matter concerns my grandson Su Ming, whose internal meridians have been healed by a master, allowing him to resume his cultivation." Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent, and all eyes turned in unison towards Su Ming. Chapter 16. The Sheen River Manor in the Hall. Nearly everyone focused their attention on Su Ming, their expressions a mix of curiosity and astonishment. A shadow flitted across Brown's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Sam had already informed him of this development. A mere warrior could never compare to someone who was already a level 4 mage. After a few more glances, the others returned their attention elsewhere, treating the matter with indifference. Like Sam, they regarded it as insignificant. After all, a warrior held little status unless they achieved the rank of level 5 or higher. Yet, that was exceedingly difficult. Within the upper echelons of the Brooke family, there were only 2 level 5 warriors. It seemed that becoming a warrior had emboldened him once more. At the table where Brown was seated, Boven's eyes darkened. He finally understood why he had just lost. That a low-level mage was at a disadvantage against a warrior. This was because a low-level mage required time to cast their spells, while a warrior could strike immediately. Only upon reaching level 5 could one cast spells instantaneously, thereby preventing disadvantageous encounters with agile warriors. As mealtime approached, the banquet concluded, and Su Ming and his father, Alan, returned to their residence. They no longer occupied a side room but resided in a separate courtyard. Noticing the look of disheartenment on his father's face, Su Ming offered words of comfort. "Father, there's no need to overthink. I won't let you down." Alan's body trembled slightly as he patted Su Ming's shoulder, replying, "Yes, your father believes in you." After saying this, he retreated to his own room. Watching Alan's departing figure, Su Ming murmured, "Father, please wait a little longer. It won't be long before you can cultivate again." A few days prior, Su Ming had discreetly examined the hidden ailment within Alan's body. He discovered that not only had his mental strength suffered severe damage, but his meridians were also significantly compromised. Given Su Ming's capabilities, healing his injuries would not be particularly challenging. However, many of the necessary medicinal materials were unavailable in Donglin City. Even the Far East Merchant Association would require time to procure them from other regions. But that was not something that could be arranged in a short span. That Su Ming could only wait for now. In the evening, Su Ming stretched and prepared to dine. However, upon opening the door, he found a golden-haired girl standing outside. "Sister Sherry, is there something you need?" Su Ming inquired, a look of curiosity on his face. Today marked the second time Sherry had visited him. "Is it not permissible for me to come without reason?" Sherry shot back, her beautiful eyes narrowing with a hint of playful reproach. a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. Making her appear somewhat adorable. Of course not. Su Ming quickly shook his head, smiling. I'm more than happy to have you here, Sister Sherry. You cheeky boy. Sherry rolled her eyes before stating, come with me. Where to? To the Sheen River Manor, in the city lord's mansion. Within a courtyard, Delia glared coldly at the golden-haired youth before her. Yalman, how many times must I say it? Stop pestering me. Delia, don't be so heartless. Yalman replied, his expression earnest. I've traveled all the way from Shili City just to see you. I genuinely like you. Please give me a chance. I'm sorry, but I do not have any feelings for you. Delia replied without mercy, her voice icy. I'll say this one last time. Do not pursue me any further, or do not blame me for turning hostile. Seeing that the girl showed no mercy, Yalman felt a surge of anger. Delia, don't take this too far. It benefits no one. Upon hearing this slightly threatening remark, Delia's gaze turned frigid. She stepped forward and slapped Yalman across the face, coldly declaring, who do you think you are to threaten me? Do you really think I fear the George family? If it weren't for my aunt, I would have dealt with you long ago, young master. A short distance away, two attendants witnessed their master being struck, their expressions shifting dramatically, yet they dared not intervene. Beside the two attendants stood two young men, who were left dumbfounded by the scene. In this small Donglin city, someone actually dared to strike Yalman. Stunned by the slap, Yalman covered his cheek, disbelief etched across his face, his eyes blazing with fury. Throughout his life, he had only ever hit others and had never been struck himself. What? Do you want to retaliate? Go ahead. Give it a try, Delia scoffed, turning her back on him without even a glance at Yalman's fists clenched tightly, his anger surging, desperately wishing to charge at her. However, reason ultimately quelled his rage. If he dared to harm the girl, not only would he suffer, but his family would also face dire consequences. Yalman cast one last glance at Delia's retreating figure, a shadow of resentment passing through his eyes before he turned away. Leaving the city lord's mansion with his attendants, upon entering her room, Delia complained to her aunt, Joyce, who was meditating. Aunt, that guy is insufferably annoying. I truly wish I could slay him with a single sword. Joyce opened her eyes and smiled. The George family has been quite supportive of me these years. Just consider it a favor to me. Besides, it won't be long before you return to the imperial capital, and you won't have to see him again. Indeed, you instructed Victor to keep a watchful eye, ensuring that rascal does not cause any trouble here. Yes, Aunt, Delia replied before exiting the room. The West Sheen River Manor, a renowned establishment in Donglin City, serves as both a luxurious retreat and a den of indulgence. The expenses within are exorbitantly high, tailored specifically for the nobility. With sufficient gold coins, one can experience treatment akin to that of an emperor. The manor sprawls over dozens of acres, situated along the West Sheen River to the east of Donglin City, hence its name. Its architecture exudes opulence, rivaling even the Lord's mansion of Donglin City. If not surpassing it, a multitude of carriages were stationed at the entrance of the West Sheen River Manor, from which a group of young individuals disembarked, led by Brown. The Brooke family was basking in double happiness. And Harry, in a generous spirit, had allocated nearly 1,000,000 gold coins for Brown to take the younger generation of the Brooke family to the West Sheen River for a well-deserved respite. Su Ming followed closely behind the group, heading towards the manor. He had initially been reluctant to come, but was forcibly dragged along by Shelley. The party first made their way to the manor's dining hall. Intending to indulge in a hearty meal before engaging in further amusements, in a lavish and elegant private dining room, over a dozen young individuals gathered around the table, which was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Each dish demanded hundreds, if not thousands, of gold coins. In addition, there were bottles of red wine priced at over 100,000 each. The blonde maiden picked up a bottle of wine, commencing to pour for everyone. She filled Brown's glass first before attending to the others. When she reached Su Ming, the bottle was unfortunately empty. The maiden glanced at the empty bottle, feigning apology. Oh dear, Su Ming, I'm so sorry. It seems we've run out just as we reached you. Then she turned to Brown, tentatively suggesting, Brother Brown, shall we order another bottle? However, Brown frowned and shook his head. No, the La Tach wine is too expensive, costing tens of thousands for a single bottle. The funds provided by my grandfather are only enough for two. Upon hearing this, the maiden turned to Su Ming, pretending to be apologetic. Su Ming, I truly apologize. I did not expect it to run out just at your turn. Su Ming raised his head. noticing that although the maiden appeared apologetic, there was a glint of mockery and mischief in her eyes. It was evident that she was being deliberately provocative. The others noticed as well, yet no one spoke up, all wearing expressions of amusement. Only Shelley looked displeased, casting a fierce glare at the maiden and sliding her own glass towards Su Ming. Su Ming, you can have mine. The maiden's expression shifted slightly. She opened her mouth to say something, but, upon seeing Shelley's icy demeanor, chose to remain silent. No need, Sister Shelley. Su Ming returned the wine glass and glanced at the maiden. He recalled that her name was Miranda, apparently the sister of Bowen. Amused by her identity, Su Ming found her antics rather childish, resorting to such petty tricks. However, since she wished to play, he decided to indulge her. Su Ming summoned a servant waiting outside the private room. Sir, how may I assist you? What is the most expensive wine you have here? Su Ming inquired. The servant hesitated momentarily before responding with a professional smile. Sir, the most expensive red wine we offer is called Amethyst Love. How many bottles would you like? Su Ming nodded lightly, refraining from asking the price, and simply stated, bring me 3 bottles. This declaration left the assembly momentarily stunned. Brown was the first to regain his composure, leaping to his feet and glaring at Su Ming. Su Ming, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much Amethyst Love costs per bottle? The others regarded Su Ming with incredulous expressions. Though they had not tasted Amethyst Love, they had certainly heard of it. Rumor had it that a single bottle approached 1 million gold coins. Su Ming's audacity in ordering 3 bottles was nothing short of madness. Su Ming cast a glance at Brown, unfazed. Rest assured, you need not concern yourself with the payment. Brown's expression faltered. Then he scoffed. Very well, I shall be keen to observe how you manage today. Su Ming, indifferent, turned back to the servant, frowning. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? The servant acknowledged with an "oh," and swiftly exited the private room. Su Ming, what are you doing? Shelley asked, her face filled with concern. Amethyst Love costs nearly 1 million gold coins a bottle. Have you gone mad? Su Ming flashed a reassuring look at the maiden, signaling her not to worry. Seeing Su Ming's unwavering confidence, Shelley found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, after the servant departed, he did not immediately fetch the wine, but instead reported the matter to the dining hall's manager. What did you say? The guests in room 8 ordered 3 bottles of Amethyst Love. The manager, a burly man with dark hair, standing nearly 2 meters tall, bore a fierce countenance, appearing rather unapproachable. Upon hearing this news, he was taken aback. He reviewed the records and learned of Su Ming and his companion's background. It turned out they were the young scions of the Brooke family. What a bunch of spendthrifts. Ordering 3 bottles of Amethyst Love at once, he muttered under his breath, a hint of scorn in his gaze. Sir, should we still deliver the wine? The servant asked cautiously. She had informed the manager due to her apprehension that Su Ming and his party might be unable to settle the bill. If that were the case, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. The manager nodded. Deliver it. Though the Brooke family has seen better days, they can still afford a few bottles of wine. The private room door swung open, and the servant entered, cradling 3 bottles of Amethyst Love. Sir, here is your wine. Please enjoy. She placed the Amethyst Love on the dining table and respectfully withdrew. The attention of the entire group was instantly drawn to the table, where 3 bottles of Amethyst Love stood regally. The bottles, crafted from crystal glass, revealed the deep purple liquid within. Unlike other red wines, this one was remarkably clear, exuding an ethereal, translucent quality, resembling genuine amethyst. Gulping audibly, the group swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the 3 bottles of Amethyst Love. Such a fine wine was rarely within reach, even for individuals of their stature. Nearly 1 million gold coins per bottle. The Brooke family's financial resources had not yet reached such heights. Not only the others, but even Brown found himself momentarily entranced. With such a renowned wine before them, it would be a lie to say he was not tempted. Even Shelley, typically reserved, felt a stir of desire, for she was ultimately still a girl under 20, incapable of complete detachment from material wants. Throughout this spectacle, only Su Ming maintained an unflappable demeanor, a being of supreme divinity. He had witnessed far more than this. Even if a divine elixir capable of resurrecting the dead were placed before him, he would scarcely spare it a glance. Shelley, here, let me fill your glass. Su Ming said, reaching for one of the bottles, but was halted by the maiden. Su Ming, please put it back. It's not something we can afford. With a smile, Su Ming declined to explain and attempted to uncork the bottle. only to be interrupted by Brown's sharp voice. Su Ming, cease this at once. Brown's piercing gaze bore into him. Su Ming paused, coolly responding, are you really going to dictate what I do with the wine I purchased? Humph, purchased? Brown scoffed. If you truly had the means, you would pay up front, rather than pretending to be generous while allowing your family to settle the bill. He was acutely aware that the family would undoubtedly cover the costs. The reasoning was simple. If they were unable to pay for merely 2 bottles of wine, how could they still claim to be the foremost noble family in Donglan City? Initially, he had intended to enjoy watching Su Ming make a fool of himself. But upon further reflection, he suspected that Su Ming's actions were likely a form of retaliation against the family to prevent any financial embarrassment for the Brooke family. He felt compelled to intervene. As Brown's words resonated, the others began to grasp the implication, casting scornful glares at Su Ming. Su Ming, I never imagined you to be not only useless, but also so selfish. Su Ming, return the wine. Do not let your personal desires bring financial ruin to the family. They all chastised him. Adopting a superior stance, Shelley's brows furrowed slightly before she turned to Su Ming, gently urging, Su Ming, just return it. Su Ming flashed a smile at the young girl, then turned his gaze towards the crowd, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He chose not to speak, but leisurely withdrew 3 resplendent golden cards from his storage ring. The golden cards were adorned with an array of peculiar runes, with a radiant star at the center, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. The moment the golden cards came into view, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Golden star cards. How could this be possible? Brow furrowed. Brown stared intently at the 3 golden cards. It was no wonder everyone reacted so dramatically. To facilitate large transactions, the Starfire Empire had deliberately issued various high-denomination golden cards. They ranged from gold, platinum, red gold, to purple gold. The gold star card was worth 10,000, the platinum 100,000, the red gold 1,000,000, and the purple gold 10 million. The 3 red gold star cards in Su Ming's possession equated to 3 million gold coins. As Su Ming placed the 3 red gold star cards down, he uncorked a bottle amidst the stunned expressions of the onlookers. This time, no one dared to speak. Sister Sherry, stop dawdling and give it a try. Su Ming poured half a glass for the girl. Sherry snapped out of her reverie. Her gaze towards Su Ming filled with complexity. She realized she could no longer fully comprehend him. Don't just stand there. How does it taste? The girl ceased her hesitation, clinked her glass with Su Ming's, and took a delicate sip. In that instant, a rich, aromatic sensation spread throughout her mouth. Su Ming also took a gentle sip. But upon tasting the beverage, his brow furrowed slightly. In his opinion, the flavor of this purple crystal romance was rather mediocre, especially when compared to the wines he had savored in his previous life. The crowd soon regained their senses, and Brown, with a sullen expression, gritted his teeth and inquired, Su Ming, where did you procure such wealth? Su Ming glanced at him, replying coolly, you seem to be overly concerned. Brown, furious, let out a cold snort and fell silent. The others, after their initial shock, gazed longingly at the 3 bottles of purple crystal romance on the table. They too were eager to discover the flavor of the purple crystal romance. Yet none could muster the courage to solicit Su Ming. Deep down, everyone looked down on Su Ming. Having previously questioned him so fiercely, they felt it would be beneath them to ask him now. Fearing it would appear as if they were capitulating, observing the crowd's eager expressions, Su Ming remarked nonchalantly, if you wish to drink, serve yourselves. Still, no one moved. A few, including Brown, displayed flashes of anger in their eyes. To them, Su Ming's demeanor resembled that of a benefactor doling out charity. However, several younger individuals, with faces filled with desire, truly yearned to taste what the purple crystal romance had to offer. Ignoring the crowd, Su Ming turned to Miranda with a smile. What are you waiting for? Pour the wine. Meeting Su Ming's ambiguous gaze, Miranda felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, rising to awkwardly say, you all go ahead. I need to use the restroom. With that, she hastily exited the private room. The remaining guests continued their meal, but after Su Ming's display, the initial atmosphere had dissipated. The once delectable dishes now felt like chewing wax. Where is Miranda? Bowen murmured with a frown, and a girl beside him stood up, saying, Bowen, I'll go check. The girl left the private room, only to return shortly with a panicked expression, exclaiming, this is bad. Miranda has been bullied. Chapter 18. Conflict. What exactly happened? Explain it clearly. Bowen quickly stepped forward, his face darkening as he interrogated the girl. Although frightened, she recounted the events swiftly. After finishing her business in the restroom, she had searched around and found Miranda being harassed by a young man. Infuriated, Miranda had slapped the young man fiercely, only to provoke him further as he retaliated with 2 harsh slaps of his own. Bowen, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage and shouted, "Where is he? Take me there. We'll go see as well." Brown led the group out of the private room. Su Ming, "We're heading over too." Sherry rose and walked alongside Su Ming. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled that in his past life, there was no such incident. After Harry's banquet, Brown had brought the younger generation to the West Ean River Manor for celebration. And nothing untoward had occurred. Though Su Ming had not attended, he had heard of it appeared that certain events had indeed altered. He mused internally as the group exited the private room with a fierce demeanor. The servant stationed outside changed his expression and hastily departed. They traversed a corridor and arrived at a corner, where 2 young men were engaged in a brawl. One of them was Bowen, while beside them stood Miranda, holding her cheek, her eyes reddened, tears welling up. Su Ming frowned slightly. He noticed 2 vivid handprints on either side of the girl's face. Initially, Bowen and the young man exchanged blows. But soon they escalated to magic. As magic was employed, Bowen began to falter, clearly outmatched by his opponent. Witnessing this, Brown rushed in to assist. With the addition of the 4th-level magician, the young man was quickly subdued. "Humph, you scoundrel, dare to bully my sister." Bowen kicked the young man twice in anger. Still not feeling satisfied, he delivered 2 more kicks. "You dare to strike me. You'll regret this." The young man clutched his head, glaring furiously at Bowen. "Humph, still threatening me. I'll kick you to death." Bowen retaliated with another 2 kicks, coldly stating, "You filthy cur, don't step out without checking the calendar. You dare to provoke anyone? If this were outside, my grandfather would surely end you." The young man, groaning from the kicks, shouted, "Scoundrel, if you have the guts, leave your name." Bowen scoffed, "You wish to seek revenge? Listen well, my name remains unchanged, Bowenbrook." After delivering several more kicks, he turned to Miranda and said, "Sister, let us go." With that, the group departed, returning to the private room. As the last to leave, Su Ming cast a glance at the young man sprawled on the ground. His brow furrowing slightly, he felt a nagging familiarity with the figure, but couldn't place it. Just as Su Ming and the others were departing, a middle-aged man with brown hair appeared from the opposite corner, accompanied by a servant. Upon seeing the moaning young man on the ground, the middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. "Sir, are you all right?" He rushed forward, panic etched on his face as he helped the young man up, inquiring about the situation with utmost care. "Humph, you bastard, dare to strike me? Just you wait," the young man huffed, shaking off the middle-aged man's grasp, his expression darkening as he hastily strode in a particular direction. The middle-aged man hurriedly followed. Before long, the young man pushed open the door to a lavish private room. Inside, a group of individuals were drinking and reveling. Each person was attended by a fair-skinned, beautiful servant. Upon seeing the young man enter with a battered face, the expressions of several individuals in the room shifted. The golden-haired youth seated at the head of the table asked in a deep voice, "Jeff, what happened to you?" The young man was none other than Yalman, who had recently failed in pursuing Delia at the Lord's mansion. The injured young man, named Jeff, was one of the 2 companions accompanying him. "I just encountered a little girl outside." Jeff did not conceal anything and quickly recounted the events in a way. "Jeff, you were actually beaten in such a small place. If this gets out, won't people laugh to death?" A golden-haired youth beside Yalman chimed in mockingly. His name was Hell, another young man accompanying Yalman. Seated next to Yalman were 2 other youths, notorious rascals in Donglin's city, Hanson and Moses. They had recently met Yalman and his companions while wandering the city, and upon learning their identities, they had eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves, showering Yalman with flattery. Seizing the opportunity, they had brought the group to West Ean River Manor, intending to treat them well and strengthen their relationship. At this moment, the 2 were utterly astonished. In Donglin City, someone dared to offend these individuals. Truly, they were courting death. Bang! Yalman slammed his palm on the table, erupting with fury. "Dare to lay hands on my brother? You seeking death." Across from him, a golden-haired middle-aged man quickly rose, saying, "My lord, please calm your anger. I will handle this matter." The middle-aged man, named Morton, was indeed the proprietor of the West Ean River Manor. Yalman nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further speech. The sense of relief washed over Morton. Yalman held a position of high esteem, and he could not afford to offend him. Master Jeff, are you aware of the background of those ruffians? Jeff nodded and replied with a voice laced with contempt. Yes, that scoundrel claims his name is Bowen Brooke. Just then, a brown-haired middle-aged man entered the room. In truth, he had arrived earlier, but had hesitated to enter freely. Waiting outside instead. Boss, it's that young brat from the Brooke family. He stepped forward and quickly relayed the servant's report along with his own conjectures. Upon hearing this, Morton's expression darkened, and he said coldly, I was wondering who had the audacity to cause a ruckus on my territory. It turns out to be the brat from the Brooke family. Ackerman, go fetch that group of rascals for me. Yes, boss, replied the middle-aged man named Ackerman, immediately exiting. Jeff turned to Morton and asked, what kind of entity is the Brooke family? Are they formidable? Morton did not conceal the truth and swiftly elaborated on the situation regarding the Brooke family. Upon hearing this, Jeff's anger flared, exclaiming, damn it, I thought they were something significant. Turns out they're merely a viscount from a small county, daring to challenge me. Just wait and see how I deal with that scoundrel later. Yalman and Hell also seethed with indignation. Given their illustrious backgrounds, it was a humiliation to be insulted by a noble scion from a petty county. If word of this got out, it would be an absolute disgrace. Hansen and Moses exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes, particularly Hansen, who was nearly bursting with exhilaration. Ever since he had been humiliated by Su Ming, he had been plotting his revenge, but was warned by his father. What? To bide his time until Harry's birthday banquet to exact his vengeance. Although Hansen was deeply dissatisfied, he dared not oppose what. During this time, he had been harboring immense frustration, wishing he could immediately make Su Ming pay dearly. Little did he expect that today, the latter would come to him. Heh, let's see how you handle this, Hansen thought to himself with a cold smirk. The three families had originally planned to confront the Brooke family at Harry's banquet. But it seemed that might no longer be necessary. Provoking the individuals before him was far more perilous than antagonizing the Brooke family. The two could already foresee the impending downfall of the Brooke family. Chapter 19. Morton Miranda. What exactly transpired just now? In the private room, Brown inquired of the young girl. Until now, they remained perplexed about the incident. Miranda wiped her reddened eyes, her expression one of grievance as she recounted the events. Earlier, feeling out of sorts, she had stepped outside the dining area for a stroll. Upon her return, she encountered the aforementioned young man, who approached her with lewd intentions and laid hands on her. In her already foul mood, Miranda slapped him across the face. This, however, provoked the young man, who retaliated without mercy, striking her twice. By the end of her tale, Miranda was sobbing uncontrollably. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. That bastard got off too easily, Bowen seethed, anger rekindling within him. Brother Brown, if we engage in a scuffle here, we provoke the owner behind the West Ean River Manor. A youth beside Brown expressed his concern. At this, the others stiffened. Morton, the owner of the West Ean River Manor, had suddenly appeared decades ago in Donglan City, constructing this opulent estate by the banks of the West Ean River. Initially, a few second-rate nobles in Donglan City sought to stake their claim, hoping to carve out a piece of the pie. However, those nobles' upper echelons were swiftly eradicated overnight, with Morton being the one who executed them. The news caused a sensation throughout Donglan City. What shocked the populace even more was the utter inaction of the city lord's manor following such a significant event. Speculation ran rampant that Morton's background was formidable, to the extent that even the city lord's manor dared not act against him. From that point onward, very few had the audacity to stir trouble at the West Ean River Manor. Brown furrowed his brow, fully aware of the consequences of causing a ruckus at the manor. Yet, given the circumstances at hand, he could not merely stand by and watch his kin be bullied. Fear not. We are, after all, members of the Brooke family, and as we did not initiate the conflict, I trust that Mr. Morton would not trouble us over such a minor affair, with Brown's reassurance. The worries on the faces of the others gradually dissipated, and Bowen chimed in. Exactly. We are members of the Brooke family. Surely Mr. Morton would not inconvenience us for such a wretched cur. Everyone nodded in agreement. Feeling the rationale in their words, the Brooke family was, after all, one of the three premier noble families of Donglan City, with substantial power. Morton was a businessman and would undoubtedly not trouble them over trivial matters. Subsequently, they resumed their meal, filled with laughter and merriment. As before, no one paid any attention to Su Ming. Naturally, no one dared to target him again, fearing another public humiliation. But Su Ming, however, remained indifferent to their antics. At that moment, he was pondering another matter. Just a while ago, he had finally recalled where he had seen that young man before. At the Wesley City Mage Academy, Su Ming remembered that he seemed to be a well-known lackey of a notorious wastrel at the academy. Su Ming could not recall the wastrel's name, but it appeared that he hailed from a powerful family, rivaling that of his own foe, Hobbs. Once, Su Ming had witnessed a conflict between the two. Yet the wastrel emerged unscathed. This indicated that his family's influence was surely not inferior to that of Hobbs. Otherwise, given Hobbs' vindictive nature, he would never have let the matter slide. Thus, it became clear that the young man just encountered was from Wesley City and likely held a position of some significance. Su Ming felt a sense of unease. How could a wastrel from Wesley City come to a small place like Donglin City? But then he deduced that his arrival might have some connection to that official. Speaking of which, Su Ming found it peculiar in his previous life that official had never visited Donglin City. That it seemed that due to his rebirth, the future trajectory had begun to shift, while Su Ming was lost in thought. The door was suddenly thrust open with force, and the burly Ackerman strode in. The expressions of those present soured, their gazes directed at the intruder with displeasure. Ackerman scanned the room, and, with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ackerman, the one in charge of this establishment." The crowd's expressions shifted subtly, and they instinctively glanced at Brown. Though Brown had his suspicions, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Mr. Ackerman, is there something you need?" Ackerman nodded. "Indeed, there is a matter. Are you all under the impression that causing a ruckus and assaulting people here will simply be overlooked?" "Humph, who told that scoundrel to lay hands on my sister?" "He should consider himself fortunate that I didn't kill him," Bowen retorted coldly, unafraid of Ackerman's reveal of his identity. "How oblivious," Ackerman thought with a sneer, then spoke coolly. "You may discuss this with our boss. Would you prefer that I escort you, or will you come willingly?" The group paled slightly, sensing an ominous undertone in Ackerman's words, and their gazes turned toward Brown. Brown's brow furrowed. He first offered a reassuring glance to the others, and then stood to say, "Sir, the preceding incident was provoked. How about I accompany you to clarify matters with Lord Morton?" Ackerman's expression darkened sharply. "Did I not make myself clear? Our boss wishes to see you." Given the lack of respect from the other party, Brown's expression also turned slightly grim. "Let us not raise a fuss. We will accompany you." He spoke in a low tone, his demeanor no longer accommodating that the foremost member of the younger generation of the Brooke family. Having recently attained the rank of a level 4 mage, Brown also held his own pride. Quite the temper. I hope you can maintain it later," Ackerman said with a cold laugh, leading the way. "Let us proceed." Brown rose and led the group out of the private room. Su Ming and Sherry followed closely behind. As they departed, Su Ming stored the 2 unopened bottles of purple crystal love in his storage ring. Although he found them unremarkable, they could serve as a treat for Alan. The group trailed behind Ackerman, and soon they arrived at the private room where Yalman and the others were gathered. "Please, our boss awaits you inside." Ackerman opened the door to the private room, gesturing for everyone to enter. The room was spacious, nearly 100 square meters, adorned with luxurious and elegant decor, a stark contrast to the modest room occupied by Su Ming and his companions. As the group stepped inside, it felt far from crowded. "Boss, they have arrived," Ackerman respectfully addressed Morton. The latter nodded, turning his gaze towards Su Ming and the others, while the remaining occupants of the room also directed their attention towards them. Hansen scanned the crowd, and upon spotting Su Ming at the back, a surge of elation welled up in his eyes. Initially, he had worried that Su Ming might not show up, but now, his concerns dissipated. He could finally seek vengeance for the grievances of that day. Morton withdrew his gaze and stood up, addressing Jeff. "My lord, the guests are here, at your disposal." Witnessing this exchange, Brown and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Their hearts sinking. Morton's demeanor indicated Jeff's extraordinary status. Brown and the others were caught off guard. Jeff rose, casting a cold smirk towards Bowen. You dog, I warned you that I would make you regret it." Though Bowen's legs trembled, he mustered the courage to retort, "Don't you dare act recklessly. We are members of the Brooke family. If you dare lay a hand on me, my grandfather and the others will not let you off easily." At this, laughter erupted from the crowd, causing Bowen and his companions to feel a chill run down their spines. "What are you laughing at?" Miranda asked weakly. The crowd continued to chuckle, their mirth unabated. After a considerable pause, they finally subdued their laughter, and Jeff regarded Miranda with a mocking expression. "Oh dear, so you are from the Brooke family. I'm so frightened." His teasing tone was unmistakable. Even Brown, despite his ignorance, could sense the underlying tension. With a cold glare, Brown replied, "You are being excessive. Do you truly believe the Brooke family fears you?" "Huh. Quite the fiery temper," Jeff remarked, his expression suddenly turning frigid as he instructed Morton. "Take care of this brat." Morton nodded but refrained from intervening himself, instead signaling Ackman. Understanding the cue, Ackman charged towards Brown. Brown's complexion paled as he hurriedly recited a spell, preparing to cast a defense. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ackman was a level 4 warrior, a seasoned combatant with ample experience. The swift attack was beyond the capabilities of Brown, a mere novice level 4 mage, after no more than 3 exchanges. Ackman had Brown on the ground. Big Brother Brown. Bowen and the others' faces turned pale, fear evident in their eyes. If the strongest among them, Brown, could be taken down so easily, they stood no chance. Yet Bowen still attempted to bluster. "If you dare harm Big Brother Brown, the Brooke family will never let this slide." Morton was speechless, realizing that even at this juncture, the young man failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He looked at Bowen with pity. "Young man, let me enlighten you. Not even the Lord's residents would dare to act recklessly in front of these esteemed individuals." "What?" Bowen and the others felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing. If even the Lord's residents could not afford to offend these people, what manner of individuals were they? In the back, Su Ming observed the unfolding drama with a tinge of disappointment. However, he quickly came to terms with it. After all, they were merely 17 or 18-year-olds, sheltered by their families and unaccustomed to real adversity. Their reactions were entirely understandable. Su Ming composed himself, refraining from rushing to Brown's aid. It wasn't he that he harbored a grudge. Rather, he believed Brown and the others were far too arrogant, particularly Brown, who had recently ascended to a level 4 mage and had become quite proud. A lesson now would be beneficial for their future growth. While he could maintain his composure, the same could not be said for Shirley, who was on the verge of taking action. As she prepared to intervene, Su Ming grasped her arm, shaking his head gently and murmuring, "Sister Shirley, even if you rush in, you won't be able to help. But we can't just stand by and do nothing," Shirley exclaimed anxiously. Although she held no particular fondness for Brown, he was still a member of the Brooke family, and she found it unbearable to watch him suffer. "Don't worry, nothing will happen," Su Ming reassured her. Offering a comforting glance, Shirley had no choice but to bide her time. As Ackman prepared to strike Brown again, Bowen suddenly knelt, pleading with the group, "Please, stop. Spare Big Brother Brown. It was all my fault. I am willing to apologize to this esteemed gentleman, B. Brother." Miranda shuddered, tears streaming down her face. Su Ming was taken aback, surprised by Bowen's unexpected sense of responsibility. Ackman paused, directing his gaze towards Jeff, who remained silent, his eyes glinting with amusement as he regarded Bowen. "And how do you intend to apologize?" Bowen, thinking that they might be spared, felt a flicker of hope, yet found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, given the other party's status, how could he possibly make amends? Noticing Bowen's turmoil, Jeff stepped forward with a sly smile. "I have a suggestion. This." He turned his attention to the enchanting Miranda. Bowen's expression shifted as he heard Jeff's next words. "It would be simple for me to let you go. Just have your sister and those other ladies stay behind to entertain me and my friends for a few days. How about that?" "Quite the bargain, wouldn't you say?" The moment those words left his lips, Miranda and the other women's expressions changed dramatically. Panic evident in their eyes, Jeff's gaze roamed over the ladies, a lascivious glimmer flickering within. The sight of their alarmed and helpless faces only heightened his excitement. He craved the feeling of having others completely at his mercy. Bowen's face shifted between emotions, grappling with the outrageous demand that seemed impossible to fulfill. "Enough, you scoundrel. If you wish to kill us, do so without such humiliation." Shirley could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, glaring at Jeff, her beautiful eyes icy with rage, filled with the impulse to strike him down. Upon seeing Shirley, the eyes of several individuals in the private room lit up. Well, What a treasure this little family possesses. I truly am fortunate. Jeff's gaze greedily roamed over Shirley, growing more enamored with each passing moment. The girl, with her bright eyes and white teeth, golden hair cascading over her shoulders, and a delicate, beautiful face, was clad in a blue gown that accentuated her well-developed figure. More importantly, she radiated an air of coldness and pride akin to a snow lotus, evoking an instinctual desire to conquer her. Initially standing in the back, Shirley had gone unnoticed by the occupants of the room. "Beautiful girl, what is your name?" Jeff leered, reaching out to touch Shirley's porcelain-like face. "Remove your filthy hands." The girl's brows furrowed, and with a swift slap, she batted his hand away. Still a little firecracker. "I quite like that." Jeff chuckled, seemingly unperturbed, turning to Ackman. "Keep the women here, and break the legs of the men. Toss them out when I'm done having my fun." "Yes, my lord," Ackman replied, advancing towards Bowen and the others. Their faces paled, terror etched in their expressions. "Stop." Shirley's countenance shifted, ready to intervene, but Jeff intercepted her. "Little beauty, perhaps you should mind your own business." Jeff sneered as he approached Shirley, but in the next moment, he was struck with tremendous force, screaming as he was sent flying. The assailant was none other than Su Ming, who stepped forward to shield Shirley, his gaze coldly surveying the room. "Now, allow me to entertain you." The room fell silent, shock rippling through the crowd as all eyes turned towards the slender figure standing resolutely. "Who exactly are you?" "Su Ming." "You?" Shirley gasped, covering her mouth, utterly astonished that Su Ming would rise to the occasion at such a moment. Even more surprising was that she had not sensed his earlier move at all. In fact, no one at IT was only when Jeff was sent flying that they finally reacted. Yao-Ming's expression darkened ominously. "Kid, do you know what you are doing?" Su Ming flexed his fists, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am merely putting a dog in its place. You are being reckless." Yao-Ming was filled with rage. However, Su Ming paid him no heed and turned to the young girl with a smile, saying, "Sister Sherry, please take them away. I will handle this here." Sherry regained her composure and shook her head, replying, "Su Ming, we should leave together." Su Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, insisted, "Sister Sherry, I will hold them off. You must leave and inform Grandpa and the others." Yet, before Sherry could protest further, Su Ming interrupted her. "Do not worry. I will be fine. Trust me." Strangely enough, upon meeting Su Ming's confident gaze, Sherry found herself believing him, reminded of the time Su Ming single-handedly defeated a group of henchmen. She clenched her teeth and cautioned, "Su Ming, be careful." With that, she swiftly helped the fallen Brown to his feet, signaling the others to leave quickly. "Stop them," Yao-Ming bellowed. Ackman dashed toward the box door, but Su Ming intercepted him midway. Seeking death, Ackman retorted coldly, swinging his fist toward Su Ming's face. His punch, infused with fighting spirit, whistled through the air, exuding a terrifying force. Su Ming stood his ground, raising his fist to meet the attack. Witnessing this, Hansen and Moses exchanged knowing smirks, convinced that Su Ming was finished. Suddenly, a crack echoed as Ackman's bones shattered, and he was sent flying by a violent force, crashing into the wall not far away, leaving a human-shaped dent in the wooden structure. The room fell silent in astonishment, with all eyes fixed incredulously on Su Ming. Those who were aware of Su Ming's background, particularly Hansen and his companions, were even more shocked, their mouths agape in disbelief. The notorious waste of Donglin City had just defeated a seasoned fourth-tier warrior with a single punch, an utterly inconceivable feat. Brown and the others were solely focused on fleeing, too terrified to look back. Otherwise, they would have been utterly astonished. Only Sherry, trailing behind, glanced back out of concern, witnessing Ackman being hurled through the air, her mouth agape in shock. Yet, she dared not linger and hurriedly followed the others. Su Ming approached and closed the box door, then turned with a smile, addressing the remaining crowd. "Well then, we can indulge ourselves now." Yao-Ming's expression darkened as he rose, coldly declaring, "You are quite remarkable. Boy, if I do not make you understand what true power is today, I shall not be called Yao-Ming." Upon hearing this, Hansen and Moses chuckled. Indeed, Su Ming's strength had surpassed their expectations, but what of it? In the face of Yao-Ming, even the so-called strongest master of Donglin City, Victor, would kneel. As Yao-Ming prepared to order his men to eliminate Su Ming, Hell suddenly interjected, "Brother Yao-Ming, do you not find this boy strikingly familiar?" Yao-Ming turned his head, asking, "Familiar to whom?" Hell replied, He is the same boy from the incident at the Mage Academy a while back. You mean that rapist? Yao-Ming's expression hardened as he recalled recent events. The rumors surrounding Su Ming had been rampant in Shili City. Yao-Ming had indeed heard of them, but he spent most of his time indulging in pleasures, rarely appearing at the academy. Thus, he had never seen Su Ming and did not even know his name. Yes, that's him, Hell confirmed, nodding as he realized Su Ming's identity. However, he found it perplexing. How could someone who had been rendered useless still possess such formidable strength? Yao-Ming, unfazed by the confusion, glared at Su Ming. Boy, since you have been in Shili City, you must have heard of my reputation and know the consequences of crossing me, right? Su Ming casually pulled out a chair, sitting down with an air of nonchalance, unperturbed by Yao-Ming's imposing presence, and replied with a faint smile, "Of course, I've heard. The spendthrift of the George family, who once pilfered his family's magical scrolls merely to win a lady's smile, only to be dragged back by his own father and have his legs broken." As he spoke, Su Ming flashed a grin at Yao-Ming, whose face had turned a deep shade of anger. "With such notoriety, how could I not have heard of you? You insolent wretch, you seek death." Yao-Ming roared, directing his ire at Morton. "Break this scoundrel's legs. I shall personally make an example of him." "Yes, my lord," Morton replied, rising and approaching Su Ming with a smile. "Young Master Su Ming, it is truly astonishing. Having recently lost your magical prowess, you have somehow become a warrior. This talent and spirit are commendable." As he concluded, he even began to applaud, his eyes reflecting admiration. Yet, the next moment, his expression turned icy. "But young Master Su Ming's judgment appears lacking. You have offended someone you should not have, and no amount of talent will save you." Even faced with Morton, a renowned expert of Donglin City, Su Ming remained calm, smiling as he replied, "You should consider carefully. Are you truly willing to oppose me for the sake of a few wastrels? Perhaps I am more formidable than they." "Heh," Morton chuckled, his eyes filled with derision. The others joined in, their expressions a mix of amusement and disdain. Hansen could not help but mock. "Su Ming, you must still be dreaming. You, a waste, dare to compare yourself to young Master Yao-Ming. Indeed, he has the powerful Brooke family backing him." Moses chimed in, emphasizing the name Brooke with palpable scorn. Su Ming turned to the two who were mocking him, his expression suddenly darkening as he declared, "Enough." His voice thundered, echoing within the box. The crowd felt a deafening roar in their ears, their heads spinning in dizziness. Moses and Hansen, at the forefront, fainted on the spot, blood trickling from their orifices. Moments later, the others regained their senses and stared in horror at Su Ming, who sat calmly in his chair as if nothing had transpired. Behind Yao-Ming, two guards hastily moved to shield him, their expressions wary as they regarded Su Ming. With their strength, they had felt a brief mental shock just moments ago. Morton scrutinized Su Ming with a mixture of suspicion and awe, asking in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" The earlier mental assault had been akin to the full-force strike of a fifth-tier mage. How could a boy of merely 17 or 18 years old possibly wield such power? Coupled with Su Ming's extraordinary demeanor, Morton began to suspect that the youth before him was not merely a boy but a being of ancient wisdom, perhaps hundreds of years old. This sentiment was shared by Yao-Ming and the others, who felt that Su Ming's current demeanor and strength were a far cry from the rumors they had heard. Chapter 22. Ceased this instantly outside the West Ean River Manor. Sherry and the others had successfully escaped. "This time, we owe it all to Su Ming. Otherwise, we would have been doomed," a young boy remarked in a low voice, his eyes reflecting lingering fright. The others nodded in agreement, and a girl voiced her concern. "I wonder how brother Su Ming is faring now." Her eyes revealed a newfound worry, and she suddenly found Su Ming less unbearable. While some worried for Su Ming, others held a different opinion. "Humph, this all began because of him. If he had not provoked my sister, she would not have gone out and encountered those subsequent troubles." Bowen scoffed, his eyes devoid of gratitude and laced with resentment. To him, all the blame lay squarely on Su Ming. "Bowen, how can you say that? Brother Su Ming saved us. Even if you are ungrateful, you should not say such things," the previously speaking girl retorted, her beautiful eyes glaring at Bowen with indignation. "Humph, my brother is right. This matter is indeed Su Ming's fault," Miranda chimed in, her gaze filled with resentment. She never considered that had she not instigated things first, Su Ming would not have retaliated. "How can you be like this?" The girl's face flushed with anger as she glared at the two. Sherry furrowed her brow, about to intervene, but Brown interjected, "Enough." Silence. Both parties fell silent, though their eyes remained filled with displeasure. "Get in the carriage quickly," Brown commanded, swiftly climbing into the carriage, followed closely by the others. The group hastened their pace, racing towards the Brooke family estate. Outside the manor, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows of a nearby building. He glanced in the direction Sherry and the others had departed before vanishing into thin air within the box. Su Ming looked at Morton with a faint smile. "What do you think I am?" Morton was taken aback for a moment, then composed himself and replied with a smile, "Young Master Su Ming, I admit I have indeed misjudged the situation, but having offended Lord Yaoman, you must pay the price today." Su Ming, seemingly unfazed, chuckled. "That depends on whether you possess the capability to do so. Rest assured." "Young Master Su Ming, I will certainly meet your expectations," Morton said, still smiling one moment, only to suddenly strike the next. Like a bolt of lightning, he appeared before Su Ming in the blink of an eye. His fist engulfed with fighting spirit, creating a thunderous roar as it struck the air. "Earth flow walled." Su Ming uttered 2 words, as if invoking divine retribution. That a rich accumulation of earth elements coalesced into a yellow-brown earthen wall that materialized before him. Morton's fist collided with the wall, producing a deafening boom. Crack, crack. The earthen wall instantly mended its fissures, threatening to shatter at any moment. "Thunderstrike," Su Ming called out again, grasping at the air with his palm. A golden bolt of lightning cleaved through the roof, directly striking Morton. The speed was so swift that he had no time to react. Windblade. Without granting Morton a moment to recover, Su Ming unleashed another attack. A blue wind blade formed between his fingers, shooting toward Morton with unerring precision. Having just been struck by the lightning, Morton now felt the deafening roar of the wind blade rushing toward him. Upon focusing his gaze, his expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly summoned his fighting spirit to envelop his body. Clang, clang, clang. The blue wind blade sliced against his protective barrier, emitting a series of metallic clashes. Though the events may seem prolonged in recounting, they transpired in mere seconds. Su Ming's rapid succession of attacks left several onlookers in a state of astonishment. Instantaneous casting of magic, and of 3 elemental attributes no less. How could this be possible? In front of Yaoman, 2 guards exhibited expressions of shock, thoroughly startled by Su Ming's prowess. Yaoman and Hell, the 2 young scions, were equally dumbfounded, having completely lost their composure. Though they were spoiled youths, their insight was not superficial. 2 elemental attributes were already hailed as genius. 3 were the stuff of legend. Such prodigious talent was virtually non-existent throughout the entire Western Mountain Province. Moreover, the fact that he could cast instantaneous magic at such a young age transcended the mere label of genius. He was a veritable monstrosity. For the first time, a sense of foreboding crept into Yaoman's mind. He suddenly felt that he might have provoked a formidable adversary this time. This sentiment was not exclusive to him. Morton harbored similar thoughts. With a tri-elemental magical talent capable of instantaneous casting at such a young age, it was evident even to Morton that Su Ming would possess an illustrious future. Yet, he had unwittingly crossed paths with such an individual. If Su Ming were to grow stronger, his fate would be dire. Contemplating this, a murderous intent burgeoned within Morton. He shook his body, releasing a torrent of fighting spirit that dissipated the residual winds surrounding him. Upon closer inspection, Morton appeared somewhat disheveled. His golden hair was in disarray, his face dirted, and his clothes tattered. There were visible scars from the wind blades on his vulnerable areas, such as his neck and cheeks, with blood seeping from the wounds, presenting a somewhat fearsome sight. Although he appeared grievously injured, they were merely superficial wounds. After all, Morton was a 5th-level warrior and could not be easily defeated by a few spells. Young Master Su Ming truly possesses remarkable methods. Morton gritted his teeth as he looked at Su Ming. "I must admit I underestimated you. I never anticipated a hidden dragon within Donglin City." "Oh, you flatter me," Su Ming replied with a calm smile. Seemingly indifferent, Su Ming's unflappable demeanor only deepened Morton's trepidation. It would be one thing to possess talent, but to maintain such composure signified that this individual, as long as he lived, would undoubtedly ascend to become a dominant force in the future. This child could not be allowed to live. With a growing murderous intent, Morton turned to the 2 guards beside Yaoman, respectfully stating, "Gentlemen, I fear I cannot handle this person alone. We may need to join forces." What Morton could conceive, the two guards naturally understood as well, and without hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Very well. The three moved forward, forming a united front that encircled Su Ming. Faced with the trio's assault, Su Ming remained utterly unfazed, even stretching lazily as he remarked, "The warm-up is over. It's time to get serious." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three shifted. That previous display was merely a warm-up? Humph. This brat is most likely just posturing. Let us attack together and see if we can't subdue him. One of the guards spoke coldly, ready to make his move. However, at that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open, and several figures rushed in. The foremost among them was Joyce. "Everyone, cease this at once," Joyce's commanding voice echoed. And an overwhelming aura surged forth. Except for Su Ming, all within the private room trembled slightly. The governor. The two guards turned, nearly collapsing at the sight of the newcomer. Morton's body shook violently, his eyes betraying a look of panic. He had never anticipated that he would draw the attention of this individual as well. Yaoman and Hell's expressions also shifted dramatically as they hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. "Greetings, Governor." In total, 3 individuals had entered: Joyce, Delia, and the city lord, Victor. At this moment, Joyce wore a frosty expression, her gaze fixed with disdain upon Yaoman and Hell. The two trembled slightly, gripped by profound fear. They could clearly sense that the woman before them was incensed. As noble scions of Shili City, they were acutely aware of Joyce's formidable capabilities, not to mention the mere fact that she, a woman, held the position of governor of the Western Mountain Province spoke volumes about her extraordinary abilities. Yaoman forced a strained smile. "Aunt Joyce, what brings you here? If I had not come, would you have thought to ascend to heaven?" Joyce scoffed, her gaze icy as it swept over the two. Yaoman was rendered speechless, utterly baffled, thinking to himself that he had done nothing wrong. "Humph, I will deal with you later." Joyce snorted coldly and swiftly approached Su Ming. The ensuing scene left everyone present in a state of shock. Joyce bowed respectfully to Su Ming, speaking in a tone laced with genuine apology. "I apologize, sir, for the fright you have endured." Yaoman and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. How could Joyce be so courteous? Just who was this young man before them? Su Ming wore a look of surprise, having not expected that the person he had encountered in the Hungduan Mountains would turn out to be the governor of the Western Mountain Province. "Please rise. This matter is of no concern to you," Su Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. His expression remained calm and unperturbed, showing no signs of being affected by Joyce's status or demeanor. Joyce, however, did not rise. Reiterating her apology, "Sir, the Western Mountain Province is under my jurisdiction. You have been alarmed within my domain. I bear some responsibility, and I beg your pardon." Su Ming regarded the beautiful woman before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes once more. He had sensed that Joyce was not an ordinary person during their last meeting, and it seemed that his initial impression had been correct. Su Ming easily discerned Joyce's intentions but chose not to expose them, responding with a gentle smile. "Please rise. This matter truly has nothing to do with you. Furthermore, I am not the sort to be unreasonable." "How magnanimous of you, sir." Joyce straightened up, first offering a compliment before casting a cold glance at Yaoman and the others. "Sir, how would you like to deal with these ruffians? You need not dirty your hands. I shall assist you." Upon hearing this, Yaoman and the others trembled, nearly terrified out of their wits. Victor, following closely behind Delia, was utterly astonished. Just moments ago, when Joyce inquired about Su Ming, he had sensed something amiss. Yet, he never anticipated that Joyce would hold Su Ming in such high regard. Noticing Su Ming's silence, Joyce turned her icy gaze upon Yaoman, coldly asking, "Yaoman, what punishment do you deserve for opposing the sir?" Yaoman shuddered, mustering his courage to stammer, "Aunt Joyce." He was abruptly interrupted by Joyce's demand, "Address me as governor." Yaoman trembled again, cautiously replying, "Governor, I did not know he was your friend. I beg for your forgiveness." Joyce raised an eyebrow, her voice icy. "What you imply is that if he were not my friend, you would be free to insult him at will." Yaoman's complexion shifted, and he quickly shook his head. "No, no." Sensing Joyce's increasingly frigid expression, he hastily added, "Governor, this was entirely my fault. I am willing to offer compensation and apologize. Although Yaoman is a dandy, he is certainly not foolish. He understands that he has made a blunder this time." Given Joyce's attitude towards Su Ming, If he were to continue his unreasonable antics, it would undoubtedly provoke the former's ire. Although the George family is formidable, they pale in comparison to Joyce's influence. Most importantly, he is merely a scion of the George family. If he were to become embroiled in a conflict with Joyce today, the family would likely not jeopardize their standing merely for the sake of a dandy like him. Hell hurriedly interjected, "My lord, I, too, am willing to offer compensation and apologize." Morton quickly stepped forward as well, saying, "Sir, I am also willing to offer compensation and apologize." Seeing their agreeable attitudes, and knowing that Yalman's grandfather was an acquaintance of his, Joyce found it difficult to press the matter further, so he turned his gaze towards Su Ming. "Sir, what do you think?" Su Ming, perceptive as ever, immediately recognized Joyce's intent. However, he did not display anger. The courtesy extended to him warranted a measure of respect. He turned to Yalman and said coolly, "I can spare you, but you must convey a message for me." Yalman, elated at these words, promised earnestly, "Senior, just say the word. Even 100 messages would be no trouble." That Su Ming smiled and nodded, stating, "Upon your return to Shili City, inform Hobbs to clean his neck and await his fate. It won't be long before someone comes to claim his head." Yalman blinked in astonishment, gazing blankly at Su Ming, seemingly trying to confirm the veracity of his words. Su Ming frowned slightly. "What? Is that beyond your capability?" Yalman quickly shook his head, assuring, "Rest assured, Senior, I shall deliver the message." Su Ming nodded and then looked at Morton, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "As for you," his voice trailed off, "please spare me. Senior, I was blind and offended you earlier. I am willing to make any amends." Morton trembled as he pleaded for mercy, regretting his earlier actions. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have provoked Su Ming to. Su Ming nodded. "In that case, consider this estate as compensation." Morton's body shook, his face paling instantaneously. This estate was the culmination of his life's work. How could he willingly relinquish it? Moreover, it did not solely belong to him. "What? Are you unwilling?" Su Ming's tone grew slightly more severe. Morton, terrified, quickly nodded. "Senior, I am willing to." As he uttered those words, his heart bled. Though it pained him to his core, he knew that preserving his life took precedence over material loss. As for the others present, he did not dare utter a word. After all, even the governor held Su Ming in such high regard. Revealing his background would be tantamount to courting disaster. "Senior, here is the deed." Morton produced a scroll. Intending to hand it to Su Ming, "There's no need. You will continue to manage this estate. I shall remain in the shadows." Upon hearing this, Morton was overjoyed and quickly bowed. "Thank you, Senior." He had thought he might return to a life of peril. But instead, he had allied himself with such a powerful figure as Su Ming. "Now, rise." That Su Ming nodded, stepping in front of Morton, and said coolly, "Remember, this matter is for your ears only. Do not let it slip." "Senior, I will keep it to myself," Morton assured, patting his chest. Su Ming nodded, then turned to Joyce. "Thank you for your kindness today. Should there be any matters in the future that require resolution, you may seek my assistance." Though Su Ming could resolve issues on his own, it would undoubtedly lead to more complications. Moreover, considering Joyce's goodwill, he was not one to neglect such kindness. Joyce's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, sir." Her hurried visit had been precisely to forge a closer connection with Su Ming, and now she felt quite satisfied with his words. As Su Ming prepared to leave, Joyce quickly said, "Sir, wait. Allow me to escort you." "There's no need." Su Ming waved his hand and stepped out of the private room. Watching his departing figure, Yalman and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 24. An explanation. Aunt Joyce. Who on earth is that individual? Yalman turned to Joyce, curiosity etched upon his face. Joyce cast a cold glance at him, her voice icy. "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Remember, conduct yourself with humility. While your George family holds some influence in the Western Mountain Province, there exist many whom you cannot provoke within the Empire. Yes, Aunt Joyce, your admonition is wise. That I shall certainly be more discreet upon my return." Yalman nodded repeatedly, not daring to refute her. "Everyone, disperse." Joyce waved her hand at those present, adding a warning. "By the way, I expect you all to keep your mouths shut. If anyone dares to spread word of tonight's events, do not blame me for being ungracious." Previously, Su Ming had instructed Morton to keep his identity concealed. Joyce surmised that Su Ming was a person who preferred to remain low profile, disliking disruptions. Otherwise, with such capabilities. He could not possibly be inconspicuous. The crowd nodded in agreement, realizing this without needing Joyce to remind them. Subsequently, Joyce left the estate with Delia and Victor as Su Ming exited the estate. He walked directly home. Not long after, he encountered Alan and his companions hurrying towards him. The trio comprised Alan, Hodge, and Shelley. The others had chosen not to come, deeming the situation too perilous to risk for Su Ming's sake. Upon seeing Su Ming safe and sound, the three sighed in relief. Xiao Ming, are you all right? Alan approached with a concerned expression, but Su Ming shook his head, smiling. Father, what could possibly happen to me? Hodge chimed in, a look of skepticism on his face. Kid, what exactly transpired? Didn't Shelley say you were in serious trouble? Shelley joined in, asking, yes, what happened? What trouble? Just a bunch of clowns. I easily subdued them. Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Stop bragging, you little rascal. I know Morton from the Westine River Estate. He is a 5th-level warrior. With your petite frame, you likely couldn't withstand even one of his punches, Hodge exclaimed, his eyes wide. Now tell us, what actually happened? Yes, Su Ming, do enlighten us, Shelley said eagerly, her curiosity piqued. Although she had witnessed Su Ming striking Ackman down, she still found it hard to believe he had managed to escape unscathed under such circumstances. Setting aside the formidable dandy, just facing Morton would have posed an insurmountable challenge. Seeing their disbelief, Su Ming felt a twinge of helplessness. If the truth wouldn't suffice, he would resort to fabrications. All right, let me explain. The situation unfolded as follows. After an elaborate tale spun by Su Ming, the trio finally accepted his account. He claimed that after Shelley and the others had departed, the governor happened to pass by the private room, heard the commotion, and intervened, even chastising the well-connected young lord in the process. The reason being, that young lord hailed from Shili City, with familial ties to the governor. The governor could not abide such bullying of the weak. Upon hearing this, the three broke into a cold sweat. They had not anticipated that the family scion had inadvertently provoked a noble from Shili City. Thankfully, they had encountered the governor. Otherwise, the Brooke family would have faced dire consequences. You lucky brat, encountering the governor by chance. Otherwise, our Brooke family would have been doomed, Hodge lamented, his voice tinged with relief. Shelley fixed a scrutinizing gaze on Su Ming, sensing something amiss. Was it truly such a coincidence? They had just left when the governor arrived? Su Ming, be more cautious in the future. You may not always be so fortunate, Alan advised, placing a hand on Su Ming's shoulder, concern evident in his eyes. I understand, Father, Su Ming nodded. Feeling somewhat speechless, he had not expected that his tall tale would be taken at face value. With the matter settled, it was time to return home and reassure his father. He likely had been worried sick. Previously, Harry had intended to come, but was thwarted by Sam and a group of clan elders. This infuriated Harry to the point of rage, yet he could not confront the high-ranking members of the family and was left to suppress his anger within. Shortly thereafter, the four returned home. Upon learning the details of the incident, Harry and the senior members were filled with trepidation. Someone immediately stepped forward to blame Su Ming, their words sharp and incisive, asserting that had it not been for Su Ming's provocation of Miranda, none of the subsequent events would have occurred. The accuser was none other than Miranda's grandfather. Ferned as he spoke, the other clan elders joined in, all directing their ire towards Su Ming. Even though they were now aware that Su Ming possessed the ability to cultivate, a significant number of clan members still harbored disdain for him. Their animosity was not unfounded. It stemmed from the fact that Su Ming and his father had once been the pride of the family, consuming countless resources, only to end up rendered useless. How could the clan not be enraged at having invested so much in two failures? Silence. Harry's furious roar erupted, a terrifying aura sweeping through the room, causing everyone to immediately hush. You shameless lot. Not even considering the embarrassment you bring upon yourselves? Get out. Harry's expression remained stern as his cold gaze scanned the crowd. The others dared not meet his eyes, save for Fern, whose demeanor remained unchanged as he resolutely stated. Patriarch, I speak no falsehood. If it were not for Su Ming's provocation of Miranda, we would not be facing this situation. Moreover, where did Su Ming acquire such wealth? Shouldn't he provide us with an explanation? At this mention, the elders perked up, and another elder chimed in. Indeed, where did Su Ming get so much money? Could it be that the patriarch has secretly given it to him? Or perhaps he has pilfered it from the clan? As this statement rang out, All the elders turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Harry. Their suspicions were not unfounded. For quite some time, Harry had shown undue favoritism towards Su Ming and his father. Now that Su Ming had regained his ability to cultivate, the notion that Harry might have secretly bestowed money upon him seemed plausible. Faced with the barrage of questions, Harry's forehead bulged with veins. His face dark as a storm cloud. Did I not tell you to leave? Patriarch, if Su Ming can provide a reasonable explanation, we shall withdraw at once, Fern insisted, his stance unwavering as he sought to oppose Harry. It was evident to all that he was acting out of a desire to avenge his granddaughter, yet no one dared to expose it. Instead, they echoed his demand for Su Ming to explain himself. What do you all want? Harry's fury boiled over, rendering him nearly speechless. What are you trying to do? Incite a rebellion. Hodge exploded in rage, his fierce gaze sweeping over the assembly, hinting at the possibility of violence. Elder Hodge, do not misunderstand. We merely seek a reasonable explanation. Fern interjected, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. I see you all are looking for a fight, Hodge retorted, his anger reaching a boiling point as he raised his fist, ready to strike, only to be halted by Sam just in time. Hodge, stand down. Brother, let me go. Hodge glared fiercely, his voice rising. These scoundrels have gone too far. Were it not for Su Ming holding the rear, could those youngsters have returned safely? Their ingratitude is astounding, and here they are laying blame. Chapter 25. You have a fine son. Sam's gaze flickered, and he replied coolly, Su Ming ought to provide an explanation. Brother, you. Hodge looked at Sam in disbelief, disappointment evident in his eyes for the first time. Sam turned his head away, refusing to meet his gaze. As the situation spiraled out of control, Su Ming stepped forward, calmly addressing the assembly. What explanation do you seek? For reasons unknown, as their eyes met Su Ming's tranquil gaze, a shiver ran through the crowd. They felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from Su Ming, one that seemed even greater than that of Harry. Fern collected himself and stated coolly, tell us the source of that money. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, then his expression abruptly turned icy. Who do you think you are to demand an answer from me? His words struck with authority, echoing in the ears of those present. In an instant, the grand hall fell silent, everyone gazing in disbelief at the figure in the center. Su Ming had dared to speak to Elder Fern in such a manner? Had he lost his mind? After a few seconds of stunned silence, Fern snapped back to reality, his face darkening. Su Ming, what did you just say? Yet Su Ming ignored him, turning his back and addressing the assembly instead. Grandfather, I have tasted this wine, and it is quite pleasant. You should try it too. In front of everyone, Su Ming produced a bottle of amethyst wine and handed it to Harry. He then retrieved another bottle and offered it to Alan, saying, Father, here is another bottle for you to share with Uncle. Finally, Su Ming turned to the clan elders and said nonchalantly, I must return to my cultivation, so I shall take my leave. With that, he strode towards the exit, leaving behind a figure that radiated pride and disdain. His actions were a clear dismissal of the elders' authority. The elders, fully aware of the implications, erupted in fury. This is outrageous. Fern's expression darkened to an extreme as he could no longer contain his rage that he lunged forward, aiming for Su Ming's back, bellowing, Wretched child, you show no respect. Today I shall teach you a lesson in humility. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Fern, stop, Harry shouted to intervene, but it was too late. In a swift motion, Su Ming spun around and delivered a powerful punch. Crack, the sound of their fists colliding echoed, producing a sharp crack of bone. Su Ming, Alan and Shirley gasped in shock, yet what followed left them utterly stunned. Fern, who had been brimming with anger, suddenly contorted in pain, staggering backward. The crowd gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend their own eyes. Fern had been repelled by Su Ming. How could this be? Fern was a level 5 warrior. While not the strongest, he was certainly not someone Su Ming could easily overpower. Thankfully, the younger generation had retreated to their rooms in fright. Had they witnessed this, they would have been left utterly speechless. Considering our shared bloodlines, I shall let this slide this time. But should you dare to attack me again, do not expect mercy. Su Ming coldly regarded Fern before turning to leave, hardly sparing him another glance. This time, no one dared to obstruct him. Among the clan elders, Fern was one of the more powerful members. If he could not stand against Su Ming, the others had no hope of doing so. Should they suffer the same fate, it would be a tremendous humiliation. After several seconds, the crowd finally came to their senses. Harry burst into laughter. Ha! The heavens favor the Brooke family. Though he did not understand the source of Su Ming's newfound strength, it was undoubtedly a positive development. This lad has been hiding his prowess well. Hodge remarked, patting Alan on the shoulder with a smile. Brother, you have a fine son. Alan gazed at Su Ming's retreating figure, his eyes misting with emotion. The moment Su Ming had been rendered useless. He had fallen into utter despair. Had it not been for his inability to let go of Su Ming, Alan would have chosen to take his life. Never had he imagined that Su Ming would rise again. Why are you crying? This is a good thing. Come, let us celebrate, Hodge exclaimed cheerfully, glancing at the amethyst wine in Alan's hand with longing in his eyes. Alan nodded eagerly, turning to Shirley. Child, would you like to join us? No, thank you, Uncle. Shirley declined. As the two prepared to leave, Harry called out, Wait for me. He hurriedly followed the pair, exiting the hall together. Throughout the entire exchange, the trio ignored the rest of the elders. The remaining clan elders wore deeply troubled expressions, and Sam's face was particularly grim. Watching the three depart, Sam clenched his fists, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes before he too strode out of the hall. Fern, what on earth happened? How could you have been repelled by that wretched child? An elder of the clan expressed his discontent, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. Although the other elders remained silent, their eyes betrayed their dissatisfaction. It was utterly humiliating for a dignified level 5 warrior to be repelled by a mere wastrel. Fuin refrained from responding, involuntarily recalling the earlier confrontation with Su Ming, a flicker of dread passing through his gaze. Only he understood the immense power contained within Su Ming's fists. Taking a deep breath, Fuin left the hall with a stern expression, uttering not a single word throughout. Observing this, the remaining elders also departed from the hall. Sherry was the last to leave, her eyes curving slightly as a subtle smile graced her fair, radiant face. The night of silence ensued. The following day, when Brown and the others learned that Su Ming had returned unscathed, they were all astonished. Upon discovering the circumstances, they expressed their amazement, lamenting Su Ming's extraordinary luck. As for the altercation between Su Ming and Fuin, it did not spread. Such a disgraceful incident was not something the elders would divulge. Harry and his companions, concerned for Su Ming's safety, similarly chose to remain silent. The taller the tree, the harder the wind blows. With Su Ming's formidable prowess, it was inevitable that envy would arise from other families. Within the opulent confines of a lavishly decorated bedroom belonging to the Bruce family, Hanson lay with his eyes closed upon the bed, while an elderly man with white hair tended to him. Behind the elders stood a middle-aged couple, their faces etched with worry as they gazed upon the young man. Master Blake, what has happened to my son? What could not restrain his inquiry? Blake, the only level 5 alchemist in Donglin City, was not only a practitioner of light magic, but also possessed profound knowledge of various herbs. Rising, Blake shook his head at the couple. Your son has suffered a severe mental trauma, and alas, I am powerless to assist. Upon hearing these words, the couple's faces turned ashen. Master, is there truly no other remedy? What questioned, a tinge of desperation in his voice. There is, Brian nodded, but your son's mental injuries are exceedingly grave. It may require a level 7 light magician to heal him. What, who had just clung to a glimmer of hope, plunged into despair once more at a level 7 magician, especially one of the light attribute, was a rarity in the entire Shishan province. Where could he possibly find one? And even if he did, how could such a figure be persuaded to treat his son? Chief what? I must take my leave. As Master Maki is awaiting me, Brian stated before departing from the Bruce family. What sank heavily into his chair, his eyes becoming vacant. Hanson was his only son, now reduced to this state. The anguish in his heart was palpable. Alongside his sorrow, a swell of anger brewed within him. Not long ago, Morton had sent Hanson back, informing him that the latter had crossed paths with an undesirable individual. Morton, you scoundrel, await your reckoning. What seethed? His eyes ablaze with fury, he refused to believe Morton's assertions. His son had merely visited the West Ean River Manor and returned in this condition, if he were to assert that it had no connection to Morton. What would not accept it? Chapter 26. Good news. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Harry's birthday banquet approached, and the Bruce family adorned the venue festively. Making the final preparations in the spacious hall of the Carter family, the clan leader Buck turned to the two middle-aged men across from him, smiling as he inquired, Gentlemen, I am ready on my end. How fares yours? What replied, I have already made arrangements with the mercenary guild. The Bruce family will soon find it impossible to maintain a foothold in the West City market. Additionally, I have negotiated with President Morgan of the Far East Chamber of Commerce. They will no longer procure herbs from the Bruce family, effectively severing half of their supply channels. Beside what, a golden-haired middle-aged man spoke up. His name was Maki, the leader of the Daniel family. Buck nodded, chuckling. Well, it seems Harry and that old fool won't last much longer. The Bruce family primarily engaged in the herb trade, monopolizing nearly 80% of the business in Donglan City. Previously, the Bruce family was the mightiest among the three noble families. However, 3 months prior, the city lord's office abruptly revoked the Bruce family's rights to all shops in the Southern District. The Bruce family's sales channels for herbs relied on two main aspects: retail and wholesale. The closure of all pharmacies in the Southern District resulted in a loss of nearly 1/3 of their revenue. Financial strain plagued the Bruce family, leading to a series of issues and a steady decline in recent months. If this continued, the Bruce family would inevitably face bankruptcy. It was precisely for this reason that Buck sought to annul the engagement with the Bruce family. Now, with the three major families working together, the Bruce family would lose the remaining sales channels, hastening their demise. Gentlemen, as previously agreed, once the Bruce family collapses, I shall take 20% of the herb trade in Donglan City. The remainder will be yours. Buck stated to the two men, noting that he had not exerted much effort in this endeavor. So securing 20% was already considerable. This was only possible because the two families had allied themselves with the Martin family. Otherwise, he would not have been able to claim even a fraction. The two men nodded, and Watts said, Very well, Brother Buck, we shall take our leave first. After the two departed, Buck stood up from his seat, gazing outside with a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Harry, Su Ming, I shall make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. Buck. Meanwhile, Watt and Maki exited the Carter family and headed towards the West Ean River Manor, preparing to confront Morton. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the West Ean River Manor and encountered Morton. Morton, my son has suffered misfortune under your roof. You must provide an explanation, Watt spoke in a low voice. Maki echoed, Yes, an explanation is imperative. Morton glanced at the two men and replied nonchalantly, I have stated that this matter has nothing to do with the West Ean River Manor. It was your son who offended someone he should not have. The two men were dismissive, and Watt coldly retorted, Do not utter such nonsense. How could we not know the size of Donglan City? Who could possibly be someone we cannot afford to offend? A smirk curled at the corners of Morton's mouth, his eyes glinting with mockery. That is not necessarily the case. The two remained unconvinced, and Watt coldly demanded, Stop your cryptic talk. Tell us who it is. Morton shook his head. I am sorry, but I cannot disclose that person's name. However, you will soon find out. Now, be on your way and do not return. Watching Morton walk away, the two men felt a mixture of reluctance and frustration, but had no choice but to leave for the time being. Tomorrow, they intended to confront the Bruce family, and they were uncertain whether their adversaries would act out of desperation. Thus, it would not be wise to confront Morton at this juncture. In the city lord's office, Joyce concluded her seclusion. This moment, her complexion was rosy, having completely purged the fire poison from her body, and her cultivation had advanced to the pinnacle of a level 8 warrior, just a step away from reaching level 9. She summoned Delia and instructed, Delia, please deliver the gift to the gentleman tomorrow. I must depart early. Delia was taken aback and asked, Aunt, what is so urgent? Joyce's expression turned grave. Not long ago, I received word that members of the Dark Church have appeared in Sodiang City. The Dark Church? Delia's face reflected her shock, and she quickly added, Aunt, I want to accompany you. No, it is too dangerous. Joyce firmly rejected the idea and called for Victor. Greetings, my lords. Victor entered and bowed respectfully to the two. Joyce nodded and inquired, Have the three young masters departed? Victor confirmed, Yes, my lord. The three young masters left Donglan City 3 days ago. Joyce nodded and then spoke in a serious tone, Victor, I will be leaving Donglan City shortly. I hope you heed my words and refrain from targeting the Bruce family. If the Brinton family reaches out to you, simply state that it was my directive. Yes, my lord. Victor nodded hastily. Upon hearing Su Ming's words that Yalman had conveyed, Joyce surmised that there was enmity between Su Ming and the Brinton family. Following this, she learned from Victor that it was indeed the case. Not long ago, the Brinton family had exerted pressure on Victor from afar. urging him to target the Bruce family. The recent revocation of the Bruce family shops in the Southern District was precisely due to this reason. Very well, you may go. Joyce waved her hand. And once Victor exited the room, she turned to Delia and said, "You must not reveal your identity tomorrow, lest it cause unnecessary trouble for the gentleman." "Understood, Aunt," Delia replied, nodding obediently to the Brooke family. Brown approached his father. "Sam, father, I have splendid news to share with you." Sam, intrigued, inquired, "What news?" Brown exclaimed excitedly, "I have just received word that our teacher will also be attending Grandpa's birthday banquet tomorrow." Sam was taken aback, scarcely able to believe it. Their teacher was a level 7 mage. If he were to attend Harry's celebration, it would undoubtedly elevate the Brooke family's status. Sam, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Let us go and share this wonderful news with father. So everyone knows that my son is the most exceptional of the Brooke family." Before long, the news of the level 7 mage's attendance at Harry's banquet spread throughout the Brooke family. Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded and equally exhilarated. The group of elder family members praised Sam for having such a remarkable son. The younger generation gazed at Brown with admiration and envy. Seeing him as an idol, Su Ming also learned of the news, but he remained indifferent. That he thought to himself, even if a mere mage were to arrive, or even a saint-level mage, he would not spare them a second glance. The news swiftly reached the entire Donglin city. Upon hearing it, the 3 prominent families were equally astonished. Buck immediately sought out the other 2 family heads. "Gentlemen, this could complicate matters. That a mage of such caliber is not someone we can afford to offend." Buck spoke gravely, his tone heavy with concern. He understood all too well what a level mage represented. Not only he, but even the Martin family would think twice before crossing such an individual. Watt's expression mirrored Buck's seriousness. "If the news is true, we have no choice but to forfeit this opportunity." As he uttered these words, he appeared deeply unwilling, yet he recognized the futility of opposing a level mage. Among the 3, only Mock was relaxed, seemingly unconcerned. The other 2 exchanged puzzled glances, and Buck asked, "Mock, you seem utterly unperturbed." In response to their curiosity, Mock smiled slightly. "Oh, what is there to worry about regarding a mere level 7 mage?" The 2 were taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. "What, teased? Ha, Mock, you certainly have audacity." His tone was playful, yet tinged with sarcasm. Mock remained unperturbed and shifted the conversation. "By the way, do you know why the Lord's office suddenly retracted the Brooke family shops in the Southern District?" The 2 looked bewildered but shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. That Buck's expression shifted, curiosity piqued. "Do you know something?" "Of course," Mock nodded. "To be candid, the reason Victor took such action is that there are significant figures involved." "Significant figures?" The 2 were momentarily taken aback, their confusion deepening. "To be frank, the Brooke family has offended a prominent family from Shilly City. Not long ago, someone approached me, urging me to suppress the Brooke family." Mock revealed straightforwardly, unveiling the truth. "Thus, I speculate that the Lord's office must have also been approached by those influential individuals." This was the first time the 2 had encountered such a superstition. What expressed his perplexity? Strange, how could the Brooke family have offended a prominent family from Shilly City? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the reason. Buck had the same realization, and they both turned to Mock for confirmation. He nodded. "Indeed, it is because of Su Ming. That young man has stirred trouble with someone he should not have in Shilly City, resulting in his cultivation being crippled and his expulsion from the Mage Academy." "Indeed, it is that young man." They both nodded in agreement. Buck felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had acted promptly to call off the engagement. Otherwise, he could have been entangled in this mess. Watt pondered for a moment, then questioned, "Wait, if it truly is a prominent family from Shilly City, they could easily crush the Brooke family with a mere finger. Why go through the trouble of approaching you?" Mock rolled his eyes. "What do you understand? They seek to ensure the gradual decline of the Brooke family, allowing its members to experience various forms of despair. Remember, sometimes living can be more painful than dying." The 2 nodded in agreement, acknowledging his perspective. That time, "We can use their misfortunes to bolster our own standing." That I refuse to believe that a mere Brooke family would provoke the Brenton family," Mock asserted confidently. "Moreover, I am 80% certain that Victor will likely take action tomorrow. Even with a level mage present, the Brooke family will undoubtedly find it impossible to navigate this crisis." Upon hearing this, the 2 nodded in agreement. Buck murmured, "In that case, I shall rest easy. A flicker of malice passed through his eyes. Everything awaited tomorrow's unfolding. Unbeknownst to the Brooke family, who were basking in an atmosphere of joy and celebration. The three families were secretly plotting. In one room, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. After a month of arduous training, he had made progress in his abilities. Yet he had not broken through the mirror. Otherwise, with his talent and experience from his rebirth, he would have already ascended to the status of a level 4 mage. Su Ming understood that in order to advance further on his path of cultivation, he must take each step with caution. But if his foundation were not solidified in the early stages, the road ahead would become exceedingly arduous. In his previous life, Su Ming had pursued vengeance with an accelerated training pace, ultimately leaving behind a hidden calamity that hindered his breakthrough to the final realm of the Divine King. What saddened him further was that upon returning to the Star Moon continent, his former enemies had long since vanished. Rising to his feet, Su Ming clenched his fists. Though he was currently merely a level 3 mage and a level 2 warrior, few below level 6 could withstand his full strength. Su Ming pushed open the door and left the castle. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Far East Chamber of Commerce. As he approached the entrance, a steward greeted him, seemingly waiting specifically for his arrival. "My lord, please." The steward gestured respectfully towards Su Ming. Following the steward, Su Ming ascended to a hall on the 3rd floor. Upon entering the hall, President Morgan welcomed him with enthusiasm. "Sir, you have arrived." Su Ming nodded. "Are the items prepared?" Morgan nodded, retrieving a storage ring and handing it to Su Ming. Su Ming accepted it, and, upon probing the contents with his mental energy, furrowed his brow. "Why are there a few items missing?" Morgan's expression turned awkward. "Sir, those 3 herbs are exceedingly rare. I contacted all the branches of nearby cities, but could not locate them. I have reported the situation to Shili City, but as of now, there has been no response." Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, President Morgan. No need for such formality, sir. It is my duty," Morgan quickly replied, waving his hand. He then added, "By the way, sir, there is something I must inform you." "What is it?" "Not long ago, Mach, the patriarch of the Daniel family, approached me for a discussion. That he advised that the Far East Chamber of Commerce should refrain from purchasing herbs from the Brooke family in the future." Su Ming turned his head. "Did you agree?" Morgan nodded, his expression grave. "Sir, I pretended to agree to avoid alarming the snake, but unexpectedly, I uncovered a significant secret. Oh, do tell," Su Ming said with keen interest. Morgan took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "According to Patriarch Mach, the reason he seeks to target you is due to a prominent family in Shili City that has approached him, urging him to find a way to bring down the Brooke family." Upon hearing these words, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him. He could easily deduce which prominent family from Shili City was being referred to. Morgan trembled, taken aback by this overwhelming aura. That he gazed at Su Ming in astonishment, hardly able to believe that a mere boy of 17 or 18 could exude such pure and astonishing killing intent. Soon, Su Ming regained his composure and spoke in a calm tone. "I understand this matter. You shall proceed as planned tomorrow." The following day, Su Ming emerged from his quarters. That moment, the entire castle was imbued with a festive and lively atmosphere. The servants were bustling about, engaged in various tasks. Su Ming departed from his residence and made his way towards the central hall of the castle, where Harry's birthday banquet was being held. As Su Ming entered the central hall, he found that the banquet area had already been beautifully arranged. Servants scurried back and forth, while guests arrived in a steady stream, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Su Ming scanned the crowd in search of Alan, who had been assisting in the preparations and had thus arrived before him. Before long, he spotted Alan among the throng, but his brow furrowed upon noticing Alan's position, seated right next to the servants. Approaching, Su Ming asked in a low voice, "Father, why are you seated here?" Regardless of the circumstances, Alan was Harry's son, and it was quite perplexing for him to be seated among the servants. Alan pulled over a nearby stool, smiling as he said, "Come, sit down and let us talk." Su Ming took a seat and, striving to maintain a tranquil tone, said, "Father, please explain. The elders and my elder brother said that the main table was too crowded and there was no place for me." Alan replied, a hint of dejection flashing in his eyes. Despite his efforts to change, he still found little acceptance within the family. The prejudices held by others were like an insurmountable mountain, impervious to his endeavors. At this moment, Su Ming felt genuine anger brewing within him. Did these individuals truly believe they could trample upon him and his father like they were mere soft persimmons? However, Su Ming refrained from confronting Sam and the other elders at this very moment. After all, today was Harry's birthday banquet, and with so many guests present, any quarrel would only serve to provide amusement for others. Father, do not worry, I will seek justice for you, Su Ming assured Alan solemnly. Startled, Alan quickly cautioned, Su Ming, today is your grandfather's birthday. Do not act recklessly. Su Ming nodded. Rest assured. Father, I am aware of my limits. Just then, Sherry approached from a distance. Uncle, grandfather asked me to convey that he is in a difficult position and wishes for you not to take offense. The young lady said gently to Alan. Alan acknowledged her with a nod. I understand. Harry had intended for Alan to sit at the main table, but the elders had objected, asserting that he, being a waste, had no right to do so. Even Sam shared this sentiment. Harry found himself in a predicament. It would be unreasonable to confront the elders over such a matter, as that would only lead to ridicule, seeing Sherry sit beside them. Su Ming inquired curiously, Sister Sherry, why do you not join the others at the main table? The core members of the family were seated there, while Su Ming and Alan found themselves at a table flanked by servants and laborers. Even the collateral family members had better seating arrangements. It was evident that their presence here was an affront, and this incited Su Ming's indignation. Humph, I have no desire to join them. The table is filled with sycophantic flattery that makes me want to retch. Sherry scoffed, her eyes reflecting her discontent. Ever since the news broke that Master Brown would be attending the banquet, the younger members of the family had idolized him, leading to an abundance of insincere flattery. A smirk crept onto Su Ming's lips. In his past life, he had harbored a fondness for the aloof yet sincere young lady before him. As guests observed Su Ming and Alan seated among the servants. Whispers and derisive laughter erupted around them. Alan remained expressionless, silent throughout, having long grown accustomed to such treatment. Su Ming, on the other hand, was unfazed, his anger unprovoked by the petty taunts of insignificant individuals. As time passed, more guests arrived. The Brooke family, one of the three prominent noble families of Donglin City, had extensive connections, and guests continued to trickle in to celebrate the occasion. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Look, it's Daniel and the members of the Bruce family. And the Carter family as well, the guests exclaimed, their eyes widening in surprise upon seeing the latter. The events of recent days had become common knowledge in Donglin City. Due to the broken engagement, the two families had been at odds, and it was unexpected for the Carter family to attend the birthday banquet of their rival. Some astute individuals began to speculate that the three families' presence might not bode well. At the head of the hall, the upper echelons of the Brooke family wore furrowed brows. They needed no further explanation to understand that the three families harbored ill intentions. The Carter family was a given. But the relations between the other two families and the Brooke family were hardly amicable. Particularly, the Bruce family had recently been involved in a skirmish with Su Ming and his associates. Their arrival at the banquet was clearly not for benign reasons. However, as guests, they were obligated to greet them with smiles. Sam, please attend to them, Harry instructed Sam. Sam nodded and briskly approached. Esteemed guests, please, this way. He invited Daniel and the others towards the main table, knowing well that their intentions were likely unsavory. Brother Sam, may I extend my congratulations to the old master for his longevity, wishing him blessings as vast as the East Sea. March said cheerfully, producing a jade box from his storage ring. This is a precious gift that our three families have jointly acquired. We hope the old master will accept it. As he opened the jade box. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at its contents. Sam's expression darkened, his forehead veins bulging, and his demeanor turned grim. Within the jade box lay an ancient clock crafted from pure gold, its hands ticking ominously. To the ears of the gathered crowd, it sounded like a thunderous roar. The three families had presented a clock as a gift, and the implications were abundantly clear, if initially there had been doubts. There was now no doubt that the three families meant no good. Presenting a clock at someone's birthday banquet was akin to wishing them an early demise, an unmistakable act of provocation. At the main table, Harry and the senior members of the family wore grim expressions, their gazes fixed intently on Daniel and his companions. These miscreants are courting death that I shall drive them out. Hodge growled, preparing to rise, only to be restrained by Harry. Do not be hasty. I wish to see what their true intentions are, Harry replied, wise to the fact that the three families had likely formed a coalition for a significant purpose. Apart from delivering the clock, they were likely plotting something more. Hodge begrudgingly resumed his seat. Not far from the main table, Brown and the younger generation were equally incensed. These bastards have gone too far. I wish I could just go over and deal with them, Bowen seethed, his eyes locked onto the trio in the distance. The expressions of the other younger members mirrored his displeasure, while Brown's face darkened with an undercurrent of murderous rage. Three families, you shall pay for this one day. Sherry gritted her teeth, her face cold as ice. Alan, too, bore a grim expression, a mix of anger and helplessness evident in his eyes that Su Ming observed their reactions. Then turned to glance at Daniel and his companions, noticing their smug demeanor. A cold smile tugged at his lips. Let them revel in their arrogance a while longer. Seeing Sam's fluctuating expression, Daniel chuckled. Brother Sam, this is a valuable gift crafted specifically by our three families. Surely you would not refuse it. Sam's face was stormy, his voice low. Your gift is far too extravagant. My Brooke family cannot accept it. Please, keep it for yourselves. With that, he turned to leave, foregoing any pretense of courtesy. Unperturbed, the trio exchanged knowing smiles, with March slyly tucking the jade box away. Come, let us find a place to sit. The main event is yet to unfold. The three individuals casually selected a spot to sit. The crowd diverted their gazes, and the atmosphere soon returned to its previous liveliness, with a steady stream of guests arriving at the Brooke family residence. However, the newcomers could distinctly sense an underlying strangeness in the air, as if a storm were imminent, instilling an indescribable sense of oppression. Chapter 29. What does it matter to you? Suddenly, a servant approached Brown and announced, Young master, the person you were waiting for has arrived. Brown's face lit up with joy as he promptly rose and dashed out of the hall. Moments later, he returned, accompanied by a silver-haired elder and a young lady. The elder donned a specially crafted robe of magic, his countenance gaunt yet dignified, exuding an extraordinary aura. The young lady, appearing to be in her 20s, also radiated an impressive presence. Their arrival immediately captured the attention of everyone in the hall. Upon witnessing Brown's respectful demeanor, coupled with the remarkable air surrounding the elder and the young lady, the onlookers swiftly deduced their identities. Harry and the others hurried forward to greet them. Buck and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions slightly grave, as what murmured, truly a formidable archmage. His bearing is indeed extraordinary. The other two nodded in silent agreement, a flicker of seriousness in their eyes that a level 7 archmage is indeed a master in the entire Western Mountain Province. And they could not afford to take this lightly. To Mr. Alec, we are honored by your presence, Harry said warmly, turning to Brown. Who is this lady? Brown hurriedly introduced. Grandfather, this is my senior sister, Elena. Harry nodded, extending a cordial invitation. Miss Elena, Mr. Alec, please, this way. In response to Harry's enthusiasm, Alec smiled and nodded, while the young lady, Elena, held her head high, remaining silent throughout, exuding an air of arrogance. Alec's esteemed disciple, and born into nobility, Elena looked down upon the Brooke family, considering it beneath her. Were it not for the obligation to accompany her master, she would have never set foot here. They escorted Alec towards the main table. Alec paused briefly beside Su Ming. Sneering, little fellow, I hear you've been rendered useless? The crowd's attention snapped to Su Ming, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Harry and the others were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why a distinguished level 7 archmage would target Su Ming. Su Ming had previously studied in West City, where his remarkable talent caught Alec's eye, prompting the archmage to wish to take him as a disciple, only to be rejected by Su Ming. Alec had held this incident in his heart ever since. It could be said that half of his reason for coming to East Forest City was to witness Su Ming's misfortune, while the other half was to pay respects to the governor. Attending Harry's birthday feast was merely a secondary consideration. The young lady, Melina, fixed her gaze on Su Ming, speaking in a condescending tone. So, you are the one who once spurned my master's offer. The revelation sent shockwaves through the hall, and mockery spread across the faces of the attendees. Harry and the others were bewildered, gazing at Su Ming in disbelief. This was the first they had heard of such an incident. Prior to this, Su Ming, with his innate pride, had never taken it to heart, and thus had not shared it with Harry and the others. Given the distance between East Forest City and West City, news of the matter had not reached them. Hence, the people of East Forest City remained ignorant. Only Brown was aware of it, yet out of jealousy towards Su Ming. He had never mentioned it to anyone else. The crowd cast derisive glances at Su Ming, eager to gauge his reaction. Once someone who had looked down upon others, he now found himself rendered powerless. However, unperturbed by the scornful gazes directed at him, Su Ming remained composed, his eyes indifferent as he regarded the elder and the young lady. Whether I am useless or not is of no concern to you. An outsider. The words reverberated through the hall, leaving everyone in disbelief that Su Ming would dare speak to an archmage in such a manner. Su Ming, you are insolent, Sam exclaimed angrily, shooting a cold glare at Su Ming. Apologize to Mr. Alec at once. Su Ming slightly lowered his head, entirely uninterested in responding. The presence of so many onlookers did not faze him. Sam's face darkened with rage. You wretched brat. How dare you disregard the hierarchy? I'll break your legs. Just as Sam prepared to take action, a voice echoed from outside the hall. What has provoked my brother Sam to such fury? The crowd turned to see an elder entering the hall. It was President Morgan. Surprise washed over everyone. They had not anticipated the president of the Far East Trading Association would be present. Buck and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions slightly pleased, upon seeing Morgan. Sam's astonishment mirrored that of the others that in previous years, the Brooke family had invited Morgan to Harry's birthday feast, but he had never attended. That he showed up this year was indeed a peculiar occurrence. Sam quickly suppressed his anger, approaching with a smile. President Morgan, a minor incident has occurred. Please forgive our rudeness. As he passed by Su Ming, Morgan nodded slightly to avoid drawing attention. He did not linger near Su Ming. Meanwhile, Harry wore a forced smile as he addressed Alec. Mr. Alec, this young lad, Su Ming, is rather ignorant. I apologize on his behalf. I hope you will overlook it. Now a mere wretch, and still he possesses quite the temper. Alec scoffed, yet did not pursue the matter further. Striding toward the main table, he ought to consider his own worth. Melina shot Su Ming a cold glance, her patience wearing thin. Had the circumstances been different, she would have acted out. Hearing the young lady's words, Harry felt a pang of bitterness but refrained from responding. Brown and the elders of the clan silently scolded Su Ming multiple times in their hearts. Lacking any real ability, yet possessing such a fierce temper, Alec arrived at the main table, taking the seat that belonged to Harry. Observing this, Harry's expression soured. Under normal circumstances, it would have been acceptable, but today was his birthday feast. And someone occupying the main seat was simply unacceptable. In that moment, Harry's impression of Alec diminished entirely. He had already surmised that Alec's visit was not solely to attend his birthday celebration, but primarily to mock Su Ming. Although he felt immensely displeased, he could only suppress his anger, considering Alec's status. Not far away, Su Ming observed the scene, his brow furrowing slightly, but upon seeing the eager expressions of Brown and the others, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Subsequently, as no more guests arrived, Sam announced that the birthday feast was officially commencing. Servants began bringing forth platter after platter of delectable dishes, and the atmosphere began to warm up. Mr. Alec, Miss Melina, please, do not hesitate. Harry warmly invited the two to dine. Melina picked up a pastry with her silver fork, took a delicate bite, and immediately wrinkled her brow, spitting it out in disdain. Is this fit for human consumption? The taste is atrocious. Harry and the others froze, unsure of how to respond. Melina. Alec shot the young lady a glare, though his eyes held no reproach. Master, this is truly inedible. If this were at my home, even the dogs would refuse to eat it, the young lady complained, completely disregarding the feelings of those around her. At this point, even Brown felt a wave of embarrassment. Her behavior was simply too disrespectful. Just as everyone was about to begin their meal, the awkwardness lingered in the air, leading them to set down their utensils. Eat something that even dogs would not touch would imply they were beneath such creatures. Chapter 30. Confrontation. The young lady's arrogance left the gathered crowd feeling quite displeased. However, with a powerful archmage standing behind her, they could only endure it. In contrast, the members of the Brooke family felt an even greater sense of humiliation. The meticulously prepared dishes had been dismissed as unfit even for dogs, a blatant slap in the face. Harry and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting amusement in their eyes. They had initially worried about clashing with a level 7 archmage, but witnessing the young lady's attitude reassured them that their concerns were unfounded. The connection between this archmage and the Brooke family was evidently not as strong as they had imagined. Should trouble arise, It was unlikely he would intervene. Su Ming's expression darkened, preparing to rise and teach the young lady a lesson. But someone else spoke up first. Where did this little brat come from? Do you even know what manners are? The crowd turned to see Morgan stepping forward, leaving them momentarily stunned. Why would he choose to speak up at this moment? Melina's pretty face hardened, casting a frigid glare at Morgan. Old fool, are you seeking death? Morgan slightly lifted his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. I am Morgan Robert, the president of the Far East Chamber of Commerce's branch in Donglan City. Go ahead, try me. Humph, do you think I would hesitate? Melina, filled with fury, was about to rise, but was stopped by Alec. Hold on, Melina. Teacher. Melina looked at Alec in confusion, but upon seeing his serious expression, she instantly understood. Reluctantly glancing at Morgan, she obediently sat back down. Alec gazed intently at Morgan, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Harry frowned slightly, glancing at Morgan in the distance, his expression a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Su Ming settled back into his seat, discarding any thoughts of confrontation. The banquet continued, but after the girl's outburst, the guests had lost their appetite at tea that moment. Footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. The crowd turned to the entrance and saw three figures striding in with confidence as they recognized the newcomers. Everyone's countenance changed. The trio consisted of two men and a woman. The young lady in the lead was unfamiliar to the crowd, but the two behind her were well known. The city lord, Victor, the only sixth-tier powerhouse in Donglan City, and the owner of the Sheen River Manor, Morton, whose status was equally notable. Sam and the others stood up in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Compared to Morgan, the arrival of these two figures sent waves of concern through them, especially regarding City Lord Victor. It was known that Victor had forcefully reclaimed the Brooke family's commercial rights in the Southern District not long ago, inciting great anger from them. However, due to the overwhelming power of the Lord's mansion, they had no choice but to endure. The two families' relationship, while not openly hostile, was undoubtedly strained. They simply could not comprehend why Victor would attend the birthday banquet. Could it be that he, like Buck and the others, bore ill intentions? Harry, I wish you prosperity as vast as the East Sea and longevity that rivals the South Mountain. Victor's voice rang out as he entered the hall. Offering his blessings to Harry, Morton chimed in as well. Harry, regaining his composure, quickly rose to greet them. You are too kind. Please, come in. Harry, my friend, this is but a small token of my esteem. Please accept it. Victor produced a jade box and handed it to Harry. After a moment's hesitation, Harry accepted it, but did not open it. He feared that, should another incident occur as before, this banquet might not proceed smoothly. Harry, this is a small gesture from me. I hope you will accept it. Morton also presented a jade box to Harry. The latter took it and placed it into his storage ring, smiling as he said, You both are too generous. Please, come this way. Grandfather Harry, don't rush. I have a gift for you as well. Delia interjected, producing another jade box and offering it to Harry. Compared to the previous two boxes, this one appeared significantly more exquisite. This time, Harry did not reach out to accept it, looking curiously at Delia and asking, Young lady, and you are? He searched his memory thoroughly, certain that he did not recognize the young woman before him. Upon their arrival in Donglan City, Delia and Joyce had immediately been taken away by Victor and his guards, and only the gate guards and a few commoners had seen them. Since then, the two had resided in the Lord's mansion, and thus the nobles of Donglan City had not encountered them, leaving Harry and the others unaware of her identity. Mr. Harry, no need to worry. I am a friend of Mr. Su Ming. Please accept it. The young lady forcibly pressed the jade box into Harry's hands before turning to walk towards Su Ming. Victor and Morton immediately followed suit, observing the three approaching Su Ming's table. Harry felt even more perplexed. Given Victor's demeanor, it was evident that the young lady held significant status. When had Su Ming acquired such formidable friends? Realizing that this was not the time for inquiries, Harry suppressed his numerous questions and returned to the head of the table. Sir. Delia greeted Su Ming with a smile before adding, My aunt had urgent matters and had to leave Donglan City, so she was unable to attend the banquet. She asked me to convey her apologies. In no matter, Su Ming waved his hand and gestured for the three to take a seat across from him. They settled down, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. The city lord Victor, the owner of Sheen River Manor Morton, and the mysteriously esteemed young lady were all seated at the same table as the seemingly insignificant Su Ming. It was utterly absurd that in that moment, All eyes were drawn to Su Ming. Witnessing this scene, Brown clenched his fists in frustration. This should have been his moment in the spotlight, yet it had once again been stolen by Su Ming. Sam and the elder clansman felt a complicated mix of emotions, realizing they could no longer fathom Su Ming. Sherry and Alan exchanged puzzled glances with the young man, but understood that this was not the time for questions. Off to the side, Buck and his companions wore grim expressions. What glanced at Maki, whispering, "Didn't you say Victor was also suppressing the Brooke family? What is going on?" Maki frowned, shaking his head. "I don't know. Perhaps Victor, like us, is plotting something." Buck quietly inquired, "When do we begin?" Maki surveyed the surroundings and whispered, "I believe the time is ripe. Let us proceed now." "All right." The other two nodded in agreement. Maki promptly stood up from his seat, directing his gaze at Harry with a smile. "Lord Harry, aside from wishing you a happy birthday, we also have a matter to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, the audience perked up, knowing that the main event was about to unfold. Harry's expression darkened slightly as he asked, "What matter?" Maki replied with calm deliberation, "I have heard that the Brooke family's financial situation has encountered difficulties, and for the past month, you have been facing deficits. As your neighbors, we are willing to assist." Harry had already surmised their intentions and responded sternly, "This is an internal matter for the Brooke family. There is no need for you outsiders to concern yourselves." "That statement from you, Lord Harry, is misguided," Maki countered, shaking his head. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. You are our old neighbor, and if your family is in trouble, it is only natural for us to lend a hand. Maki is right. We ought to support each other. What chimed in? I have heard that the nobles are facing a financial crisis and are unable to manage the medicinal herb trade in Donglin City. We are willing to assist. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally grasped the trio's intentions. Harry and the elder clansman's expressions darkened instantly, their eyes ablaze with fury. "Whether we can continue our operations is an internal matter for my family. It is not your place to interfere," Hodge said, his gaze icy, wishing he could slap some sense into them. "But Hodge, you are mistaken," Buck said with a smile. "As neighbors, we should naturally help one another. You see, it is our duty." Seeing Buck's smug expression, Hodge's face turned a deep shade of anger as he gritted his teeth. "Buck, the Brooke family was indeed foolish to have ever aided an ungrateful wretch like you." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd regarded Buck with a complex gaze, some revealing disdain. The relationship between the Carter family and the Brooke family was well known in Donglin City. To speak frankly, without the Brooke family's support in the past, the Carter family would likely have long since fallen into decline. The reason the Brooke family had gone to such lengths to assist the Carter family was due to the friendship between Harry and the previous clan leader, who had adventured together in the Hungwan Mountains and had once saved Harry's life. It was precisely because of this connection that Harry had agreed to the marriage alliance. The audience harbored contempt for Buck's current ingratitude. However, they only dared to think this privately and did not voice it aloud, as Buck had attached himself to the Martin family, and no one wished to incur their wrath. In the face of the crowd's scornful gazes and Hodge's cutting remarks, Buck remained unfazed, sneering, "Hodge, do not dwell on those old grievances. I must inform you that today, regardless of your protests, you will have to relinquish the medicinal herb trade in Donglin City." Hodge's gaze turned icy. "And what if I refuse?" "Humph, that is not for you to decide," Buck retorted with a series of cold laughs. "To be frank, we have already conferred with the Mercenary Guild and President Morgan. Henceforth, your Brooke family's herbs will not be sold." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was taken aback, and the expressions of Harry and the others changed dramatically. If this were indeed the case, the Brooke family would find their future even more arduous. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards Morgan, who was engrossed in his drink, neither denying nor confirming the assertion. Such an attitude rendered the answer painfully clear. Had there been no truth to the matter, Morgan would never have remained silent. The expressions of Harry and the others shifted repeatedly. At the table where Su Ming sat, Sherry bit her silver teeth tightly, her fists clenched in a tight grip. Alan was filled with rage, but more so with a sense of powerlessness. As a mere cripple, what could he do but watch his family being humiliated? "Sir." Delia instinctively looked at Su Ming, who understood the girl's intent, and shook his head. "Not yet. Let us observe a bit longer. Patriarch Harry, if you willingly relinquish your position, considering our past relations, we shall not make things difficult for you in other areas. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Buck spoke with a beaming smile, His words dripping with smugness, the shiver ran through the crowd. With the three families joining forces, the Brooke family stood no chance that it seemed there was only one path laid out before them. Harry and the others came to the same conclusion, their faces darkening. At the main table, Brown looked at Alec and pleaded, "Master, please help us." Upon hearing this, hope ignited in the eyes of Harry and the others as they turned to Alec, their gazes filled with anticipation. Alec glanced at the crowd and replied flatly, "I can assist you, but it comes with conditions." Brown's expression brightened, and he hurriedly responded, "Master, just say it. We shall not refuse anything within our capabilities." Alec nodded, his face devoid of emotion as he stated, "I require half of your family's assets." Harry and the others were momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on their faces as they looked at Alec. Taken aback by such an exorbitant demand, if they were to surrender half their assets, the Brooke family would effectively cease to exist, and it wouldn't be long before they completely declined. "Master," Brown gazed at Alec in disbelief. Having never imagined his teacher could be so cold-blooded, "Do you not look at me like that? Had you not been my disciple, even offering up the entirety of the Brooke family's assets would not have compelled me to act." Alec's tone was indifferent, as if suggesting the Brooke family was the one benefiting from the situation. Harry, Hodge, and the others wore expressions of fluctuating emotions. Had it not been for their opponent's strength, they might have already exploded in anger. Half of the Brooke family's assets was an astronomical figure, and enlisting the help of a high-level mage was a trivial matter. Yet, here they were, seemingly at a disadvantage. The surrounding crowd wore expressions of shock, perceiving Alec's ruthlessness. Not far away, Su Ming's gaze turned icy. The reason he had initially rejected Alec was that he deemed the latter's character to be lacking. And it seemed that intuition had proven correct. Noticing the change in Su Ming's expression, Delia spoke. "Sir, would you like me to help you teach that old man a lesson?" Sherry and Alan exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued about the girl's identity. Su Ming gently shook his head. "Not yet. The time is not ripe." Father, Sam and Hodge turned their eyes to Harry, awaiting his decision, though the price was steep. Alec was currently the only one who could save the Brooke family. After a moment of gnashing his teeth in hesitation, Harry ultimately nodded with great difficulty, and no matter the cost, they first had to resolve the immediate crisis. Money could always be earned again. Failing to intimidate the three major families today would likely leave the Brooke family struggling for survival in the future. "Rest assured, leave it to me," Alec nodded, rising to face Buck and the others, stating coldly, "From this day forth, I shall protect the Brooke family. You three have 3 breaths' time to leave this place. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." As his words fell, an invisible mental storm swept through the room. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their minds, and some servants fainted on the spot. At a 7th-level Grand Mage, truly terrifying. Buck and his companions' expressions shifted slightly, but they quickly regained their composure. March cupped his hands towards Alec and said, "Senior, I fear this may not be feasible." Alec's expression darkened. "Young one, do not test my patience." March adjusted his robe and replied nonchalantly, "Senior, to be frank, our actions against the Brooke family have their reasons." Alec's eyes glinted with interest. "Oh, what reasons? Pray, enlighten me." The crowd also looked on with curiosity, eager to uncover such secrets for the first time. However, March did not speak out in public. Instead, he maneuvered through the crowd to stand before Alec, discreetly handing him a token. Alec accepted it and glanced down. The token was palm-sized and pure white. One side engraved with a uniquely shaped avian beast, and the other side etched with 3 ancient characters, Burlington. Upon seeing these 3 characters, Alec's pupils contracted, and he instinctively raised his gaze to March, his eyes sharpening. "Young one, you are toying with me." Chapter 32. Su Ming takes action under Alec's piercing gaze. March felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Steadying himself, he solemnly asked, "Senior, do you truly believe I would dare to misuse that family's name?" Alec appeared contemplative for a moment before tossing the token back to March. March pocketed the token and continued to gaze at Alec. The latter took a deep breath and addressed Harry and the others. "I apologize, but I am unable to assist in this matter." As these words were uttered, the entire assembly was stunned into silence. Everyone was exceedingly curious about what March had shown Alec that led to such a swift change in attitude. Meanwhile, Harry and his kin appeared ashen. "Master," Brown gazed at Alec with an almost pleading expression. Yet, the latter shook his head resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. Patriarch Harry, do provide us with a response." March looked at Harry. his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Harry and the elder clan members remained silent, their eyes reflecting despair. Buck, and what wore smug expressions, particularly Buck, who was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Once the Brooke family lost its medicinal business, it would not take long for them to decline, after which they would be at his mercy. The thought filled him with exhilaration. In the midst of this peculiar atmosphere, a calm voice suddenly broke through. Have you finished your performance? If so, it is now my turn. Everyone turned to see a young man in purple stride towards the center of the hall. Su Ming. The crowd looked on in bewilderment, unsure of Su Ming's intentions. Ignoring them, Su Ming's indifferent gaze swept over Buck and his companions. Do you three ever consider the consequences of daring to wreak havoc in the Brooke family? His few words reverberated like thunder in their ears. At that moment, every eye in the room widened in disbelief, staring at the slender figure in the center. The notorious cripple of Donglin City had the audacity to speak to the three clan leaders in such a manner. Was this not sheer folly? Buck and his companions were initially taken aback, but then they quickly regained their composure. What, scoffed? Do enlighten us on what consequences you foresee. The other two wore similarly mocking expressions. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly. Since you wish to disrupt the Brooke family's medicinal business, all I ask is that you relinquish the businesses each of your families oversees. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly as everyone stared incredulously at Su Ming, convinced he had lost his mind. Buck and his companions could not contain their laughter, their mirth unrestrained and boisterous. The others secretly chuckled, deeming Su Ming utterly foolish. I see this lad is not just a waste. He must have lost his mind as well. Alex's face twisted into a sneer, suddenly regretting his past desire to take such a fool as his disciple. Sam and the elder clan members wore extremely awkward expressions, wanting to refute him but finding no arguments to support their case. Harry and Hodge, however, displayed a rare glimmer of hope, reflecting on Su Ming's recent changes. They felt an inkling that perhaps Su Ming was not merely speaking without thought. Su Ming refrained from interrupting, waiting for the laughter to subside before he stated calmly, "Have you laughed enough? If so, shall we discuss serious matters?" The three fell silent, and Buck coldly remarked, "Kid, you must still be dreaming if you think you can meddle in our family affairs before you entertain such thoughts. Perhaps you should first consider how to resolve your own family's troubles." Is the trifling predicament you created truly worthy of being called a trouble? Su Ming displayed a look of disdain, his demeanor and words betraying a complete disregard for the three individuals before him. Enraged, the trio turned their fury towards Ma Chi, who immediately cast a glance at Morgan and said, "President Morgan, I implore you to terminate the cooperation with the Brooke family at once, and let this little wretch know his place." Morgan, taken aback, raised his head in astonishment. "What is it that clan leader Ma Chi is implying? I fail to comprehend your words." Upon hearing this, Ma Chi was momentarily stunned, as were Buck and Watt. Everyone present, save for Delia, Victor, and Morton, was equally bewildered. After a few moments, Ma Chi regained his composure and, in disbelief, turned to Morgan. "President Morgan, what do you mean by that? We had a clear agreement." Morgan's expression turned grave. "Clan leader Ma Chi, do not speak nonsense. My collaboration with the Brooke family has always been amicable. It is impossible for it to be abruptly severed." He then looked toward Harry, smilingly adding, "Wouldn't you agree, brother Harry?" Harry, snapping back to reality, though still unclear about the specifics, promptly nodded. "Indeed, we have always enjoyed a harmonious partnership, and I hope for President Morgan's continued support in the future. That is only natural," Morgan replied with a smile. Ma Chi stood rigidly, his face a tempest of emotions. This unexpected turn of events left him flabbergasted. Buck and Watt shared a similarly grim expression, their minds racing with doubt. Could this be a ruse orchestrated by Ma Chi and Morgan? Yet, upon further contemplation, they dismissed that notion, just as the three were engulfed in uncertainty. Morgan spoke again. "You three have taken advantage of the weak and acted treacherously. I, Morgan, am ashamed to be associated with such individuals. From this moment forth, I declare that the Far East Trading Company will sever all ties with you." A wave of astonishment swept through the room at this proclamation. Almost everyone present looked at Morgan in disbelief, their expressions one of incredulity. As for Buck and his companions, they stood frozen in shock. After a prolonged silence, Watt managed a nervous chuckle as he addressed Morgan. "President Morgan, you must be joking, right?" Morgan's expression darkened. "Morgan, always speak with utmost sincerity. I do not jest." The confirmation left Watt staggering, nearly losing his balance. The Bruce family primarily dealt in mining, and unlike medicinal herbs, the demand for minerals in Donglan City was minimal, necessitating sales to other regions. Consequently, nearly 80% of the Bruce family's mineral output was traded to the Far East Trading Company. As it was the most straightforward arrangement, with the cessation of purchases from the Far East Trading Company, they would be compelled to sell independently, yet the Bruce family lacked the capacity to reach other markets. In essence, if the Far East Trading Company ceased its procurement, the Bruce family would soon face decline. Even bankruptcy. Buck's countenance was equally grim, for the Carter family similarly relied heavily on the Far East Trading Company for their business. Among the trio, only Ma Chi maintained a semblance of composure. The Daniel family dealt in weaponry and was not as dependent on the Far East Trading Company as the others. President Morgan, are you not concerned about provoking public outrage by unilaterally terminating our cooperation? Buck demanded, his forehead veins bulging with anger as he glared at Morgan. The latter's expression grew icy. Are you threatening me? Buck shuddered, realizing his misstep, and hastily shook his head. No, President Morgan, please do not misunderstand. Humph. Do not think that aligning yourself with the Martin family instills fear in us, Morgan retorted coldly, dismissing Buck and his companions with a wave. Their faces darkened with despair. Knowing their plans for the day had been foiled, they turned to leave, only to be intercepted by Su Ming. Gentlemen, do you truly believe the Brooke family is a marketplace where you can come and go as you please? Chapter 33. A humiliating retreat. Su Ming, what do you intend to do? Are you truly seeking to make enemies of our three families? Buck's expression darkened as he glared coldly at Su Ming. Unfazed, Su Ming replied nonchalantly. What? Are you afraid? The trio was momentarily taken aback before Ma Chi retorted coldly. You insolent brat. Do not overestimate yourself, D.O. You truly believe that just because Morgan is on your side, we cannot contend with you? I will be frank. Even if we do not act, others will. With that, he turned to Victor, casually remarking, What say you, Lord Mayor? All eyes turned toward Victor, recalling the recent incident where the mayor's office reclaimed shops in the Southern District. Victor's expression shifted slightly as he quickly stood and declared, Ma Chi, do not slander me. This mayor has maintained a friendly relationship with the Brooke family and has never harbored such intentions. The denial was met with a collective astonishment from the crowd, especially Ma Chi, who stood rooted in disbelief. After a few seconds, he finally regained his composure and scoffed. Heh, Lord Mayor, let us not beat around the bush. Do not think I am unaware that the Brinton family approached you to suppress the Brooke family. At this revelation, silence enveloped the room, followed by a cacophony of gasps. What? The Brinton family? Which Brinton family? Surely not the one from Shili City. Of course not. In the Shishan province, is there another Brinton family? How could they possibly target our small Brooke family? The crowd buzzed with incredulity, struggling to comprehend how a prominent family from Shili City could descend upon a minor family like the Brooks. However, the astute among them quickly deduced the underlying reason, instinctively glancing at Su Ming. Could it be? Among those present, the Brooke family was the most shocked. They had been puzzled by the mayor's sudden hostility. And now the reason was becoming clear. Harry and the clan elders were not oblivious either. They quickly made the connection to Su Ming, but knew this was not the time for inquiries. Forcing themselves to suppress their myriad doubts, amid the astonishment, a voice suddenly rang out. Nonsense. This mayor is completely unaware of such matters. Immediately, Victor turned to Harry, a smile gracing his face. Brother Harry, please do not misunderstand. My reclamation of the shops was merely to inspect the quality of the buildings. The inspections are complete, and the properties have been returned to their rightful owners. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by his words, which any discerning listener could see were flimsy at best. What astonished them further was how the esteemed mayor of Donglan City was treating Harry with such deference. After a moment of shock, Harry quickly reacted, instructing his people to bring forth the gift box that Victor had sent earlier. Upon opening it, he found it contained a stack of land deeds. Eagerly, he picked up one to examine, only to discover it was a deed for the Southern District shops. What is this? Harry and the clan elders were instantly dumbfounded, for the deed clearly bore the words transferred as a gift. The crowd turned their gaze, bewildered, towards Victor, who smiled gently, saying, Brother Harry, these shops are my gift to you in celebration of your birthday. I hope you do not find them lacking. The onlookers were at a loss for words. Victor's gesture was no longer mere politeness, but rather an overt act of flattery. The crowd was filled with disbelief. How could a city lord, a government official bestowed by the empire, be so eager to curry favor with a minor family? If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. As for Ma Chi and his companions, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Everything unfolding before them had exceeded their comprehension. "Thank you, Lord Mayor." Harry suppressed his excitement, cupping his fists in gratitude towards Victor. Brother Harry, you are too kind." Victor waved dismissively, smiling. "Regarding the recent incident, I apologize for not communicating clearly. I hope you do not hold it against me. We must continue to support one another in the future." Harry nodded repeatedly, his gaze instinctively shifting towards the composed Su Ming. This moment, even the slowest of thinkers would grasp the crux of the matter. Victor's courteous behavior was undoubtedly linked to Su Ming. The others quickly caught on as well. It was painfully obvious that after Victor's arrival, he had gone directly to Su Ming. To claim that there was no connection between them would be utterly implausible. Su Ming turned his attention to Buck and his companions, speaking coolly. "Gentlemen, do not dawdle. Let us discuss how we might settle the score for your disruption at my grandfather's birthday banquet. This time." The trio dared not dismiss Su Ming's words lightly. Ma, gritting his teeth, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" All gazes converged upon Su Ming, eager to discover his course of action. He replied calmly, "First, tell me, whose idea was it to present the clock?" It was he, Ma Chi, and what simultaneously pointed at Buck, whose expression shifted like the wind. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. "Very well. Leaving is simple. Relinquish your family's business and dispose of him." At this declaration, the trio's faces paled in alarm, and Buck, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Su Ming, do not overreach your bounds." What in March also said, "Su Ming, do you not leave us even a sliver of a chance?" Su Ming replied coldly, "A chance? Did you ever consider sparing my Brooke family when you previously forced us?" The expressions of the three men shifted repeatedly, and what said icily, "Su Ming, you would do well to let us go. Should it come to blows, your Brooke family will surely suffer grievously." The threat was unmistakable. Su Ming's demeanor remained impassive. "You may certainly attempt it." Victor chimed in, "Yes, by all means, give it a try." The three men's faces paled in disbelief as they gazed at Victor, unable to fathom why he stood so resolutely with Su Ming. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, March and Watt gritted their teeth. "Impossible. We shall never agree to such terms." Su Ming nodded with indifference, as if he had anticipated this scene, and said lightly, "Not agreeing is fine. But I hope you will not regret it in the future." Watt and March's expressions shifted slightly, yet they quickly regained their composure. Despite Su Ming's enigmatic demeanor and the substantial support from Victor and Morgan, they believed that as long as they could leave this place safely today, they could report back to the Brinton family and would not fear dealing with a mere Su Ming. Observing the changes in their expressions, Su Ming discerned their thoughts. A smirk crept onto his lips, and a glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. Before long, he would make them acquainted with the meaning of despair. "Waste him, and you may leave." Su Ming spoke coolly. Watt and March exhaled in relief and then turned to Buck. The former said apologetically, "Buck, my apologies." Without waiting for Buck to respond, the two suddenly struck, shattering the cyclone within him. Buck, having only recently ascended to the rank of a fifth-level warrior, was no match for the two. His cultivation was instantly obliterated. Thud, deprived of his powers, Buck collapsed like a deflated balloon. Watt and March paid him no mind and quickly departed from the Brooke family. Buck struggled to rise. Staggering towards the exit of the hall, as he passed by Su Ming, he shot him a venomous glare. "Su Ming, wait for it. Buck, vow not to live as a man. If I do not avenge this, I shall await your return." Su Ming replied with an expression of indifference, having never regarded him highly. Were it not for the inappropriateness of bloodshed at today's banquet, he could have effortlessly dispatched him with a mere slap. Once Buck and the others had departed, the crowd regained their senses. Instinctively casting curious and astonished glances towards Su Ming, before attending the banquet, none had anticipated such an outcome. Chapter 34. The banquet concludes as they watched Buck and his companions depart in a disheveled state. Sam and the other clan elders beamed with delight. The frustration they had felt upon witnessing the earlier gift of the clock evaporated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, just as the clan elders were reveling in their excitement. Su Ming approached them with a cold expression. The elders' gazes sharpened, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Su Ming stood before the main table, first nodding slightly at Harry, before turning to Brown and saying coldly, "You truly have chosen a fine mentor. Attending another's birthday celebration while daring to occupy the main seat yourself." Brown's face flushed with embarrassment, longing to retort but finding no suitable justification. Melina's expression hardened, and she rose to stand before Su Ming. Looking down at him, "You insolent boy, My mentor holds a prestigious position. Sitting at the main table is a courtesy to you. Su Ming glanced at the girl, then suddenly delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, a vivid red handprint appeared on her cheek. You dare strike me? Melina covered her reddened face, staring incredulously at Su Ming. The others in attendance widened their eyes in shock. Taken aback by Su Ming's audacity, Su Ming's expression remained impassive. To be struck by me is a privilege. Delighted by his words, Delia laughed, gazing at Su Ming with admiration, thinking to herself that he was indeed remarkable. In the now silent hall, her laughter rang out, startling everyone, who turned to see her. Upon realizing it was Delia, they relaxed. Anyone who commanded such respect from Victor and Morton undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary identity. In this setting, only she would dare to laugh. You little brat, I shall kill you. Melina, regaining her composure, twisted her face in anger, chanting a spell to cast magic upon Su Ming. However, Su Ming was swifter. Delivering another slap that sent her crashing to the ground, interrupting her incantation. He did not hold back. The force of his strike shattered her arms. Su Ming towered over her, his voice devoid of warmth. I generally refrain from striking women, unless provoked. Delia again failed to suppress her laughter. Although the words themselves were not inherently humorous, they sounded comical when delivered with Su Ming's seriousness. The others, however, dared not laugh, for they witnessed Alec rise from his seat with a grim expression. Worthless fool, do you dare strike my disciple? Have you considered the consequences? Before Su Ming could respond, Victor swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Su Ming, intoning gravely, Director Alec, you cannot harm this person. Alec remained unmoved, speaking coldly. Victor, do you also wish to oppose me? Faced with a 7th-level archmage, Victor felt immense pressure, yet recalling Su Ming's background, he steeled himself and replied, Director Alec, you truly must not act against Su Ming. The onlookers were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend Victor's fervent defense of Su Ming. Step aside, or do not blame me for being impolite. Alec barked angrily, his gaze icy as it bore down on Victor. It was clear that if Victor did not yield, he might very well take action. Old fool, do not be arrogant. Victor is an imperial official. Dare you lay a hand on him? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a sharp voice rang out. The crowd turned to see Delia striding purposefully towards Alec. Alec also regarded the girl, his tone icy. Little girl, you speak with great bravado. A mere city lord, should I decide to act, none would dare challenge me. His words, however, were somewhat far-fetched. Under normal circumstances, few would dare to strike an imperial official, as such actions could lead to dire consequences. At best, it would result in a minor conflict, easily smoothed over with connections. At worst, it could be seen as a provocation against the Empire, a heavy charge that few could withstand. Alec's confidence stemmed from knowing that Victor had no backing. With his abilities, he could easily resolve the matter. Oh, is that so? Delia, who had been laughing moments before, suddenly turned icy. Then by all means, give it a T or Y. In that instant, an invisible aura emanated from the girl, stunning everyone present except for Su Ming, who regarded her with interest. Alec's expression shifted from confusion to apprehension. Who exactly are you? Delia's gaze was frigid. You are not worthy to know my identity. Be wise and take your people and leave at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With her words, a terrifying wave of spiritual power surged forth. A 6th-level mage. The crowd gasped, their faces pale. The girl before them, barely in her 20s, was already a 6th-level mage, on par with Victor. At that moment, Alec's expression changed dramatically. As the head of the Mage Academy, he understood the implications of a 6th-level mage in their early 20s. Such a prodigy was undoubtedly backed by a fearsome force. Ordinary factions could not possibly nurture such talent. Suddenly recalling the recent visit of the governor to East Forest City, Alec trembled, piecing together the implications. Steeling himself, he bowed slightly to Delia. My young friend, I shall take my leave. Melina, we must go. Realizing the severity of the situation, Melina could only depart with Alec, her face twisted in frustration. The crowd stood dumbfounded, scarcely believing their eyes. A formidable 7th-level archmage had been so thoroughly intimidated that he fled in disgrace. Their gazes turned inquisitively towards the girl, their curiosity about her identity piqued. Sir, I took the liberty of letting that old man go. You won't be angry, will you? Delia looked at Su Ming, offering a playful smile. Thank you, Su Ming replied. Su Ming nodded with a smile. Although he harbored no fear of Alec, he felt compelled to deploy some genuine trump cards. If possible, Su Ming preferred not to reveal too much too soon. Yet, enduring Alec's arrogance was something he found utterly intolerable. Subsequently, under Harry's arrangement, Su Ming, along with Delia and Victor, took their seats at the main table. Even Alan and Shirley were summoned over by Hodge. This time, the elders dared not utter a word of protest. The banquet continued, during which Harry and the others subtly probed into the relationship between Su Ming and his companions. However, the latter feigned ignorance, appearing as though they had not heard, much to Harry's disappointment. Soon after, the banquet concluded, and the guests began to depart. Su Ming rose and escorted Delia and the others out of the castle. "Sir, I shall be leaving for Shili City tomorrow. You must come to find me when you visit Shili City in the future," Delia said to Su Ming. He nodded in agreement. "All right," after bidding farewell to them. Su Ming returned to the hall. Hodge immediately approached him, chuckling as he patted Su Ming's shoulder. "Well done, young man. I never would have guessed you had befriended so many prominent figures." Su Ming smiled without replying. Harry's aged eyes sparkled with mirth, and his heart was filled with joy. Alan and Shirley also regarded Su Ming with smiles. The younger generation looked upon him with admiration, viewing his earlier conduct as nothing short of spectacular. Just as the atmosphere brimmed with delight, an untimely voice suddenly pierced through the merriment. Su Ming, what is the situation with the Brinton family? Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? It was Sam who spoke. At his words, the elders chimed in. "Indeed, what is going on with the Brinton family? We demand an explanation." Their voices were aggressive, clearly indicating they would not relent until Su Ming provided clarity. The other clan members turned their gazes towards Su Ming. They were not naive. A prestigious family like the Brinton family would not randomly target a smaller clan without reason. Upon further reflection, they could surmise that the matter must pertain to Su Ming, for among the entire Brooke family, only Su Ming and Alan had previously visited Shili City. Harry sighed and spoke. "Su Ming, please tell us what transpired in Shili City." Harry had long harbored suspicions that there was more to Su Ming's disgrace than met the eye. He knew his grandson's character well and was convinced he could not have acted in such a manner. Despite having inquired multiple times about what had happened, Su Ming had remained silent, too devastated to speak. Faced with his grandfather's inquiry, Su Ming did not respond immediately but turned his gaze toward Alan. Alan hesitated briefly before nodding. With his father's approval, Su Ming addressed the assembly and recounted the events in detail. As the narrative unfolded, astonishment washed over the audience. They had never anticipated the situation to be so intricate. How outrageous! The Locke family is simply too brazen. Has our third brother been reduced to this state, and yet they persist in their harassment? Hodge seethed, his teeth clenched in fury at the actions of the Locke family. Harry's expression darkened, utterly shocked that his descendants had been subjected to such injustice. The young women, including Shirley, felt their eyes welling with tears, profoundly moved by the love between Alan and Judy, while some felt the Locke family had gone too far and expressed their outrage. Others believed Alan was to blame, arguing that had he not recklessly provoked the Locke family's heiress, such calamities would not have ensued. Sam was the first to speak. "Father, for the safety of our family, I believe we should expel the third son from the clan. Otherwise, the Brinton family will undoubtedly not spare us." Upon hearing this, Hodge was instantly enraged. "Eldest brother, how can you even suggest such a thing?" Sam remained stoic, offering no reply. At this juncture, the elders began to voice their agreement. "Clan leader, we too concur with Sam. For the safety of the family, we must expel Alan and his son." You, Hodge stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed at the assembly, unable to articulate a complete thought. The younger members exchanged glances, torn between the wrathful Hodge and the indifferent expressions of Sam and the elders, leaving them uncertain of whom to side with. A flicker of anger flashed in Harry's eyes as he coldly declared, "Alan is my son, and Su Ming is my grandson. That is the case now, and it shall remain so in the future. Henceforth, do not bring this matter up again." With that, Harry swept away, disregarding the crowd entirely. Sam and the elders wore grim expressions, but with Harry having departed, there was little they could do. They could hardly chase after him, demanding he expel Su Ming. Sam felt an acute sense of dissatisfaction and turned to Su Ming and Alan, their brother. "If you do not wish for our family to face utter ruin, you should withdraw from the clan." The elders echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, Alan, you and your son have brought this calamity upon us. Why must we bear the burden? If you have the ability, face the consequences alone, and do not drag the clan down with you." They were both angry and fearful. The Locke family was one of the most powerful families in the Empire. If they were resolute in their intentions to target the Brooke family, its downfall was inevitable. In their view, the only way to secure a glimmer of hope was to expel Alan and his son from the clan, thereby severing ties completely. Faced with the aggressive demeanor of the assembly, Alan's countenance darkened, his fist clenching and relaxing in an endless cycle. revealing his inner turmoil. He yearned to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Su Ming stepped forward, his gaze icy as he addressed Sam and the elders. "Uncle, esteemed elders, rest assured, I shall shoulder the pressure from both the Locke and Brinton families. You need not concern yourselves with it." Upon hearing this, the elders erupted in derisive laughter. "You will bear it. With what? With your meager abilities, not only can you not contend with the Locke family, but you would also struggle against the Brinton family." Su Ming paid no heed to their scornful laughter and replied calmly, "That is of no concern to you. Just know this. As long as I, Su Ming, am here, the Brooke family will remain unscathed." Without waiting for the elders to respond, he continued, "In the future, should there be matters you cannot resolve, feel free to approach me. If you continue to covertly target my father as before, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he turned to Alan and said, "Father, let us leave." Alan nodded, his eyes filled with pride. He suddenly felt that his son had truly matured. As they departed without looking back, Sam and the elders were left seething with rage. How dare they? The hall echoed with their furious roars, prompting the younger members to hastily retreat. Hodge cast a disdainful glance at the group, then turned to Shirley, saying, "Daughter, let us leave and not concern ourselves with these individuals who are only capable of bullying within their own ranks." Hearing this, the elders grew even more incensed. Yet, with everyone having vacated the hall, their anger was rendered futile, as there was no one left to vent their frustrations upon. Ultimately, they could only unleash their wrath upon the servants before departing with grim expressions. The events of the banquet quickly spread throughout Donglin City. Upon learning of the news, many were astonished, never expecting the Brooke family to maintain such close ties with both the Lord's Manor and the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Alongside their shock, they could not resist mocking the three prominent families. This time, the three families had truly suffered a self-inflicted wound, particularly the Carter family. Patriarch Buck gained nothing but had his abilities stripped away, further antagonizing the Far East Chamber of Commerce, which severed their partnership. It seemed everyone anticipated that before long, the Carter family would face decline. In the opulent hall of the Carter family, Buck furiously shattered objects within the room. Father Hill cautiously waited nearby, having recently been incredulous upon hearing the news that he could hardly believe his own father had been rendered powerless. After a long while, Buck gradually calmed down and turned to Hill, saying, "Hill, tomorrow you must accompany the steward to Soding City and inform Alice of what has transpired here." Chapter 35, Breakthrough in the lavish hall of the Danielle family. What and March sat facing each other. What spoke solemnly? "March, have we received any response from the Brinton family? Morgan has already severed our collaboration, and if we do not devise a solution soon, the downfall of our two families is merely a matter of time." March secretly curled his lip. Even without relying on the Far East Trading Company, the Daniel family would not be in dire straits as the other party suggested. Of course, he would not voice such thoughts. "I have already sent someone to Shilly City. It will likely take a few days," March remarked nonchalantly. "We cannot afford to offend the Far East Trading Company. For now, we should devise ways to seize some of the medicinal business in Donglin City to mitigate our losses. When the Brinton family sends someone, we can then strike decisively to topple the Brooke family." What nodded thoughtfully, "What shall we do?" After pondering for a moment, March replied, "The Southern District is no longer an option. We must focus on the Western District. Let us pay a visit to that old fellow at the Mercenary Guild. In the days following the Brooke family's banquet, Su Ming had been diligently honing his skills at home, experiencing notable progress in his cultivation. Harry and Alan had inquired about the events of that day, but Su Ming remained reticent. The notion of rebirth was too astonishing. Should it fall into the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. It was not that he did not trust Alan and the others, but the fewer who knew of such matters, the better. One day, Su Ming stepped out of his house, intending to venture into the city to procure some medicinal herbs. Having been stuck at the second-tier warrior level for some time, it was high time he acquired the necessary ingredients to break through. Just as he exited his door, he encountered Alan. Today, Alan appeared distinctly different. He was adorned in noble attire that he had not worn in ages, and even his hair was meticulously styled. "Father, what is this about?" Su Ming inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "My family has tasked me with managing the marketplace in the Western District," Alan replied, his excitement palpable. It was evident that he was thrilled. Ever since his fall from grace, the family had regarded him as a burden, but now they finally acknowledged him again and entrusted him with the family business. "I mustn't delay. The elders are waiting for me," he added, glancing back as he departed. Watching Alan's retreating figure, Su Ming furrowed his brow. As far as he knew, the Western District was a haven for mercenaries, and its law and order had always been chaotic. Assigning the unpracticed Alan to manage the marketplace there seemed a burden rather than a blessing. Clearly, the elders had not taken his previous words to heart, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Su Ming thought, if that is the case, then I shall not bear the blame. He left the castle and shortly thereafter entered the Far East Trading Company. In the opulent reception hall, Su Ming turned to Morgan and inquired, President Morgan, might you have any news regarding those particular herbs? Morgan shook his head, not at the moment, but I assure you that you will be the first to know once I do. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Ming produced a prescription and handed it to Morgan. You have all these herbs, correct? Morgan glanced at the list, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. The prescription detailed herbs of an extraordinarily violent nature. While Morgan was curious about Su Ming's intentions for these materials, he refrained from probing further. Please hold on. I need to check the warehouse, Morgan said before departing the hall that he returned after a considerable time. Sir, all the herbs you requested are here, he stated, handing over a storage ring. Su Ming inspected the contents with his spiritual energy and nodded in satisfaction. President Morgan, could you kindly find me a tranquil place? He asked. May I ask why, sir? Morgan inquired, curiosity evident. Su Ming replied simply, to cultivate. In a secluded courtyard. Su Ming sat cross-legged and removed all the herbs from the storage ring. He unleashed his spiritual energy, causing all the herbs to levitate, and then cast fire magic. The searing flames enveloped the herbs, initiating their refinement. Before long, all the herbs had been transformed by the intense heat into vibrant liquids of various colors. Su Ming extinguished the flames and inhaled deeply. One by one, the floating liquids were consumed. The scalding concoctions flowed down his throat into his abdomen, coursing through his meridians. In the next moment, Su Ming's skin flushed crimson, beads of hot sweat emerging from his pores. Within moments, he was drenched in perspiration. The volatile liquid surged through him like lava, sending waves of sharp pain from every part of his body. Yet, he remained silent, not even furrowing his brow. Su Ming channeled the magic heart's fury, refining the molten liquid within him. With the aid of his technique, the fluid followed a specific pathway, repeatedly washing over his body, gradually improving his internal organs, flesh, and bones. Time felt nebulous, but eventually, Su Ming abruptly opened his eyes, inhaling deeply. The surrounding elemental energy surged toward him in a torrent. An overwhelming amount of elemental energy flowed into him. Yet it felt as though it were merely a drop in the ocean, causing no disturbance whatsoever. Su Ming's nostrils flared as the elemental energy continued to flood his body. At that moment, he resembled an insatiable abyss, unable to be filled. Soon, elemental energy from all directions converged upon the courtyard, forming an enormous vortex that created a considerable uproar. The commotion quickly caught the attention of those within the Far East Trading Company. Morgan leaped onto the roof, gazing at the towering vortex. Which direction is that? He exclaimed in astonishment, before swiftly heading toward the courtyard, dispersing anyone who sought to investigate. Such a massive disturbance not only attracted the attention of the trading company but also roused the nearby residents. They all turned to the 100-meter-high vortex, their faces awash with shock. At the city lord's mansion, Victor gazed toward the distant vortex, his expression trembling. Such a commotion. Could it be that someone has broken through to the 5th-tier warrior level again? The upper echelons of several noble families also took notice, their expressions equally shaken. The Far East Trading Company was indeed formidable, nurturing yet another 5th-tier warrior within the Brooke family. The elders exhibited expressions of astonishment, their eyes reflecting admiration and envy. After about a quarter of an hour, the swirling elemental energy gradually dissipated. Morgan stepped toward the courtyard. Su Ming rose from the ground, a glint of brilliance in his eyes. He clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With the aid of the herbal concoctions and elemental energy, he had successfully advanced to the 3rd-tier warrior level, significantly enhancing his strength compared to before. Now, with his newfound power, coupled with numerous strategies and aces up his sleeve, along with millennia of combat experience, he could slaughter anyone below the 6th tier indiscriminately, should he employ the trump cards from his past life. Even a 6th-tier warrior could be slain. Congratulations on your breakthrough, sir. Morgan entered the courtyard, bowing respectfully to Su Ming. Su Ming glanced around at the damaged surroundings and apologized. I am sorry for the destruction of your courtyard. Please, sir, do not mention it. Morgan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed upon Su Ming, still unable to fathom his cultivation level. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, Sir, may I inquire if you have just broken through to the 5th-tier warrior level? Su Ming shook his head. It is merely the 3rd tier. The 3rd tier. Morgan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. unable to fathom how such a formidable fluctuation could arise from a mere third-tier breakthrough. Was he jesting? However, seeing Su Ming's composed demeanor, it became evident that he was not joking. Gulping, Morgan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. The youth before him possessed a talent so terrifying it surpassed his imagination. At that moment, Morgan was even more determined. This young man was someone to befriend, not to offend. President Morgan, could we perhaps change locations? I have matters to discuss with you, Su Ming suddenly stated. Morgan snapped back to reality, hastily responding, of course, this way please. Moments later, the two arrived in an opulently decorated room. After taking a seat, Su Ming got straight to the point. President Morgan, I wish to collaborate with you. Would you be interested? Morgan's eyes lit up. Please, go on, sir. Without beating around the bush, Su Ming directly stated, I wish to partner with your company to open a weapons shop. Morgan was taken aback, quickly realizing, sir, are you planning to deal with the Daniel family? In the esteemed Eastern Forest City, three prominent noble families stand out. The Brooke family, engaged in the herbal medicine trade, the Bruce family, which specializes in mining, and the Daniel family, known for their weaponry business. Nestled near the perilous Hungduan Mountains, Eastern Forest City is frequently besieged by countless mercenaries seeking adventure. The treacherous terrain of the Hungduan Mountains necessitates two essential items for those who dare to enter: healing potions and reliable weapons. Low-tier warriors, possessing limited combat energy, often rely more on their physical prowess. However, such unarmed techniques are insufficient against the resilient beasts that roam these lands, thus necessitating the acquisition of formidable weaponry. The Daniel family has ascended to the ranks of the elite nobility precisely due to their monopoly over the weapon trade in Eastern Forest City. Su Ming's current objective is to seize control of the weapon market, rendering the Daniel family incapable of conducting business, leading to their gradual decline and eventual bankruptcy. He intends to instill a sense of despair in the members of the three major families. One step at a time, the Bruce family poses little threat. Severing ties with the Far East Chamber of Commerce will render their mining operations unsellable, ultimately culminating in their financial ruin. As for the Carter family, Su Ming has never regarded them with any seriousness. A mere second-tier noble family. Their current patriarch, Buck, has been disgraced, and without Su Ming's intervention, they will falter soon enough. Thus, the Daniel family is the sole adversary he needs to contend with. Su Ming inquired, does President Morgan have any interest? Morgan furrowed his brow slightly, responding, sir, the weapon trade in Eastern Forest City is predominantly controlled by the Daniel family. Our efforts to penetrate this market may not be straightforward. Su Ming replied nonchalantly, that is a trivial matter. As long as our weapons surpass theirs in quality, we need not fear a lack of buyers. Morgan sighed. You are unaware, sir. The Daniel family boasts a fifth-tier blacksmith whose weaponry is of exceptional quality, making it a formidable challenge for us to surpass. A mere fifth-tier blacksmith is nothing but rubbish, Su Ming scoffed, then asked, does your chamber have any blacksmiths? Morgan nodded affirmatively. Moments later, he introduced an elderly man into the room. The old man, somewhat short at about 5 feet tall, sported a scruffy beard and wore a coarse short shirt. His muscular physique exuded an aura of robustness. Sir, this is Mario, the highest-ranking blacksmith in our chamber. Just one step away from achieving the 5th tier, the old man, Mario, glanced at Su Ming with impatience, exclaiming, is it you who wishes to see me? Speak quickly. I have a multitude of tasks awaiting my attention. Morgan reprimanded, Mario, do not show such disrespect to the sir. He then turned apologetically to Su Ming. Please do not take offense. Mario can be quite brusque. Despite Morgan's authoritative demeanor, Mario remained indifferent, his expression still reflecting impatience. Blacksmiths, alchemists, and alchemists are highly regarded professions on the continent, as their capabilities far exceed those of ordinary individuals. For instance, without their 5th-tier blacksmith, the Daniel family would not have achieved their current status and strength. Similarly, the Brooke family relies on a 5th-tier alchemist to dominate the herbal medicine trade in Eastern Forest City. Due to their rarity and significant impact, individuals in these three professions often exhibit arrogance and peculiar temperaments. The elderly man before them was clearly one such character. Casting a derisive glance at the haughty old man, Su Ming smirked, at your advanced age, to still be a mere 4th-tier blacksmith. One wonders what you have to be proud of. Upon hearing this, Morgan's expression shifted. Before he could respond, Mario erupted in fury. What did you say, you brat? Su Ming maintained his composure, retorting, not only is your skill lacking, but your hearing seems to be as well. You insolent wretch, You seek death. Mario, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves to strike, but was swiftly restrained by the quick-witted Morgan. Mario, cease this at once. What do you think you are doing? Let me go, President. I must teach this brat a lesson today. Mario seethed, struggling against Morgan's grip. Morgan, feeling exasperated, silently chastised Su Ming for provoking the old man. He understood that Mario had always been proud and could not tolerate such insults, while he could manage others. Mario's unique status rendered him untouchable, complicating the situation for Morgan. Fortunately, Su Ming spoke up. President Morgan, release him. Morgan hesitated but complied, letting Mario go. The latter glared at Su Ming. Do not think this means I will spare you. Su Ming paid him no mind and retrieved a book with a black cover from his storage ring, tossing it to Mario. The old man instinctively caught it and began to peruse its contents. Instantly captivated, as he read, his expression shifted rapidly. Shock, amazement, and enlightenment all played across his face. Morgan, observing from the side, was perplexed and curious about the book's contents that could so enthrall Mario. After a considerable time, Mario closed the book, cradling it as though it were a treasure, and gazed at Su Ming. Young sir, what is this book? Su Ming nodded. I authored it. Although Mario had suspected as much, hearing Su Ming's admission surprised him nonetheless. He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Your talent is remarkable, sir. I was indeed rash earlier. I hope you will forgive my impertinence. Not at all, Su Ming waved dismissively, then asked, do you have confidence in breaking through to become a fifth-tier blacksmith? Mario closed the book and replied with conviction. With this manual, I will surely reach the fifth tier within a week. Morgan's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Ming nodded and turned to Morgan. President Morgan, with a fifth-tier blacksmith at our disposal, do you believe we can defeat the Daniel family? Morgan inhaled deeply, asserting, you need not worry. As long as Mario can advance to the fifth tier, I am confident we will capture the entire weapon market in Eastern Forest City within 3 months. Excellent. I shall await your news. Su Ming affirmed, then took his leave. Once he departed, Morgan turned to Mario, curiosity piqued. What is written in that book that could instill such confidence in you? Mario was candid. It is a comprehensive and profound compilation of knowledge regarding blacksmithing, a true treasure for our craft. He hugged the manual tightly, then asked, Morgan, who exactly is that young man? To have penned such a masterpiece is no trivial feat. Morgan glanced in the direction Su Ming had departed, saying, did I not mention to you recently that I encountered a distinguished guest holding a purple gold card? Mario was taken aback, exclaiming, could it be him? Morgan nodded. Indeed, it is he. Taking a deep breath, Mario remarked solemnly, a bearer of a purple gold card, well versed in blacksmithing. This individual is certainly extraordinary. Morgan's expression grew grave. The more he interacted with Su Ming, the more enigmatic he became. Mario, with a glimmer of seriousness in his eyes, addressed Morgan. I can firmly assert that this young man is no ordinary individual. If you cultivate a good relationship with him, you may find yourself entering the main lineage, perhaps even the core of the chamber, perhaps. Morgan mused. A glimmer of yearning flickered in Morgan's eyes. Su Ming departed from the Far East Chamber of Commerce and made his way directly to the Western District. Intending to visit his father, Alan, the Western District is known as the most chaotic area in Donglin City, a veritable haven for mercenaries. These mercenaries are predominantly desperate individuals who walk the razor's edge of danger. Naturally, their gatherings are fraught with bloodshed and conflict, with casualties occurring daily. Even the city guards rarely venture here, for their presence often proves futile. Some mercenaries, in their frenzy, dare to threaten even the guards. However, it is not to say that these mercenaries are entirely fearless. Their audacity stems from a significant reason. Behind every mercenary lies a formidable protective umbrella known as the Mercenary Guild. This guild is a superpower that spans every corner of the continent, with branches established in nearly every city. Over 95% of mercenaries on the continent have joined the guild, at least nominally. The guild has stringent regulations stating that any mercenary who commits an offense locally must be dealt with by the guild itself, leaving no room for others to intervene. Failure to adhere to this rule is viewed as an affront to the guild. Generally speaking, when incidents arise, the guild tends to side with the mercenaries, and unless the matter is particularly grave, it typically concludes without further consequences. This very leniency emboldens the mercenaries, rendering them unafraid even of the city guards. As Su Ming entered the Western District, he witnessed numerous instances of violent clashes. He observed mercenaries brawling amongst themselves and others intimidating the common folk. He paid little heed to these disturbances, instead focusing on locating his family's market in the Western District. The herbal trade in Donglin City is primarily concentrated in the southern and western districts. with the Southern District housing luxurious establishments frequented by the affluent, while the Western District is home to a series of markets catering to the less fortunate. The Brooke family operates 3 markets in the Western District, all overseen by Alan, the chief administrator. After visiting the first 2 markets without finding Alan, Su Ming proceeded to the final one. Upon arriving outside the market, a frown creased his brow. A crowd had gathered, and the sounds of heated arguments echoed from within. "Sir, is this not outright robbery? Do you truly think the Brooke family is so easily bullied? You imbecile, I am in a good mood today and have no desire to fight. You'd best keep your distance." Recognizing his father's voice amidst the commotion, Su Ming's expression darkened as he pushed through the throng. The crowd displayed dissatisfaction at being jostled, yet upon seeing Su Ming's grim visage, they swallowed their words. Deterred from provoking him, the onlookers, mostly commoners, quickly parted ways upon seeing Su Ming's opulent attire and somber demeanor. Once inside, Su Ming beheld his father, Alan, engaged in a heated discussion with a burly man. Towering at 8 feet tall, the muscular figure bore a grotesque scar on his left cheek, extending from his left eye to his chin, making him appear quite fearsome. A mere glance at his exterior revealed him to be a hardened mercenary. At that moment, the mercenary clutched a magic crystal, seemingly preparing to depart, only to be blocked by Alan. "Sir, I implore you to relinquish the magic crystal. You worthless fool, do you think I fear you?" The burly man retorted coldly, swinging a fist towards Alan. With no cultivation to speak of, Alan would undoubtedly suffer grave injury should he be struck. Just as onlookers anticipated Alan's demise, a young man rushed forward. Seizing the mercenary's arm from the side, the mercenary whirled around, fury radiating from him. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" Without uttering a word, Su Ming exerted immense force, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he shattered the mercenary's arm. The mercenary's face contorted in agony, his earlier bravado swiftly replaced by a look of despair, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, Su Ming did not relent. He swiftly delivered 2 kicks to the mercenary's knees, the sound of further cracking resonating as the joints were obliterated, forcing the man to his knees. A final strike targeted the mercenary's abdomen, severing his cultivation, though this sequence of events unfolded in mere seconds. By the time the mercenary lay wailing on the ground, the crowd finally realized what had transpired, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at Su Ming. A mere 17 or 18-year-old youth had subdued a formidable mercenary in just a few moves. How could this not astonish them? Alan, regaining his composure, asked with curiosity, "Su Ming, what brings you here?" "I came to take a look," Su Ming replied, then inquired, "Father, why are you alone? Has the family not provided you with guards?" Alan, lacking any cultivation, faced considerable danger in the Western District without protection. Alan's expression faltered slightly, and after a prolonged silence, he replied, "Elder brother arranged for 2, but they refused to accompany me." A chilling glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he glanced at the howling mercenary and turned to Alan. "What is the situation with this man?" Alan looked at the mercenary, his expression darkening. He attempted to purchase a 4th-tier magic crystal for 1,000 gold coins. He's clearly here to cause trouble. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he looked down at the pained mercenary. "Speak. Who sent you?" Enduring the agony, the mercenary shot a venomous glare at Su Ming. "You little brat, dare to lay a hand on me? The mercenary guild will not let you off?" Su Ming's expression hardened as he brought his foot down, crushing the mercenary's ribcage. "Speak. Who sent you?" His voice was low, a wave of overwhelming mental force sweeping towards the mercenary. The latter trembled, his eyes glazing over as he instinctively replied, "Young Master Bolton." Su Ming turned to Alan. "Father, have you heard of this person?" Alan's expression shifted, nodding gravely. "Yes, I know him. Bolton is the son of Makin, the president of the Mercenary Guild. Recently, mercenaries have been causing disturbances in the markets. It appears the guild is behind it." Su Ming nodded, clearly understanding that the Mercenary Guild aimed to drive the Brooke family out of the Western District. He had suspected that Sam and the elder family members harbored ill intentions. Given the current state of the Western District, even Alan, with his cultivation rendered useless, could not rely on a mere 5th-level warrior to maintain order. Sam and the elders' actions were clearly malicious, targeting Alan. Moreover, Su Ming discerned an underlying implication. The elders not only sought to undermine Alan, but also intended to force him into action. Currently, he was the only one capable of addressing the turmoil in the Western District. The elders were undoubtedly aware of this, yet their pride prevented them from directly seeking Su Ming's assistance, leading them to resort to such desperate measures. Su Ming gathered his thoughts, resolved to settle accounts with the elders at a later time. The immediate priority was to address the situation in the Western District. "Father, you should return home. I will handle matters here," Su Ming assured Alan. Alan expressed concern. "Su Ming, perhaps we should notify the family." "The mercenary guild is not to be trifled with." Su Ming shook his head, reassuring him. "Do not worry. It will be fine." "Notifying the family? Do you think those cunning elders will confront the mercenary guild head-on?" "That is wishful thinking." Although Alan remained somewhat apprehensive, he understood Su Ming's nature. Once he had made a decision, nothing could sway him. "Just be careful," Alan cautioned. Su Ming nodded. "Rest assured, Father, I will exercise caution. You should head back now." With that, he hoisted the mercenary and departed. The crowd, now filled with astonishment, wondered if Su Ming truly intended to challenge the mercenary guild. Intrigued, they began to follow him, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Alan felt a twinge of worry. "I must return to inform Father," he muttered before hastily leaving the scene. Meanwhile, Su Ming quickly arrived at the mercenary guild. "Is that Chad?" he thought. What happened to him? Upon noticing the battered mercenary he was carrying, the onlooking guild members' expressions darkened. Chad was one of Bolton's subordinates, and seeing him in such a state clearly indicated a blatant disregard for the mercenary guild. A robust mercenary stepped forward, addressing Su Ming with a fierce tone. "Do you understand the consequences of attacking someone from our mercenary guild?" Silenced, Su Ming delivered a light reprimand, flicking his wrist to hurl the burly man aside. With a resounding thud, the mercenary had no time to react before he was sent crashing to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the other mercenaries at the entrance surged forward, their faces contorted with rage as they surrounded Su Ming. "You brat, coming to the mercenary guild to stir trouble, seeking death," one towering figure sneered, swinging his fist at Su Ming. Unfazed, Su Ming struck with the swiftness of a dragon, shattering the assailant's fist on the spot. The force of his blow sent the mercenary hurtling backward. Before the others could comprehend the situation, Su Ming launched a rapid counterattack. Every individual he encountered found themselves with broken bones and shattered tendons. In less than a moment, all 10 or so mercenaries at the entrance lay defeated upon the ground. This scene left the surrounding civilians in a state of AWE. It was their first time witnessing someone daring enough to cause a ruckus in the mercenary guild and utterly demolish the usually arrogant mercenaries. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Su Ming strode confidently into the guild. Inside, the mercenaries sensed the commotion at the entrance and began rushing towards it in droves. Upon encountering Su Ming, their expressions turned furious. And without a moment's hesitation, they attacked him. Su Ming showed no mercy, returning each strike with precision, swiftly knocking down the mercenaries who charged at him. He forged ahead with unstoppable momentum, directly penetrating to the core of the mercenary guild. "Tell me, where is Bolton?" he demanded, gripping a mercenary by the collar, his voice cold and unwavering. The mercenary trembled, fear evident in his eyes. He had witnessed Su Ming single-handedly defeat all the mercenaries in the hall below. There were hundreds, including over 10 who had reached the 4th level, yet none could stand against this youth before him. The terror of Su Ming was palpable. The mercenary dared not conceal the truth and, with a trembling voice, replied, "On the 3rd floor." With a flick of his wrist, Su Ming sent the mercenary flying, who crashed against the wall of the hall with a thud. Instantly losing consciousness, Su Ming turned and ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, in a lavish room on the 3rd floor of the mercenary guild, a broad-shouldered young man with blonde hair was enjoying a meal. The purple cloudwood dining table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Flanking the table stood 2 maidservants. Poised to attend to their master's commands on either side of the young man sat 2 alluring blonde beauties, serving him as he dined. This young man was none other than Bolton. Behind him stood an elderly figure clad in black, emanating a chilling aura that instilled a sense of dread. That moment, the atmosphere was abruptly shattered when the door was flung open from the outside, and a blue-clad elder stumbled in. "Young Master Bolton, it's bad, it's bad." Bolton's expression darkened instantaneously, causing the 2 women beside him to shudder in fear. "What is it? Don't make a fuss." A chilling voice resonated within the room. Freezing the elder in place, he instinctively glanced at the sumptuous feast laid out on the table. His face turning ashen, he was acutely aware that Bolton detested interruptions. Just then, Bolton spoke. "Walker, sever his hands." The elder's complexion turned even paler at this command, and he hastily replied, "Young master, someone has invaded below. The mercenaries on the 1st floor are utterly powerless to stop him. He is already making his way here." Upon hearing this, Bolton's pupils constricted, and he abruptly rose from his seat. "To dare cause a ruckus in the mercenary guild? Seeking death? I must see who possesses such audacity." He strode toward the door, coldly stating, "Come, let us see who is foolish enough to challenge us." Just then, a voice echoed from the entrance, "There's no need to go down. I have already arrived." Chapter 39. A lesson after hastily returning to the Brooke family. Alan sought out Harry and quickly recounted the events. Harry's expression turned urgent as he promptly instructed Alan, "Go find Mayor Victor. I will accompany Hodge first. As for the others, do not bother summoning them." He understood that even if called, they might not respond. On the third floor of the Mercenary Guild, the occupants turned to see a youth clad in purple entering from outside. "You dare come to the Mercenary Guild to stir trouble? Do you have a death wish?" Bolton's tone was frigid as he commanded the elder in black, "Walker, go and break that brat's limbs." The elder nodded and charged toward Su Ming. His form was as elusive as a phantom, reaching Su Ming in an instant, his fist imbued with overwhelming energy aimed directly at Su Ming's abdomen. He intended to incapacitate Su Ming first, then savor the aftermath. However, Su Ming's reaction was beyond the elder's expectations. Despite the elder's remarkable speed, the youth before him blocked the attack effortlessly. The elder felt a tremendous force reverberate through his arm, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming darted forward. Forming a fist imbued with energy, he delivered a powerful blow that struck the elder's chest with a resounding boom, causing the elder's chest to cave in and blood to spew forth. Su Ming was relentless, following up with a punch to the elder's face, resulting in a sickening crack as the elder's nose shattered, blood spraying forth. Su Ming prepared to strike again. The elder swayed and suddenly transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Yet, Su Ming displayed no surprise. He turned and delivered a forceful punch. With a thunderous impact, the elder's figure reappeared, his face contorted in agony as he was sent crashing through the wall. Flying outside, this sequence unfolded so swiftly that only now did the occupants of the room come to their senses. They glanced at the gaping hole in the wall and then at the unscathed Su Ming. Gasping in disbelief, the elder, a genuine fifth-level warrior, albeit a newly initiated one, was utterly powerless against the youth before them. In mere moments, he was dispatched with ease. Bolton swiftly quelled his shock, fixing his gaze on Su Ming. His voice icy, "Who are you, really?" Su Ming met his gaze with indifference, stating coldly, "Speak, who sent you to disrupt the Brooke family's marketplace?" "Brooke?" Bolton faltered, then scrutinized Su Ming closely. After a moment, he gasped, "Could you be the waste known as Su Ming?" Although Su Ming was widely known in Donglin City, Bolton, with his proud demeanor, had never bothered to pay attention to a mere waste. This was his first encounter with Su Ming, and thus he did not recognize him. Su Ming's expression hardened. "You talk too much." He unleashed a blade of wind from his mouth, which sliced through the air, severing a lock of hair from Bolton's forehead and leaving a bloody gash on his face. "I will ask once more, who sent you to disrupt the Brooke family's marketplace? Think carefully before you answer, or I will not hesitate to add another soul to this place." Bolton touched his cheek. Feeling the warm blood staining his hand, his pupils dilated, and rage surged within him. Having never experienced such humiliation throughout his life, he roared, "You insolent wretch! You seek death!" Bolton's eyes blazed with fury as he spat. "I swear, the Mercenary Guild will be in a state of perpetual vendetta against you." Su Ming remained unfazed, flicking his fingers to release another blade of wind. The swift projectile sliced through the air, severing one of Bolton's arms. Bolton screamed in agony, blood gushing from the stump, his complexion turning pale as a ghost. "Young master," the elder and several maidservants paled, their anxiety palpable, yet they dared not intervene. Su Ming approached, his voice devoid of emotion. "I told you, you chatter too much. Answer me, who sent you?" Bolton clutched his severed arm, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Su Ming. "You wretch, you will pay for this. The Brooke family will perish, and when my father returns, I will make sure he annihilates you all." Bolton's voice was a furious screech, his eyes filled with malice. Still threatening Su Ming. Overcome by rage, he became blind to all else. Su Ming's expression remained calm as he flicked his fingers once more, releasing another blade of wind. With a swift cut, Bolton's other arm was severed. "Ah!" Bolton's anguished wail echoed as he screamed, "Wretch, if you have the courage, kill me. Otherwise, I swear I will not let you off the hook." Provoked by his repeated taunts, Su Ming's patience evaporated. his gaze turning icy. "Since you desire death so fervently, I shall oblige." The words were chilling, laden with a palpable intent to kill. Startled by this murderous aura, Bolton regained his composure to some extent. His bluster stemmed from two sources. First, he had never endured such humiliation in his life, making it difficult for him to accept. Second, he believed that Su Ming would not dare to kill him. After all, her death would ignite an unrelenting feud between the Mercenary Guild and the Brooke family. Although the Brooke family was on par with the Mercenary Guild in Donglin City, the latter possessed formidable backing. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on it, it would undoubtedly provoke a coalition of mercenary guilds from surrounding cities to retaliate. If the situation escalated, even the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild might intervene. Yet, at this moment, Bolton sensed a genuine intent to kill emanating from Su Ming. He had no doubt that she would indeed take his life. Cursing her as a madwoman in his heart, Bolton quickly spoke up. "It was the Daniel family and the Bruce family. They offered me certain incentives to expel your Brooke family from the Western District." Su Ming halted her movements, narrowing her eyes slightly. Having anticipated this answer, "I will spare you this time, but should you dare to incite the mercenaries again in the future, do not expect me to be merciful." With that, Su Ming turned and exited the room. Bolton exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze filled with venom as he watched her retreating figure. "Just you wait, little brat. I swear I will avenge this grievance," he thought furiously, noticing several others still standing dumbly nearby. He bellowed, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry downstairs and summon someone to tend to my injuries." His exaggerated movements aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Yes, young master. I will go at once," an elderly man in blue promptly responded, rushing out of the room. As Su Ming descended the stairs, she encountered the previously seen old man in black, who was now limping up the stairs. Upon spotting Su Ming, he froze momentarily. However, she paid him no mind and brushed past him, continuing her descent. The old man glanced back, a look of apprehension flickering in his eyes after their earlier encounter. He had come to grasp the terror that Su Ming embodied. Her strength far surpassed his own, that he speculated that even if the guild leader were present, he might not be her match. Strange, isn't that brat supposed to be useless? How could he be so formidable? The old man mused inwardly as he continued his painfully slow ascent to the third floor. Chapter 40. Victor's warning after leaving the guild. Su Ming made her way outside. Not long after, she encountered Harry and Hodge, who had rushed over. Upon seeing them, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Alan must have informed them. "Su Ming, are you all right?" the two inquired, their eyes filled with concern as they scrutinized him. Su Ming shook his head and smiled. "What could possibly be wrong with me? You didn't go to the Mercenary Guild?" they asked in surprise. Su Ming chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "I did, and I gave that fellow Bolton a slight lesson." The two were momentarily stunned by his words, and Hodge retorted, "Are you bragging again? If you truly confronted Bolton, the members of the Mercenary Guild would never let you leave unscathed." Su Ming merely smiled, offering no explanation. The two exchanged glances, coming to the conclusion that Su Ming must have been intimidated by the power of the guild, prompting him to retreat. The Mercenary Guild was the most formidable force in Donglin City outside of the Lord's residence. The guild leader, Markin, had reached the pinnacle of a level 5 warrior, just a step away from breaking into level 6, and commanded 7 or 8 level 5 warriors under his wing. Coincidentally, the high-ranking members of the Mercenary Guild were all out on business that day. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for Su Ming to enter. Hodge approached and patted Su Ming on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You rascal, can't you give us a break? The Mercenary Guild is not a place for one to storm in alone." Harry chimed in sternly. "Su Ming, do not act recklessly in the future. Consult the family before taking any action." Su Ming nodded in agreement, refraining from retorting. "As long as you're all right, let us head back." The two guided Su Ming away from the Western District and back to the Brooke family estate. On the way, they encountered Alan and Victor, who, upon learning that Su Ming was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Victor heard the truth of the matter, doubt crept into his mind, while others might not understand. He knew that Su Ming could remain composed even before Joyce. How could he possibly be intimidated by the mere Mercenary Guild? "Harry, since Su Ming is fine, I will take my leave now," Victor said, addressing Harry. The latter nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your timely intervention, my lord." Victor waved his hand dismissively. "You are too kind." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Victor took his leave. Instead of returning to the Lord's residence, he headed to the mercenary guild. As he approached the entrance, he sensed that something was amiss. The usually boisterous mercenary guild was eerily quiet today, unbeknownst to him. The mercenaries had been thoroughly humiliated by Su Ming and had driven away all onlookers, even sending away clients who had come to post tasks. Victor addressed the two mercenaries stationed at the entrance. "Please inform the guild leader. I wish to speak with Myrkin." Recognizing Victor, the mercenaries did not dare to delay, with one replying, "My lord, the guild leader is not here. Please come back another day." Victor furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are any of the elders present?" The mercenary shook his head again. "None are here. Only young Master Bolton and Protector Walker are." Victor's frown deepened as he pondered what urgent matter could have compelled all the high-ranking members of the mercenary guild to leave. "Then take me to see Bolton," he commanded. The mercenary hesitated momentarily, but Victor's expression darkened. "What? Is there a problem?" "No, no problem at all," the mercenary quickly replied, shaking his head. "Please wait here. I will go inform him." Victor nodded slightly. The mercenary hurried into the guild, making his way swiftly to the third floor. Reaching the room where Bolton was located at that moment, two alchemists were working to reattach his severed arm. Upon seeing someone enter, Bolton's expression darkened, and he was about to erupt in anger when the mercenary announced, "Young master, the Lord has arrived and wishes to see you." Bolton paused. "Victor, what is he doing here?" After a moment's thought, he instructed, "Let him come up." The mercenary turned and left, returning to the entrance to respectfully announce, "My lord, please." Following the mercenary into the hall on the first floor, Victor was taken aback by the scene before him. In the spacious hall, a group of mercenaries displayed expressions of pain, while several alchemists tended to their injuries. Victor quickly noted that each mercenary bore distinct wounds. He turned to the guiding mercenary. Puzzled, what happened here? The mercenary did not hold back, recounting the earlier events, and concluded with gritted teeth, "That brat is too arrogant. When the guild leader returns, he will surely not let him off easily." Victor's pupils constricted. While he had anticipated some trouble, hearing it firsthand still sent a chill down his spine. Following the mercenary upstairs, he entered Bolton's room. Upon seeing the injuries on Bolton and Walker, Victor's pupils dilated in shock. He could still somewhat accept everything that had transpired earlier, but the sight before him was truly beyond his expectations. It was one thing for Su Ming to cause a commotion in the mercenary guild, but to injure Walker was an entirely different matter. Victor was well aware that Walker was a genuine level 5 warrior. The fact that he had been bested by a mere 17 or 18-year-old boy was staggering. In that moment, Victor began to understand why Joyce placed such importance on Su Ming. Bolton cast a glance at Victor and instructed a nearby servant, "Prepare a seat for the Lord." Once Victor was seated, he finally asked, "What brings you here, my lord?" Rather than answering, Victor countered with a question, "Bolton, what happened to you?" Bolton's expression darkened instantly, and he coldly replied, "I was bitten by a mad dog. When my father returns, I will ensure he captures that mad dog and makes him suffer." Observing Bolton's demeanor, Victor realized that this matter would not end well. In no longer feigning ignorance, he earnestly advised, "Bolton, I strongly advise you not to take action against Su Ming." Bolton's gaze sharpened, and he retorted coldly, "Are you trying to shield that brat?" Victor rose from his seat, stating calmly, "I am not shielding him. Let me be frank. Su Ming has a substantial background. I am here merely to caution you against acting impulsively to avoid attracting grave misfortune." Upon hearing this, Bolton expressed disdain, snorting coldly, "Humph, spare me your alarmist rhetoric. That scoundrel is merely a worthless member of the Brooke family. What kind of backing could he possibly have? Even if he did, my mercenary guild has nothing to fear." Victor, perceiving the futility of further discussion, remarked nonchalantly, "I've said all I need to say. Whether you heed it or not is entirely up to you." With that, he turned and departed. Watching Victor's retreating figure, Bolton's expression darkened. So that's why that brat is so arrogant. He has someone backing him. But to offend me, to provoke the mercenary guild, even Victor would be powerless to protect you. As for Victor's claims regarding Su Ming's remarkable background, Bolton was utterly unconvinced. While he was certainly aware of Su Ming and the Brooke family's details, he had a general understanding if Su Ming truly possessed such extraordinary influence. How could the Brooke family remain ensconced in the insignificant Donglin city, subjected to the combined humiliation of the Daniel and Bruce families? Although Bolton had heard whispers about the banquet incident, He dismissed it as mere attempts by the Brooke family to ingratiate themselves with the city lord's manor and the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 41. The enraged Maki under Bolton's warning. Su Ming's actions against the mercenary guild did not spread within Donglin City. Consequently, the upper echelons of the Brooke family remained oblivious. Otherwise, given their temperament, had they known Su Ming had caused such a significant upheaval, there would undoubtedly have been an uproar in the ensuing days. No mercenaries dared to disrupt the Brooke family's marketplace. This left Alan, stationed in the Western District, somewhat perplexed. However, considering it was ultimately a positive development, he chose not to dwell on it excessively. After a few more days, Brown, Shelley, and several younger members of the family decided to depart and return to the academy. As Shelley was leaving, she sought out Su Ming to bid farewell. Su Ming, in the future, do not act impulsively. Do not let grandfather and uncle worry, the young girl earnestly admonished. Understood, Sister Shelley, Su Ming replied with a gentle nod, retrieving a scroll from his storage ring and presenting it to her. Sister Shelley, I remember your birthday is next month, so here is a gift for you. What is this? The girl inquired curiously as she took the scroll and began to open it the next moment. Her expression grew solemn, and after a brief pause, she looked up at Su Ming, astonished. Su Ming, how could you? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ming interrupted. Sister Shelley, do not ask. There are certain matters I cannot disclose to you yet. You will learn in due time. He added, remember, destroy it immediately after your training. It must not be known to outsiders. Shelley nodded solemnly, gripping the scroll tightly. She was acutely aware of the preciousness of the scroll in her hands. If its contents were to be leaked, it would undoubtedly bring about dire consequences. The birthday gift Su Ming had bestowed upon the girl was a technique for cultivating mental strength, known as the Ice Spirit Record. Although it did not rival the Sacred Tome of Elves, it was nonetheless an exceptionally formidable technique, incomparable to any methods found on the Starry Moon continent. Shelley carefully stored the scroll, somewhat puzzled. Su Ming, I am of the water attribute. Can I really cultivate the Ice Spirit Record? Su Ming nodded. Of course, Sister Shelley, as long as you train diligently. Who knows, you might even awaken the Ice attribute one day. Shelley's eyes widened in surprise. Really? The Ice attribute is an extraordinary one, significantly more powerful than ordinary attributes. It is rare for anyone to awaken it. Generally, only true prodigies can achieve such a feat. Certainly, Su Ming affirmed confidently. Thank you, Su Ming. Shelley flashed a playful smile at him. Be obedient at home. I shall take my leave now. Su Ming nodded, having rarely witnessed such a lively and radiant smile on her face. It was evident she was genuinely happy. After bidding farewell to the girl, Su Ming exited the castle and made his way to the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Upon meeting Morgan, he learned that Mario had successfully advanced to a level 5 blacksmith. The two immediately deliberated on the establishment of a weapon shop. 3 days later, the first weapon shop opened its doors in Donglin City. With the Far East Chamber of Commerce's substantial financial backing and Mario's expertise as a level 5 blacksmith, the process was expedited. The inaugural weapon shop was situated in the Western District, a hub for mercenaries, and quickly garnered public attention under the Far East Chamber of Commerce's banner. Initially, people entered the shop merely out of curiosity. However, upon discovering that the newly opened weapon shop offered superior quality weapons at reasonable prices, significantly cheaper than those of the Daniel family, word spread rapidly, causing a stir in the Western District. Countless mercenaries flocked to the shop, eager to procure weapons suited to their needs. On the very first day of opening, business was remarkably brisk. Observing the success, Morgan was elated and swiftly began planning to open additional branches. Such significant developments soon captured the attention of the Daniel family. When Maki learned that the Far East Chamber of Commerce had opened a weapon shop, he was genuinely startled and hurried to the scene to investigate. Upon seeing that the weapons from the Far East Chamber were superior to his own and offered at lower prices, Maki's expression darkened considerably. He realized that if the Far East Chamber was determined to seize the market, the Daniel family stood no chance of competing. Maki promptly rushed to the Far East Chamber, hoping to speak with Morgan, but was met with a cold reception. Damn it, Maki seethed inwardly, and taking a weapon, he sought out his family's blacksmith. Upon inspection, the blacksmith lamented, Master, my skills indeed fall short compared to theirs. Surpassing them seems an arduous task. You might want to consider other avenues. Maki's face was clouded with frustration. The Far East Chamber's aggressive approach left him momentarily at a loss for solutions. Even if he were to reduce the prices of his weapons, it would likely be futile. Maki was certain that any move he made would be met with a corresponding price drop from the Far East Chamber. In terms of financial resources, he simply could not compete with them. Just as he was grappling with his predicament, a servant entered with what in tow. "Maki, I too have heard about the weapon shop. That old Morgan is truly ruthless, openly snatching business from you without a hint of respect," What exclaimed, feigning indignation, though his anger was merely an act out a few days prior. He had been in a state of panic, while Maki had maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of concern. Now, the situation of the Daniel family mirrored that of the Bruce family, and Watt was eager to see Maki's reaction. Maki, fully aware of Watt's pretense, found himself too preoccupied to care, coldly stating, "I will not let that old fool Morgan off the hook." Watt nodded in agreement. Indeed, that old scoundrel must not be spared. Maki then inquired, "By the way, how did the Far East Chamber of Commerce suddenly open a weapon shop? Do you think it's possible that this is somehow related to that little brat Su Ming, following the previous incident?" Both had learned not to underestimate Su Ming. Given Morgan's attitude towards Su Ming, it was entirely plausible that this situation was connected. After all, the Far East Chamber could have opened a weapon shop at any time. Yet they chose this moment, which seemed to clearly support the Brooke family. Maki nodded, coldly stating, "If that little brat seeks his own demise, we shall accommodate him." Watt's eyes lit up with interest. "What do you plan to do?" Maki's voice turned icy. "Since that little brat is courting death, there's no need for him to remain in this world." Watt was taken aback, gravely replying, "Maki, that little brat has a deep relationship with Victor. It might not be wise to act against him in Donglan City. If we are discovered, it could lead to complications." Maki chuckled coldly. "Who says we must act ourselves?" Watt looked puzzled. "Huh. We shall employ professionals." Maki replied with a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with malice. The mercenary guild saw Makin return with several high-ranking members. Upon witnessing Bolton's injuries, Makin erupted in fury. "Tell me, who did this?" Chapter 42. The Mercenary Guild's Revenge. "Father, you have finally returned." Bolton's eyes reddened, nearly in tears. Seeing his son's distressed countenance only fueled Makin's wrath. He glared at Walker, bellowing, "Walker, what have you been doing? How could you allow my son to suffer such grievous injuries?" Walker trembled, hastily explaining, "President, that person was simply too strong. I was no match for him." "Incompetent fool," Makin berated coldly. "Now tell me, what exactly happened?" Walker, unable to conceal the truth, quickly recounted the events of that day. "What a fine family the Brooks are, and what audacity Su Ming has, to dare bully the Mercenary Guild. He is truly courting death." Malkin, seething with fury, turned to a burly man with a dark complexion beside him. "Theodore, you are to immediately take your men to the Brooke family and compel them to deliver that little wretch here. Otherwise, their existence will be rendered unnecessary." "Yes, Chairman," Theodore replied, promptly departing. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the castle of the Brooke family, accompanied by two others. His piercing gaze swept over the guards stationed outside, and he coldly commanded, "Go inside and inform Harry that Theodore from the Mercenary Guild has arrived." The guards, not daring to hesitate, turned and entered the castle. Soon after, they returned, this time accompanied by Hodge. Upon seeing the trio at the entrance, Hodge narrowed his eyes slightly and asked nonchalantly, "Theodore, what brings you here?" Without wasting words, Theodore stated directly, "Hodge, our chairman has instructed that your Brooke family must deliver Su Ming, that little scamp, to the Mercenary Guild. Otherwise, your family will cease to exist." Hodge's expression shifted dramatically as he replied gravely, "What do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Theodore scoffed. "Inquire about the deeds of that little scamp, and you shall comprehend the gravity of my words." With that, he turned to leave, but paused momentarily to add, "Oh, and our chairman also mentioned that if the delivery is not made within 3 days, then there will be no need for it at all." Watching the departing figures, Hodge's countenance grew serious, and he muttered to himself, "What on earth has Su Ming done?" His thoughts drifted back to the events of that day, and his expression darkened further. Hodge turned and made his way into the castle, heading for the council hall. Inside, Harry was convening a family meeting with several elders. "Hodge, what brings the Mercenary Guild here?" Harry inquired curiously. Hodge glanced at the elders, hesitating momentarily, unsure whether to disclose the matter publicly. Sarm, noticing his hesitation, spoke sternly, "Second brother, we are all of the family's upper echelon here. Is there truly anything left to conceal?" With no alternative, Hodge recounted the events as they transpired. Upon hearing this, the The expressions of Sarm and the other elders shifted dramatically. One elder clenched his teeth and declared, once again, it is that rebellious Su Ming. He must have done something egregious, or else the mercenary guild would not come knocking. Sarm turned to Alan, his voice low and grave. Third brother, where is Su Ming? Call him here to clarify what transpired. In light of the situation, Alan could not refuse and nodded. Wait here, I shall fetch him. Alan approached Su Ming's residence, finding him immersed in his training. Observing Alan's grave demeanor as he entered, Su Ming inquired with curiosity. Father, what troubles you? Alan, not hiding the urgency, swiftly relayed the situation, then pressed, Su Ming, speak the truth. What occurred at the mercenary guild that day? Su Ming, no longer concealing the facts, recounted the events succinctly. What? You severed both of Borden's arms. Alan exclaimed in shock, his face paling to Su Ming. How could you act so impulsively? The mercenary guild is not to be trifled with. It will be fine, father. Let us go, Su Ming replied nonchalantly, rising to head outside. Moments later, the two arrived at the council hall. All eyes turned to them, and Harry asked, Su Ming, the people from the mercenary guild just came looking for you. Do you have any idea what this is about? I do, Su Ming acknowledged, recounting the events without a hint of concealment. The room fell silent, and the elders' faces paled. Sarm gasped. What did you say? You actually confronted the mercenary guild and severed Borden's arms. The other elders stared in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. After a few moments, one elder shouted angrily, Su Ming, you reckless fool, do you wish for death? Do not drag the family down with you. The mercenary guild is beyond our reach. I see you both are harbingers of misfortune, first offending the Locke family, and now the mercenary guild. You wish for the annihilation of the Brooke family to satisfy your folly? The elders, filled with righteous indignation, glared at him, their eyes ablaze with fury. Beneath that fury, however, lay a thread of fear. They understood all too well that the mercenary guild was a force not to be trifled with, especially for a small family like theirs, as it could spell disaster. Yet, now Su Ming had not merely offended them but had done so gravely. Disappointment washed over Harry. He had hoped for Su Ming's maturity, but was disheartened to find him still impulsive. While seeking retribution against the mercenary guild was justifiable, his approach was excessively reckless. Now, there was no room left for negotiation. After their anger subsided, the elders turned their gaze towards Harry. Fun was the first to speak. Head of the family, I propose we expel Su Ming from the family. It is the only way to resolve this crisis. His words garnered immediate agreement from the other elders, who clamored for Su Ming's expulsion, with some even demanding Alan's removal as well. In their perspective, this was the only solution to avert the impending crisis. Faced with the demands of the elders, Harry fell into silence, unsure of how to respond. The calamity Su Ming had caused was indeed colossal. He was at a loss for how to defend him. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Su Ming stepped forward, coolly declaring, Have you all finished your grievances? If so, allow me to say a few words. Everyone turned to him, and Finn scoffed. Humph, after causing such a disaster, do you still wish to argue? Ignoring the derision, Su Ming addressed the assembly. Rest assured, I, Su Ming, will take full responsibility for my actions. I will resolve this matter myself and ensure the family is not burdened. An elder sneered. Resolve it yourself? With what? Your fists? Su Ming nodded. Precisely, with my fists. The elder was momentarily stunned. Before erupting in anger, Su Ming, who do you think you are? Do you understand the power of the mercenary guild? Not even the city lord's mansion would dare act against them. Do not presume that your connections with Victor and the Far East Trading Company grant you immunity, Su Ming. Do not be so self-assured. The mercenary guild is not like the three great families. And even the city lord's mansion and the Far East Trading Company would not dare offend them. Sarm added coldly, disdain evident in his gaze, believing Su Ming to be utterly naive, unfazed by the scornful expressions of the elders. Su Ming calmly proposed, if you do not believe me, how about a wager? Fun, intrigued, asked, what kind of wager? Su Ming replied, if I resolve the issue with the mercenary guild, you must publicly apologize to my father in front of the entire family. The elders' expressions shifted at this declaration, and Finn coldly retorted, what nonsense is this? We have done nothing wrong. Why should we apologize to Alan? Su Ming's expression hardened. You claim to have done nothing wrong. You are well aware that my father lacks any cultivation, yet you appointed him to manage the West District market. Is this not a deliberate attempt to create difficulties for him? The elders fell silent. Unsure of how to counter this accusation, they indeed held such thoughts, and being publicly exposed by Su Ming left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and he coldly inquired, "I ask you, do you dare?" The elders exchanged glances, all silently nodding, and then Fin said, "Very well, but what if we win?" Anticipating this question, Su Ming replied, "If you win, I shall voluntarily withdraw from the Brook family and will not bring you any trouble." The elders were elated at this response, and Fin immediately declared, "Agreed, it is a deal." He then turned to Harry, head of the family. "Did you hear that?" This is what Su Ming himself proposed. Harry sighed deeply. It was too late to voice any objections now. He looked at Su Ming, wanting to say something, but ultimately settled for a gentle sigh. Su Ming gave Harry a reassuring nod, then addressed the elders. "Tomorrow, everything will be made clear." With that, he turned and strode out of the hall. Hodge and Alan quickly followed. "Su Ming, how can you act so recklessly? What will we do now?" Hodge's voice was laced with concern and reproach. Alan remained silent, guilt reflected in his eyes. After all, this incident stemmed from his actions. Had he not taken over the West District Market, Su Ming would not have ventured there, and these troubles would never have arisen. "Uncle, father, you both should return. Do not worry. I will be fine." Su Ming displayed a confident smile towards the two individuals before striding directly out of the castle. The two, feeling uneasy, prepared to follow, only to be intercepted by a group of clan elders. "Hodge, you should refrain from wading into murky waters. Otherwise, the mercenary guild may indeed hold a grudge against our Brook family," Sam stated in a somber tone. He then turned to Alan and added, "As for the third one, if you wish to go, then go ahead. After all, you, being a useless individual, cannot represent our Brook family." Upon hearing this, Alan's expression darkened considerably, his eyes reflecting profound helplessness. He was merely a burden. What could he possibly achieve by following them besides dragging them down? Despite his powerlessness, Alan remained deeply concerned. After some contemplation, he resolved to pay a visit to the Lord's mansion, and no matter what, he could not allow Su Ming's life to be endangered. Meanwhile, in the opulent hall on the third floor of the Mercenary Guild, Theodore turned to Markin and spoke, "President, while I was on my way back, I caught wind of some news. There are rumors circulating in the city that the Brook family has close ties with the Lord's mansion and the Far East Chamber of Commerce, seemingly having reached some kind of clandestine agreement. If this information is accurate, then the Brook family's backing consists of the Lord's mansion and the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Would they truly deliver Su Ming to us?" Markin sneered. "Regardless of whom they align with, those who have harmed my son must pay the price." Bolton was Mayerkin's youngest son, whom he had always cherished. He could not bear to inflict harm on him. Yet others had severed his arms. Such a grievance was one Markin could not allow to go unavenged. As the two conversed, a mercenary burst into the room, exclaiming, "President, that boy has arrived." Mayerkin's expression shifted, and he inquired, "How many came?" The mercenary replied truthfully, "Just him alone." "Just him?" The faces of those in the room reflected confusion. They had expected at least a few members of the Brook family, only to find that it was merely that one boy. "Heh, it seems the Brook family has given up on him," remarked a gaunt middle-aged man, amusement dancing in his eyes. Mayerkin's expression momentarily froze. Then he chuckled. "Well, it seems that old Harry knows when to be prudent. The reason he didn't bring anyone to confront the Brook family is that he understands their strength is formidable. Should he charge in recklessly, he would undoubtedly face fierce resistance, resulting in significant losses, even if he succeeded in avenging his son. This is a result Markin is unwilling to witness to minimize losses. He instructed that only Su Ming be brought in. First, deal with Su Ming to avenge his son. As for the Brook family, there will be ample opportunities to settle scores in the future." He commanded the mercenary, "Go fetch that boy." The mercenary turned and left, soon returning with Su Ming. Instantly, all eyes in the room were fixed upon him, and Bolton sneered, "Boy, I told you that you would pay for your actions that day." Su Ming remained silent, scanning the room. 9 level 5 warriors stood before him, 3 of whom had reached the pinnacle of level 5. Such a concentration of skilled fighters was rare, likely only rivaled by the Lord's mansion in Donglin City. Markin then directed his gaze at Su Ming, coldly asking, "You are Su Ming?" Facing the piercing gazes of those present, Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as he met Mayerkin's gaze directly, stating, "I heard you were looking for me?" "Huh. You possess some audacity," Markin remarked, slightly taken aback by Su Ming's calm demeanor. a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. However, the thought of Bolton's injuries quickly darkened his expression. "Boy, you dare to cause a ruckus in my mercenary guild and injure my son. You are quite bold." Su Ming's expression remained neutral as he replied. "Flattery will get you nowhere." American's expression stiffened before he erupted in rage. "Theodore, break this little brat's limbs first. Let him know the consequences of his actions." The burly man with a dark complexion stepped forward, grinning savagely at Su Ming. "Don't be afraid, kid. My techniques are quite professional, and I guarantee you'll experience excruciating pain." "Such unnecessary chatter," Su Ming replied indifferently, taking the initiative to strike with a fierce punch aimed directly at the man's face. Seeking death. Theodore's face darkened as he swung his fist, matching Su Ming's attack head-on. The collision of their fists produced a resounding explosion, the air vibrating violently as it swept around them, causing their garments to flap wildly. The once arrogant, burly man, feeling the overwhelming force of Su Ming's punch, suddenly changed color before he could react. His body was sent flying backward. With a loud crash, he collided with the wall, creating a sizable hole. This scene unfolded rapidly, and it wasn't until the burly man hit the ground and coughed up blood that the onlookers processed what had just occurred, all gazing at Su Ming with astonishment. Inside the room, the senior members of the mercenary guild were left in shock. Theodore was a seasoned level 5 warrior, not a recent breakthrough like Walker, but an experienced fighter. The fact that he was no match for Su Ming in a single exchange was astounding. After the initial shock, American's expression darkened, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Little brat. It seems I underestimated you. No wonder you dared to stir up trouble in my mercenary guild. You possess some skill." Su Ming shook his hand and replied nonchalantly. "Did you summon me just to exchange pleasantries?" American's expression faltered before his eyes narrowed, a murderous intent flickering within. "You little wretch, since you seek death, I shall oblige." He gestured to the individuals behind him. "All of you, attack together and do not hold back. Just ensure he doesn't die." "Understood, President." The three senior mercenaries advanced, surrounding Su Ming. All three were seasoned level 5 warriors, their strength rivaling or exceeding Theodore's, learning from their earlier experience. The trio chose not to engage Su Ming in close quarters, but instead began to channel their techniques. Roar! A resounding roar echoed through the hall as a golden lion's head materialized behind one of them, unleashing a fierce wind towards Su Ming. "Furious fist!" the mercenary shouted, launching a powerful punch forward. The golden lion following suit and charging towards Su Ming. The air crackled with the intensity of their combined might. Almost simultaneously, the other two mercenaries unleashed their strongest techniques, converging upon Su Ming. The three torrents of violent energy clashed, warping the very air around them. Yet, in the face of such formidable assaults, Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. He assumed a stance, crossing his fingers above his head before forcefully bringing them down while murmuring, "Heaven-shattering hammer." With a thunderous boom, the atmosphere shattered as if struck by a seismic force, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The trio's attacks were instantly obliterated, their bodies trembling as they experienced a blow beyond comprehension. And like discarded sacks, they were hurled backward. With 3 resounding crashes, their bodies broke through the walls and were propelled outside. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, after approximately half a minute. The reverberations from that singular blow gradually subsided. All eyes turned towards the solitary figure standing proudly in the center, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. "Who exactly are you?" Markin finally lost his composure, his gaze filled with suspicion as he regarded Su Ming. To injure 3 level 5 warriors with a single strike was an accomplishment beyond his capabilities. Only a level 6 warrior could achieve such a feat. The boy before him appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. How terrifying it was that he was already at level 6. Even Markin, the president of the mercenary guild, felt a sense of dread. Such a person should either be avoided at all costs or, if one were to offend them, every effort must be made to eliminate them. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become a future threat. Su Ming's expression remained indifferent as he coldly stated, "My name is Su Ming, the one who will kill you." American's pupils constricted, but he quickly suppressed his emotions, staring at Su Ming with cold disdain. "Boy, I admit you are strong. Perhaps even I might not be your match. But so what? I am the president of the mercenary guild, appointed by the guild's higher-ups in Donglan City. That if you dare to lay a hand on me, not only will you be finished, but the Brook family behind you will meet the same fate." As he spoke, a mocking smile crept onto his face. "Heh, little brat, it's not that I look down on you. Why not try moving against me? Without further ado, Su Ming sprang into motion, his form akin to a wraith as he instantly appeared before Markan, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Su Ming's speed was too swift. Markan had no time to react and received the blow squarely across the face. That I've made my move. What will you do now? Su Ming gazed down imperiously at the astonished Markan, his tone casual and unconcerned. This demeanor clearly indicated that he held the mercenary guild behind Markan in contempt. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop, as Buden and the others stared at Su Ming in shock, utterly unprepared for the fact that their opponent truly dared to take action. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, Markan snapped back from his stupor, his face contorted with rage. You little scoundrel, your demise is imminent. The Brook family shall meet its end as well. I swear, I will have you torn to shreds, having never endured such humiliation as being slapped by a mere youth. Markan bellowed, all of you, attack together, eliminate this wretch. With that, he charged towards Su Ming, followed closely by the other mercenaries in the room, all except Budoin. In an instant, the air crackled with energy, and terrifying waves of power surged outward, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding walls. The clash of 5 or 6 fifth-level warriors unleashed a ferocious turbulence. Had it not been for the exceptional materials used in the construction of the mercenary guild, the place would have likely collapsed from the sheer force of their battle. With Markan included, 5 fifth-level warriors surrounded Su Ming, among whom Markan and an elderly man were at the pinnacle of their level. Such formidable combat prowess was enough to rival a 6th-level warrior. Yet, even when faced with this onslaught, Su Ming remained remarkably composed, relying solely on his physical strength without casting any spells. Do not hold back. Use your most powerful techniques. Markan, seething with rage at the inability of his group to subdue Su Ming, shouted at the others before swiftly forming seals with his hands, ready to unleash his fighting technique. Mountain-crushing fist. A violent surge of energy enveloped Markan's fists, which shot towards Su Ming like meteors, infused with overwhelming might. The air around them distorted under the pressure, and the floor beneath their feet shattered inch by inch, a testament to the ferocity of the strike. Simultaneously, the other warriors unleashed their own techniques. In an instant, the scene within the room became one of sheer terror. Buden quickly retreated, distancing himself from the battlefield. Knowing that with his cultivation level, any misstep could lead to his demise, his eyes were fixed ahead, anxiously anticipating whether Su Ming could withstand this assault. Unflinching, Su Ming faced the 5 attackers, his expression unruffled, not even a crease forming on his brow. This time, he did not retaliate, simply standing there in serene stillness. Markan, witnessing this, felt a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple terrifying attacks struck him almost simultaneously, producing a deep, resounding roar. Su Ming staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. At this sight, the 5 attackers' pupils constricted, and Markan exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? He actually withstood our combined strike. Wiping the blood from his mouth and feeling the waves of pain coursing through his body, Su Ming murmured, enduring the attacks of 5th-level warriors with my physical strength is indeed quite a strain. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Markan and his companions gaped in astonishment, utterly at a loss for words. It dawned on them that the entire confrontation had merely been a test of physical prowess for Su Ming, who had allowed them to strike him. The most alarming realization was that their full-force assault had only inflicted minor injuries upon him. Was he even human? A thought of terror crept into their minds, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. President, shall we continue our assault? One individual inquired, glancing at Markan, his voice laced with trepidation. Markan hesitated for a moment, before clenching his teeth and declaring, attack together. I refuse to believe he can endure this much punishment. Once more, they charged towards Su Ming, their offensive more terrifying than before. However, this time, Su Ming did not merely stand there to absorb the blows. He chose to counterattack. He unleashed the thunderous hammer, sending the 5 warriors sprawling backward, blood spewing from their mouths. The thunderous hammer was a fighting technique he had devised during his previous life as a saint-level warrior. The technique, known as the annihilation of deities, had 3 forms, with the thunderous hammer being merely the first, yet possessing immense power. In his past life, Su Ming had employed this technique to obliterate deities. He gazed at the 5 injured warriors lying on the ground. Buden's legs trembled, and he collapsed in fear. He could scarcely believe the scene before him. Su Ming, with a cold demeanor, advanced towards Markan. Speak. Do you have any final words? Fear flickered in American's eyes as he finally felt a twinge of dread. Su Ming, do not act foolishly. If you harm me, the mercenary guild will not let this slide. Though you are powerful, you are by no means a match for the entire guild. If you leave now, our enmity can be forgotten. Su Ming looked down at my kin, a hint of derision in his gaze. What makes you think I would fear the mercenary guild? My kin was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged silence, he forced a smile and said, Su Ming, do not jest. Do you have any idea how powerful the mercenary guild is? Not even the Star Moon Empire could contend with it. Su Ming dismissed him with indifference, stating, Is that your final word? Have you finished speaking? If so, I will take action. Under Su Ming's apathetic gaze, American's heart quaked. A sense of terror washing over him. He sensed that this youth was truly capable of killing him. Desperately, American's mind raced as he sought a way to survive. Threats were futile. He needed a different approach. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he quickly said, Su Ming, if you spare me, I will reveal a secret to you. Intrigued, Su Ming replied, Oh, what secret? Pray, do tell. American hesitated before insisting, You must first promise not to kill me. Su Ming's gaze lowered slightly as he replied coolly, Do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me? American's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth before saying, Recently, I discovered a treasure site in the Hongduan Mountains. If you let me go, I will take you there. Yi Fan, curious, inquired, What kind of treasure site? It is a glacial lake, with a small island at its center. On that island stands a towering active volcano, surrounded by an abundance of precious herbs at its base. Markin divulged the information without reservation. Not long ago, the higher-ups of the Mercenary Guild had set out for that very location, intending to harvest herbs, but had been thwarted for some reason. Ice and fire duality. Su Ming's expression turned astonished. For based on Markin's description, he recognized the significance of the place. The ice and fire duality was an extraordinarily rare natural phenomenon, where two completely opposing elemental forces coexisted in harmony, resulting in a treasure trove formed through prolonged evolution. Such places often yielded numerous precious materials. Noticing Su Ming deep in thought, Markin felt a flicker of hope. Based on Su Ming's earlier comments, he surmised that he must be familiar with such a treasure site. If he could survive today, he would immediately dispatch someone to the Mercenary Guild in Shooting City to request assistance. So, can this information secure my life? Markin asked, his tone anxious as Su Ming remained silent for an extended period. Su Ming finally regarded him, nodding slightly. Very well. Markin released a breath he had been holding, shakily rising to his feet and cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. If you wish to survive, there are two conditions. First, take me to the ice and fire duality in 3 days. Second, bring your foolish son to my Brook family tomorrow to apologize and provide compensation. Upon hearing this, Markin sighed in relief and readily agreed. All right, no problem. Though the second condition was somewhat humiliating, it paled in comparison to the value of his life. Su Ming scanned the remaining individuals in the room. His tone cool. Remember, do not allow your mercenaries to cause disturbances in the marketplace again, and refrain from any tricks. I cannot guarantee that I will always be this lenient. With that, he turned and departed without another word. As he watched Su Ming's departing figure, Markin's expression darkened. Buden approached cautiously and asked, Father, are we really just going to let that boy go? Markin glared at him. His face darkened. Are you foolish if we don't let him leave? Do you really want him to continue beating your father? Buden promptly fell silent, not daring to speak further. What are you standing around for? Hurry and summon the alchemist. Upon witnessing Buden standing there in a daze, Markin's anger intensified. He had not felt this way before, but after hearing Su Ming's earlier remarks, he began to question whether he had indeed fathered a foolish son. Meanwhile, Su Ming departed from the Mercenary Guild. Preparing to return to the castle, after walking a short distance, he encountered Alan and Victor, who were hurrying towards him. Su Ming, are you all right? Alan approached, his face etched with concern. Su Ming shook his head, replying, Father, I am perfectly fine. What could possibly be the matter? Victor scrutinized Su Ming, his expression one of confusion. Not long ago, Alan had informed him that Su Ming had ventured alone to the Mercenary Guild. The news had startled Victor significantly. When Joyce and Delia had left, they had both cautioned him against allowing Su Ming to come to harm. If anything were to happen to Su Ming, he would be held accountable. Victor was well aware of Markin's temperament. Had Su Ming truly gone to the Mercenary Guild, the outcome would undoubtedly have been dire. He had rushed over in a panic, fearing for Su Ming's safety. Yet now, upon seeing Su Ming unharmed, Victor felt a wave of doubt wash over him. He questioned whether Su Ming had actually gone to the mercenary guild at all. If he had, how could he possibly be unscathed? Not wanting to pry further, he turned to Alan with a smile. Alan, my dear brother, since Su is fine, I shall take my leave. Alan quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Lord of the city. Victor waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities, Alan. Since all is well, I shall depart. Alan understood that Victor was busy with his affairs and did not insist on holding him back. Offering his thanks once more. Chapter 46. Has he really come? Su Ming, let us hurry back and inform father, lest he worry. Alan and Su Ming swiftly made their way to the Brooke family's castle. Meanwhile, Victor did not return home, but instead proceeded to the mercenary guild. Upon his arrival, someone promptly ascended the stairs to report to Myrkin. President, the Lord of the city has arrived and wishes to see you. Myrkin was taken aback, unsure of Victor's purpose for visiting at such a time. In his recollection, the relationship between the mercenary guild and the city lord's residence had not been particularly close. Just then, Botan approached, providing a brief account of recent events. After hearing this, Myrkin was greatly astonished and grew increasingly wary of Su Ming. Not only was he closely connected with the city lord's residence and the Far East Trading Company, but he also possessed such formidable strength by all accounts. This individual was anything but ordinary. Father, I suspect Victor is here to plead for Su Ming, Botan conjectured. Plead? Upon hearing this word, Myrkin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. They had nearly faced total annihilation, and now the other party was coming to advocate for Su Ming. Truly, this situation was utterly absurd. Myrkin waved dismissively at the mercenary who had reported. Bring him in. The mercenary turned and left. Moments later, he returned with Victor in tow. Upon observing the injuries on the others, Victor was taken aback and instinctively thought of Su Ming. Could it be? His heart was filled with uncertainty. Struggling to accept this possibility. If everything before him had indeed been orchestrated by Su Ming, then it would be terrifying. One individual taking on the entire mercenary guild was a feat that even he might not be able to accomplish. Lord of the city, may I inquire what brings you here? Myrkin asked, directing his gaze at Victor. The latter, regaining his composure, did not answer immediately but instead inquired, and what, may I ask, is your situation, President? Myrkin, not wishing to conceal anything, replied with a rueful smile. To admit it would likely amuse you, Lord of the city, but my entire mercenary guild is, astonishingly, no match for a mere youth, although he had suspected as much. The confirmation of this news still shocked Victor. Is it truly Su Ming's doing? His eyes widened in disbelief. Myrkin nodded, feigning curiosity as he asked, Lord of the city, are you aware of this boy's background? I have never encountered such a formidable young man in all my life. Victor took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm sorry, I cannot disclose that. I must take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, lingering no longer. Watching Victor's retreating figure, Myrkin's expression darkened once more. From Victor's demeanor, it was clear that Su Ming was evidently more complicated than he appeared. Could it be that the young man had some powerful figure backing him? He murmured softly, growing more convinced of this possibility. Su Ming, at such a tender age, possessed such terrifying strength that it was inconceivable that he had not received guidance from a renowned master, at the very least. Myrkin could not bring himself to believe otherwise. This was evident from Victor's attitude as well. If Su Ming lacked powerful backing, would the city lord himself need to act in such a manner? Regardless of who stands behind you, anyone who offends my mercenary guild will not meet a favorable end. Myrkin scoffed inwardly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He refused to believe that the individual backing Su Ming could surpass the entirety of the mercenary guild. With that thought, he looked at the burly man with the dark complexion, commanding, Theodore, you are to head to Sodden City tomorrow and inform President Jim of the news. Su Ming and Alan returned to the castle and met with the elder members of their clan. Su Ming spoke with a calm demeanor. The matter has been resolved. The mercenary guild will no longer trouble us. Upon hearing this, the clan elders exchanged uncertain glances. Su Ming had been gone for less than an hour, and he had already resolved the issue. Was the mercenary guild truly so accommodating? Yet, if the matter had not been settled, how had Su Ming managed to leave the guild unscathed? This was indeed perplexing. Sam, filled with doubt, asked Su Ming, what exactly transpired? Please elaborate. Su Ming glanced at Sam, then at the gathered elders, and replied nonchalantly, there is no need for you to know the details of the incident. Speaking of which, shouldn't you all be apologizing to father? The elders' expressions shifted slightly, and Fern scoffed. Heh, Su Ming, how can we trust what you say is true? If you want us to apologize, you must provide proof that convinces us. To this, Su Ming remained unfazed, seemingly having anticipated this reaction, and asked with genuine curiosity, "What exactly does Elder Fern wish for me to provide as proof?" Fern's eyes darted as he replied coolly, "It's simple. Have the president of the Mercenary Guild, my kin, come before us and declare that they will no longer seek trouble with the Brooke family. Only then will we believe your words." Upon hearing this, the elders' eyes lit up. To be honest, after witnessing Su Ming's safe return, they had harbored a sense of foreboding. But now, after Fern's suggestion, their fears dissipated in the minds of the elders. Even if Su Ming possessed remarkable skills, he could not possibly achieve such a feat compared to the expressions of the elders. However, Hodge and Allen appeared somewhat grim. Hodge, known for his fiery temper, was about to speak when Su Ming preemptively stated, "Very well. I accept your challenge." The elders were taken aback, completely unprepared for Su Ming to agree so readily. Furthermore, his willingness seemed remarkably decisive. They stood in shock. Su Ming continued, "Tomorrow, Markin will personally come to apologize. At that time, you may apologize to my father in his presence." With that, Su Ming turned and departed, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. After a moment, one elder finally spoke up. "Has this boy lost his mind? How can he claim that Markin will personally come to apologize? If such a thing were to happen, I would gladly use my head as a chamber pot for him." The other elders exchanged knowing smirks. Harry sighed, realizing he could not fathom Su Ming, and he felt a twinge of worry over Su Ming's excessive arrogance. With such a disposition, he might easily fall prey to misfortune in the outside world. The following day, the elders, eager to verify the truth of Su Ming's words, gathered at the castle, keen to see whether Markin would indeed come to apologize. If he did not arrive, they would have ample grounds to expel Su Ming and Allen from the family. Hodge and Allen did not leave either, both hoping to witness a miracle. Even Harry, while doubtful, found himself anticipating whether Su Ming's claim could hold true. If Markin truly did come to apologize, it would significantly elevate the stature of the Brooke family in Donglin City. As the crowd waited with bated breath, a servant rushed in, breathless. "Esteemed lords, there is a distinguished guest arriving." The crowd stirred in excitement, with Hodge impatiently asking, "Who is this esteemed guest?" "The president of the Mercenary Guild, Lord Markin." Chapter 47. An apology. He truly has come? The crowd's expressions shifted, some filled with disbelief. In an instant, a group rushed towards the castle entrance. Upon arrival, they happened to catch sight of Markin and Borden entering, led by a servant. Everyone swallowed hard, their hearts filled with astonishment that it truly was Markin. Harry stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Esteemed chairman, what brings you to my humble abode today?" After glancing at Harry, and then at the youth standing behind him, Markin gritted his teeth and bowed respectfully to Harry. "Patriarch Harry, I must apologize for my previous indiscretion. It was inappropriate to allow others to come and provoke us. I have come today to offer my sincere apologies." As he spoke, he presented a storage ring with both hands, offering it to Harry with great reverence. "This is a token of compensation. I hope you will graciously accept it." Witnessing this scene, the elders were left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. The surrounding servants were even more flabbergasted, their eyes wide with shock. The elderly figure before them was none other than the president of the Mercenary Guild, one of the most formidable individuals in Donglin City. At this moment, he was publicly bowing in apology to Harry. It was utterly inconceivable. Harry struggled to suppress his astonishment, his voice trembling as he replied, "No, there's really no need." Markin's expression shifted slightly. Su Ming, the formidable figure, was still watching from afar, and he dared not retract his offer. He implored, "Patriarch Harry, please accept it." Seeing Markin's resolute demeanor, Harry hesitated for a moment before reluctantly accepting the storage ring. As his spiritual energy instinctively probed into the ring, a flash of shock crossed his eyes upon seeing its contents. It contained not only numerous rare treasures but also nearly 10 million gold coins, equivalent to the annual income of the Brooke family. Harry truly hadn't expected such a lavish compensation from Markin. Markin was genuinely fearful of Su Ming's scrutiny, realizing he was making a significant sacrifice. He understood that once the support from the Mercenary Guild in Sodiing City arrived, he could reclaim this compensation, and perhaps even profit from the Brooke family. At this moment, there was no need for petty calculations. Provoking Su Ming's displeasure would be disastrous. Harry stored the ring carefully and said to Markin, "Chairman, please, come inside for a discussion." Markin shook his head. Patriarch Harry, there is no need for such formalities. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. After saying this, he covertly glanced at Su Ming, and upon seeing no reaction, he prepared to turn away. However, just as he did, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Hearing that familiar voice, both Markin and Borden trembled and slowly turned around. The former said politely, Young Master Su Ming, do you have further instructions? Witnessing Markin's cautious demeanor left the crowd even more astounded and curious. What had Su Ming done to instill such fear in my kin? Do not be alarmed. I merely require you to bear witness. Su Ming scanned the two men before shifting his gaze to the assembled elders, speaking coolly. Is it now time for apologies? Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions changed, suddenly recalling the matter at hand. They had been so shocked earlier that they had forgotten to apologize. Noticing the uncertainty on the elders' faces, Su Ming's voice deepened slightly. What is this? Are you all planning to quibble? The elders exchanged glances, their expressions fluctuating, instinctively looking towards Sam. The latter took a deep breath and addressed Su Ming gravely. Su Ming, we are all family. There is no need for such seriousness. Su Ming cast a cold glance at his uncle and replied indifferently, Uncle, do you believe you have the right to say that? If the roles were reversed, would you still speak so? Sam's face turned a shade darker at being publicly rebuffed by Su Ming. He sought the gaze of Harry and Hodge, but both turned away. With his countenance growing increasingly grim, he contemplated leaving but was halted by Su Ming's call. Uncle, where do you think you're going? You haven't apologized yet. Sam turned, astonished, and pressed down his anger as he said, Su Ming, what do you mean? I never bet with you. Su Ming feigned surprise. Oh, really? I thought you and the elders were on the same side. Now I see you are apart. Sam's expression shifted. He could discern the insinuation in Su Ming's words. If he were to abandon the elders now, their future relations would surely become delicate. He instinctively glanced at the elders and found their eyes fixated on him. Su Ming, you are quite cunning. Gritting his teeth, Sam hastily approached Alan and, with great difficulty, forced out a few words. Third brother, in the past, it was my fault for always targeting you. I hope you will not hold it against me. Alan was taken aback. Sam was genuinely apologizing. In their childhood, they had shared a close bond. However, as Alan displayed immense talent and received the family's focused training, their relationship had gradually deteriorated until they became estranged. Alan quickly regained his composure and smiled. Elder brother, the past is behind us. There is no need to dwell on it. Sam's expression was complex. He opened his mouth, sighed softly, and then turned to leave. Su Ming looked at the gathered elders. Why are you all still standing there? It's your turn. The elders exchanged glances, steeling themselves before stepping forward in unison to apologize to Alan. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding servants were utterly astonished. The proud Sam and the elders were indeed apologizing publicly to a so-called waste. Following their shock, they all turned their gazes to the imposing figure standing in the center. The servants understood that the elder's capitulation was entirely due to his influence. Their eyes now regarded Su Ming with deep respect, no longer daring to underestimate him as they once had. The reality of this world was stark. Only the strong earned the respect of others. Alan did not dwell on the past and helped each elder to their feet. The elders left with downcast expressions. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction before looking at my kin, saying coolly, You may leave now. Remember, I will seek you out in 2 days. Markin nodded and quickly departed with Borden. What a remarkable young man you are. How on earth did you manage that? Hodge approached, clapping Su Ming on the shoulder, his voice brimming with curiosity. Harry and Alan also approached, their eyes reflecting the same inquisitiveness. Meeting the gazes of the three, Su Ming smiled. Grandfather, father, and uncle, I apologize. But I cannot disclose everything just yet. In due time, you will all come to learn the truth. The three nodded in understanding, refraining from pressing further. After these recent events, their impressions of Su Ming had drastically changed. Not only was his strength inscrutable, but his decisiveness in action was also commendable, a stark contrast to his previous self. Harry pondered for a moment and said, Su Ming, since you've stated it this way, we will not pry further. However, I must caution you. The mercenary guild is immensely powerful, so you must exercise caution. Su Ming nodded. Rest assured, grandfather, I will be mindful. Chapter 48. Ambushed on the following day, Su Ming visited the Far East Trading Company to inquire about the situation with the weapons shop. He learned that the company had already seized nearly half the market share. In just a month, they would dominate the entire weapons market in Donglan City. Satisfied, Su Ming nodded at Morgan, saying, I should be leaving Donglan City for a while starting tomorrow. So please keep an eye on the movements of the two major families and be cautious of any desperate actions. Morgan nodded, curiosity evident in his tone. "Where will you be going, sir? How long will you be away?" Su Ming did not conceal his plans, stating, "The Hengduan mountain range. It will be at least half a month, possibly longer." The next day, after informing Alan, Su Ming departed from the castle. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the mercenary guild. The members of the guild were well aware of Su Ming's formidable reputation and dared not impede him, swiftly escorting him to meet Ken. The latter was already prepared, awaiting Su Ming's arrival. Su Ming surveyed the group, noting 5 individuals, all 5th-level warriors. Was such a large escort necessary for merely guiding him? Ken offered an awkward smile. That location is near the inner regions of the Hengduan Mountains, where magical beasts roam freely. It's best to be cautious, Su Ming nodded, choosing not to comment further. Soon, the group departed from the mercenary guild. Watching them leave, Borden's eyes glinted with a cold light. What a pity it was that he could not personally eliminate that young man. He murmured softly, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Su Ming and his companions departed from Donglin City, setting their course towards the Hengduan Mountains. Just as they left, Ma Chi and Wate received the news. The two quickly met, and Wate, bewildered, exclaimed, "Brother Ma Chi, that little brat Su Ming has actually allied himself with my heir-kin. They've even ventured into the Hengduan Mountains together. Could it be that he has a significant connection with the mercenary guild as well?" By the end of his statement, his voice trembled slightly. First the Lord's mansion in the Far East Chamber of Commerce, and now the mercenary guild has entered the fray. Su Ming's enigma instilled a sense of dread within him. Ma Chi shook his head. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the weapons shop, compounded by the mercenary guild's news blackout. As of now, he remained unaware of the happenings within the guild. Why bother concerning ourselves with them? We've already paid, and I trust that the Demon Spirit Guild will not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Ma Chi scoffed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Wate nodded in agreement, yet concern seeped into his voice. "Brother Ma Chi, if that little brat dies just like that, won't the Brinton family have something to say about it?" Ma Chi shook his head reassuringly. "Fear not. The Brinton family had no intention of sparing that little brat. We merely acted a tad earlier." After entering the Hengduan Mountains, Su Ming and his party pressed on with unwavering determination. Except for Su Ming, the others were all level 5 warriors, moving with remarkable swiftness. Within 3 days, they traversed half of the outer region of the Hengduan Mountains. With another 3 days, they would reach the inner region. "My lord, let us rest here for the night," my heir-kin implored Su Ming. For 3 days, they had traveled relentlessly, facing multiple waves of beast attacks along the way. Even level 5 warriors found it challenging to endure. Su Ming glanced at the weary faces of his companions and nodded. "Then we shall rest for the night before continuing." My heir-kin led the others in chopping wood to construct a wooden cabin on the spot. As night fell, a bonfire was lit outside the cabin. The group sat around the fire, roasting a beast, the sizzling sounds filling the air with an enticing aroma. My lord, here, my heir-kin offered a golden, glistening roasted leg to Su Ming. Just as Su Ming reached out to take it, his brow furrowed suddenly, and he sprang up. From the very spot he had occupied, a dozen sharp earthen spikes erupted suddenly. Each spike was a foot long, its tip gleaming with a menacing chill. The bonfire was disrupted, sparks flying in all directions. My heir-kin and the others' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated. However, they were not as swift as Su Ming. One of them, closest to Su Ming, was pierced in the thigh by a spike, blood gushing forth. Wabo Luo. My heir-kin's face paled, and while retreating, he swiftly unleashed a punch. The energy of his fist tore through the air, shattering the spike on the spot, allowing the injured man to retreat rapidly. Yet, despite this, he was grievously wounded. His thigh was nearly severed. Blood spraying forth like a fountain, an utterly horrific sight. The scream echoed through the dark night, piercingly loud. Once they had retreated, my heir-kin shouted urgently, "Dandy, quickly go assist Wabo Luo." The burly man named Dandy sprang into action, rushing towards the injured man to provide support. That moment, a blinding flash of fire erupted, engulfing the wounded man. The cry grew even more agonizing. Already severely injured, the flames threatened to snuff out his life entirely. Dandy halted abruptly, quickly conjuring a layer of protective energy around himself, scanning his surroundings warily, fearing a sudden ambush. As the flames threatened to consume the man, a massive water orb descended from the sky, extinguishing the fire enveloping him. Yet, the man was already on the brink of death. Without immediate aid, his life would surely be lost. This series of events left my heir kin and the others dumbfounded. They instinctively looked at Su Ming, who stood on a branch, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had never anticipated that he was a mage. Su Ming disregarded their shock, his gaze fixed in a particular direction as he coldly stated, "Stop hiding. Come out." Heh, quite perceptive, aren't we? You actually discovered us. A chilling laugh resonated as two figures emerged from the shadows. A man and a woman appeared, both wearing masks and identical white robes. Their garments were embroidered with intricate magical patterns, and a unique triangular emblem adorned the left side of their chests. Upon seeing their attire, my heir kin and the others' pupils constricted in fear. Demon Spirit Guild, white-cloaked assassins. One of them stammered. The Demon Spirit Guild was a notorious assassin organization on the continent, comprised entirely of mages, with influence spread across the empire and immense power. The assassins within the organization were classified into 6 ranks: white cloak, black cloak, red cloak, yellow cloak, blue cloak, and purple cloak, corresponding to the levels from 5-level mages to sacred mages. The two before them, dressed in white, were thus 2 level 5 mages. While the group was astonished, they were equally puzzled as to why members of the Demon Spirit Guild would appear here. The 2 assassins surveyed my heir kin and his companions before coldly declaring, "Our target is this brat. If you wish to live, you should leave at once." My heir kin glanced at the near-lifeless Wabo Luo, a flash of anger crossing his face, yet with someone willing to eliminate Su Ming. He was more than willing to comply and immediately signaled to the others. Consequently, they quickly retreated while assisting the injured Wabo Luo, showing no intention of helping. Su Ming remained unfazed, his calm gaze directed at the 2 assassins as he casually inquired, "Tell me, who is your employer?" Chapter 49. Slaughter. The brief words echoed in the pitch-black night. The 2 assassins paused momentarily, and the male assassin sneered, "A dead man has no need to know so much." Su Ming looked up at them, countering, "Are you so confident that you can kill me?" The male assassin scoffed, stating, "Kid, I don't appreciate your tone. Prepare to die." He recited a spell, summoning a yellow-brown magical disc above his head. "Bind of earth," he shouted, causing the ground to tremble as 2 vines made entirely of earth erupted, swiftly ensnaring Su Ming. "Die, brat." The assassin cackled, extending his palm and clenching his fingers tightly. The earth vines immediately constricted, exerting terrifying pressure, yet Su Ming remained unfazed. In the distance, my heir kin and the others watched in tense silence. "President, why didn't this brat dodge just now?" one asked. "I don't know," my heir kin replied, his expression grave. After several encounters, he found Su Ming's thoughts utterly inscrutable. Even now, Su Ming could have dodged, yet he allowed the earth vines to bind him. Observing Su Ming's calm demeanor, the male assassin's gaze sharpened as he coldly remarked, "Kid, I didn't see this coming. You have some resolve, but I don't believe you." He screamed. He flicked his fingers, summoning more earth vines that swiftly wrapped around Su Ming's limbs. The constricting vines caused Su Ming's bones to crack under the pressure, yet he maintained his composure, not even furrowing his brow. "What a powerful physique," the male assassin murmured, astonished, despite unleashing his full strength with a level 5 spell. He was unable to shatter Su Ming's body. "Charles, this guy is strange. The intel from the employer stated his cultivation level is unknown. We should be cautious," the female assassin warned. The male assassin nodded slightly, his gaze returning to Su Ming, who was now looking back at him. Su Ming flashed a slight smile, saying, "Your level 5 magic is quite impressive. I can feel a hint of pain in my body." Indeed, the reason Su Ming had refrained from resisting was merely to gauge the strength of his own physique. After 2 tests, he discerned that any attack from individuals below level 6, whether mages or warriors, would only inflict minor injuries upon him. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, my heir kin and the others were only mildly surprised, having witnessed similar events before. However, the 2 assassins were left utterly bewildered. It turned out that the reason for Su Ming's lack of resistance was solely to test his physical capabilities. After the moment of shock, the male assassin's fury ignited. Su Ming's actions were, without a doubt, the greatest insult to him. "Kid, I will ensure you don't die easily." The man's voice was chilling as he rapidly recited an incantation. Earth Python technique. The ground quivered, and 2 serpents formed entirely from condensed earth erupted from the soil, lunging at Su Ming with the intent to bite. Su Ming's body trembled as he broke free from the grasp of the earthen vines that bound him, swinging his fist with great force. The heads of the 2 earth pythons were instantly crushed. Yet, at that moment, several more earth pythons roared from below, aiming to bite him. The man chuckled coldly. Kid, let's see how many you can fend off. Su Ming's gaze remained calm. His lips moved rapidly as he chanted a series of spells. A water blue magical disc materialized above his head, and rich water elemental particles coalesced from the air. In the next instant, 9 massive columns of water cascaded down from the disc, saturating the ground within 100 meters. The snarling earth pythons disintegrated upon contact with the water columns, transforming into mere puddles of mud. What a terrifying spell! What kind of power does this boy possess? The 2 assassins were filled with dread. The magic Su Ming had just wielded was extraordinarily potent, surpassing many 5th-tier spells, rivaled only by the most elite of them. Just as the 2 were in shock, a blinding light suddenly appeared before them. They squinted to see a massive fireball, the size of a house, hurtling towards them. They felt an intense heat rush at them and quickly retreated. Unwilling to confront the fireball directly, the fireball soared into the distance, igniting the forest and unleashing a blinding blaze. Dual attributes of water and fire. Not far away, Markin and his companions were left astonished, their eyes wide with shock as they regarded Su Ming. Just as the 2 assassins thought they had evaded the fireball, they suddenly heard a whistling sound beside them. Before they could react, their bodies were ensnared by several water dragons as thick as an arm. Their expressions shifted drastically. The female assassin swiftly began chanting a spell, and blinding flames erupted from her body, evaporating the water dragons. Once free, she quickly retaliated, launching several fiery slashes that severed the water dragons, entwining the man, who took the opportunity to break free and cast spells to defend against the reformed water dragons. Thunder come! Before they could catch their breath, a dispassionate voice echoed. A thunderous boom resounded in their ears as golden lightning illuminated the night sky. 2 bolts of lightning, as wide as bowls, descended from above, striking down upon them. Their bodies trembled, their masks shattered, and they spat smoke as they plummeted to the ground. With 2 loud thuds, they landed in the muddy terrain as Su Ming descended, approaching the 2 barely conscious assassins. Mages are not warriors. Their physical bodies are frail. The earlier strike had already inflicted serious injuries on them. Not far away, Markin and his companions, having witnessed the entire scene, were left utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly believe what they had just seen. Su Ming had unleashed 4 distinctly different types of magic in a single instance. Such a prodigy existed in the world. It was simply inconceivable. Even more terrifying was the fact that Su Ming was an exceptionally powerful warrior. He had mastered both magic and combat, reaching an astonishing level. Markin and the others could scarcely imagine the heights Su Ming would attain should he continue to grow. Su Ming stood over the 2 assassins, gazing down at them with an imposing demeanor. Tell me, who hired you to kill me? The 2 assassins struggled to lift their heads, their eyes wide with shock as they regarded Su Ming. They had never anticipated that their target would be so formidable. In the presence of such power, they were utterly outmatched. Had they known this would be the case, they would never have accepted the mission. Suppressing their turbulent emotions, the male assassin weakly spoke. I can tell you who the employer is, but you must promise to spare us. Though they were assassins, it did not mean they were unafraid of death. Su Ming's voice was cold. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? The 2 assassins' breaths hitched. The female assassin retorted icily, then you will never learn the identity of our employer. Su Ming's expression remained indifferent, his tone frigid. If you refuse to speak, then there is no need for you to say anything. As the words fell, 2 wind blades descended, severing their necks. Their pupils dilated in disbelief. Completely unprepared for Su Ming's swift execution, Su Ming crouched down, placing his hand upon the male assassin's head. Moments later, he stood, his gaze icy. Maki, what? I had intended to let you live a while longer. But it seems that is no longer necessary. Chapter 50, 6th-tier magical beast. Su Ming flicked his fingers, conjuring a fireball that incinerated the bodies of the 2 assassins into ashes. He then turned to the expressionless Markin and his companions, speaking in a detached tone. Have you seen enough? The group shuddered, quickly snapping out of their astonishment. Markin took a deep breath and approached Su Ming with his companions. My lord. Markin spoke cautiously, his gaze avoiding direct contact with Su Ming. After what had transpired, he genuinely felt a sense of dread towards Su Ming. Let us continue on our journey. Su Ming cast aside the words, turning to proceed forward. Markin's expression shifted slightly, hesitating as he asked, My lord, shall we not take a rest? Su Ming glanced back, his tone indifferent. I saw how swiftly you ran earlier. I presume traveling overnight poses no issue for you. Markin's expression stiffened. He opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying anything. He hurriedly moved to administer healing potions to the injured Vabalo. 5th-tier warriors possessed vitality far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and soon he was able to move again. Shortly thereafter, the group resumed their journey towards the ice and fire dual extremes. 3 days later, they successfully arrived at their destination. Su Ming raised his gaze, and before him lay a vast azure lake. In the center of the lake stood a small island, upon which loomed a towering volcano. Smoke billowing from its crater. Waves of heat surged upwards alongside the smoke, distorting the air above. Despite being only a few thousand meters away from the volcano, the group felt no warmth, as the icy aura emanating from the lake effectively insulated them from the heat. Su Ming focused his gaze on the island, noting that it was adorned with a variety of colorful medicinal herbs. Even from a distance, the fragrant aroma of the herbs was palpable. Indeed, this is the ice and fire dual extremes. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Su Ming's eyes. The herbs that thrived here were predominantly of the ice and fire attributes, and their properties were exceptionally potent and extreme with the herbs before him. He could undoubtedly break through to a 4th-tier warrior, and perhaps even advance further. As Su Ming began to stride towards the lake, Markin hastily interjected, "My lord, there exists a formidable species of fish-type magical beast within the lake. Should you enter its domain, you will be attacked." Su Ming turned in surprise. "You are so considerate." Markin offered an awkward smile, remaining silent. Initially, he had not intended to issue a warning. He had thought that if Su Ming were to fall prey to the magical beasts unexpectedly, it would serve him right. However, after witnessing Su Ming's effortless defeat of the 2 assassins, Markin had decisively abandoned that notion. Given Su Ming's displayed prowess, it was highly likely that those magical beasts would be no match for him. If he failed to warn Su Ming and the latter sought him out for retribution later, it would be disastrous for them. Su Ming could surmise Markin's intentions and chose not to dwell on it. Continuing towards the lake, he walked upon the water's surface as if it were solid ground. Just as he had covered a distance of about 3 meters, the water ahead suddenly surged violently. In the next moment, the surface erupted, and a massive, ice-blue creature, measuring a full meter in length, leaped from the depths, lunging at Su Ming with the intent to bite. The blue creature sported 2 deep blue horns atop its head and a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Its appearance exceedingly ferocious. Markin and his companions on the shore felt a tightening in their chests. They vividly remembered the ferocity of the blue creature when they had entered the lake previously. They had been attacked by such a creature, and only through their combined efforts had they managed to fend it off. This illustrated just how terrifying the creature before them was to eye in the face of the approaching beast. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. He steadied his breath, drawing in his abdomen, and unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his strike shattered the air, connecting with the creature's jaw. Flesh exploded, and blue scales flew off as the creature was sent hurtling backwards. Su Ming retracted his fist and continued forward. Witnessing this scene, Markin and his companions were left utterly speechless. Previously, they had struggled to repel the creature together, yet Su Ming had dispatched it with a single blow. Despite having witnessed Su Ming's prowess several times already, they were still taken aback. "President, what kind of monster is he?" a mercenary exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide as he gazed at Su Ming's retreating figure on the lake. Markin shook his head. He had only known Su Ming for a few short days and had no understanding of his true nature. At that moment, the surface of the water erupted, and 5 azure monstrosities simultaneously leaped from the depths, fiercely lunging towards Su Ming. This time, the creatures were even larger than before, nearing 5 meters in length. The horde of abominations, seeking their demise. Su Ming's internal energy surged, all his strength converging into his fists. With a single step upon the water's surface, he transformed into a streak of light. The light refracted left and right, pausing momentarily before each creature. Boom, 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 boom. 5 dull thuds resonated almost simultaneously. In the next instant, the 5 monstrosities were sent reeling back, crashing into the lake once more and sending waves soaring several meters high. Hiss. Witnessing this spectacle, Markin and his companions gasped in astonishment. Su Ming's displayed combat prowess was simply overwhelming. As he descended, he continued onward towards the island ahead. Any monstrous fish that dared to attack him was met with a single, devastating punch, just as Su Ming was within 100 meters of the island. The entire lake began to boil. A terrifying pressure surged forth from the lake's depths. With a roar, waves surged dozens of meters high as a colossal creature emerged from the depths. It was a monstrous fish, but its size was several times greater than the previous ones. The head alone, protruding above the water, was as large as a house. Not only was it immense, but its scales shimmered a deeper blue. Akin to the purest ice crystal. An aura of dread emanated from the creature. A sixth-tier magical beast. On the shore, my kin and his companions trembled, collapsing to the ground, their eyes wide as they beheld the colossal entity at the lake center. Su Ming halted, surveying the magnificent beast before him. Humans, depart from this place. It is not meant for your kind. The enormous fish opened its mouth and surprisingly spoke in human tongue. Su Ming withdrew his gaze, speaking indifferently. Considering your arduous path of cultivation, I shall grant you your life if you make way now. The creature paused momentarily, then with a flick of its tail, it leapt from the water, finally revealing its full form. The creature measured a staggering 10 zhong, its scales glistening ominously, exuding an aura of chilling brilliance, as if cast from blue divine gold, imparting an overwhelming sense of oppression. Splash! The behemoth crashed back into the water, creating a spray of white waves that soared dozens of meters high. After swimming a circle beneath the surface, it emerged once more, its massive jaws opening and closing with a deep, resonant growl. Humans, since you refuse to heed my warning, you shall perish. With that, it swept its colossal tail towards Su Ming. This time, Su Ming did not brace himself. Instead, he propelled himself upward, soaring 100 meters into the air. Evading the onslaught, from above, he gazed down at the gigantic creature, his voice cold. Since you refuse to yield, do not blame me. He assumed a combat stance, preparing to strike. On the shore, my kin and his companions were left in stunned silence. President, he can walk on air? Mayerkin's mouth gaped open, at a loss for words. Walking on air was a feat only achievable by warriors of the sacred domain. Yet, this youth before them had accomplished it. The shock within him was beyond articulation. High above, Su Ming hovered in midair. His ability to walk on air stemmed from an exceptionally powerful divine technique. However, even so, it could only be sustained briefly. Su Ming readied himself, his hands pressed together, internal energy surging violently as it gathered in his palms. Below, the colossal fish seemed to sense the impending danger, roaring as it exhaled a frigid, ice-blue breath. Instantly, the lake's surface froze, and countless ice crystals formed in the air. The terrifying cold surged towards Su Ming in the sky. With a firm stomp, Su Ming ascended higher, evading the icy attack. Observing this, the gargantuan fish opened its mouth once more. However, this time, it spewed forth not cold air but a barrage of ice spikes, each resembling sharp blades. That a multitude of piercing sounds filled the air as the ice spikes cut through space. Hurtling towards Su Ming, Markin and his companions felt a wave of tension. They could discern the lethal nature of the ice spikes. And yet, to their astonishment, Su Ming did not attempt to evade this time. Instead, his clasped hands suddenly parted, and with a downward strike, he unleashed his attack. Star Extinction Palm. The deep reverberation echoed through the sky. A tempest of energy surged forth, manifesting a transparent palm imprint that descended with force. As the palm print fell, it expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal hand reaching for the heavens. The ice spikes shattered into countless fragments before even making contact with the palm imprint, crushed by the overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this, the fish's expression turned to one of alarm. It flicked its massive tail, attempting to dive back into the depths to escape. Yet, the giant hand's speed was unparalleled, and its vast coverage rendered its escape impossible. A resounding crash echoed. The creature was struck by the gigantic palm, shattering the water's surface and sending white waves soaring hundreds of meters into the air. A vacuum zone, 100 meters in diameter, formed on the lake's surface, with surrounding waters unable to encroach upon it. From above, one could even see the uneven lakebed beneath. Moments later, the vacuum began to dissipate, and the lake water returned to its original state. Su Ming descended, landing atop the water's surface, his body slightly swaying. At his current strength, executing the Star Extinction Palm was somewhat taxing. The Star Extinction Palm was the second technique of the God-slaying triad. In his previous life, at his peak, this technique could obliterate an entire material plane. On the lakeshore, Markin and his companions were left dumbfounded once more, their perceptions of reality shattered by Su Ming's terrifying display of power. President, has that creature been slain? A mercenary asked with a hoarse voice. Markin trembled as he replied, It should be dead. Just then, the tranquil lake once again stirred, bubbling with activity. Moments later, a massive figure surfaced. As they focused their gaze, they realized it was indeed the enormous fish from before. However, its body was now mangled and bloodied, with scales almost entirely shed, clearly dead beyond recovery. Truly, it was dead, though they had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing the creature's carcass still left them in shock that a sixth-tier magical beast, vanquished by Su Ming with a single strike. Just how terrifying was the latter's power? At the center of the lake, Su Ming leaped onto the corpse of the fish, extracting a blue magical crystal the size of a basin from its mangled remains. He then found a relatively intact area of flesh, sat cross-legged, and began to refine the energy within the crystal to recover from his injuries. Observing Su Ming directly absorbing the magical crystal's energy, his companions were once again astonished. As time passed, Markin and his companions dared not disturb him. After the Fish King's demise, the remaining creatures in the lake no longer dared to launch surprise attacks. Approximately half an hour later, Su Ming opened his eyes. At this moment, his aura was revitalized, restored to peak condition, and his strength had increased further. Just a step away from breaking through to the rank of a fourth-tier warrior, he stored the Fish King's body in his storage ring and then proceeded towards the island ahead. This time, there were no further obstructions. Moments later, Su Ming successfully ascended the small island. Gazing at the plethora of precious herbs strewn about, he could not help but smile with genuine delight as his eyes swept across the area. They suddenly narrowed in surprise. That is Chihuahua grass. Chihuahua grass, an exceedingly rare herb, greatly aids in the restoration of the soul. It was one of the essential ingredients needed to cure Alan's old ailment. Su Ming hurriedly approached, carefully plucking the purple Chihuahua grass and placing it into a jade box before storing it in his ring. Subsequently, he began to gather other herbs on the lakeshore. Markin and his companions watched with envy. The island was filled with invaluable herbs. Each one was worth a fortune. If they were all harvested and sold, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit, just as they were lost in their thoughts. A voice suddenly drifted from a distance. The group turned to see a familiar face approaching, led by Theodore. Previously, Markin had sent him to Sodiang City to gather reinforcements, knowing that Su Ming was to arrive. Markin had instructed Theodore to bring the reinforcements directly here. This way, they could eliminate Su Ming and also gather the herbs from the island. The group moved swiftly, reaching the shore in the blink of an eye. Markin and his companions immediately welcomed them. President, Theodore greeted. Markin nodded and turned to a burly blond man among the newcomers, respectfully saying, "Greetings, President Jim." The golden-haired man, Jim, was none other than the president of the mercenary guild in Sodiang City. Jim nodded and gestured towards a rebellious youth beside him, saying, "Markin, allow me to introduce you to Master Shiza, who hails from the mercenary guild in Shili City." Startled, Markin quickly bowed. "I pay my respects to Master Shiza." The few individuals behind him also hurriedly offered their greetings. The arrogant youth, Shiza, cast a casual glance at them before shifting his gaze elsewhere, offering no acknowledgement. His eyes drifted towards a distant island, where he immediately spotted various herbs and, concurrently, the figure of Su Ming, who was busy foraging. Indeed, it was a treasure trove. Shiza nodded in satisfaction, then his expression turned slightly frosty. "Who is that brat?" Without waiting for Merkin's response, Theodore interjected, "Master Shiza, that brat is named Su Ming. He came to our guild to cause trouble, injuring numerous members and insulting our guild with his words." Upon hearing this, Markin and the others turned pale. But before they could speak, they heard Shiza's cold voice. "Jim, go fetch that brat. Anyone who dares to look down upon the mercenary guild will face my wrath personally." Chapter 52. The Might of a Single Palm, my lord. That's unwise. Upon hearing Shiza's words, Markin immediately grew anxious. However, before he could finish his sentence, Shiza barked a sharp command. "Silence. Who do you think you are to point fingers at me?" Merkin's expression fluctuated between anger and fear, forcing him to swallow his words. Given Shiza's haughty demeanor, he was certain that speaking further would incite the latter's fury. Jim turned to an elderly man beside him and instructed, "Parker, go and bring that brat here." The elderly man nodded and swiftly made his way towards the island. His speed was impressive, and soon he had reached the shore. Su Ming, having paused his herb gathering, turned to face the elder. "Brat, come with me. Master Shiza wishes to see you." The elder spoke in a commanding tone, leaving no room for Su Ming to refuse. Su Ming glanced at the distant group, said nothing, and walked towards the lakeside. Parker immediately followed suit. The two moved swiftly and soon arrived at the edge of the lake. Upon seeing Su Ming's face, Shiza was momentarily taken aback, then a mocking smile crept onto his features. "I wondered who was so audacious as to disregard my guild. It turns out to be you, Su Ming, the rapist. As a high-ranking offspring of the Shili City Mercenary Guild." Shiza was well aware of Su Ming's past and had even been present on the day of his downfall. Thus he had seen him before. Hearing this, Merkan and the others were taken aback, not expecting Shiza to recognize Su Ming. However, Su Ming did not know Shiza and replied indifferently, "You summoned me merely to spout such nonsense?" Shiza's smile vanished, his expression darkening. Jim, witnessing this, immediately shouted, "Brat, who do you think you are to speak to Master Shiza like that?" Kneel. A tremendous pressure radiated from him, bearing down on Su Ming to Jim's astonishment. Su Ming remained as steadfast as a rock, unaffected in the slightest. Jim's eyes narrowed slightly, and he scoffed, "You've got some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. Parker, break this brat's legs that I don't want to see him standing." Parker nodded and stepped forward menacingly. Merkan and the others paled at this sight, realizing this was truly the end. "Brat, will you kneel on your own, or should I assist you?" Parker looked at Su Ming with a mocking gaze, expecting to see fear etched on his face. Instead, he found Su Ming exceptionally calm. Just as Parker was taken aback, Su Ming spoke, "If you kneel and apologize now, I shall overlook your disrespect and spare your life." At this declaration, everyone present, save for Merkan and his companions, wore expressions of shock. After the initial surprise, laughter erupted. Jim sneered, "This brat has quite the sense of humor. Even at this stage, he still fails to grasp reality." Parker wiped the smile from his face and taunted, "Brat, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you refuse to kneel, I'll help you." He launched a kick aimed at Su Ming's knee. Su Ming merely sidestepped slightly, easily evading the attack, and before Parker could react, he struck with lightning speed. A powerful punch landed squarely on Parker's chest, instantly caving it in, sending his body hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. Witnessing this, Jim and the others from the Sodden City Mercenary Guild erupted in fury. "You little brat, how dare you strike back? You are asking for death." Beside Jim, a gaunt man with a sinister expression unleashed a fierce punch enveloped in surging battle energy, aiming directly for Su Ming's face. The air cracked with the force of the blow, and the onlookers felt their ears ringing. Su Ming did not dodge. Instead, he met the punch head-on. The two fists collided with a thunderous noise. Just when everyone expected Su Ming to be severely injured, they saw the gaunt man's complexion turn pale as he staggered backward several steps. How is this possible? He actually pushed back the guardian Bart. A crowd of stunned onlookers from the Mercenary Guild gaped in disbelief. Bart, a level 6 warrior, had been repelled by a mere youth. This was utterly inconceivable. How old could this boy be? At most 17 or 18. Yet he had managed to push back a level 6 warrior. Such a feat was unheard of even throughout the entire Shishan province. Among those present, only Merkan and his companions retained their composure. What did it matter to repel a level 6 warrior? This fierce individual had just moments ago effortlessly slain a 6th-tier magical beast. The strength of that beast was undoubtedly superior to Bard's. The most shocked of all was excised that in his memory, Su Ming had been utterly ruined. Yet here he stood, not only unscathed but also capable of repelling a level 6 warrior. Such a feat was unimaginable, even for the Su Ming who had not been discarded. Jim glanced at Bart, who had just regained his footing, muttering a curse under his breath before turning his cold gaze back to Su Ming. "Brat, do you understand the consequences of laying hands on my people?" Su Ming, uninterested in responding, launched an attack. Jim's eyes narrowed dangerously. Seeking death, he did not attempt to counter Su Ming's strike, but instead leaped several meters away. Aiming to create distance to avoid accidentally injuring excised at Su Ming, recognizing Jim's intention, did not take offense and leaped after him. His fist shot forth like a dragon, aimed directly at Jim. Jim did not back down. Swinging his massive fist to meet Su Ming's in the next moment, the two engaged in combat, exchanging blows with ferocity. That brat can actually hold his own against the guild leader. How impressive! Bart and the others were astonished. Taken aback by Su Ming's displayed prowess, Jim, too, was filled with disbelief. He had been a level 6 warrior for several years, a seasoned fighter, yet he could not subdue a mere youth. After exchanging dozens of blows, Jim and Su Ming created some distance. "Brat, it's time to end this." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Meteor Fist." His fists moved like a pestle, rapidly and continuously smashing forth. Dozens of enormous fist imprints were unleashed in a single breath, hurtling towards Su Ming. Each imprint carried a terrifying force, resembling dazzling meteors in their descent. This was the guild leader's signature move, the Earth-tier combat skill Meteor Fist. This brat was finished. The onlookers silently nodded. believing the outcome was already determined. Even if Su Ming was formidable, he could not possibly withstand this attack. Su Ming's gaze lowered slightly as he murmured, "It's time to conclude." With that, he struck out with a palm, sending forth a transparent palm imprint that swelled dramatically in the wind, transforming into a colossal hand. The mighty hand effortlessly shattered the dozens of fist imprints before crashing down upon the now pale-faced Jim. With a muffled sound, Jim spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crackling like dry twigs. Before he was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, he relentlessly smashed several massive logs, each as thick as a water barrel, before crashing down onto a mountain peak with a resounding thud. Chapter 53, The Sacred Ice and Fire Lotus. Jim, the president of the Mercenary Guild in Sodiang City, a 6th-level warrior, was now grievously injured by a single strike from Su Ming. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. After several seconds of stunned silence, the onlookers turned to Su Ming with faces full of disbelief. Unable to comprehend that such feats could be accomplished by a mere youth of 17 or 18 years, Su Ming withdrew his hand. He calmly turned to gaze at Shiza. "You seem quite arrogant?" Shiza's throat quivered slightly, shaken by Su Ming's prowess. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "Su Ming, I admit you are formidable at your age. Possessing such strength is truly rare in the entire Xishan province." He paused momentarily before sneering, "But so what? My father is the vice president of the Mercenary Guild in Shili City. That if you dare to harm me, not only will you face ruin, but so will the Brook family behind you." A smirk appeared on Su Ming's lips as a glimmer of mockery flashed in his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked coolly, "This place is desolate. I could simply eliminate all of you, and the news would not escape." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed dramatically, especially for Markin and his companions, who understood Su Ming better than the others. They knew he was entirely capable of such an act. A flicker of panic crossed Shiza's mind, but he feigned calmness and warned, "Su Ming, I advise you not to act foolishly. Some actions, once taken, cannot be undone." Then, softening his tone, he added, "For the sake of our past as classmates, if you leave now, I can overlook what has transpired." This plea was a clear concession. However, Su Ming remained unmoved, replying coldly, "I'm sorry, it's too late for concessions now." With that, he stepped forward, advancing towards Shiza. The latter's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated while hastily casting spells, shouting, "Someone stop him!" The crowd, paralyzed by fear from Su Ming's display of power, dared not approach and instead scattered in retreat. Witnessing this, Shiza was filled with rage, yet there was no time to dwell on it. He unleashed several massive fireballs and swiftly made his escape. Su Ming flicked his fingers, conjuring even larger water spheres that extinguished the flames. As a mere 5th-level mage, Shiza was no match for Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming caught up with Shiza and delivered a punch that sent him reeling, blood spurting from his mouth. With a resounding crash, Shiza collided with an ancient tree, burying himself into the ground, bloodied and in a pitiful state. Seeing Su Ming approach, Shiza's face drained of color as he trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Su Ming, you cannot kill me, or else you and your family will face annihilation." Unmoved, Su Ming coldly uttered a single word, "Noise." The word resounded like thunder in Shiza's ears, leaving him dizzy. Su Ming spared Shiza's life. Turning to Markin and beckoning him forward, "Come here." After a moment of hesitation, Markin obediently approached, cautiously addressing, "My lord." Su Ming nodded slightly. "Kill him." Markin was taken aback, his eyes revealing a look of terror. Su Ming's command undoubtedly forced him towards a deadly path. "My lord," he began, but was interrupted by Su Ming. "Either you kill him, or I will kill you." Markin's expression fluctuated between indecision and resolve. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly turned to the pale-faced Shiza. Sensing the murderous intent in Markin's gaze, Shiza's face turned fearful, yet he blustered, "If you dare to touch me, my father will never let you go." With gritted teeth, Markin roared, "Young Master Shiza, I'm sorry." With that, he struck Shiza's head with a punch. Already severely injured, Shiza had no chance to evade, and his skull shattered like a rotten watermelon. Blood and brains splattering all over Markin. "Hand me his storage ring." Markin bent down to remove the storage ring from Shiza's finger and respectfully handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming accepted it and then turned to the others. The mercenaries who had accompanied Jim had long fled into the distance. However, Su Ming would not let them escape easily and instructed Markin, "You handle those few 5th-level warriors. I'll take care of the rest." With that, he swiftly pursued several individuals. The American's expression was grim, but at this point, he had no reason to hesitate. He called to his companions to follow suit. Spotting Theodore frozen in place, he admonished, "If you want to live, come with me to pursue them." Theodore collected his thoughts, not daring to hesitate, and joined the others in the chase. Shortly thereafter, Su Ming and American returned. Su Ming looked at them and inquired, "What happened?" American's face was somewhat pallid as he stammered, "My lord, one has escaped. Useless." Su Ming coldly responded, instructing, "Bring that old man here." American, not daring to delay, immediately approached and dragged the severely injured Jim before Su Ming. Jim was on the verge of death, his gaze filled with despair as he looked at Su Ming, never having imagined that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere boy. Ignoring Jim's gaze, Su Ming glanced at American and said indifferently, "It's up to you." With that, he made his way towards the island in the center of the lake, watching Su Ming's retreating figure. American's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve, and then he turned to Jim, murmuring, "President Jim, I'm sorry, I have no choice." Jim managed a bitter smile. "It's all right, American. I'll be waiting for you below." American's expression darkened as he delivered a single strike, ending Jim's life. Upon returning to the island, Su Ming resumed his collection of medicinal herbs. During this time, he discovered several dozen precious herbs, all of 6th level, including several that were precisely what he needed to heal Alan. Su Ming harvested them carefully, his eyes glimmering with joy. With these herbs, he could restore Alan to health, continuing deeper into the center of the island. Su Ming's gaze suddenly sharpened. A few dozen meters ahead lay a deep pool. In the emerald waters floated a lotus flower. At the center of several lotus leaves swayed a pair of twin lotuses. These twin lotuses were unlike ordinary ones. One was a brilliant icy blue, resembling a sculpture carved from eternal ice, exuding waves of chilling energy. The other was a fiery crimson, emanating an alluring heat. Creating a stark contrast. One lotus, two completely opposing attributes, yet they harmoniously coalesced, a true marvel of nature, the sacred ice and fire lotus. Su Ming whispered in awe, his eyes gleaming with delight. He had not anticipated discovering such a rare medicinal treasure here. The only regret was that the sacred ice and fire lotus was not yet mature, merely in bud form. Su Ming approached for a closer inspection, estimating that the lotus would take another month to bloom and produce seeds. Only then would be the optimal time for harvesting. Chapter 54. Arrogance. In Donglin City, two luxurious carriages came to a halt outside the Carter family's castle. The rear carriage's curtain was lifted, and a young man and woman, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair, descended. The woman, in her 20s, donned a white gown, exuding elegance and grace. The man shared a similar air of distinction, his brow hinting at a rebellious spirit. The old man, sharp-eyed and clad in black robes, radiated an aura of coldness. He leaped down from the front carriage and quickly approached them, saying, "Sister, brother-in-law, please come inside." He led them towards the castle at that moment. Buck emerged from within. Upon seeing the young girl, his heart swelled with emotion, and he hurried forward. "Alice, my dear daughter, you have finally returned." His voice trembled with excitement as he gazed at the golden-haired maiden. "Father, I am aware of everything. Do not worry. I will seek justice for you," Alice replied, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold light. She then pointed to the young man beside her, introducing, "Father, this is Nick." "Nice to meet you, Uncle," Nick greeted Buck with a smile. Buck laughed heartily. "Nick, my dear nephew, you are too polite. Please come inside." A group of individuals promptly entered the castle of the Carter family. News of Alice's return to East Forest City swiftly spread. Upon learning of this, the Brooke family and Harry immediately convened a gathering of clan elders. "I trust you have all heard the news. That scoundrel Buck has previously brought such humiliation upon my Brooke family, and I am certain he will not let this matter rest easily. Do any of you have a plan of action?" The clan elders, upon hearing this, wore grim expressions. Fern, with a composed demeanor, spoke up. "Isn't that rascal Su Ming quite capable? Since the trouble was instigated by him, I propose we leave this matter in his hands." This suggestion was quickly met with agreement from the other elders. The grievances from the previous incident lingered in their hearts, and they now directed their ire towards Su Ming. Harry's expression darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at Sam, who kept his head bowed in silence. Harry's frustration deepened. It was quite disheartening to witness these individuals engaging in petty scheming even in such a critical situation. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Alan seized the moment to speak. The Martin family is one of the 4 noble families of Sodiing City, and they possess considerable strength. I have also heard they have connections with the Martin family of Wesley City. If they truly seek to retaliate against us, We may find it exceedingly difficult to withstand their might. At this juncture, we can only appeal to Lord Victor. I wonder if he will come to our aid once more? The clan elders raised their gazes towards Alan, and Fern scoffed. Huh. You are aware of the ties between the Martin families of Su Ming City and Wesley City. Surely Victor is too. Do you think he would risk himself for our insignificant Brooke family? Although the other elders remained silent, their eyes betrayed a hint of mockery. Alan disregarded their scorn and addressed Harry. Father, I shall visit the Lord's manor and gauge the situation. That if Victor is unwilling to assist, we will have to devise an alternative plan. Harry nodded. Be swift in your return. Alan acknowledged and immediately departed. Shortly thereafter, Alan arrived at the Lord's manor and met with Victor. Lord, should the Martin family truly seek to trouble us, I hope you will lend us your support, Alan said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. His tone tinged with urgency. Victor nodded. Do not worry, Brother Alan. East Forest City is my domain. And if the Martin family dares to act recklessly here, I will not stand idly by. Alan's face brightened with relief. Expressing his gratitude, with your assurance, I am at ease. Subsequently, Alan left the Lord's manor and conveyed the news to Harry and the clan elders. Their astonishment was palpable. They had not anticipated Victor would indeed be willing to wade into such murky waters. Curiosity arose in their minds regarding the true nature of the relationship between Victor and Su Ming, as the former seemed to be doing quite a lot for the Brooke family. Meanwhile, Wat and Maki also received the news and swiftly convened. Heh, Brother Maki, it seems that even if we refrain from taking action, the Brooke family may not endure this predicament. The Martin family is not to be trifled with. Wat remarked with a chilling smile. Maki mirrored his sentiment. This is fortuitous. Should the Brooke family collapse, we could seize the herbal trade in East Forest City, thereby alleviating the pressing needs of both our families. Wat nodded. You speak wisely, Brother Maki. I shall make arrangements at once. Once we receive news, we will act immediately to prevent others from usurping our opportunity. Ever since Alice's return, nearly everyone's attention in East Forest City had been focused on the Brooke and Carter families. The events of the recent birthday banquet had already spread throughout the city, and the populace was eager to witness how the Carter family would respond. The following day, the Carter family made their move. The eldest daughter of the Carter family personally declared that the Brooke family must strip Su Ming of his powers, that all high-ranking members should go to the Carter family to apologize to Buck, and relinquish 80% of their business as compensation. Shortly thereafter, the eldest son of the Martin family also stepped forward, declaring that should the Brooke family fail to comply with Alice's demands, he would lead a force to annihilate them. The declaration sent shockwaves throughout East Forest City. The Carter family's actions left the Brooke family with no avenue of retreat within the confines of the Brooke family castle. Harry and the clan elders seethed with fury. These ungrateful wretches from the Carter family have completely disregarded past loyalties. They leave us with no escape whatsoever, one elder exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Had it not been for the Brooke family's assistance in the past, the Carter family would have already fallen into decline. Now, having seized an opportunity, they showed no regard for past favors. It is entirely my fault for having aided such an ungrateful wretch. Harry sighed, regret etched upon his face. Father, these scoundrels have gone too far. Let us fight back, Hodgson urged vehemently. Sam interjected with a scoff. Second brother, according to reports, the Martin family has sent a 6th-level mage. None of us combined can match him. What do you intend to fight with? Hodgson's expression faltered before he retorted coldly. It is better to resist than to sit idly by, even if I must die. I will never apologize to that scoundrel Buck. Fern then spoke up. What of Su Ming? He has been absent during this great turmoil. Where is he at such a crucial moment? At this, all the elders turned their gazes toward Alan. The latter did not conceal the truth. Su Ming entered the Hungduan Mountains a few days ago. It will be some time before he returns. The elders' expressions darkened upon hearing this, with Fern scoffing. Humph, he disappears at the most critical time. I suspect this is deliberate. Enough, do not speak ill of Su Ming. He is not that kind of person. Harry interjected sternly, interrupting Fern's incessant complaints. He then turned to Alan. Alan, I fear you must make another trip to the Lord's manor. Without hesitation, Alan departed the family estate and headed to the Lord's manor. Soon after, he met with Victor once more. Do not worry, Brother Alan, that I have heard of the situation. The Martin family is truly arrogant, and this matter has been firmly established by the city lord. Victor's voice carried a hint of irritation. Regardless of the circumstances, the Brooke family held a title, and their territory lay within East Forest City. The Martin family had the audacity to act without even informing him. This could only suggest one thing. They had no regard for him as the city lord. "Let us proceed at once," he declared, leading a contingent of city guards towards the Carter family. In due course, they arrived at the castle of the Carter family. Victor approached and spoke gravely. "Announce my arrival and state that the city lord wishes to see clan leader Buck." The guard stationed outside the castle, hesitant, quickly relayed the message, soon returning with a response. "Lord, the clan leader has stated that only you and he may enter," he said, gesturing towards Alan. "Lead the way." Victor, accompanied by Alan, followed the guard into the castle. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in an opulent reception hall. Within the brightly lit and lavish chamber, Buck sat at the head of the table, flanked by Alice and Nick. Across from them sat Hill and an elderly man clad in black. Upon seeing Victor enter, Buck turned to a nearby servant. "See to it that the city lord is seated." The servant promptly fetched a chair for Victor, while Alan was pointedly ignored. Feeling awkward, Alan could do nothing but stand behind Victor. Victor's expression darkened as he regarded Buck. "Is this how clan leader Buck treats his guests?" Buck cast a sidelong glance at Alan before returning his gaze to Victor, a forced smile on his face. "Heh, how I conduct my affairs is surely not for you, an outsider, to instruct." Victor's expression grew even graver, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Buck had always shown him respect in the past. Now, having aligned himself with a powerful faction, he had become brazen. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising ire, Victor addressed Buck directly. "Buck, it is worth noting that your Carter family once maintained a cordial relationship with the Brooke family. Misunderstandings led us to this point. I am willing to mediate and resolve the grievances between your families. What say you?" Buck's face contorted in derision. "Heh, when that way Su Ming humiliated me. Where was the city lord to intervene?" Victor was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to counter this claim. After a moment, he spoke with gravity. "So you were resolute in your intent to make things difficult for the Brooke family?" Buck let out a cold, disdainful laugh, utterly disinterested in responding. Victor felt a sinking sensation in his heart and spoke with a weightier tone. "Buck, do not push matters to extremes. The Brooke family holds nobility. And should you dare to act recklessly, I, as the city lord, will ensure you regret it profoundly." Buck's expression shifted slightly, but before he could retort, Nick, standing beside Alice, interjected first. "Heh, there is no need for bluster here. I have already investigated. The head of the Brooke family is merely a viscount, and one who purchased his title at that. Even if a confrontation arises, the higher-ups are unlikely to intervene." Victor's face darkened, soon followed by a cold chuckle. "Oh, that remains to be seen." Nick, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, coldly remarked, "Victor, I advise you not to meddle in this affair, lest you bring calamity upon yourself." His words dripped with undisguised menace. Victor's expression fluctuated. He was acutely aware of the Martin family's background, being a branch of the Martin family from Wesley City. Should the situation escalate, his position as city lord would be in jeopardy. Under normal circumstances, Victor would never entangle himself in such troublesome matters. Yet now, he found himself cornered. Although the Martin family was formidable, the individuals backing Su Ming were even more so. Offending the Martin family might only result in losing his office, but crossing Su Ming could very well cost him his life. Taking a deep breath to suppress his myriad emotions, Victor turned to Nick and said, "Let me offer you a piece of advice as well. The Brooke family is not to be trifled with. It would be wise for you to temper your ambitions. Should this matter escalate, even your Martin family may struggle to contain it." Nick chuckled at this, his smile laced with unmistakable derision. Alice joined in, her beautiful eyes reflecting a profound mockery. Buck and his companions also laughed derisively. After a moment, Nick finally composed himself and coldly stated, "Victor, let me reiterate, it would be in your best interest not to interfere. Otherwise, you may find your position as city lord in jeopardy." With the mask of civility fully stripped away, Victor no longer held back, responding with equal coldness. "I too will lay my cards on the table. Should you dare to act against the Brooke family, you must first contend with me." "Humph, you're asking for trouble," Nick scoffed, entirely losing his patience, and directed his gaze at the cloaked elder. "Uncle Dude, please teach this fellow a lesson." "As you wish, young master," the elder replied with a slight nod, rising to confront Victor without further ado. With a mere gesture, several blades of wind materialized, hurtling straight towards Victor. He dared not underestimate them and quickly summoned his fighting spirit to defend himself. Bang, bang, bang. Victor unleashed a series of punches, dissipating the wind blades. However, before he could catch his breath, a massive, one-long azure wind blade was already bearing down on him. The chilling aura struck his face, causing it to sting painfully. Victor's expression turned grave as he channeled all his energy, executing his signature combat technique, Golden War Fist. With a mighty shout, his glowing fist collided with the immense wind blade, sending a gale sweeping in all directions, causing the onlookers' garments to flap wildly. With a resounding boom, the azure wind blade exploded into a small tempest. The fierce winds tore at Victor's clothing, leaving numerous small wounds on his body, blood seeping forth and staining his attire. Lord City Master Alan, who had been spectating, wore a worried expression. Moments later, as the storm began to abate, the crowd focused on Victor, whose attire lay in tatters, drenched in blood. Appearing utterly disheveled, the cloaked elder withdrew, coldly remarking, "Consider this a lesson. Should there be a next time, I will not show mercy." Despite being the city lord of Donglin City and an imperial official, the elder only dared to impart a lesson, refraining from taking Victor's life. "Lord City Master, are you all right?" Alan rushed to Victor's side, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine," Victor replied, shaking his head, then turned to Buck and the others, coldly stating, "Very well. I trust you will not regret your actions today." That he refrained from further confrontation, knowing he was no match for the elder. "Heh, there is no one in Donglin City who could make me regret my actions." Nick sneered, while Victor's countenance remained icy, leaving no further words unspoken. As the two prepared to depart, Alice suddenly called out, "Stop." Chapter 56. Compromise. Victor and Alan turned to see the golden-haired maiden approaching them. "What do you want?" Victor asked in a low voice. Ignoring him, Alice strode directly up to Alan, and before either could react, she swung her hand with a sharp slap. Smack. Alan staggered, a vivid red handprint blooming on his face. Though Alice was a mere girl, she was a fourth-level sorceress, having trained her body rigorously, her strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. This slap was far beyond what Alan could withstand. Blood filled his mouth as he spat out a few broken teeth, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze locked onto the girl before him. The emotional damage he sustained clearly outweighed the physical pain. Victor, snapping back to reality, felt a surge of anger. However, the cloaked elder loomed nearby, and other than his fury, he could do little else. Alice, her gaze icy and condescending, declared, "This is merely a bit of interest. If the Brooke family does not comply with my demands in 3 days, your existence will no longer be necessary." With that, she dismissed the furious Alan, turning away and coldly ordering, "Show them out." Victor took Alan by the arm and left, casting a final glance at the gathering within the hall. "You will pay for everything you have done today." In response, Buck and the others merely smirked, showing no concern. After exiting the castle, Victor turned to Alan, his expression filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, Alan, I could not assist you." Alan shook his head, gratitude evident in his voice. "It's all right, Lord City Master. You have already done enough." With a sigh, Victor remarked, "At this point, it seems only Su Ming can resolve this matter." He then expressed his confusion. "By the way, why haven't I seen Su Ming recently?" Alan did not conceal the truth, replying candidly, "Su Ming entered the Hungduan Mountains not long ago. He likely won't return for a few days." A flicker of perplexity crossed Alan's face. "Lord City Master, why do you believe Su Ming's return will resolve everything?" Victor paused, realizing that Alan and the others likely remained unaware of Su Ming's true prowess. He chose not to enlighten them, shifting the topic. "Alan, I suggest you consider a compromise to buy some time. Once Su Ming returns, he should be able to resolve everything." In Victor's mind, Su Ming not only shared a close relationship with Joyce but also possessed an inscrutable strength. Surely, his return would quell the impending crisis. Alan, still puzzled, could not grasp why Victor had such faith in Su Ming. "I'll take my leave now, Alan." Victor announced his departure. Alan nodded, and once Victor had left, he made his way back to the family castle. Upon seeing the handprint on Alan's face, Harry and the others exchanged concerned glances, and Hodge immediately inquired, "Third brother, what happened?" Alan recounted the incident without hesitation. Upon hearing the tale, their anger surged. Hodge exclaimed, "This is utterly outrageous. A mere junior laying such a heavy hand on you." Showing no regard for past relations, the others were similar expressions of fury. Though they were not particularly fond of Alan, he was still a member of the Brooke family. Alice's actions displayed a blatant disregard for their clan. Harry inhaled deeply, solemnly stating, "Enough with the anger. We must strategize on how to navigate through this crisis." The group fell silent, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. The adversary was formidable, and they were simply no match. With this thought, the elders of the family felt even more vexed with Su Ming. Had it not been for his impulsive recklessness, matters would not have escalated to this point. Suddenly, Sam spoke up gravely. "Father, should we seek assistance from the clan?" The elders perked up at this suggestion, turning their hopeful gazes toward Harry. Meeting their expectant stares, Harry's eyes darkened with a hint of resignation, and his voice turned bitter. "Our branch has fallen to such a state that we are no longer recognized by the clan. Do not entertain such thoughts." Upon hearing these words, the crowd sighed in unison. Although they had anticipated this outcome, disappointment still lingered in their hearts. At that moment, Alan suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Father, when we parted just now, Victor told me that as long as Su Ming returns, this matter could be resolved." The assembly fell silent, momentarily taken aback by his statement, before a chorus of laughter erupted among the elders. Their smiles laced with unabashed mockery. Fern scoffed. He can resolve it upon his return. With what means? Will he once again act impulsively and offend the Martin family, plunging our Brooke family into irretrievable ruin? In fact, it would be a blessing if he doesn't create more chaos for us, and to think he could assist in resolving anything is utterly ludicrous. Another elder chimed in, his eyes brimming with disdain. Truth be told, the situation has escalated to this point because of that young rascal, Su Ming. Now that trouble has arisen, he has conveniently absconded. Such a person is unworthy of being a member of the Brooke family. In my opinion, we should expel him from the clan altogether. As Su Ming's name was mentioned, the elders became increasingly agitated. The first reason was that this incident was indeed closely tied to him, and the second was their lingering resentment over previous matters involving him. Observing the rising fervor among the crowd, Harry's expression darkened as he admonished, "Enough! Silence! All of you!" His stern gaze swept across the elders. Disappointment clearly etched on his face. At such a critical juncture, these individuals were still preoccupied with internal strife. How could a family thrive with such a mindset? As Harry contemplated the recent behavior of Su Ming, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps Victor was indeed right. Once Su Ming returned, the situation could be addressed. With this thought in mind, he took a deep breath and resolved, "Since we find ourselves with no alternatives, let us first acquiesce to the Carter family's demands and delay for a while until Su Ming returns." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and Sam immediately interjected, "Father, that is unacceptable. What if Su Ming is unable to resolve the situation when the time comes?" The other elders echoed his dissent, all voicing their disbelief that Su Ming could remedy anything. "I support Father's decision," Hodges stated, aligning himself with Harry. Alan quickly followed suit, also siding with Harry. "You are all being ridiculous, placing your faith in a mere youth. No matter how you argue, I firmly oppose this course of action," Sam retorted, his expression darkening with resolve. The other elders echoed his sentiments. Standing in solidarity with Sam, the two factions continued to bicker. Harry's voice cut through the chaos. "Enough! Quiet down." Once the commotion settled, he turned his gaze upon Sam and the assembled elders, his face stern. "What alternatives do you propose, if not this?" The crowd fell into silence. The Carter family had granted them only 3 days. Should they fail to devise a solution within that time frame, retribution would surely follow, exacerbating their predicament. Observing the silence, Harry continued, "What I suggest is to temporarily cede control of the family business to buy us some time until Su Ming returns. If he too cannot resolve the issue, we may have no choice but to evacuate Donglin City. In the end, Sam and the elders relented, for they could conceive of no better alternative than Harry's proposition. Subsequently, Harry instructed Alan and several elders to remain behind to safeguard the family while he, along with Sam and Hodges, proceeded to the Carter family to offer their apologies. The major factions in Donglin City had been closely monitoring the developments. As Harry and his entourage approached the Carter family castle, word had already spread, prompting many to converge upon the location to witness the unfolding drama. Upon their arrival, the guards at the entrance promptly conveyed the news to Buck within the castle. Buck leapt from his seat, his eyes alight with elation. This moment had finally arrived. "Father, do you want me to accompany you?" Alice inquired. Buck shook his head. "No need. Stay here and rest. I shall go alone." With that, he hurried out of the castle, only for Hill to follow closely behind, exclaiming, "Father, wait for me." Outside the castle, Harry and his companions awaited. Buck, wearing a broad grin, addressed Harry mockingly, "Oh, if it isn't the esteemed leader, Harry. What brings you here today?" Witnessing Buck's arrogant demeanor, Harry and the others gritted their teeth in frustration. Yet, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to endure. Harry stepped forward, striving for a calm tone. "Leader Buck, We are willing to comply with your conditions, provided you spare the Brooke family. A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembled crowd. Such harsh demands had been met with acquiescence by Harry. Yet, considering the powerful figures backing the Carter family, the onlookers soon understood the necessity. What choice did they have? Should they provoke the Martin family, they might find themselves risking not just their business, but their very lives. Among the crowd, What and March wore grim expressions. They had initially hoped to exploit the discord between the two families for their own gain, but Harry's swift capitulation dashed those plans, leaving them empty-handed. Buck, taken aback by Harry's compliance, had not expected such ease in his acquiescence. This was not the Harry he knew. However, contemplating the Martin family's influence, he quickly dismissed his surprise and approached Harry, whispering, Harry, I warned you that you would come to regret this. Do you believe me now?" Harry clenched his fists beneath his sleeves, suppressing the surging anger within. His companions, including Hodges, mirrored his internal turmoil, their emotions simmering just beneath the surface. Had it not been for their restraint, they would have unleashed their fury. Sensing Harry's suppressed rage, Buck's smile broadened, taunting, "Are you angry? Do you wish to strike me? I'm right here. Come at me. I promise I won't retaliate." His demeanor was one of brazen provocation, eyes gleaming with mockery. The onlookers regarded the scene with disdain, unable to stomach Buck's gloating arrogance. Among the crowd, Morgan and Morton exchanged knowing smirks. They were aware of Su Ming's capabilities and background. The Martin family was insignificant in comparison. The higher Buck leaped now, the harder he would fall later. As Harry remained unfazed, but quickly grew bored of the standoff and scanned the group before him, asking, "Where is that little brat Su Ming? Why has he shown up?" Harry inhaled deeply, forcing down his indignation, and replied as calmly as he could, "Leader Buck, Su Ming ventured into the Hongduan Mountains a few days ago. We have dispatched people to search for him, but there are no updates as of yet." Buck nodded slightly, aware of Su Ming's expedition into the mountains. "Since that little wretch isn't here, you'll have to apologize on his behalf. When he returns, we can deal with him then," he continued, his gaze filled with derision as he looked at Harry. Harry's expression darkened as he met Buck's gaze, his voice trembling slightly. "What does Leader Buck expect in terms of an apology?" With a mocking glint in his eye, Buck replied nonchalantly, "Of course, you must kneel to apologize. That would demonstrate your sincerity." "Wouldn't it, Leader Harry?" At this, Sam trembled with rage, while Hodges could no longer contain his fury, shouting, "Buck, don't go too far. Leave a way out for future encounters." Buck dismissively eyed Sam's reddened face and retorted, "I am not forcing you. You're free to refuse." Hodges, teeth clenched in anger, turned to Harry, "Father, let us leave. If it comes to it, we'll fight them." "Indeed, Leader, we can fight if it comes to that." The other elders chimed in, echoing Hodges' sentiments, deeming Buck's demands utterly unacceptable. To kneel in public was an affront to their dignity. Seeing the situation escalate, Buck's expression darkened slightly. Should the Brooke family truly resist with all their might? Even if he could suppress them, it would come at a cost he wished to avoid. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept across his face as he boomed, "Fight? With your meager strength? What do you have to fight with?" Sam and the others fell into a sullen silence. Indeed, what could they possibly use to fight? Sensing their defeat, Buck seized the moment, feigning sympathy. "Out of respect for our past relations, you need not kneel." But Harry must. Upon hearing these words, the assembly of clan elders fell into a profound silence, their gazes collectively fixated upon Harry. Witnessing the elders' scrutiny, Hodgkin was immediately filled with rage, his trembling finger pointed accusatorily at them. Yearning to unleash a torrent of vitriol, yet at a loss for words. This time, even Sam could not conceal his disappointment. However, he refrained from speaking, knowing it would be futile. Harry did not turn back. Instead, he thought of Su Ming, of Shirley, and of the other members of the Brooke family along with the younger generation. With a clenched jaw, he sank to his knees. Hodgkin's eyes blazed crimson with fury, nearly bursting with rage, ready to confront Buck with all his might, but was swiftly restrained by the quick-thinking Sam. "Second brother, do you intend to let Father kneel in vain?" Sam admonished softly, though he too was seething with anger, yet retained a modicum of rationality. The onlookers surrounding them observed this scene with a mix of astonishment and sympathy. Harry, the patriarch of the Brooke family and a formidable fifth-level mage, was kneeling before Buck. This ungrateful scoundrel, to offer an apology. Truly, it was a testament to the world's injustice. Among the crowd, Morgan and Morton exchanged glances, A flicker of respect evident in their eyes. Harry's willingness to stoop so low for the sake of his family was commendable. From afar, atop the city tower, Victor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, also witnessing this spectacle. His gaze was frigid as he murmured, "The Carter family, the Martin family, you are finished." He refrained from intervening, knowing it would be of no avail. "Patriarch Buck, I, on behalf of my grandson, extend my sincerest apologies to you. I hope you can consider our past friendship and grant the Brooke family a chance for survival." Buck chuckled, relishing the sight of Harry kneeling before him, his heart soaring with satisfaction. The pent-up frustration from the day of the banquet had dissipated entirely. He laughed heartily. "Since Patriarch Harry has humbly beseeched me, I cannot be too stingy. In light of our previous camaraderie, I shall grant you an additional fortnight. If you can deliver Su Ming to me within that time, I shall let you go." Chapter 58. Return in the Hongduan Mountains. Su Ming continued his herbal foraging on the small island, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in Donglin City. After nearly depleting the island's medicinal resources, he finally decided to take a break. He then found a suitable spot, sat cross-legged, and commenced his cultivation. He extracted various volatile herbs, refining them with flames before consuming the scorching elixirs. Subsequently, he rapidly circulated his magical energy, assimilating the herbs within his body. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. A formidable aura began to emanate from the island. The onlookers at the shore, including Maiken and his companions, gazed in astonishment. Upon witnessing the pillar of pure white aura rising from the island, their eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that he has broken through to a 6th-level warrior? Maiken murmured, his expression shifting. The intensity of this aura was simply terrifying. Maiken felt as if he were but a mere insect in its presence on the island. Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, their brilliance shining with extraordinary sharpness. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, and felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. He sensed that if he unleashed his full strength, he could easily crush a 6th-level warrior with a single blow. Taking a deep breath to quell his emotions, he retrieved several herbs that were beneficial to mental fortitude. This time, Su Ming did not consume the herbs directly. Instead, he refined them into pills before ingesting them. Soon, a vast reservoir of mental energy began to unfurl, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. Compared to the breakthrough to a 4th-level warrior, ascending to a 4th-level mage was somewhat easier, as he had previously attained this level. Subsequently, Su Ming gathered a plethora of herbs to concoct healing pills for Alan's injuries. Once he completed his preparations, he approached a deep pool, setting up a concealment array to shroud the entire expanse of water. The Icefire Holy Lotus would require some time to mature, and he could not afford to wait idly. The array was established to prevent detection by nearby magical beasts. Previously, the Guardian Fish King had deterred any beasts from encroaching upon this place. But now that the Fish King was slain, the situation was uncertain. Having completed his tasks, Su Ming departed from the island and made his way back to Maiken and the others, calmly stating, "Let us depart." Maiken presented a storage ring to Su Ming, saying, "My lord, this contains the corpses of the magical fish you defeated. During Su Ming's training, they had retrieved the remains of the magical fish he had slain." Su Ming glanced at the storage ring and replied nonchalantly, "You may keep it at this point." He had little interest in such trifling gains. "Thank you, my lord," Maiken and his companions exclaimed, their faces lighting up. The magical fish were all pinnacle 5th-level beasts, and if sold, would fetch a considerable sum. Indeed, not an insignificant amount for their mercenary guild. They then followed Su Ming as they left, returning to Donglin City. 5 days later, the group finally arrived at Donglin City. As they gazed upon the city's outline, a flicker of joy illuminated Su Ming's eyes. The pills had been successfully concocted, and Alan's injuries could finally be treated. However, Maiken and the others wore expressions of complexity. They had never anticipated that a venture into the Hongduan Mountains would yield such tumultuous events. Before entering the mountains, Maiken had harbored thoughts of revenge against Su Ming. But now he dared not entertain such notions. The incident involving Jim had irrevocably tied him to Su Ming, and even without that, he could not afford to seek retribution. Su Ming's displayed talent and strength were simply too formidable. Maiken was certain that Su Ming was no ordinary individual and would undoubtedly carve a name for himself within the empire and perhaps across the continent. Far from wishing for revenge, Maiken even considered the prospect of aligning himself with Su Ming. If he could secure a strong alliance with Su Ming now, his own status and position might rise in tandem. The group entered Donglin City. "My lord, we shall take our leave now," Maiken addressed Su Ming. The latter nodded, issuing a warning, "Do not disclose the location to anyone else. Otherwise, Do not blame me for being unkind. My kin quickly assented, watching as Su Ming walked away before daring to turn and leave. Su Ming made his way directly to the Brook family estate. Along the route, he sensed that the gazes of the townsfolk upon him were peculiar. Though somewhat puzzled, he paid it little mind. Hastening towards the family castle, his pace was swift, and before long, he arrived at the castle entrance. The guards, upon seeing Su Ming, were momentarily stunned. Several rubbed their eyes, and upon confirming his identity, their faces erupted with joy. It is young Master Su Ming. Young Master Su Ming has returned. Taken aback by the guards' exuberance, Su Ming wondered when he had become so well regarded within the family. Unbeknownst to him, due to recent events, the younger generation and some servants and guards had drastically altered their perceptions of him. Particularly after my kin had come to apologize, the admiration among them had surged. Consequently, following the recent upheaval, everyone believed that Su Ming's return would bring resolution. Thus, upon witnessing his arrival, the guards reacted with such excitement. One guard rushed forward, tears of joy in his eyes, exclaiming, "Young Master Su Ming, you have finally returned." Su Ming, keenly attuned to the guard's tone, detected an underlying tension. Coupled with the odd glances he had received throughout the city, a sense of foreboding surged within him. He immediately inquired, "Has something happened to the family?" The guard, not holding back, swiftly recounted the recent series of events. By the end of the tale, Su Ming's countenance had darkened, regret flooding his heart for not having taken Buck's life previously. It appeared he had been too merciful. The glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes as he hurried into the castle. Along the way, every servant and guard who encountered Su Ming wore expressions of delight. The Brook family had been under immense pressure recently. Not only had they relinquished 80% of their business, but Patriarch Harry had also publicly knelt to apologize to Buck. Such humiliation was unprecedented for the Brook family, leaving not only the higher-ups feeling disgraced, but even the servants and guards burdened by profound shame. Soon, Su Ming found himself in the presence of Harry and the others. "Grandfather, I apologize for my late return," he said, his expression filled with remorse as he looked at the elderly man before him. Harry's eyes glistened with moisture as he patted Su Ming's shoulder, smiling, "It is good that you are back. Victor mentioned that you could resolve this predicament. Is that true?" His gaze bore hope, fixated intently on Su Ming. Should Su Ming also indicate otherwise, the Brook family would truly be devoid of hope. Su Ming nodded firmly. Yes. Beside them, Hodge was elated upon hearing the words, and hurriedly inquired, "Good lad, I knew you would have a solution. Pray tell, how do you intend to resolve this crisis?" Upon hearing this, Alan and the elders of the clan turned their gazes towards Su Ming. Meeting the expectant eyes of the crowd, Su Ming's gaze turned icy, exuding an aura of murderous intent as he declared, "We shall confront them directly, making it abundantly clear what fate befalls those who offend the Brook family." Chapter 59. Confrontation. The once hopeful faces of the gathered clan members fell into disappointment upon hearing his words. Fern could not restrain his derision, retorting, "Su Ming, do you comprehend what you are saying? Confront them? Are you aware of their strength?" The other elders, though silent, wore expressions of scorn. Harry and the others appeared despondent. "Su Ming, this is no trivial matter. The Martin family has sent a 6th-level mage, a formidable opponent. Even Victor, the city lord, cannot contend with them." Alan cautioned Su Ming against acting recklessly. Su Ming turned to his father, clearly detecting the unusual tone in his voice, and spoke gravely, "Father, what is the matter with your voice?" Alan shook his head. "It's nothing." He dared not reveal the truth, fearing that Su Ming might rashly seek vengeance against the Carter family. At that moment, an elder interjected, "It was your former fiancée who instigated this, claiming she needed to collect some interest first." Alan furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at Su Ming, only to find him unnervingly calm. Showing no sign of agitation, that he opened his mouth to speak, but Su Ming preempted him, saying, "Father, grandfather, leave this matter to me. You need not concern yourselves with it." With that, Su Ming turned and departed. Su Ming. Alan's face was etched with worry as he attempted to follow, but was halted by Sam. "Third brother, since Su Ming believes he can resolve this, as elders, we should place our trust in him." He understood that only by confronting the Carter family could Su Ming appease them and potentially secure their safety. "Brother, you." Alan was filled with rage, striving to bypass Sam, only to be obstructed once more. "Third brother, I must ask, what do you think you can achieve by pursuing him?" Sam looked down at Alan, his tone laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Alan's expression grew despondent. Indeed, as a mere cripple, what could he possibly do? It seemed he could do nothing but be a hindrance. "Brother, must you speak so harshly?" Hodge interjected, displeased. Sam replied coldly, I merely speak the truth. Seeing the two about to argue, Harry intervened. Enough? What time is this to engage in infighting? He rose and approached them, determination gleaming in his eyes. Let us go. If worse comes to worst, we shall fight those scoundrels. The elder's expressions shifted at his words, and Fern quickly cautioned, head of the family. No, the primary target of the Carter family is Su Ming, that if he confronts them, they may vent their anger on him and spare us. They must not provoke them further. Otherwise, the situation would become irretrievable. As this sentiment spread, the other elders chimed in, urging Harry to reconsider and to act with prudence, imploring him not to act impulsively. Indeed, Father, you must not jeopardize the entire family for Su Ming. Sam added, placing an enormous burden upon Harry. Listening to the incessant chatter of the elders, Hodge's expression soured as he turned to Alan. Third brother, let us depart. There is no need to converse further with these cowardly individuals. Hodge grasped Alan and strode out of the hall, disregarding the dismayed countenances of those left behind. Meanwhile, after leaving, Su Ming headed straight for the Carter family. Simultaneously, within the Carter family castle, Hill reported excitedly to Buck. Father, our informant just reported that Su Ming has returned. Buck's face lit up with delight as he sneered. Finally, I can take my revenge on that little wretch. Beside him, Nick observed with keen interest. I have heard that this boy was once a celebrated prodigy in the province. I am eager to see what makes him extraordinary. Next to him, Alice scoffed. That was in the past. Now he is nothing but a complete failure. As they engaged in their banter, a flustered servant burst into the hall. Head of the family, young lady, it's terrible. It's terrible. The expressions of those present immediately darkened, and Buck barked. What is the matter? Can you not see we have esteemed guests? The servant, drenched in sweat, stammered. Head of the family, they have broken in. Hill's expression darkened as he reprimanded. What do you mean they have broken in? Be clear. Before the servant could respond, a cold voice echoed from outside the hall. The crowd turned to see a young man in purple approaching the hall with deliberate steps. Su Ming, upon recognizing him. The expressions of the individuals in the hall shifted to shock. Hill's demeanor instantly turned frigid as he shouted, Su Ming, do you dare to intrude upon the Carter family? What punishment do you deserve? Silence. With a swift motion, Su Ming appeared before Hill, delivering a resounding slap that sent him crashing into the wall, bloodied and battered. The abruptness of the event left the others momentarily dazed. After a few seconds, they finally reacted, and Buck, consumed with rage, pointed at Su Ming, bellowing, You little wretch! How dare you? Su Ming turned calmly to face the furious Buck, his voice icy as he replied, Do not be hasty. This is merely the beginning. After today, your Carter family will be completely eradicated from Donglin City. Such grandiloquence, a mocking voice interjected. And Su Ming turned to see a blonde youth regarding him with derision. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as he coolly remarked, You must be the so-called young master of the Martin family. Nick's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, You little bastard, I had intended to let you live a while longer, but it seems there is no need for that now. Without awaiting his command, a cloaked elder stepped forward, menacingly advancing towards Su Ming. Rest assured, I will not allow you to die too quickly. The elder's gaze was as cold as a serpent. Su Ming wasted no time on words and launched a punch at the elder. You underestimate yourself, the elder sneered, but before he could finish, Su Ming was already upon him. With a crack, Su Ming's fist connected with the elder's face, shattering his nasal bone and sending him hurtling into the wall, creating a gaping hole. Now a 4th-level warrior, Su Ming's strength was immense. Even a 6th-level mage or a robust 6th-level warrior could not withstand his blow. The scene left the members of the hall in stunned silence. Buck and the others stared in disbelief at Su Ming. Ah, you little wretch, I will kill you. The bloodied elder clambered to his feet, eyes filled with malice as he glared at Su Ming. Vacuum blade, he roared, and a massive azure magical disc materialized behind him, spinning rapidly as it unleashed a barrage of azure blades of wind towards Su Ming. Earth barrier. Su Ming stomped his foot upon the ground. Dismissing the need for incantation, the earth element surged, and a wall of earth and brown rose before him, effortlessly blocking all incoming attacks. Chapter 60. The downfall of the Carter family. The earthen wall successfully deflected all the azure blades, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded, especially Nick and Alice, who were acutely aware that Vacuum Blade was an exceptionally powerful 6th-level spell. Yet, it was effortlessly thwarted by Su Ming. The crowd stood in shock. A flash of lightning erupted. A bolt, sharp as a sword, pierced through the earthen wall, hurtling towards the black-clad elder a distance away. The speed was so swift that the elder had no time to react. With a piercing sound, the lightning struck through the elder's heart, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the blood pouring from his chest. He cast one last glance at the purple-clad youth before his body fell back, lifeless, his eyes wide open in death, clearly unwilling to close them. "Uncle Deuter!" Nick's complexion changed dramatically as he rushed towards the corpse of the elder. Su Ming sheathed the lightning in his hand, his gaze as calm as a still pond. With his current strength, slaying a sixth-tier powerhouse was akin to slaughtering a mere dog, with a sweeping motion of his hand. He dismantled the earthen wall, his indifferent eyes sweeping over Buck.At this moment. The latter's face was already ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified to the utmost degree. Buck never dreamed that Su Ming not only remained unscathed but possessed such formidable power. A sixth-tier mage stood before him like a mere clay dog. Had he known this earlier, he would have rather died than withdraw from the engagement with the Brook family. At merely 17 or 18 years of age. Su Ming was already capable of slaying sixth-tier mages. Such a prodigious genius was a rarity throughout the entire Xishan province. Don't come any closer. Seeing Su Ming approach, Buck shouted in a trembling voice. Involuntarily retreating, Alice swiftly positioned herself in front of Buck, her gaze icy as she looked at Su Ming. Su Ming, you have committed a grave offense that it would be wise for you to surrender immediately and return with me to the Martin family to confess. Otherwise, both you and the Brook family behind you will face annihilation. Despite Su Ming's display of impressive strength, Alice still had her confidence. Nick was a direct descendant of the Martin family, and his sister was exceptionally gifted. Having entered the Wesley City Mage Academy a year ago, receiving focused training from the Martin family, how could Su Ming, despite possessing some power, contend against such a colossal entity as the Martin family? Su Ming looked down at the haughty young woman before him and coldly replied, "On what grounds do you believe I would fear the Martin family?" Alice's expression faltered. Then she scoffed, "Su Ming, your audacity stems from ignorance of what the Martin family truly represents." To put it plainly, the Martin family is one of the prominent families in Wesley City, teeming with experts, holding significant influence throughout the entire Xishan province. You are but an ant before them. Do not presume that a bit of strength grants you the liberty to act recklessly. So, is this your last words? Su Ming's voice was cold, his eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. Alice's expression froze. She had expected Su Ming to exhibit fear or panic, yet found him to remain eerily calm throughout. Just then, Nick stood up, his gaze icy as he glared at Su Ming. "You little punk, daring to kill someone from the Martin family. You are doomed. I swear, I will ensure that you and your family pay with your lives." The only response he received was two simple words: annoying. Accompanied by this declaration was a flash of lightning. A scream echoed as Nick failed to react in time, one of his arms severed by the lightning. Then came the other arm, followed by his legs. In the blink of an eye, Nick was reduced to a mere stump. His wails reverberated throughout the hall. Alice and Buck snapped back to reality, both pale with fright, staring incredulously at Su Ming. To them, Su Ming had truly lost his mind. Ignoring Nick's agonizing cries, Su Ming advanced towards Alice and Buck. This time, Alice could no longer maintain her composure, her face ashen as she retreated, her voice trembling. "Su Ming, please, don't do anything reckless. You still have time to turn back." Su Ming's gaze remained cold as he looked down at her, saying softly, "I had no intention of killing you, but you sought your own demise by insulting my father. Thus, you have no one to blame." Alice felt a chilling killing intent wash over her. Her face turned pale as she attempted to plead for mercy, only to feel a coldness around her neck. Her consciousness beginning to fade. In her final moments, she struggled to look at Su Ming, a flicker of regret flashing in her eyes. Paying no mind to the headless corpse that fell, Su Ming turned his gaze to the pale and bloodless Buck. Stating flatly, "It is your turn." Buck trembled violently, a yellow liquid dripping from his pants, pooling on the floor and emitting a foul odor. In this life and death crisis, he had involuntarily wet himself. Su Ming, spare, before he could finish his plea. A bolt of lightning flashed. Blood splattered as Buck's head was severed from his body. Subsequently, Su Ming also dispatched the now stumped Nick, the gravely injured Hill, and several core members of the Carter family. As for the ordinary clan members and servants, he spared their lives. Though Su Ming was ruthless, he was not one to slaughter the innocent indiscriminately. After resolving everything, he strode away from the Carter family. Just as he exited the Carter family castle, he encountered the arriving Hodge and Allen. Seeing Su Ming emerge unscathed, both were puzzled. Hodge asked suspiciously, "Su Ming, what happened? Did that bastard Buck let you go?" Su Ming smiled without elaborating, simply stating, "Father, uncle, the matter has been resolved. Let us depart. Their curiosity piqued, but seeing Su Ming already leaving, they could only suppress their doubts and hurriedly followed. The trio had not traveled far when they ran into Victor and Morgan, who had come upon hearing that Su Ming had returned and ventured alone to the Carter family. The former was worried for Su Ming's safety, while the latter wanted to check if Su Ming required assistance. Upon seeing Su Ming unharmed, both were momentarily taken aback. Victor asked curiously, "Su Ming, what transpired?" Su Ming nodded slightly at Victor and replied, "Lord of the city, I have dealt with the situation at the Carter family. I leave the subsequent matters to you." Victor, puzzled, remarked, "Such a significant event, and you, Brother Harry, are still unaware." Harry shook his head, saying, "I know, but it is somewhat hard to believe. I wish to inquire further about the specifics." Upon hearing this, Victor did not conceal anything and swiftly recounted his observations regarding the Carter family. What Victor articulated was largely consistent with what Su Ming had previously stated, yet held a greater air of credibility. This time, no one harbored doubts, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Sam, his voice trembling, inquired, "Did he truly slay that 6th-level mage?" At this, all eyes in the hall turned to Victor, awaiting his response. Victor nodded affirmatively. Just as the cacophony in their minds reached a deafening crescendo, Victor's next statement struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in their consciousness and leaving their ears ringing. Judging by the traces of the battle, it seemed to be an instant killed. As Victor uttered this, he too was filled with incredulity. To be capable of instantaneously eliminating a 6th-level mage implied either the presence of a 7th-level mage or a prodigious talent at the 6th level with combat prowess rivaling that of a 7th level. Victor surmised that Su Ming likely belonged to the latter category. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Joyce held Su Ming in such high regard. A 6th-level mage so young, one capable of dispatching peers with such ease. This individual harbored terrifying potential. Should he continue to grow, it was highly plausible that he would one day stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Contemplating this, he cast a glance towards the Brooke family, a glimmer of envy flickering in his gaze. Victor had never imagined that the seemingly insignificant Donglin city concealed such a hidden dragon. "Brother Harry, I have dispatched someone to take over all of the Carter family's businesses and assets. You need only arrange for a handover when the time comes." Harry, snapping back to reality from his shock, hastily bowed and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you immensely for your assistance, Lord City Master." Victor quickly stepped forward to assist Harry, taken aback. "Brother Harry, please do not be so formal. I cannot bear such grand gestures." As Harry stared at him in bewilderment, Victor continued, "Moreover, this is merely a small favor, hardly worth mentioning. That I only hope that when you achieve success in the future, you will not forget your old brother." Harry paused for a moment, then immediately responded with hearty laughter. "Of course." Victor's face lit up with joy before he took his leave. After bidding farewell to Victor, Harry could no longer suppress his elation and burst into hearty laughter. As he laughed, tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. Having lived for over half a lifetime, this was the first time he felt such exhilaration. Hodge was equally thrilled. In contrast to the two elated individuals, Sam and the elder clan members wore complex expressions. They had never anticipated that the worthless Su Ming they had always looked down upon possessed such formidable strength. An instant kill of a 6th-level mage. What did this signify? It indicated that Su Ming's power had likely reached the 6th level as well. A mere 17 or 18-year-old youth had surpassed these old men in strength. Even if the elders harbored disdain for Su Ming, they now recognized his astonishing potential as the hope for the rise of the Brooke family. Sam's fists clenched tightly, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. In the past, Alan had always overshadowed him. Later, Su Ming had consistently bested his son. The two fathers had never been able to compete with the Su Ming pair. When both of them were rendered powerless, he had secretly rejoiced, relieved that the oppressive weight on their shoulders had finally vanished. Yet now, that weight had returned, heavier than before. Previously, it was merely 2 peaks. Now it felt like an entire mountain range, suffocating him. However, he soon relaxed his clenched fists, a glimmer of acceptance crossing his features. This might not be entirely negative. With Su Ming's potential, it was not inconceivable that he could one day attain the rank of an 8th or 9th level mage. If that were the case, the Brooke family could not only regain their former status but also potentially secure a significant voice among the more powerful clans. The Daniel family estate. Watt and March sat across from each other, both wearing grave expressions. After a prolonged silence, Watt spoke first. "March, have you heard the news?" March nodded, his voice dry. "I have." Watt took a deep breath and spoke somberly. I once captured a guard from the Carter family for questioning. And according to him, all of this was orchestrated by Su Ming. By the end of his statement, his voice trembled slightly. If this were true, their two families would be in grave danger. March's expression grew even more serious. Remaining silent, upon receiving the news, he too had immediately dispatched someone to investigate, confirming that it was indeed Su Ming's doing. When he first learned of this, he could hardly believe it. The ways they had always looked down upon had single-handedly annihilated the Carter family and slain the 6th-level mage from the Martin family. Chapter 62. Houston noticing March's silence. What grew anxious? March, say something. If this truly is the work of that little wretch Su Ming, our two families will be doomed. What are you panicking about? March retorted, his tone calm. In fact, this may not be entirely bad news. Not bad? What's eyes widened in confusion. March continued. Su Ming's actions have thoroughly offended the Martin family, and as you well know, they have substantial backing. They will undoubtedly send someone to exact vengeance. That little wretch has already offended the Brinton family. Now he has also antagonized the Martin family. Once the experts from both families arrive, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. What looked momentarily enlightened, though still somewhat worried. But what if that little wretch comes after us before that happens? March shook his head confidently. Rest assured. That scenario is highly unlikely. Before what could inquire further, March continued. The conflict between our families and the Brooke family during the banquet was merely a minor dispute. Unlike the Carter family, which has already reached a breaking point, Su Ming should not come after us so soon. This is evident from his decision to open a weapon shop to deal with us, but March's reasoning was indeed sound. Originally, Su Ming had no intention of moving against the two families so soon. However, that was before he encountered the assassins. At this moment, Su Ming's thoughts were already set on the two families for revenge. The reason he had not acted yet was that he was currently assisting Alan in recovering from his injuries and had no time to deal with them. Inside the opulent chambers of the Brooke family castle, Alan was refining the medicinal energy within him, working to restore his damaged meridians and mental strength. Beside him, Su Ming silently stood guard. Time passed, and suddenly, Alan opened his eyes, a brilliant spark illuminating his gaze. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power within him. I am truly healed. He rose from the bed, his face radiant with excitement. After more than a decade, he had never felt such joy as he did today. Seeing his father's elated expression, Su Ming couldn't help but smile genuinely. He produced a scroll and handed it to Alan. Father, this is a cultivation technique for mental strength. Please practice it diligently. Alan, skeptical, took the scroll and opened it, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked up at Su Ming. Su Ming, what is this? Su Ming hesitated, feigning difficulty, prompting Alan to quickly say, Su Ming, if you cannot share, it is perfectly fine. After a moment of deliberation, Su Ming seemed to resolve himself and spoke earnestly. Father, I shall not keep it from you. Not long ago, I became a disciple of a great master. Not only did he heal my injuries, but he also taught me many things. This scroll was a gift from him. Alan, astonished, then exclaimed with excitement. Su Ming, to encounter such a master is truly your fortune. You must follow your teacher closely. At this point, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Once you have achieved success in your cultivation, come with me to the imperial capital to bring your mother back. In the past, Alan had no confidence in this matter. However, after perusing the technique Su Ming had provided, hope rekindled within him. Alan had once been to the imperial capital and had encountered the grandeur of the world. He understood the power of the technique recorded in the scroll. That he was confident that if he practiced it, he would regain his former prowess within a few years. Once, Alan was a pinnacle 7th-level Grand Mage. Though he could not match Su Ming's genius, he was still a rare talent. Had it not been for the Rock family's treachery, he might have already surpassed the 8th level and led the Brooke family to glory. Father, rest assured, I will. Su Ming nodded solemnly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He then departed, leaving Alan to cultivate within the confines of the room. For the next 3 days, Su Ming remained at home in quiet meditation, solidifying his internal cultivation. Meanwhile, news of Alan's recovery spread throughout the family, bringing great comfort to Harry, who had once held high hopes for his son, now fully restored. However, Sam and several elder clan members wore complex expressions. Acutely aware that the rise of Su Ming and his father was now an unstoppable force. On the morning of the 3rd day, Su Ming left the castle and made his way directly to the Far East Trading Company. Inquiring about the weapon shop's situation, he learned that the shop had already captured 80% of the market in Donglin City and would soon dominate it entirely. nodding in acknowledgement. He bid farewell to Morgan and prepared to confront the two prominent families, intending to eliminate Wat and Ma Chi. Since they had dared to hire assassins against him, there was no reason to leave them alive. However, midway through his journey, he encountered a familiar face. Su Ming regarded the imposing figure before him and asked coolly, "Is there something you need?" The burly man was none other than Ackman, the steward from the restaurant who had clashed with Su Ming at the West Ean River Manor. My lord, the manor owner is in trouble and has sent me to ask for your assistance. Ackman replied, bowing slightly before revealing his urgency. Surprised, Su Ming inquired, "What is the situation?" Ackman promptly explained the matter without reservation. Su Ming's expression darkened upon hearing the details. It turned out that the West Ean River was not entirely owned by Morton. A powerful family from Sodiang City was behind it. Morton was required to pay a substantial sum of money each month to this family. Now that the West Ean River Manor had come under Su Ming's ownership, Morton had not made any payments for the past 2 months, prompting the family to take action. "Whoever dares to touch my people must face the consequences, regardless of their identity. Let us go. I wish to see for myself," Su Ming stated calmly, and Ackman quickly led the way. Meanwhile, in a lavish room within the West Ean River Manor, a golden-haired youth looked down at Morton with a disdainful gaze. "Morton, I expect a reasonable explanation, or do not blame me for being unmerciful." Behind the golden-haired youth stood a middle-aged man clad in red robes, exuding a fierce aura that instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure. Morton understood the youth's capabilities and dared not conceal the truth, yet he was equally unwilling to betray or slander Su Ming. He spoke delicately. "Young Master Houston, the situation is as follows." He briefly recounted the events, indicating that the West Ean River Manor was now under someone else's name, and the wealth therein was no longer at his disposal, which was why he could not continue the payments. Houston's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Be clear. What exactly is happening? Who is this thief that dares to infringe upon the interests of my Eric family?" Morton discreetly glanced at the door, anxious for Su Ming's arrival. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Young Master Houston, it is Su Ming." Houston's eyes narrowed with interest. "And who is Su Ming? Where is he now?" Morton hesitated for a moment before stating, "Young Master Houston, Su Ming possesses formidable strength and an extraordinary background. It would be wise not to provoke him." Houston chuckled derisively. "In the mere Donglin City, is there truly someone I cannot contend with? Lead the way. I wish to see if this Su Ming possesses 3 heads and 6 arms to instill such fear in you." Just as Houston finished speaking, the door was suddenly burst open from the outside. 2 figures strode in, Ackman and Su Ming. "You wish to see me?" Su Ming lifted his gaze to meet Houston's, and upon recognizing his features, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He recalled meeting this individual in a previous life, specifically during a visit to the Brooke family alongside Shirley. Indeed, in that life, the man before him was the one Shirley had married. Houston momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure, narrowing his eyes. "You are Su Ming?" Su Ming nodded indifferently. "Indeed, that is I. What do you seek from me?" A cold glint flickered in Houston's eyes as he spoke with a hint of amusement. "Do you know the cost of meddling with my Collin family's interests?" Su Ming's expression remained calm as he replied, "Is this why you sought me out?" Houston smirked, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid. "I hope you can maintain your bravado for a while longer." He then turned to the red-robed middle-aged man beside him and politely requested, "Elder, please teach this young man a lesson." "Leave it to me." The elder nodded lightly, stepping towards Su Ming as he spoke. "Young man, if you kneel and apologize now, I may consider sparing you." "Enough!" Su Ming shouted, unleashing a surge of mental energy that sent the red-robed elder staggering, his head spinning. In an instant, Su Ming closed the distance and struck with his fist. Crack! The elder's chest caved in, and he spat blood as he was sent crashing into the wall, creating a large hole. This entire sequence of events transpired in mere moments, leaving the others momentarily stunned. "Elder." Houston's expression changed dramatically, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Su Ming. The red-robed elder was a 6th-level sorcerer, yet he had been utterly powerless before the young man. How terrifying must Su Ming's strength be? Was he at the peak of the 6th level, or even at the 7th? The thought sent chills down Houston's spine. Su Ming stepped forward, towering over Houston, who trembled uncontrollably in his presence, overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. The young man before him was simply too formidable. "And no," Houston stammered, his voice quaking, his earlier arrogance vanishing. Unlike the Martin family, the Collin family boasted no significant background. Their most powerful patriarch was merely at the peak of the 6th level. Given Su Ming's displayed prowess, It was uncertain whether their patriarch could even contend with him. Houston dared not act recklessly. If Su Ming were to dispose of him on a whim, it would be the end of him. Su Ming withdrew his gaze and stated coolly, "The Westine River Manor is now my property. Do not harbor any further designs on it, or I shall not hesitate to be impolite." Houston quickly nodded. Yes, rest assured, my lord, that I shall never dare to return. Su Ming inclined his head slightly, then added, "There is one more matter. Do not lay your hands on Shirley." Houston was taken aback, cautiously inquiring, "My lord, what is your relationship with Miss Shirley?" "My sister," Su Ming replied flatly, waving his hand dismissively. "Now, you may leave." Houston's expression was one of shock. He had come to Donglin City with two objectives: to inquire about the Westine River Manor and to propose to the Brooke family. He had been infatuated with Shirley for quite some time, vowing to marry her. Yet, he had never anticipated that Shirley had such a powerful brother. Noticing Houston's changing demeanor, Ackman interjected, his voice serious. "What, do you wish to stay for a meal?" Houston's body trembled, and he forced a smile that resembled a grimace before hastily rising and departing with the severely injured red-robed elder. Not daring to linger for a moment longer, this scene left Ackman and Morton utterly astonished. The young master of a prominent family from Sodiang City had been so easily intimidated. However, recalling Su Ming's recent actions, they quickly found solace in the realization that compared to the Martin family, Houston was hardly a threat. Morton rushed to Su Ming, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your assistance." Su Ming nodded. "Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek my help." Morton's face lit up with joy at the words, and as Su Ming prepared to leave, he quickly added, "My lord, the manor has recently acquired several high-quality magical beasts. Why not stay for a meal before returning?" To be honest, Su Ming found himself rather hungry. He decided against refusal and nodded, "Lead the way." On the other side, after Houston departed the manor with the injured middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, he swiftly made his way to the Far East Trading Association, intent on procuring some healing remedies. Along the way, Houston inquired about Su Ming's recent circumstances. Upon their arrival, the two headed straight to the Westine River Manor, having heard nothing of the recent events transpiring in Donglin City. After some investigation, they learned of Su Ming's recent actions, leaving them utterly astonished. Houston inhaled sharply, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had not acted recklessly. Otherwise, he feared that by now, Su Ming's corpse would have grown cold. If Su Ming dared to kill even the eldest son of the Martin family, how could he possibly fear him? Although both belonged to prominent families in Sodiang City, the Martin family's background and strength far surpassed that of the Collin family. He chuckled softly. That young man may be formidable, yet the Martin family is not to be trifled with. It seems there will be quite the spectacle to behold. After the initial shock faded, a glimmer of amusement appeared in Houston's eyes. He decided against leaving immediately, opting instead to remain and witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the Daniel family welcomed an exceptionally esteemed guest. Within the opulent hall, Maki and what sat at the lower end, while a middle-aged man in splendid garments occupied the seat above them. My lord, the situation is as follows. That little wretch Su Ming has become extraordinarily powerful of late. Not only has he garnered the favor of the City Lord's mansion and the Far East Trading Association, but he also recently slew a 6th-level mage from the Martin family. Maki spoke, recounting all of Su Ming's recent exploits to the dignitary above. The latter nodded gently, a hint of surprise and curiosity flickering in his eyes. No wonder that lad dared to send word to the young master. It seems his powers have been restored. The middle-aged man mused quietly, a spark of brilliance flashing in his gaze. This man was none other than a member of the Brinton family from Shili City. Not long ago, Yalman had returned, delivering Su Ming's message to Hobbs. However, Hobbs had dismissed it entirely, considering Su Ming a mere cripple unworthy of attention. It was only after a short while, when Maki dispatched someone to the Brinton family seeking assistance, that Hobbs began to take the matter seriously. He promptly dispatched personnel, including the middle-aged man before them, to Donglin City to ascertain the situation. If Su Ming had indeed regained his powers, they would have to incapacitate him once more and simultaneously eliminate the Brooke family. Chapter 64. 7th-level mage. After the initial astonishment, a cold smile crept across the middle-aged man's lips. Su Ming, since you've restored your powers, you should have hidden away to cultivate quietly. Yet here you are, making a spectacle of yourself. This time, the young master shall not grant you another opportunity. Rising, the middle-aged man stated coolly, "Lead the way. I wish to meet this Su Ming and see just how much prowess he now possesses to be so audacious." Maki and what exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with delight, and promptly rose to guide him. The trio departed the castle, heading straight for the Brooke family's stronghold. However, they had scarcely traveled a short distance when they were confronted by an individual blocking their path. Upon seeing the figure clad in purple ahead, a sinister grin spread across the middle-aged man's face. Su Ming, long time no see. Su Ming's gaze grew cold as he uttered 3 words with chilling detachment. Alien. Naturally, Su Ming recognized the middle-aged man before him, who had been Hobbs' lackey and bodyguard. It was this very man who had captured Su Ming when he had been wrongfully accused, breaking his legs and delivering him to the higher-ups of the academy. Alien grinned broadly. Kid, I must admit, I admire your resilience. To endure such a fate and still come out alive. You are indeed a man. His words rang true. Su Ming had been publicly crippled before the entire Mage Academy, suffering tremendous physical and emotional trauma. Most individuals, let alone regaining their powers, would scarcely find the courage to continue living. Had it not been for Minnie's tender care and comfort, Su Ming might have succumbed to despair long ago. It was precisely for this reason that even after thousands of years, Su Ming could not forget that gentle and kind girl. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous thoughts within, Su Ming turned his attention to the middle-aged man, a frosty smile gracing his lips. Alien, you ought not to be in Donglin City. Alien paused, taken aback, and inquired curiously, Oh, and why is that? Su Ming's smile twisted into something cruel. Because you are going to die a miserable death. Maki and What's expressions turned to shock. They had never anticipated Su Ming would dare to speak to the esteemed figure in such a manner. Su Ming, you are bold to address Lord Alien so, What shouted, his eyes narrowing at Su Ming. Maki quickly followed suit. Su Ming, be wise and kneel to Lord Alien to apologize, or today shall mark your demise. In their eyes, Su Ming was undoubtedly doomed. They intended to seize this opportunity to ingratiate themselves with the middle-aged man, hoping to forge a connection with the Brinton family for future prosperity. Su Ming paid no heed to their raucous outbursts, his gaze icy as he fixated on Alien, his voice laced with an unearthly chill. Alien, today I shall make you experience what true despair feels like. Alien scoffed derisively, his eyes full of disdain as he retorted, You, just based on that. Without further ado, Su Ming advanced, launching a direct attack. Lightning crackled in his hand, and a bolt of lightning, sharp as a sword, pierced through the air toward the middle-aged man. Alien's expression remained disdainful. With a mere wave of his arm, a wall of earth materialized before him, effortlessly deflecting the lightning strike. You two, retreat. What in Maki? Sensing the danger, hastily withdrew. Alien leapt onto the earthen wall, looking down at Su Ming with a sinister smile. Su Ming, I was able to cripple you back then, and I can do so again today. With that, he forcefully stomped down on the earthen wall. Instantly, a yellowish magical disc appeared beneath his feet, emanating a blinding light before quaking slightly. The stone-paved ground began to twist and writhe, and in the next moment, numerous sharp earthen spikes shot up from the ground, hurtling towards Su Ming from all directions. The sheer number and speed were overwhelming, leaving Su Ming no time to evade. His inner fighting spirit surged forth, escaping through his pores and rapidly coalescing into a sturdy armor around his form. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp earthen spikes collided against the armor, producing a series of crisp sounds. The commotion of the battle quickly drew the attention of onlookers, who paused to observe that Su Ming. He truly possesses such strength? Upon recognizing Su Ming among the combatants, gasps of astonishment erupted. Most of Donglin City had heard of the recent events surrounding the Carter family. That day, rumors had circulated that everything was orchestrated by Su Ming. However, at the time, the majority had dismissed these claims, for in the eyes of the people, Su Ming was a notorious failure. Now, to witness his sudden resurgence in power and newfound might was utterly bewildering. As the crowd marveled, their curiosity turned toward Alien. To withstand that attack, he does possess a modicum of skill. Alien's eyes flickered with surprise before he bellowed, Rage of the Mountain. A massive magical disc materialized above his head, soaring into the sky with countless magical runes swirling upon it. In the next instant, a colossal, shadowy mountain descended from the disc, crashing down towards Su Ming. A terrifying gravitational force bore down upon him, causing Su Ming to tremble as the ground beneath him cracked, fissures sprawling across the surface. Su Ming inhaled deeply, his expression growing grave. A 7th-level mage was on an entirely different tier compared to a 6th-level mage. The disparity was stark, though it may seem like a single level apart. Their strengths were worlds apart. The most evident distinction of a 7th-level mage was their preliminary mastery over the laws of nature. The laws represented an immensely powerful rule of force within the universe, transcending elemental power. Alien before him had grasped even a sliver of the law of gravity, though it was merely a fragment. It was still incredibly formidable that Su Ming could withstand this gravitational force, but for anyone else, they would likely have been crushed into a pulp by now. What kind of magic is this? It's utterly terrifying. Upon witnessing the colossal mountain descending, the surrounding individuals were utterly taken aback. Living in a modest place like Donglin City, it was their first encounter with such formidable magic. Truly, the prowess of the Brinton family is unparalleled. Not far off, Maki and What exchanged a glance, both reflecting the shock in their eyes. The commotion quickly captured the attention of the elite of Donglin City. I in the Lord's manor, Victor's expression soured. This disturbance signifies a 7th-level magic. Who could it be? He departed the manor, hastening towards the epicenter of the battle. The Brooke family, including Harry and others, also sensed the terrifying magical fluctuations, their faces betraying their astonishment. Harry, accompanied by Hodge and Alan, swiftly left the castle, eager to discover who was engaged in combat. Chapter 65. A terrifying talent observing Su Ming standing resolutely under the immense pressure of the mountain. Alien's eyes flickered with a grave intensity, soon overshadowed by a dark scowl as he snorted derisively. Humph, little beast, I wonder how long you can endure. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, accelerating the mountain's descent. A more dreadful force of gravity bore down upon Su Ming, causing his bones to crack, yet his expression remained unchanged. At last, he lifted his gaze towards the falling mountain, star-extinguishing palm, with rapid hand seals. He struck upwards towards the descending mass. The pristine palm imprints surged forward, swelling into a colossal hand reaching for the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the mountain was shattered by the giant palm. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. This spectacle was precisely witnessed by the arriving victor. What a terrifying combat skill! His face displayed surprise, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at the figure in the arena. Not only the onlookers, but even Alien, a 7th-level mage, revealed a glimmer of disbelief. Yet soon, a shadow crossed his gaze, and a deep-seated murderous intent began to rise within him. For the first time, he sensed a threat from Su Ming. Alien felt that if he did not eliminate this youth today, he would inevitably bring calamity upon the Brinton family in the future. Su Ming, you have truly astonished me. Alien spoke, his voice icy. If you continue to grow at this pace, I fear I may not be your match, but regrettably, I shall not grant you that opportunity. Su Ming shook his head, his tone indifferent. No, you are mistaken. Even now, you are not my opponent. Ha ha. Confidence is commendable, yet blind self-assurance can sometimes lead to one's own doom, Alien sneered. Swiftly forming seals with his hands and reciting incantations. A massive magical disc materialized beneath him. As violent earth elements converged from all directions, wrath of the earth, the words fell, 2 enormous mountains erupted from either side of Su Ming, converging towards him. With a deafening roar, the 2 mountains collided. The speed too swift for anyone present to react. This scene was witnessed by the arriving Harry and his companions. They clearly saw a familiar figure clad in purple standing between the 2 mountains. Su Ming. The trio's faces paled, staring dumbfounded at the approaching giants. Victor's expression also shifted dramatically, his fists clenched tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Should Su Ming perish here, he would find himself in grave trouble. What and Maki, however, were expressions of delight. With Su Ming's demise, the heavy burden they had carried would finally lift. Previously, when they saw Su Ming unleash that terrifying combat skill, they had been exceptionally anxious. If Alien were to falter, their fates would be sealed. Ha. Su Ming, you are far from worthy to contend with the Brinton family, Alien remarked, a smirk curling his lips, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. From a distance, Victor's expression shifted again as he gazed in shock at the middle-aged man, realizing that he was indeed a member of the Brinton family. Harry and the others wore grim expressions, their fists cracking under pressure, grief evident in their eyes. Alien waved his hand dismissively, retracting the 2 mountains. The crowd focused their gaze. They found nothing, their faces clouded with confusion. Logically, even if someone were crushed, some trace should remain. Alien's expression twitched, as if he thought of something, and he began to scan the surroundings. Are you searching for me? A chilling voice echoed behind him. Alien's countenance paled in shock, and he hastily cast a spell, forming a layer of earth-toned armor around his body. Yet, Su Ming was even swifter. Lightning flashed and pierced through the armor, heading straight for his heart. Sensing the imminent threat, Alien tilted sideways to evade. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a sharp pain in his right chest. But he could not afford to check. Rolling away, he quickly distanced himself from Su Ming. Su Ming did not pursue. Unwilling to eliminate his opponent so easily, Olian regained his footing some distance away, glancing down to see a gaping wound in his right chest, blood gushing forth that he looked up. His eyes filled with rage and disbelief directed at Su Ming. How could you? Confusion and incomprehension flooded his gaze. He could not fathom how Su Ming had escaped in such circumstances. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Everything had transpired too rapidly. Until this moment, they struggled to comprehend how Su Ming had evaded capture and appeared behind Olian, seeing that Su Ming was unharmed. Victor and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ming regarded Olian with mockery. Have you not heard of Earth Escape Technique? Olian's pupils constricted in horror. Earth Escape Technique? How is that possible? His astonishment stemmed not only from the high-level nature of the spell but also from the realization that Su Ming, who he recalled possessed only wind and lightning attributes, had now learned the Earth Escape Magic Point, 3 magical elements. How could this be? He could scarcely believe it. The fact that Su Ming could contend with him was already shocking enough. After all, Su Ming had been personally incapacitated by him 6 months prior. This meant that in merely half a year, Su Ming had risen anew, elevating his power to a level comparable to his own. Such talent transcended the realm of terror. It was sheerly horrifying, enough to instill fear in Olian's heart. Su Ming did not afford Olian the luxury of contemplation. Lightning crackled as he suddenly vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already before Olian. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily cast a spell in defense. However, due to his injuries, his speed faltered, rendering his resistance futile. The force of Su Ming's strike shattered the air, crashing into Olian's cheek before he could fully form his earthen barrier. Crack! Olian's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth. The overwhelming power sent him flying backward. The crowd hurriedly scattered. With a resounding crash, Olian crashed into a nearby shop, the robust brick wall yielding to create a massive hole. Gulp! The crowd swallowed hard, awestruck by the ferocity of the young man before them. Su Ming strode towards the shop before he could approach. Several enormous earth spikes shot out from within. Unfazed, Su Ming summoned a lightning sword in his hand, swiftly cleaving the incoming spikes to pieces. Then, with a single stroke, the lightning sword extended, cleaving the shop in two. A scream echoed, followed by a figure hurtling out from the collapsing structure. The crowd's gaze sharpened as they recognized the figure. It was Olian. But upon seeing his pitiful state, they collectively gasped in shock. At that moment, Olian was left with only one arm. The other had vanished, blood pouring from the wound. Chapter 66. The shocked clan elders. Just a moment ago, the illustrious 7th-level mage now lay in a wretched state. One arm severed, his clothes soaked in blood, his complexion pale from excessive blood loss. He appeared utterly defeated in the distance. Victor swallowed hard that moment. He finally grasped Su Ming's formidable strength. The 7th-level mage stood before him, completely outclassed. It was simply terrifying. On the other side, apart from shock, Harry and the others were filled with sheer ecstasy. They could hardly believe that Su Ming was so extraordinarily powerful. They had previously fretted over this and that. In stark contrast to the jubilant group, What and Mock were engulfed in dread at that moment. Their calves began to cramp with fear. Had there not been so many people present, they would likely have collapsed in terror on the ground. Su Ming strode towards Olian, and the scene fell into an unsettling silence, the sound of his footsteps echoing sharply. As he approached, Olian felt an uncontrollable tremor within him, instinctively retreating in fear. Su Ming, I am a member of the Brenton family. If you dare to harm me, the Brenton family will not let you or your family go, he shouted at Su Ming, his bravado faltering. It seems you have begun to grasp the flavor of despair, Su Ming replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Yet his steps remained unyielding. Olian's expression shifted rapidly before he turned to flee, knowing that if he did not escape now, he would truly have no chance. But Su Ming would not grant him such an opportunity. With a powerful push from the ground, he launched himself forward like an arrow, swiftly catching up to Olian. The latter glanced back, fearfully exclaiming, Su Ming, do you truly wish to have a vendetta with the Brenton family? The only response was a piercing flash of lightning. With a sickening sound, Olian's other arm was severed. Su Ming leaped into the air, descending with force, and landed a kick squarely on Olian's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, Olian hit the earth, his chest caved in, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood. His vitality rapidly diminishing. Su Ming towered over him, declaring, I warned you that you would suffer greatly. Do you believe me now? Blood trickled from Alien's mouth as he struggled to speak, his lips moving yet no sound escaping. With two more sickening cracks, Su Ming shattered Alien's kneecap, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Finally, Su Ming crouched down, his gaze fixated on Alien. Rest assured, I will not allow you to die so easily. With that, he struck Alien's forehead, obliterating his mental strength. With both his limbs and mental faculties destroyed, Alien was reduced to a mere shell of a man. Despair flickered in his eyes as he glared at Su Ming with venom. Forcing out the words, Su Ming, you will not have a favorable outcome. Ignoring him, Su Ming gestured for Victor, who quickly approached, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Let him beg on the streets of the city. Remember, do not let him die. Upon hearing this, Victor trembled slightly, fear gripping his heart. The youth before him was merciless. The crowd, too, was taken aback, casting wary glances at Su Ming. In that moment, a shared thought arose among them. This young man was not to be trifled with. Do not worry, I will handle this matter. Victor nodded in agreement. Although Alien was from the Brinton family and this decision could bring him trouble, he deemed it worthwhile if it meant forging an alliance with Su Ming. Victor had already concluded that Su Ming was no ordinary individual. He was destined for greatness. Thank you, Su Ming acknowledged with a slight nod before striding towards the now cowering Wooden Mock. Su Ming, spare us. We acknowledge our wrongs and are willing to offer compensation and apologies. Yes, we will agree to any terms, as long as you do not kill us. The two hastily scrambled to their feet, kneeling before Su Ming, their foreheads hitting the ground in supplication. The onlookers witnessed this scene with a mix of awe and disbelief. The once mighty heads of the two great families were now prostrating themselves before a mere boy, who was reputedly the greatest failure in Donglin City. Su Ming looked down upon them, his tone indifferent. I had no intention of killing you, but if you seek your own demise, I can hardly be blamed. The two men were momentarily stunned, then quickly recalled the matter of the assassins. Su Ming, it was all our fault. We beg for your mercy. Before their pleas could finish, their heads were severed from their bodies. Su Ming flicked his fingers, conjuring a flame that reduced their remains to ash. Once he had completed his task, he turned to approach Harry and the others. The crowd parted hastily, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. As the boy drew closer, Harry and his companions opened their mouths, wanting to say something but finding themselves at a loss for words. The events that had transpired left them utterly stunned, speechless before the magnitude of it all. Grandfather, stop dawdling here. Hurry back and let someone take over the businesses and assets of the two families. Su Ming smiled, offering a reminder. Yes, right. Harry snapped back to reality, and the group quickly departed for the castle. As they left, the crowd dispersed, their expressions a mixture of emotions. They understood that the landscape of Donglin City would be irrevocably altered from this day forth. Victor glanced at the departing figures, his thoughts a tumultuous SEAT. That moment, a feeble voice broke the silence. Victor, as long as you escort me back to Shilly City, the Brinton family will never forget your kindness. Victor lowered his gaze to find Alien looking up at him with hopeful eyes. Heh. Victor chuckled softly before replying. I'm sorry, but I cannot grant your request. Despair washed over Alien's face, yet he refused to relent. Why? Do you not trust me? I swear, if you take me back, the Brinton family will reward you handsomely. It's not a matter of trust. Victor shook his head, his tone cool. Compared to Su Ming, your Brinton family is nothing. What did you say? Alien's eyes bulged in disbelief, and after a series of rapid breaths, he fainted. Victor sighed, summoning someone to take Alien away. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Harry and the others had gathered the clan elders to arrange for the takeover of the two families' enterprises. Upon learning of Su Ming's defeat of a 7th-level archmage and the slaying of the two family heads, the elders were left utterly speechless. Following their shock came an overwhelming joy. In that moment, any lingering grievances against Su Ming dissipated entirely. They understood that as long as Su Ming was present, the Brooke family would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Chapter 67. The mysterious black-robed figure in the days that followed. The Brooke family swiftly took over all the assets of the two families. Not a single soul dared to oppose them. Most of the residents of Donglin City had witnessed the battle firsthand, and none were foolish enough to provoke Su Ming. Thus, the Brooke family ascended to the rank of the foremost family in Donglin City, overshadowing even the city lord's residence for a time thereafter. All discussions within Donglin City revolved around Su Ming. The people's attitude shifted from disdain to astonishment, curiosity, and envy. Yet, amidst it all, Su Ming remained unfazed, focusing solely on his training at home. He planned to leave Donglin City as soon as he obtained the Ice Fire Holy Lotus. As time passed, news finally reached Su Ming City. Upon learning of the events, the Martin family was consumed with rage. Within a lavish hall, the high-ranking members of the Martin family had gathered. At the head sat a white-haired elder. The current patriarch of the Martin family, a peak 6th-level mage. The elder surveyed the assembled members, his voice grave. "You must have heard the news. What are your thoughts on this matter?" A middle-aged man seated to his left, his eyes reddened, spoke up immediately. "Father, that Brook family is courting death. I will take people to East Forest City and eliminate that little wretch Su Ming." This man was none other than Nick's father. His eyes ablaze with fury as he yearned to rush to Donglin City and shred Su Ming to pieces. That is unwise. According to reports, Su Ming is exceptionally powerful, even capable of defeating a 7th-level archmage. We must not act recklessly. We need to investigate thoroughly before taking action. An elder interjected with a solemn tone, dissenting against the middle-aged man's proposal. His words garnered the support of most present. The middle-aged man glared at the elder in anger, scoffing. "Humph, you believe such rumors? How could that little wretch possibly defeat a 7th-level archmage?" His words similarly garnered the approval of a group of individuals. In their view, the rumors were erroneous. Su Ming was merely a youth. How could he possibly defeat a level 7 Grand Sorcerer? Humph. Until the matter is thoroughly investigated, it is wise to exercise caution. Let us not forget that Dud also perished at the hands of that lad. Even if the rumors are exaggerated, this incident alone suffices to demonstrate that the boy is not easily trifled with. The elder scoffed coldly, highlighting the stakes involved. The middle-aged man, however, wore a look of disdain and retorted, "If the clan elder is afraid, I can lead a group to confront him myself." Seeing that both sides were on the verge of an argument, the silver-haired elder intervened just in time. "Enough, let us cease this discussion." He directed his gaze toward the middle-aged man and spoke in a deep tone. "Shandy, Duncan is correct. Until we have investigated the matter thoroughly, we should refrain from taking rash action." The middle-aged man remained somewhat unwilling. "Father, even if the rumors are true, we have our clan as a backing. Are we truly to fear a mere fledgling?" The silver-haired elder's expression darkened. "Shandy, the clan members are not so easily mobilized." Noticing that the middle-aged man was about to speak again, the elder waved his hand. "Enough, let us not continue." Subsequently, the silver-haired elder issued a firm command. On one hand, to send people to Donglin City to investigate the situation, and on the other, to dispatch a team to Shili City to report the matter to the clan. Upon returning home, the middle-aged man Shandy, in a fit of rage, smashed everything in his room. A servant at the door, witnessing this, cautiously approached and said, "My lord, I have heard young Master Nick mention that several younger members of the Brook family are studying at the Su Ming City Sorcerer's Academy." At these words, Shandy's demeanor shifted, his eyes revealing a glint of coldness. "If that is the case, then let us start with those little brats." Meanwhile, the members of the Brook family remained entirely unaware of these developments. With the passage of time, the day for the Ice and Fire Sacred Lotus to mature finally arrived. Yi Fan concluded his training, informed his family, and then re-entered the Hungduan Mountains for whether the Martin family would seek revenge. Su Ming was not concerned. Not long ago, he had provided Harry with some elixirs. With the aid of these potions, Harry successfully broke through and is now a level 6 sorcerer. Moreover, he distributed the elixirs among several clan elders, with both Sam and Hodge also achieving breakthroughs, resulting in one more elder reaching a new level. The Brook family now boasted 4 level 6 powerhouses. Even if the Martin family sought them out, they would be unable to prevail. As for Shili City, it was simply too far away to arrive in haste. Su Ming moved swiftly, reaching the Ice and Fire dual extremity once again in just 3 days. He walked upon the waves, soon arriving at the island. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that many medicinal herbs had sprouted once more. Truly, it was a treasure trove. Su Ming sighed softly, then made his way towards the water pool. Upon arriving before the pool, he waved his hand to dispel the formation. The mist dissipated, revealing the crystal-clear pool within. Upon the surface of the clear water grew a pair of intertwined lotuses. At this moment, 2 flowers of completely contrasting colors had bloomed. Through the petals, one could see the Ice and Fire lotus seeds nestled within. A refreshing floral fragrance wafted through the air. Su Ming gently inhaled. A hint of intoxication gracing his features, he crouched down, preparing to pluck the lotus flowers. However, at that moment, Su Ming suddenly sensed a deadly crisis approaching from behind. He reacted swiftly. a yellow-brown magical disc igniting beneath his feet, allowing him to swiftly burrow into the earth. Emerging from the ground 100 meters away, Su Ming glanced back towards the pool. There, a figure cloaked in black stood. The figure wore a long black robe, the wide hood obscuring their face entirely, making it impossible to discern their features. That Ye Fan's expression turned icy. "Who are you? Why do you attack me?" Chapter 68. Level 5 Warrior. The figure in the black robe raised its head to regard Su Ming, a hoarse voice emanating. "You dare to touch the belongings of my dark church? You possess quite the audacity." Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, then swiftly regained his composure, his voice cold. "So this is your justification for attacking me?" The figure in the black robe paused, then sneered. "Heh, such arrogance for a young one. Let me see what skills you possess." As the words fell, a blinding magical light erupted from beneath the black-robed figure. "Undead skeletons, arise." A pitch-black magical disc appeared, trembling slightly as a massive skeleton emerged, its bony claws slicing through the air as it launched an assault toward Yu Fan. A level 7 Grand Sorcerer? Su Ming's gaze sharpened, deducing the figure's strength from the magic being cast. The cloaked figure before him was indeed a level 7 Grand Sorcerer, and one at the pinnacle of power, far surpassing Alien. He focused his mind, channeling the elemental forces of nature, while simultaneously uttering a low incantation. Earth Shield. A yellow-brown magical disc materialized, rich earth elements gathering swiftly to form a gigantic yellow-brown shield. Crack. The skeletal claws struck the shield, the terrifying force causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear. It held for mere seconds before shattering with a resounding boom. Su Ming leaped to evade the incoming skeletal claws. As he soared upward, a golden radiance flared behind him, and a massive golden magical disc appeared. Thunderous Hand. Terrifying lightning elements coalesced as a gigantic golden hand, shimmering with electric light, emerged from the magical disc, striking down toward the skeleton and the black-robed figure. With a thunderous crash, the skeleton was instantly obliterated by the overwhelming thunder. The black-robed figure narrowly escaped at the last moment. In the distance, surrounded by swirling black mist, the figure began to take shape again. Dual attributes of earth and thunder. Who exactly are you? The black-robed figure gazed at Su Ming, shock evident in their voice. As Su Ming descended from the sky, his expression remained apathetic. "The one who will kill you." The black-robed figure's expression darkened, coldly stating, "Boy, do not be so arrogant. Today, you will learn the consequences of offending my dark church. Undead army, arise." Upon finishing, he swiftly formed hand seals, continuously chanting magical incantations. A blinding light erupted as a colossal magical array enveloped the entire island. Terrifying dark elements began to coalesce. In the next moment, a chilling aura descended upon the world. Within moments, dozens of skeletal figures emerged from the magical array. Each skeletal undead was shrouded in thick, deathly energy. As the black energy spread, the surrounding vegetation withered rapidly. The next instant, dozens of undead skeletons roared as they charged towards Su Ming. The ferocity of their assault was overwhelming, faced with such a terrifying onslaught. Su Ming's expression shifted. He softly chanted a magical incantation, a massive white magical disc radiating behind him. Immaculately pure light elements converged from all directions. Judgment of light. His voice resonated throughout the realm. The light elements condensed into a gigantic sword of light. The sword descended from the heavens, warping the void around it, as if unable to bear its might. The giant sword descended. An overwhelming and terrifying force of light surged forth. Upon contact with the undead skeletons, they began to dissolve like snow meeting the blazing sun, their anguished cries echoing across the land. Light magic. Could it be that he is a tri-element sorcerer? The black-robed figure's voice trembled with disbelief as he stared at Su Ming, his pupils constricting in shock. For at that moment, Su Ming had vanished. The black-robed figure hurriedly scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate Su Ming's presence. "Looking for me?" A cold, emotionless voice resonated behind the black-robed figure. The figure spun around in alarm, only to be met with blinding lightning and Su Ming's indifferent visage. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, pierced through the black-robed figure's body. The expansive robe was instantly shredded by the electric force, revealing the true appearance of the cloaked figure. Before him stood a gaunt middle-aged man with golden hair, prominent cheekbones, and a pair of slanted eyes, exuding a sinister aura. The golden-haired man looked down at his chest, where the lightning had pierced through, blood gushing forth profusely. "Boy, the dark church will not let you off." The golden-haired middle-aged man let out a chilling roar, his mouth spraying a mist of blood. The blood mist coalesced in the air into a bizarre magical pattern, which then swiftly entered Su Ming's body with a whoosh. Su Ming's expression turned cold as the lightning in his hand erupted violently, overwhelming the golden-haired man with an endless torrent of thunder. When the lightning subsided, the golden-haired man had been reduced to a charred corpse. With a shake of his palm, Su Ming instantly transformed the charred remains into a pile of powdered iron in the distance. The radiant great sword had already vanquished all the skeletal undead. Su Ming turned his mental energy inward. Inspecting his body and discovering a magical rune embedded within the flesh of his chest, the rune melded with his flesh, and after several attempts, Su Ming realized that with his current strength, he was temporarily unable to extract it. The rune resembled a mark. Anyone proficient in such magic would trigger it upon encounter. The dark church, Su Ming murmured softly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. As far as he knew, very few practiced dark magic in the Starry Moon Empire. Dark magic was deemed malevolent, and the Empire had persistently suppressed it, leading to very few practitioners. Back then, Su Ming had been falsely accused of learning forbidden magic, which was precisely a form of dark magic. It seemed that the dark church was indeed not to be trifled with. Su Ming whispered to himself, a hint of intrigue surfacing in his gaze. He then stepped towards the pool, utilizing a special technique to pluck the ice-fire sacred lotus. He sat cross-legged on the spot and began to refine the lotus. The ice-fire sacred lotus, a dual attribute treasure, contained exceptionally violent energy, perfectly suited for cultivating the heart of fury. Su Ming first took the red lotus and swallowed it. The ferocious fire energy surged through his body, relentlessly washing over his meridians. Veins bulged on Su Ming's forehead, and beads of cold sweat formed. The energy contained within the sacred herb was incomparable to that of other treasures. The agony inflicted was such that even someone of Su Ming's temperament found it somewhat unbearable. Despite the excruciating pain, he remained silent, enduring the torment as he swiftly operated the heart of fury to refine the rampant medicinal power within. It was unclear how much time had passed when Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Emanating a terrifying aura, the waters of the lake outside the island surged into towering waves. The distant trees swayed violently, as if a fierce wind had swept through. Su Ming rose, assessing the power within him. Nodding in satisfaction, truly worthy of being a sacred herb, half a lotus has allowed me to break through. He mused softly, then carefully stored the remaining ice lotus in a jade box, having just transitioned from a 4th-level warrior to a 5th-level one. His foundation felt somewhat unstable, making it unsuitable for further breakthroughs. He then raised his gaze towards a certain direction. Shili City, here I come. Chapter 69. Kalen. With Su Ming's current strength, he was already capable of heading to Shili City to exact vengeance on those former foes. However, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he delved deeper into the heart of the Hungwan Mountains. He intended to seek out some magical beasts to further solidify his cultivation. Meanwhile, the Brook family welcomed an esteemed guest. An elderly woman with silver hair, clad in an opulent magical robe, exuded a repressed aura that clearly indicated her formidable prowess. Following her was a golden-haired young girl, none other than Sherry. At this moment, Sherry wore a delicate expression of discontent, seemingly burdened by some grievance. Lady Kalen, please, come inside, Harry urged, accompanied by a host of clan elders, his eyes brimming with indescribable excitement. Yet, in the face of their enthusiasm, the elderly woman cast only a fleeting glance. Her demeanor exceedingly haughty. A throng of individuals escorted her into the castle's reception hall, where Harry personally presented exquisite tea. He felt compelled to show respect. The elderly woman held an astonishing status as a clan elder from the Brook family's ancestral line. The Brook family of Donglin City was, in fact, a branch of the Brook family from the central province of the Far East. According to Harry, their ancestors had once committed a grave mistake, resulting in their expulsion from the family, leading them to Donglin City to establish new roots, which had been passed down through generations to form the present Brook family. However, this secret was known only to Harry and a handful of core members. The younger generation, including Su Ming, remained oblivious that in the past, the Brook family's forebears had made numerous attempts to return to the ancestral clan, all of which had ended in failure. Not only had their ancestors erred gravely, but the Brook family was also too weak to attract the attention of their kin. Harry never anticipated that a clan elder from the main family would suddenly arrive in Donglin City. The other clan elders were equally curious, pondering the purpose of Kalen's visit. Seemingly sensing their confusion, Kalen spoke from her elevated position. I have come to inform you of a matter. The crowd's expressions shifted, and Harry quickly responded, we humbly ask for your guidance, my lady. Kalen did not glance at Harry, Instead, her aged gaze fell upon the golden-haired girl. Everyone instinctively turned their eyes towards Sherry, curiosity evident in their expressions. "Whose daughter is this girl?" Kaelin suddenly inquired. Hodge stepped forward, respectfully stating, "My lady, Sherry is our family's maid." Kaelin nodded. "You have given birth to a fine daughter." Hodge, taken aback, was left bewildered by her words, and the others were similarly perplexed expressions. Kaelin continued, "This girl possesses considerable talent. I intend to take her back to the ancestral clan for training." This declaration, the eyes of the crowd widened in disbelief, instinctively shifting their gazes toward Sherry. Those present had watched Sherry grow up and were well aware of her talent. While she was indeed talented, it fell short of the threshold for recognition by the clan. It was worth noting that even when Su Ming awakened his dual attribute magic, he had not gained the clan's acknowledgement. Hodge hurried to Sherry's side, whispering, "Sherry, what is the meaning of this?" Sherry hesitated briefly before replying softly, "Father, I awakened ice attribute magic not long ago." Upon hearing this, Hodge felt as if thunder had struck him, leaving him utterly stunned. Harry and the other clan elders were equally astonished. Ice attribute magic was a form of exotic attribute, exceptionally powerful. The traditional magical elements comprised 7 types: wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, light, and darkness. Beyond these 7 elemental categories, there existed some exotic elemental forces such as ice, metal, and wood. All exotic attributes were extraordinarily formidable. For example, the metal element, once awakened, granted immense offensive capabilities. The wood element could aid in healing and recovering injuries, often surpassing even the healing powers of light magicians. The power of ice was similarly formidable, but it was precisely for this reason that the crowd found it hard to believe. Sherry, who had originally awakened water attribute magic, had now also awakened ice attribute magic, marking her as a dual attribute prodigy. Her talent indeed surpassed that of Su Ming at the time. Explaining Kaelin's interest, after the initial shock, Hodge's face broke into a jubilant expression. If Sherry were to enter the clan, her future would undoubtedly be brilliant. "Second brother, congratulations. Sherry will surely achieve extraordinary feats in the future," Alan said with a smile, genuinely happy for him. Sam also approached to offer his congratulations. Though his tone had a slight edge of envy, the other clan elders also stepped forward to express their felicitations. "Hodge, you will surely prosper in the future. Do not forget us." Some elders began to play the emotional card. Observing the flattery and praise from the clan elders, Sherry felt no joy. Instead, a sense of nausea crept over her. When Su Ming had exhibited his remarkable talent, this same group of elders had reacted similarly. But after Su Ming was cast aside, their expressions had changed entirely. At that moment, Kaelin spoke again. "As compensation for taking this girl, I can grant you one condition." Harry's eyes lit up with joy. And after some contemplation, he proposed, "My lady, may we return to the ancestral clan?" Kaelin shook her head. "Your strength is too weak. It is impossible for you to gain the clan's recognition. Please propose another request." Harry's disappointment was evident, but after a moment's thought, he continued, "My lady, may I ask if Su Ming could be taken into the clan as well?" He wished to secure a brighter future for Su Ming. Although Su Ming's strength and talent were formidable, he had offended the Martin and Brinton families. Harry feared for Su Ming's safety. If he could return to the clan with Kaelin, no one would dare to harm him. Kaelin directly shook her head, her tone indifferent. "The clan is not a place for just anyone to enter." Upon hearing these words, Harry's complexion darkened somewhat, yet he proceeded to explain, "My lord, Su Ming possesses considerable talent as well." He swiftly recounted the events of recent times. However, to his surprise, Kaelin remained utterly unconvinced and retorted, "Do not spout such nonsense here." It was hardly surprising that she was skeptical. Harry's claims were indeed outlandish. A prodigious talent of 3 magical elements, defeating a 7th-level archmage at the tender age of 17 or 18. Such a genius was not merely rare in Donglan City, but virtually non-existent throughout the entire Far East. "My lord, I assure you, everything I say is true," Harry insisted, but he was abruptly interrupted by Kaelin's impatience. "Enough of this matter. Let us discuss something else." Resigned, Harry fell silent and pondered before presenting another request. "My lord, we recently offended the Martin family, and we hope you can assist us in resolving this issue." Kaelin shook her head, saying, "That matter is no longer necessary. The Martin family will not dare to trouble you again." Harry, perplexed by her words, listened as Kaelin elaborated. It turned out that not long ago, while passing through Suading City, Kylan sensed Shirley awakening her. Upon investigating, she discovered that Shirley was from the Brooke family and decided to bring her into the clan. Coincidentally, at that moment, members of the Martin family sought out Shirley and her companions, intending to take revenge. Kylan intervened, dealt with the intruders, and issued a stern warning to the Martin family. Upon learning of Kylan's identity, the Martin family naturally refrained from further provocation. The others present finally understood the situation. Chapter 70. The return. Kylan turned her gaze towards the individuals seated below and stated calmly, "How about this? I shall present you with a scroll of inferior earth level. And we need not discuss any further requests." As she spoke, the old woman produced a scroll and tossed it to Harry. Upon opening it, Harry discovered it was indeed an earth level, specifically for cultivating mental strength. The elders of the clan gathered around, eagerly examining the scroll. The earth level was exceedingly rare. The highest of the Brooke family was merely a mid-tier scroll, far inferior to the one now before them. With this inferior earth level, the future of the Brooke family appeared promising. Among those present, only Alan and Shirley did not seem overly concerned. The Su Ming had provided them was vastly superior to the earth level. "Thank you, my lord." The elders hurriedly expressed their gratitude, bowing deeply to the old woman. Harry opened his mouth, intending to request the old woman's assistance with the Brinton family, but given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to abandon the thought. Moreover, he was uncertain whether the old woman would risk offending the Brinton family on their behalf, as their power was significantly greater than that of the Martin family. Just as the atmosphere was filled with joy, the young girl Shirley suddenly spoke up. I do not wish to join the clan." The moment those words left her lips, the previously lively atmosphere abruptly turned cold. The elders stared at Shirley in disbelief. Such a rare opportunity, and the girl would refuse? Others would beg and plead to gain the clan's recognition. Hodge's expression darkened as he reprimanded softly. "Child, do not speak foolishly. Your talent can only be fully realized within the clan. Do not act recklessly." The girl bit her lip defiantly, insisting, "I understand, but I do not want to leave you." She longed to tell her father that she possessed the given by Su Ming and had no need to join any clan. But she knew she could not voice it and had to keep it to herself. That Hodge's expression grew even more somber, but before he could speak, the elders began to scold her in unison. "Shirley, joining the clan is a dream come true for many. Do not squander the goodwill of Lady Kylan. Indeed, such a precious opportunity cannot be dismissed at your whim." Faced with the elders' relentless scolding, Shirley felt increasingly aggrieved and shouted through gritted teeth, "If you want to go, then go. I will not." The girl was acutely aware that the elders' eagerness for her to join was merely for the sake of the earth level. The elders were momentarily stunned by her outburst, before one elder scolded, "Hodge, look at this. This is your daughter, daring to yell at us. Utterly outrageous." Hodge's face darkened. In truth, he too felt a pang of reluctance. Yet he understood that her refusal was not an option. Setting aside Shirley's future, he knew he could not oppose Kylan. She had traveled a great distance to bring Shirley, and it was inconceivable that she would let it slide due to the girl's single refusal. Hodge subtly glanced at Kylan, who indeed wore a slightly grim expression. Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly, "Shirley, do not be willful. Joining the clan is essential for your growth. With such a powerful talent awakened within you, you should not be buried in this small Donglan city." Harry also stepped forward to persuade her. "Child, your father speaks the truth. You should not remain hidden here." Seeing her father and grandfather urging her earnestly, Shirley bit down on her silver teeth, realizing that she could not resist alone. In her heart, she thought of Su Ming, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. "I can go, but only after I meet Su Ming." Hodge and Harry were taken aback, unsure of why Shirley would make such a request. They did not respond immediately but turned their gazes towards Kylan. The latter nodded slightly and inquired, "Where is Su Ming at present?" "Reporting to my lord. Su Ming recently entered the Hungduan mountain range," Harry answered truthfully. "How long until he returns?" Harry shook his head, indicating he did not know. Kylan pondered for a moment before stating, "I can wait here for a maximum of 3 days. If Su Ming has not returned by then, I shall take this girl away." Hodge and Harry nodded, turning their gaze towards Shirley. The girl bit her lip, hesitating for a few seconds before gently nodding her head. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, yet Su Ming did not return. Reluctantly, Shirley had no choice but to follow Kylan away. As they departed, the girl cast a glance back at the Brooke family's castle. She wondered how long it would be before she could return. Observing the girl's reluctant expression, Hodge's eyes turned slightly red. He too understood that with her departure, he did not know when they would meet again. Somewhere in the Hongduan mountain range, a fierce tiger engulfed in crimson flames plummeted from the sky, shattering a boulder upon impact. Following closely behind, a figure descended swiftly, crushing the tiger's head beneath a single foot. Standing atop the tiger's carcass was none other than Su Ming. The beast beneath him was a 7th-level magical beast. The Crimson Flame Tiger. At this moment, his strength rendered the hunting of 7th-level magical beasts a trivial feat. Over the past few days, he had hunted more than 10 7th-level magical beasts and 2 8th-level ones. His cultivation had also been thoroughly solidified. It was time to return. Su Ming stored the Crimson Flame Tiger's corpse in his storage ring and set off back towards Donglin City. 4 days later, Su Ming arrived at Donglin City. Entering the castle and traversing through the corridors, he returned to his small courtyard. Upon entering, he noticed Alan and Hodge seated across from each other, several jars of wine laid out on the table. Su Ming's expression was one of surprise that as far as he knew, Hodge seldom drank. What could have transpired today to prompt him to drink to excess? Upon seeing Su Ming return, Alan's eyes lit up with joy. Su Ming, you have returned. Su Ming nodded and approached, asking, Father, what has happened to my uncle? Alan did not conceal the truth and recounted the events of the past few days. During Shirley's absence, Hodge's mood had been rather poor. He had been missing his daughter, sometimes even dreaming of her while asleep. Fearing that she might not fare well in the clan, he was concerned she might be bullied. Consequently, Hodge had frequently sought solace in alcohol over the past few days. Upon hearing this, a dark cloud settled over Su Ming's face. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, he said nothing but made a silent vow in his heart. He would visit the clan and bring Shirley back. No one in this world could force his family apart. Su Ming chose not to disturb the two and quietly departed. 2 days later, Su Ming approached Harry and Alan to inform them of his intention to leave. Both men were taken aback. Alan voiced his concerns. Su Ming, the Brinton family is formidable. Do not act impulsively. Harry added, Indeed, Su Ming, with your talent, you will inevitably surpass the Brinton family. There is no need to rush for revenge. Su Ming discerned the concerns of the two and refrained from elaborating further. He retrieved a golden-hued magic crystal from his storage ring. The eyes of both men were drawn to it, and they subsequently widened in astonishment. Could this be the magic crystal of an 8th-tier magical beast? The first volume, The Winds Rise in Donglin, concluded, and the next volume, The Pinnacle of Shishan, began. Chapter 71. What are you worth? Su Ming, could it be you? Harry and Alan regarded Su Ming with expressions of incredulity. Indeed. It was from this expedition into the Hongduan Mountains for hunting. Su Ming nodded and briefly recounted his experiences in the Hongduan Mountains. Harry and Alan listened, their faces etched with shock. The youth before them was so young, yet had already managed to hunt an 8th-tier magical beast. In this moment, the two could only think of 4 words. Terrifying indeed. After the initial astonishment, Harry burst into hearty laughter. Su Ming, having you as my grandson in this lifetime is truly a blessing accrued over 8 lifetimes, as if struck by a thought. He added excitedly, with your innate talent, it won't be long before the clan takes notice of you. At that time, perhaps our entire family will bask in your glory and return to the clan. Su Ming displayed a look of disdain and proudly declared, Grandfather, what is merely a clan? With me around, the Brook family of Donglin City will inevitably gain renown across the continent. As he spoke, the youth radiated an overwhelming confidence, his brows alight with brilliance. Harry was momentarily stunned, and it took him a while to regain his composure. He gazed at the self-assured youth and sighed. It seems I have been short-sighted. For with your talent, surpassing the clan is merely a matter of time. Why would you require their recognition? Beside them, Alan remained silent, a smile gracing his lips, his excitement palpable. Having such a son filled him with immense pride. Su Ming nodded and handed a scroll to Harry. Grandfather, this is for you. What is this? Harry inquired, perplexed, as he accepted the scroll and opened it, his pupils constricting in shock. After a prolonged silence, Harry finally withdrew his gaze from the scroll and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Grandfather, this was given to me by my master. He instructed me to pass it on to you. Su Ming told a small fib, then cautioned, Grandfather, this scroll contains significant teachings. You must not disclose it to others. Harry nodded solemnly, rest assured, I will exercise discretion. He carefully stored the scroll and remarked, Su Ming, where is your master? Could you introduce us? He was genuinely curious about the identity of Su Ming's master. who not only healed Su Ming's injuries but also enabled him to acquire such strength in such a short time that it was truly astonishing. Su Ming shook his head. My master is elusive. I do not know where he is, so I am afraid I cannot introduce you. Upon hearing this, Harry's expression fell, yet he understood that such matters could not be forced. He then advised, Su Ming, although you are currently immensely powerful, you must exercise utmost caution when heading to Shili City. The Brinton family has an ancient legacy, and they are not to be trifled with. Su Ming nodded. Do not worry, grandfather. I am well aware. Subsequently, the three engaged in light conversation for a while. The following day, Su Ming bid farewell to everyone and departed from the castle. He first visited the Far East Trading Company, where he said his goodbyes to Morgan, entrusting the weapon shop to the Brooke family for joint management. He then proceeded to the West Yin River Manor, informing Morton that if the Collin family sought trouble again, they should approach the Brooke family for assistance. The Brooke family now boasted several sixth-tier experts and no longer feared the Collin family. Afterward, he headed to the Lord's Manor and glanced at O'Lion. Presently, O'Lion was covered in filth, his hair disheveled, resembling a true beggar. Upon seeing Su Ming's arrival, O'Lion roared in anger, Su Ming, may you meet a terrible fate. The Brinton family will not spare you. Su Ming's gaze was cold and indifferent. Unfortunately, you will not witness that. With that, a flash of lightning flickered in his hand, severing O'Lion's neck. Victor, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of fear and trepidation towards Su Ming. Victor, thank you for your assistance during this time. Here is a token of my gratitude. Su Ming tossed 3 7th-tier magic crystals towards Victor, then turned to leave. Victor looked at the magic crystals in his hands, then at the receding figure clad in purple. Astonishment flooding his eyes. The 7th-tier magic crystal was worth tens of millions of gold coins, and yet Su Ming had generously given him 3 at once. He felt fortunate, realizing he had indeed chosen the right side. With these 3 magic crystals, he would soon break through to the 7th level. After departing the Lord's Manor, Su Ming made his way to the Mercenary Guild, intending to inform my kin that if the Shili City Mercenary Guild came looking for him, they should come directly to him and refrain from causing trouble for others. Su Ming took this precaution mainly out of concern that during his absence, the Shili City Mercenary Guild might cause trouble for Harry and the others. Upon entering the Mercenary Guild, Su Ming immediately sensed something amiss. In the hall, over a dozen mercenaries lay bloodied on the ground, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Approaching for inquiries, Su Ming's expression grew serious as he learned the situation. What he had feared had indeed come to pass. The Shili City Mercenary Guild had already sought them out. How fortuitous it was that he could resolve this matter before departing. Murmuring to himself, Su Ming ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, in a hall on the 3rd floor, my kin and several high-ranking members stood respectfully before a robust middle-aged man. The middle-aged man bore a cold expression, his piercing gaze fixed on my kin. Tell me, where is young Master Shiza? My kin trembled, afraid to conceal the truth. Great sir, young Master Shiza has. The robust middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, and he asked in a deep voice, what has happened? Makin's voice quivered. He has passed away. What did you say? The robust middle-aged man sprang from his seat, his figure flashing as he appeared before my kin, seizing him by the neck with a powerful grip. Speak. What in the world happened? Makin's face flushed, struggling to breathe as muffled whimpers escaped his lips. The robust middle-aged man released his grip and commanded sternly, Speak. My kin dared not hesitate, quickly recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the account, the robust middle-aged man's forehead throbbed with veins, and he roared, Where is that brat named Su Ming? Take me to him at once. I will tear him apart. Just as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly kicked open. No need to search. I have arrived. The robust middle-aged man lifted his head abruptly, his sharp eyes locking on Su Ming. You little brat, are you the one who killed young Master Shiza? Su Ming nodded. Indeed, it was I. The middle-aged man's forehead bulged with veins, his rage palpable. Young Master Shiza had an astonishing background, yet he had perished in such an insignificant place. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. You little brat, I will see you dead. The robust middle-aged man lunged forward, charging at Su Ming with lightning speed. My kin and the others could only glimpse a fleeting shadow as Su Ming extended his hand, effortlessly grasping the robust middle-aged man's incoming fist, then squeezed with force. With a resounding crack, the bones of the robust middle-aged man's hand shattered on the spot. He let out a howl of agony. Attempting to retract his fist, only to find himself utterly immobilized. Su Ming released his grip and delivered a punch. The force of the blow erupted, caving in the robust middle-aged man's chest. He spat a mouthful of blood. His complexion rapidly paling. Su Ming looked down upon the robust middle-aged man, coldly stating, "What are you, to dare raise your voice before me?" Chapter 72. The city of Su Ming. The robust middle-aged man clutched his shattered hand, enduring the pain as he gazed at Su Ming with narrowed eyes. "Who exactly are you?" Su Ming's expression remained indifferent. "You are not worthy of knowing my identity." The robust middle-aged man's expression faltered, then shifted to one of fury. "Brat, I do not care who you are. Anyone who dares offend the mercenary guild will surely meet a grim fate." Su Ming's gaze was apathetic, his voice echoing as if from the heavens, imbued with an ethereal quality that a mere mercenary guild, insignificant as ants, I have never regarded with any seriousness. Gulp. My kin and the others felt their throats tighten, though they had known Su Ming to be arrogant. This proclamation exceeded their comprehension. It was utterly audacious. The robust middle-aged man stood dumbfounded, taking several seconds to regain his wits before a mocking expression crept onto his face. "Brat, you are truly unaware of your own insignificance. Even the emperor of the Xingho Empire would not dare utter such words. What do you think you are, to speak so recklessly here?" Su Ming maintained an air of indifference, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone unremarkable. "What is the emperor of the Starfire Empire worth? How could he possibly be compared to me?" Upon hearing these words, the individuals present were rendered speechless, stunned into silence. What had they just heard? This young man had the audacity to speak disrespectfully to His Imperial Majesty. If such remarks were to spread, it would be a capital offense. That a lunatic. "You are nothing but a madman." The burly middle-aged man felt a sense of despair. The arrogance of this youth surpassed anything he had ever encountered. Having lived for over half a lifetime, he had never seen anyone so brazenly audacious. Previously, the most arrogant individuals he had encountered were merely the spoiled scions of Wesley City. Yet, compared to the youth before him, they were utterly insignificant, unworthy even to carry his shoes. Su Ming took a step forward, coldly inquiring, "Do you have any last words?" The burly middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Brat, do not be so arrogant. Do you really think I fear you?" His entire body surged with fighting spirit, and behind him, a golden lion materialized, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. My kin and the others stumbled backward, unable to withstand the oppressive force. Crack, crack. The walls around them began to splinter like a spider's web. The furious lion roared, charging towards Su Ming. The air exploded, and the nearly corporeal golden lion raced towards Su Ming like a bolt of lightning, the sound of its passage echoing through the air. Unperturbed, Su Ming's gaze turned frigid. He clenched his fist, enveloping it in an overwhelming fighting spirit. The force of his punch shattered the air, obliterating the oncoming golden lion in an instant. The residual power of his punch sent the burly middle-aged man reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. With a resounding crash, the man slammed against the wall, creating a massive dent. Su Ming withdrew his fist, his hands resting behind his back. As he advanced towards the middle-aged man, his eyes devoid of emotion, struggling to rise from the rubble, the middle-aged man's eyes reflected sheer terror. This youth was far too formidable. He felt utterly powerless beneath his might. Su Ming assumed a combat stance, raising his fist, ready to deliver the final blow. In that moment, the middle-aged man, in a fit of desperation, weakly shouted, "Spare my life, and I will reveal a secret." Su Ming halted, intrigued. "What secret? Pray, enlighten me." The burly man, not daring to withhold information, quickly divulged. According to rumors, not long ago, members of the Dark Church obtained a treasure in the Sea of Death. During its transport back to the church's headquarters, one of them stole the treasure and defected. He is suspected to have recently appeared around Su Ming City. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Tell me more about this Dark Church." The middle-aged man was taken aback, confusion flickering in his gaze. How could someone of Su Ming's caliber be unaware of the Dark Church? Though he was filled with questions, he dared not press further and recounted. "All I know is that the Dark Church is an evil and mysterious organization, immensely powerful, rivaling the top forces on the continent such as the Star Moon Empire and the Mercenary Guild. Beyond that, I am not informed." Su Ming nodded slightly, then inquired, "When did this occur?" "About a month ago," came the reply. Su Ming acknowledged this information, stating, "This secret will suffice. I shall spare your life today." Do not return to Donglin City. Go back and inform your superiors that it was I who killed Shiza. Before long, I will personally visit Westley City. Should he seek revenge, he is welcome to find me." The burly middle-aged man exhaled in relief, nodding vigorously, not daring to express any dissent. "Begone," Su Ming said indifferently. As the man painfully rose and limped out of the room, Su Ming did not linger, offering brief instructions to my kin and the others before departing. After leaving the mercenary guild, he headed straight out of Donglin City. Several days later, Su Ming arrived at Su City, which lay along the route between Donglin City and Westley City. Now that he had acquired this knowledge, he intended to make a detour to investigate. Treasures held little interest for him. He primarily sought to learn more about the so-called Dark Church. The last time he encountered a figure cloaked in black, they had employed dark necromancy to Su Ming's knowledge. Such magic was rare, seldom practiced in the material planes. Reflecting on the divine envoy who had taken him from the Star Moon continent in his previous life, Su Ming suspected that the origins of the Dark Church were far from ordinary, prompting him to investigate further. Compared to Donglin City, Su City was significantly more prosperous. The streets bustled with activity, lined with shops that stood shoulder to shoulder. Su Ming entered the city and made his way directly to the Martin family, intent on exterminating them. Their attempt to harm Shirley was nothing short of a direct affront to Su Ming's dignity. Although Shirley had ultimately been rescued by Chiron and had suffered no harm, Su Ming remained resolute in his decision to not let them off lightly. He could not guarantee that they would refrain from causing trouble for others in his absence. Besides Shirley, there were several young members of the Brooke family studying at the Su City Mage Academy. Meanwhile, within the Martin family, an esteemed guest had arrived, an elderly man in his 50s, sporting a goatee and exuding vitality, possessed sharp, discerning eyes. He was a member of the Martin family from Westley City and had rushed to Su City immediately upon receiving the news. "I have heard about the situation. That insignificant Brooke family dares to provoke us, and they must pay the price," the elder stated, his voice cold and filled with murderous intent. The senior members of the Martin family trembled slightly, and the family patriarch, York, spoke cautiously. "My lord, but isn't the Brooke family a branch of the Central Province's Brooke family? If we act against them, won't we provoke the main branch?" The elder shook his head dismissively. "Fear not. Such a minor branch will not be of concern to the Brooke family. We are here solely to seek the murderer and demand compensation. But I trust the Brooke family would not go so far as to make an enemy of us over such a trivial matter." The others nodded in agreement, finding some rationale in the elder's words. Just then, a cold voice echoed from outside. "No need to search. I am here." Chapter 73. A lack of martial ethics. Everyone turned towards the voice, only to find a young man in purple attire standing outside, seemingly having appeared from nowhere. York's expression darkened as he barked. "Who are you?" Su Ming stepped into the hall, responding coolly. "Weren't you looking for me?" The room fell silent for a moment before realization dawned, and Sandy gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You are Su Ming." Su Ming nodded slightly, his demeanor unfazed. "What do you wish to discuss?" A sinister smile crept across Sandy's face. "You little brat. You truly have no fear of heaven or earth, barging into hell itself. Since you have walked into my trap, today I shall take your life." Su Ming regarded Sandy with indifference, casting a dismissive glance at his furious countenance. "Is that so?" "Just you," Sandy, incensed by Su Ming's contemptuous gaze, roared in fury. "You seek death." He charged at Su Ming like a bolt of lightning. "Get lost," Su Ming bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming aura that sent Sandy hurtling backward. Witnessing this spectacle, both the elderly man and the Martin family members were taken aback. Sandy was a level 6 warrior, yet he had been sent flying by a mere shout from Su Ming. What strength did the latter possess? Level 7. After the shock, the elder and another quickly rushed forward to help Sandy to his feet. One of them asked with concern, "Big brother, are you all right?" Sandy shook his head. "I am fine. Just a bit of turbulence in my blood." His gaze shifted warily to Su Ming, his earlier fury ebbing away as he began to realize that this young man was not someone he could contend with. At that moment, the elderly man stepped forward, scrutinizing Su Ming from head to toe. "You are the one who killed members of my Martin family. It is I.Do. You have a problem with that?" Su Ming replied, his tone calm and unwavering. The elder raised an eyebrow, his voice turning icy. "Do you comprehend the consequences of provoking the Martin family?" Su Ming shook his head. "Apologies, but I have no interest in such matters." The elder's expression shifted to one of fury mixed with amusement. "Oh really? Then allow me to enlighten you. Provoking the Martin family demands a blood price. As he spoke, a terrifying surge of spiritual power emanated from him. The surrounding crowd felt their heads spin, their bodies wobbling. Weaker individuals collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the elder's spiritual might. Yet, Su Ming, facing the onslaught directly, did not so much as flinch. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. You possess some skill. No wonder you are so arrogant. The young lad possesses quite the talent. Were he to mature smoothly, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Alas, it is unfortunate that today he has crossed paths with me, an encounter that shall irrevocably disrupt his path of growth. Such needless prattle. Suddenly, a flash of lightning pierced the air, a bolt of electric fury that penetrated the elder's chest. The speed was so astonishing that the elder had no time to react. His eyes widened in disbelief. You. In response, a voice laced with cold indifference and derision retorted, You have lived for many years. Yet you are merely a 7th-level mage. I cannot fathom where your sense of superiority originates. With a swift motion, Su Ming clenched his hand, and the lightning erupted, creating a gaping wound in the elder's chest. Splutter. The elder coughed up blood, staggering backward. A 7th-level mage is not comparable to a 7th-level warrior. Their physical capabilities are vastly inferior. This single strike had already inflicted significant harm upon the elder. The members of the Martin family gaped in disbelief, their eyes reflecting utter incredulity. They had anticipated the elder to unleash his formidable prowess and eliminate this arrogant young man, yet before any engagement. He had been grievously injured instead. What on earth is happening? The elder clutched his chest wound, his expression a mix of shock and anger as he glared at Su Ming. Young man, you lack honor in combat. Resorting to a sneak attack. Su Ming, somewhat exasperated, pondered the elder's perspective. Honor in battle? Does he truly believe this to be a tournament? With a nonchalant demeanor, Su Ming replied, Enough with the empty words. If you have any final statements, make them quickly. I have no desire to squander time here. Sensing the murderous intent in Su Ming's gaze, the elder felt a surge of panic and hastily proposed, How about you allow me to recover from my injuries first? And then we can engage in a fair fight? Su Ming was about to shake his head in refusal when the elder continued, Young man, if you refuse, it shall be seen as cowardice. Even if you were to defeat me, it would not be glorious. Upon hearing this, not only Su Ming but the entire Martin family felt utterly speechless. To their astonishment, Su Ming unexpectedly agreed, Since you are so insistent, I shall grant you the opportunity for a fair duel. He intoned an incantation, and a gentle, white glowing magical disc appeared before him. Light of healing. The pristine disc spun rapidly, and a beam of white light shot forth, enveloping the elder's form. In the next moment, the wound on the elder's chest swiftly healed. Before long, the elder's injuries were entirely mended. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, much like dark mages. Light mages are exceedingly rare. The power of light magic not only possesses formidable healing capabilities but also boasts significant offensive strength. Compared to other forms of magic, light magic undoubtedly holds a considerable advantage, as light mages can recover from injuries sustained during combat, a feat unattainable by other mages. Generally speaking, light mages find themselves in an advantageous position, unless they encounter an opponent of overwhelming strength. The crowd had not anticipated that this young man before them was, in fact, a rare light mage. Su Ming retracted his magic and addressed the elder. Very well, let us begin, though the elder's wounds had healed. A sense of trepidation now filled his heart. It was not that he was cowardly, rather, Su Ming's display of power was overwhelmingly formidable. At such a tender age, to possess such strength and command both light and lightning was nothing short of terrifying. Taking a deep breath, the elder assumed a combat stance and warned, Young man, do exercise caution. I shall now strike. Su Ming maintained an indifferent expression and beckoned the elder with a flick of his hand. Come forth. The elder began to recite a spell, and with a thunderous shout, Earth, a yellow disk of magic illuminated beneath him. As it spun, the elder's form sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. After several seconds, they finally comprehended that the elder had retreated without a fight. Su Ming, too, revealed a hint of surprise, bemused by the elder's antics. In the next moment, a similar yellow disk of magic appeared beneath Su Ming, and he too melded into the earth. The gazes of the crowd sharpened. One person exclaimed, He can also use the earth escape technique. Just as the crowd marveled, a commotion erupted outside the hall. They turned to see the ground outside glowing with a yellow light, and then two figures emerged from it. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Ming and the elder. At that moment, the elder was being held aloft by Su Ming, as if he were a mere chick. "Spare me, young sir, spare me," the elder pleaded, terror etched across his features. He had never anticipated that Su Ming would also wield earth magic. With a casual toss, Su Ming dropped the elder to the ground, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. "Give me a reason to spare your life." The elder's mind raced, desperately concocting a means of survival. After a few moments, he hastily declared, "Young sir, should you show mercy, I will gladly serve you, dedicating myself to your every command." Upon hearing this, the members of the Martin family could only stifle their incredulity. They had never imagined that a figure from their clan would be so craven. Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at the elder and replied coolly, "Do you truly believe I require an old fool to accompany me?" The elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly countered, "My lord, though I may be aged, I possess vast knowledge and can accomplish many tasks that to your command, I would traverse fire and mountains without hesitation." Su Ming regarded him with a knowing look. "Anyone can boast. Unless you demonstrate it now, your words hold no weight." The elder chuckled awkwardly. "My lord, you jest. There are no mountains of blades or seas of fire here." Su Ming softly murmured an incantation, conjuring a fiery red magical disc before him. As it rotated, fierce flames erupted. "Now, then, demonstrate it." The elder's smile faltered, and he forced a laugh. "My lord, I was merely jesting." But as the conversation drew to a close, the elder felt tears welling in his eyes. That Su Ming's gaze was playful. "But I am quite serious. What shall you do now?" The elder, wishing to slap himself, cursed his own loose tongue. Had he not spoken so recklessly, he would not find himself in such a precarious situation. As the elder wavered, a calm voice suddenly broke through. "You have 3 seconds to decide. Either plunge into the flames or meet your maker." The elder looked up, only to be met with Su Ming's teasing, playful gaze. The elder's body trembled. Before he could react, the blazing flames surged toward him, accompanied by a countdown. 3. The elder was immediately engulfed by the roaring fire, his face contorting in horror as he wailed, "Ah, you lack honor in combat." Su Ming smiled, watching the elder's desperate cries. The elder rolled on the ground, knowing that if he did not find a way out soon, he would surely perish. His mind raced until suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. "My lord, spare me. I have a secret to share." Yefan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Another secret?" He extinguished the flames. The elder, charred and disheveled, struggled to rise, his hair matted and emitting a burnt odor. Trembling, he glanced at Su Ming. Su Ming inquired, "Speak. What is this secret?" The elder took a deep breath and began, "In truth, I have come not only to seek vengeance against you, but also for another purpose." Su Ming remained silent, listening intently. "The family has heard that a traitor from the Dark Church possesses a treasure and has seemingly fled to Sodiang City, which is why I was sent to investigate." Su Ming's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment, while his mind began to ponder. First the mercenary guild, now the Martin family. Both were pursuing this treasure, indicating its significance. "Do you possess any information regarding this treasure?" The elder shook his head. "I have only heard that this treasure was acquired by the Dark Church from the Sea of Death, but beyond that, I know nothing." Su Ming lowered his gaze. Lost in thought, he was familiar with the Sea of Death. Located in the far eastern regions, it is perpetually shrouded in dense fog, rumored to be home to countless powerful sea beasts. A perilous place indeed. Noticing Su Ming's silence, the elder felt a tremor of fear and hurriedly added, "My lord, while I may not know the essence of this treasure, I do possess some leads regarding those traitors." Su Ming lifted his gaze, his expression placid. "Tell me more." The elder, trembling with hesitation, quickly spoke. "According to the intelligence I have received, the traitor from the Dark Church appears to have been severely injured by potent dark magic. I speculate that he may be in search of a healing elixir of light attribute. To my surprise, I have discovered that a highly prized elixir of light has emerged in the Hungduan Mountains near Sodiang City, and I suspect that the Dark Church traitor may come seeking it." Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "How many people are currently aware of this matter?" A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, recalling that the burly middle-aged man had not divulged such information to him back in Donglin City. Su Ming was not inclined to believe that the man would dare to keep secrets from him. The elder replied truthfully, "Only one person should know." Su Ming's expression darkened. You are deceiving me that I would not dare. The elder hastily shook his head, explaining, to be honest, I am a beast tamer, and my primary purpose in coming to Su Ming City is not related to the Dark Church, but rather to capture a particular magical beast in the Hungduan Mountains. Yi Fan's keen gaze remained fixed on the elder's changing expressions, and he discerned that the elder was indeed speaking the truth. The forces aligned against the Dark Church were immensely powerful, including the Mercenary Guild, the official factions of the Western Mountain Province, and the most prestigious families of Shili City. The Martin family was merely a second-rate family in Shili City and had no standing to meddle in such affairs, which explained why they had only sent a moderately skilled level 7 mage. You are a beast tamer? Su Ming expressed his surprise, not expecting the elder to hold such a title. Beast tamers, like alchemists and blacksmiths, are a specialized profession primarily engaged in taming magical beasts for their own use. However, due to the inherently ferocious nature of these beasts, taming them is exceedingly difficult. One must often dedicate several decades to rigorous study to become a competent beast tamer. Su Ming was taken aback because he had also conducted research on beast taming. He recalled that in his previous life, he had tamed numerous formidable divine beasts, including even the supreme dragon from a higher plane. The elder nodded repeatedly. Indeed, that Su Ming inclined his head slightly. I can spare your life, but you must guide me. The elder dared not refuse and nodded vigorously. Su Ming acknowledged him with a grunt, and then turned his gaze toward the members of the Martin family. They trembled at his gaze, hastily pleading for mercy. Lord, please spare us. Su Ming's eyes glinted with amusement, his voice laced with coldness. What reason do you have for me to spare you? The members of the Su Ming family looked panic-stricken, their minds racing, yet they could not find a suitable justification. The clan leader, York, gritted his teeth and stepped forward, kneeling before Su Ming with a thud, pleading, My lord, it was Shandy's doing, and we were initially unaware. I implore you to forgive us. Not far away, Shandy's body trembled, his complexion turning ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 75. An old friend. Su Ming cast a glance at the crumpled Shandy, a cold glimmer in his eyes, as he summoned a surge of lightning in his hand. That a streak of golden lightning pierced through the air with a crack, striking Shandy in the forehead. His eyes widened in shock before he fell lifelessly to the ground. The members of the Martin family, witnessing this scene, turned even paler, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Su Ming withdrew his gaze and focused on York, stating coldly, I may spare you, but on one condition. York snapped back to attention and quickly replied, My lord, please give your command. Su Ming's demeanor remained indifferent. Several members of my Brook family are studying at the Su Ming City Mage Academy. Their safety will be entrusted to you. Should anything happen to them, I believe you can foresee the consequences. York shuddered, hastily assuring him, My lord, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect those young masters. Su Ming gave a slight nod and then turned to the elder, saying, Let us proceed. As the two vanished from sight, York collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. After leaving the Martin family, Su Ming inquired of the elder, What is your name? Reporting to you, my lord. I am called Baoshan Martin. The elder responded respectfully. Su Ming furrowed his brow. What a ridiculous name. From now on, you shall be known as Ma Baoshan. The elder was taken aback, unable to comprehend why his name would displease this powerful figure. Though he felt somewhat reluctant, he dared not voice his thoughts. Forcing a smile instead, I shall heed your wishes, my lord, and will be called Ma Baoshan henceforth. Su Ming nodded lightly. Lead the way. The two promptly departed Su Ming City, entering the Hungduan Mountains. 2 days later, they reached their destination. Baoshan pointed to a mountain ahead, saying, My lord, we will reach our goal by crossing that mountain. Su Ming nodded, but suddenly his brow furrowed as his gaze shifted toward a certain direction. There, several winged steeds galloped past, each carrying a figure of considerable strength. The winged steeds belonged to the Philip family. Upon noticing the majestic creatures soaring above, Ma Baoshan was taken aback. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. He was well aware of the Philip family, one of the 4 noble families of Shili City, their power rivaling that of the Brinton family. The figures in the distance also took notice of the two and promptly rode over. The winged steeds moved swiftly, reaching them in less than a minute. There were 3 winged steeds in total, with 2 riders. One was a burly man clad in black armor, his long black hair flowing freely, exuding an aura of valor. The other wore a pristine white robe, his snow-white hair cascading over his shoulders, his fair complexion radiating an air of scholarly elegance. The last steed carried a stunning golden-haired maiden whose beauty was striking. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, with distinct features on her oval face and skin that glimmered like the finest jade. Upon seeing the three, Ma Baoshan gasped in astonishment. The black and white duo. The Philip family actually sent them here? Su Ming, however, gazed up at the golden-haired maiden with surprise. He recognized her. Juliet, one of the 4 beauties of the Shili City Mage Academy, and the daughter of the Philip family. Her talent and beauty were renowned throughout Shili City. Su Ming, having once studied at the Mage Academy, was well aware of her reputation. Likewise, Juliet recognized Su Ming. His notoriety at the Mage Academy was not inferior to her own. Accusations of attempted assault on a female classmate and the theft of forbidden magic had marred his name. Historically, such scandals had never befallen the Mage Academy. Making Su Ming the first, his name was now inscribed on the Pillar of Shame as a talented student. Juliet kept a close eye on the Academy's affairs and was fully aware of Su Ming's situation. Su Ming, what are you doing here? Juliet looked down at him, her eyes betraying her disdain. Noticing her contempt, Su Ming remained unperturbed, merely smiling slightly before turning to walk away. How dare you disrespect the young lady? The burly man in black armor bellowed. Preparing to confront Su Ming, Ma Baoshan hastily interjected, "My lords, please do not be angry. He simply lacked social graces and did not intend any offense." The burly man scoffed, but did not act. Yet at that moment, Juliet spoke up, "Stand down." She waved her hand, glancing at the retreating Su Ming. "He is merely a waste. Do not stoop to his level." Only then did the burly man relent, casting a cold glare at Su Ming. "Humph, kid, consider yourself fortunate. If you dare disrespect the young lady again, I will ensure your demise." That moment, Su Ming turned his head, his expression calm as he replied, "You are fortunate as well." The burly man was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Su Ming's meaning. That he opened his mouth to question him, but Juliet silenced him with a glance. Ma Baoshan secretly sighed with relief. Just then, the refined white-haired man spoke. "Baoshan, out of respect for that old coot Leja, I advise you to leave quickly. A terrifying battle may unfold here soon." Ma Baoshan bowed repeatedly. "Thank you for the warning, my lord. That I will take heed." Detecting that Ma Baoshan showed no intention of departing, the elderly man with white hair let out a cold snort and chose not to elaborate further. The three of them swiftly mounted their horses and retreated into the dense woods nearby. Ma Baoshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurried after Su Ming, a hint of relief evident on his face. Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at the old man and remarked nonchalantly, "You seem quite fearful." Ma Baoshan forced a bitter smile and replied, "My lord, how could one not be afraid? Those are the infamous black and white duo." Su Ming's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he inquired, "Are those two truly formidable?" Ma Baoshan nodded affirmatively, stating, "They are the most powerful 7th-level warriors of the Philip family. Together, even against an 8th-level warrior, they are not at all disadvantaged." Su Ming responded with a casual "oh," and asked, "Do you believe I am no match for them?" Ma Baoshan's expression froze, momentarily at a loss for words. That in his estimation, Su Ming was indeed powerful, but his youth made it hard to believe someone so young could possess 7th-level strength. To assert that Su Ming could defeat the black and white duo was beyond his belief. Though he held this opinion, he dared not voice it, fearing it might provoke Su Ming. However, from the old man's demeanor, Su Ming discerned the answer and smiled without taking offense, swiftly shifting the topic. "Did you not mention that you were the only one aware of this place?" Ma Baoshan's expression stiffened, and he chuckled awkwardly. "My lord, well," he stammered for a long while without finishing his sentence. "No further discussion," Su Ming declared, striding ahead as they scaled the mountain peak before them. Their view broadened. Before them lay a valley, and on the opposite side, a steep cliff. At the summit of the cliff, a dazzling light radiated. Su Ming focused his gaze and spotted a plant resembling a sunflower. Unlike a typical sunflower, its petals were white, emanating a brilliant glow, akin to a small sun. Even from a distance, Su Ming could sense the rich and pure essence of light. It was indeed a medicinal herb of considerable quality, Su Ming murmured softly, sensing that the herb across the way was nearing 8th-level quality. "My lord, should we find a place to hide?" Ma Baoshan asked. Glancing at Su Ming withdrew his gaze and nodded gently. He understood that if they did not conceal themselves, the traitor from the Dark Church might not reveal himself. The two then searched for a suitable spot and concealed themselves behind a large rock that lay in the distance. Juliet and her companions, who had already been hiding in the shadows, observed the movements of Su Ming and his companion. The burly man let out a cold snort. Humph, an unaware fool thinks he can meddle with such meager strength. Shortly thereafter, more individuals arrived. Both parties looked up to see several flying magical beasts swiftly approaching from the sky, with figures standing atop them. Upon recognizing the familiar attire of the newcomers, Su Ming's expression turned icy wide. A Baoshan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively glanced at Su Ming. Noticing his gaze was as sharp as a blade, causing him to flinch. Does my lord harbor a grudge against the Brinton family? Ma Baoshan pondered inwardly, his eyes fixed on the figures in the distance. The newcomers were indeed members of the Brinton family. They cast a fleeting glance at the white flowers on the cliff, their eyes glinting with greed. Yet, they refrained from acting impulsively and quickly sought a place to hide. Afterwards, 3 more powerful factions arrived, 2 from the 4 noble families and the mercenary guild from Shili City. Su Ming recognized the burly middle-aged man from Donglin City. The latter appeared flushed and brimming with vitality. Evidently healed from his previous injuries, the 3 factions arrived almost simultaneously, exchanging glances before swiftly finding hiding spots. Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly. With so many people arriving, would the traitor still dare to come forth and meet his demise? Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from the valley, in a concealed cave, a captivating woman in a black robe suddenly opened her eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. Opposite her, a blond man spoke in a grave tone. Are you truly going? This is clearly a trap set by the church, and your venture will likely lead to your demise. The woman nodded solemnly, saying, I have fallen victim to the great guardian's curse. Only the essence of the light sunflower can break it. If I do not go, I will be left with no choice but to await death here. Instead of waiting for death, I would rather take the risk. Besides, have you not already spread the word? All the major factions from the Western Mountain Province have gathered here. Perhaps amidst the chaos, there will be an opportunity. The blond man reluctantly nodded. Very well. I shall accompany you. The woman shook her head. You stay hidden for now. There may be a chance for a surprise attack. Hearing this, the blond man nodded in agreement without further argument. The woman then left the cave. Making her way toward the valley ahead, behind the massive stone, Su Ming suddenly shifted his expression and whispered, They are coming to him. A Baoshan was taken aback. What is coming? Just as he spoke, a figure clad in black darted out from the dense foliage. All factions turned their gazes toward him. It was a silhouette shrouded in black robes, leaping through the trees with incredible speed, headed straight for the white sunflower across the valley. It was a member of the Dark Church. The members of the various factions reacted swiftly, charging toward the figure in black. The cloaked figure appeared to have anticipated this, remaining calm as a black magical disc materialized beneath its feet, accelerating its speed dramatically, propelling it forward with a whoosh. The various factions narrowed their eyes and increased their speed in pursuit. However, after casting the spell, the black-robed figure's velocity surged several times, and despite their utmost efforts, they could not catch up. As the black-robed figure neared the light sunflower, Ma Baoshan grew anxious. My lord, shall we not make our move? Su Ming shook his head, responding coolly, No rush, let them play for a while. Ma Baoshan acknowledged with an "oh," remaining silent. Just as the black-robed figure was about to reach the luminous sunflower, the pursuer's expressions turned urgent. At that moment, a colossal black magical disc suddenly materialized in the air, accompanied by a terrifying wave of dark energy, dark confinement. A deep voice reverberated throughout the area. The disc spun, and hundreds of dark vines emerged, ensnaring the black-robed figure within. The vines twisted and writhed, forming an enormous vine cage that restricted the cloaked figure's movements. The pursuers were taken aback by this sight, their expressions shifting dramatically. It was dark magic. The Dark Church had indeed arrived. We must act. Do not allow him to take the person away. They quickly launched their attacks against the dark confinement. In an instant, a barrage of terrifying strikes surged toward the dark cage, overestimating your abilities. A cold voice echoed through the air as the magical disc spun. A figure in black robes appeared out of thin air. Dark shield. The black-robed figure gestured, and terrifying dark energy rapidly coalesced into a massive black shield, covered with intricate magical patterns. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks pounded against the shield, creating a deafening cacophony. The The black shield merely trembled slightly before falling silent. The onlooker's pupils constricted, and one exclaimed in shock, "Such terrifying magic. Could it be an 8th-level mage?" The black-robed figure stood atop a dark vine, coldly surveying the crowd. "Leave immediately, or do not blame me for unleashing a massacre." Along with the threat came a surge of overwhelming mental energy. The pursuers' expressions shifted, their eyes reflecting a newfound gravity. Indeed, it was an 8th-level mage in the nearby woods. Juliet's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she whispered to the white-haired man beside her, "Jason, go assist Jeff." The white-haired man hesitated. "Miss, your safety." Before he could finish, Juliet interrupted. "Go now. I am capable of protecting myself." After a moment's hesitation, the white-haired man leaped from the thicket and dashed towards the valley ahead. Meanwhile, individuals from several other powerful factions swiftly followed suit. Apart from the mercenary guild and the Phillip family, each of which sent 3 members, the other 3 major families sent only 2. This moment. A total of 10 formidable fighters surrounded the figure in the black robe. Only the burly middle-aged man from the mercenary guild and Juliet refrained from joining, for their strength was insufficient to contribute meaningfully to the confrontation. All 10 were peak level 7 fighters, mere steps away from ascending to the 8th-leveled in the Shishan province. They were considered elite masters. Chapter 77. Elimination. Faced with the encirclement of 10, the cloaked figure exhibited no trace of panic. Coldly declaring, "Since you are courting death, do not blame me." The protector. The 10 individuals appeared as if facing a formidable foe, their expressions grave, not angered by the black-robed figure's words. They understood that he possessed the confidence to speak thus. An 8th-level master was nearly at the pinnacle of power in the Shishan province. Even the governor of the province was of this caliber, among the 4 prominent noble families of Shili City. There were only 2 or 3 8th-level masters, and they were all ancient relics, seldom emerging unless for significant matters. Due to uncertainty regarding the truth of the information, the various factions had not dispatched any 8th-level fighters. The individual before them was not only an 8th-level master, but also a dark sorcerer. Among the 7 schools of magic, dark magic was reputed to be the most insidious and troublesome. Typically, aside from thunder and light mages, it was challenging for practitioners of the other schools to triumph over a dark mage. Jeff, the white-haired man, surveyed the group and spoke solemnly. "Everyone, if we combine our strength, we may stand a chance against him." The others nodded in agreement, with no one daring to counter his suggestion. The black-robed figure removed his hood, revealing a sinister countenance, and sneered, "Since you are oblivious to your impending doom, do not blame me." The protector began to chant an incantation, and a massive magical disc materialized before him. As the disc spun, dozens of dark tendrils emerged, lunging towards the group like sharp spears. The individuals, wary of the threat, hastily employed their abilities to defend themselves. In the next moment, tumultuous energy erupted into the void, and various magical lights illuminated the sky. Within the dark confines, the black-robed figure observed the scene with a quiet satisfaction. A peculiar smile gracing the alluring features beneath the hood. Everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. Behind a rock, Ma Bashan watched the distant battle, his heart racing with trepidation, though all were 7th-level sorcerers. He feared he would struggle to last a few exchanges against those formidable opponents. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Su Ming, only to find him calm, not even furrowing his brow at "My lord, should we not leave this place?" he suggested cautiously. Su Ming looked over, a smile playing on his lips. "Why? Isn't this rather intriguing?" Ma Baoshan was taken aback, thinking that Su Ming must have lost his mind in such a terrifying battle. One misstep could lead to certain death. How could he find it interesting? Though anxious, Ma Baoshan dared not depart without Su Ming's directive. Not far away, Juliet's delicate face bore a look of concern. She too was uncertain about who would emerge victorious in this confrontation, her heart tinged with anxiety. "Necromantic curse," the sinister man bellowed, his feet glowing with blinding magical light. In the next instant, a colossal black skeleton materialized behind him. Its maw agape as it exhaled a chilling black mist. The mist spread outward, enveloping the group. Sensing the encroaching cold fog, the white-haired man's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Retreat! There is cursed power within that black mist." The others, not daring to underestimate the threat, swiftly backed away to evade the mist's assault. One among them, unable to evade in time, found an arm tainted by the black fog. flesh rapidly withered and decayed, leaving only stark white bones. This individual, however, was no ordinary character. He decisively severed his own arm and summoned a torrent of energy, executing a technique to swiftly distance himself from the black mist. Yet, the black fog relentlessly pursued, showing no signs of abating. The white-haired man, his expression grave, recognized the urgency of the situation. He turned to the burly black-haired man and the others that I will confront the curse. But I will likely be unable to fight afterward. The remaining task is yours. The others nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, the white-haired man swiftly recited an incantation and a pristine magical disc appeared beneath his feet. And rich elements of light converged from all directions. Purification of light. A dazzling sun emerged from the magical disc, radiating intense light. The snow-white and brilliant luminescence illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the encroaching black mist. Humph! Do you think my necromantic curse can be so easily purified? The sinister man scoffed, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. The skeleton behind him not only exhaled black mist, but also enveloped the area. Closing in on the radiant sun, realizing the dire predicament, the burly black-haired man spoke urgently. We cannot allow him to continue casting that cursed mist. We must stop him. With that, he charged forward, swiftly maneuvering behind the sinister man. His hands forming seals as his energy surged. Blade of the Gale, he unleashed dozens of azure wind blades, which expanded as they flew, transforming into long projectiles that surged towards the massive skeleton and the sinister man. Simultaneously, the others hastened to surround the sinister man, unleashing their most potent attacks. The sinister man, not daring to be careless, rapidly recited another incantation. In an instant, several pitch-black shields materialized to deflect the oncoming assaults. Just as he prepared to counterattack, the ground beneath him suddenly warped. In the next moment, a flash of earthy magical light erupted, and dozens of sharp stone spears shot towards him. Almost simultaneously, a dark mountain descended from above, a scene that unfolded too rapidly for the black-robed figure to anticipate. Not only him, but even the burly man and his companions wore bewildered expressions, for the assailants were not of their ranks. In the distance, Juliet's eyes widened in astonishment as she murmured, "There are others lying in wait." Boom, boom, boom. As the mountain crashed down, the skeletal figure disintegrated in an instant. The sinister man felt an overwhelming gravitational force pinning him down, rendering him immobile in a heartbeat. The stone spears pierced through his body, blood splattering and staining his black robe. The sinister man struggled a few times, then reluctantly closed his eyes in defeat with his demise. The shattered skeleton and the cursed black mist rapidly dissipated. The nearby tendril cage also crumbled into nothingness. The black-robed figure within changed countenance, hastily retreating from the battlefield, seeking to escape. Yet at that moment, a terrifying gravity descended upon her, immobilizing her. The white-haired man retracted the light magic, slightly staggering, appearing exceedingly weakened. "Jason, are you all right?" The burly black-haired man rushed to his side, concern etched on his face. The white-haired man shook his head. "I am fine, merely somewhat drained." The others were similarly fatigued, yet they had no time to recuperate, their gazes warily scanning their surroundings, eager to identify who had intervened. Just then, a light chuckle echoed in their ears. "Hee, were you looking for me?" Chapter 78. The person is mine. Do you have any objections? The group turned towards the sound, witnessing a burly brown-haired man emerging from the ground, his presence commanding. "Frank." Upon recognizing the man's face, the various factions were taken aback. The newcomer was Frank Brinton, the current head of the Brinton family's younger brother, renowned as a formidable figure in Shilly City. They had not anticipated that the Brinton family would send an 8th-level master on this occasion. Two other strong figures from the Brinton family swiftly positioned themselves behind Frank in the distance. Juliet's mouth dropped open in astonishment, clearly taken aback. Frank surveyed the gathering with a calm demeanor and stated, "The person is now mine. Do any of you have objections?" The expressions of the crowd were somewhat grim, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. They were acutely aware of Frank's formidable prowess. Not only was he a renowned 8th-level mage, but he was also a peak 7th-level warrior, a force to be reckoned with. They knew that even in their prime, they would find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over him, let alone in their current weakened state. Observing the lack of dissent among the group, a smile crept across Frank's face as he strode toward the immobilized figure in the black robe. Upon reaching the figure, he reached out and pulled down the hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage that still a beauty. Frank chuckled, licking his lips with a glint of lasciviousness in his eyes. Little beauty, I've heard you fled with a treasured artifact. Is it true? He scrutinized the alluring woman before him, a grin plastered across his face. The woman's expression was icy, and she retorted with a chilling 4 words. No comment. Heh, quite the character. Frank smirked, but his demeanor abruptly shifted to one of frigid menace as he sneered. Little beauty, I advise you to cooperate, lest you suffer a fate worse than death. The woman remained silent, her eyes betraying no hint of fear. Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty, Frank scoffed, preparing to teach the woman a lesson when a distant voice rang out urgently. My lord, what do you intend to do? The crowd turned to see a young man in purple approaching, accompanied by an elder whose face was etched with fear and urgency. In the nearby thicket, Juliet's eyes widened at the sight. What was that man planning? Meanwhile, a middle-aged man from the mercenary guild also recognized Su Ming. It's that brat. He actually came here. He gasped, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Yet, his expression quickly morphed into one of delight. At last, I can avenge that day. The middle-aged man hurriedly made his way through the underbrush to inform the 2 formidable mercenaries of Su Ming's identity. Upon hearing this, their expressions darkened. One of them coldly scrutinized Su Ming and demanded, "You're the one who killed young Master Shiza and boldly injured members of our mercenary guild?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, casting curious glances at Su Ming. Everyone present was aware of Shiza's status. His father was the vice president of the mercenary guild in Shili City, a well-known 8th-level powerhouse. That it was rare for anyone to provoke Shiza, even in the aristocratic circles of Shili City. Yet this young man not only dared to confront him, but had killed him. If Shiza's father were to learn of this, there would be dire consequences. Juliet's mouth fell open in disbelief, while Ma Baoshan stared at Su Ming, his eyes filled with confusion that he had never anticipated that the young man before him had committed such a heinous act. Frank's eyes flickered with surprise and intrigue. The moment Su Ming appeared, he recognized him immediately. After all, Su Ming was the target the Locke family had specifically sought after, and they had subsequently approached the Brinton family. Thus, most members of the Brinton clan were well aware of Su Ming. Su Ming turned to the speaker, his tone indifferent. That would be me. You have an issue with that? The mercenary's eyes widened momentarily before he sneered. I've heard you're quite arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be this audacious. I was planning to find you after sorting out this matter, but it seems you've come to me instead. Very well. Today I shall make you understand the consequences of offending our guild. Su Ming shot a glance at the speaker and barked, "Silence. I have no time for you." With that, he ignored the man's reaction and turned his gaze to Frank, his voice assertive. "That woman is mine. You have any objections?" At those words, the crowd fell into stunned silence, including the previously responsive mercenary who stood frozen in disbelief. The middle-aged man behind him gaped, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had thought Su Ming was already quite bold that day, but it seemed he had held back. Baoshan stood dumbfounded, his expression one of shock as he stared at Su Ming, hardly able to believe his ears. Juliet, too, was wide-eyed, her disbelief palpable as she gazed at the figure in purple, as if seeing him for the first time. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Frank quickly regained his composure, a smile emerging on his face, though it was cold enough to chill the bones. Su Ming, it seems I shouldn't have let you live back then. Hobbs was ultimately too soft-hearted. Had it been me, you would never have had the chance to stand here and speak so brazenly. Upon hearing the name Hobbs, Su Ming's eyes turned frigid, his voice laced with coldness. So I should thank you. Then, Frank chuckled mockingly. If you wish, it's not out of the question. Su Ming lowered his gaze slightly, speaking coolly. Laugh to your heart's content. After today, you shall never have the chance to laugh again. Frank's smile vanished, his eyes narrowing as a glimmer of cold light flickered within. He gestured to those beside him, commanding, "Go, break the boy's limbs that I want him to wish for death." "Yes, my lord." One of the plump, golden-haired middle-aged men stepped forward, a malicious grin plastered across his face as he looked at Su Ming. "Kid, don't be afraid. I'll be gentle. I'll make sure you understand what it means to wish you were dead." The mercenaries, witnessing this scene, abandoned any thoughts of intervening, their faces betraying a morbid curiosity. A burly middle-aged man frowned slightly, sensing that the Brinton family member might not be a match for Su Ming. However, with Frank still present, his worries dissipated. What a fool, completely unaware of his own limitations. That I wonder what Minter Maney sees in this kid, Juliet thought, shaking her head internally, her impression of Su Ming diminishing further. Kid, if you kneel and apologize now, I might go easy on you later. The golden-haired, rotund middle-aged man taunted, eager to witness fear and terror on Su Ming's face. Your words are tiresome. The response was a chilling retort. The air exploded as a fist loomed large in the eyes of the plump middle-aged man. With a crack, before he could react, his nasal bone was shattered by the force of the punch, sending him careening backward. Chapter 79. Like a deity, the sudden turn of events left the onlookers in stunned silence. The assailant was a bona fide 7th-level warrior, yet he had been effortlessly sent flying by the young man before them. Even if he had been caught off guard, this was beyond belief. That Frank's expression darkened as he glared at the assailant, who trembled and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, casting a venomous glare at Su Ming. You little punk, I will. But before he could finish his threat, a massive foot descended from above, crushing his face and distorting it beyond recognition. Your words are tiresome. The cold voice echoed throughout the venue as Su Ming conjured a green wind blade, slicing downward toward the plump middle-aged man. With a splatter of blood, one of the man's arms was severed cleanly. Su Ming's speed was such that his opponent had no time to react. A shrill scream pierced the air as the plump man broke out in a cold sweat, his face contorted in agony. That he yearned to fight back, to struggle, yet the foot pressing down on his face bore an insurmountable weight, rendering him immobile. Listening to the continuous whimpering beneath him, Su Ming's gaze turned icy as he coldly uttered, noisy. With a sudden surge of force, the plump man's head was crushed underfoot, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Su Ming's foot, enveloped in battle energy, remained untouched by any filth. After completing the act, he turned to face the crowd. That moment, everyone stood with their mouths agape, expressions of shock etched on their faces. Completely frozen in disbelief, in the distant thicket, Juliet's eyes were wide with astonishment, unable to fathom what she had just witnessed. The man who had been expelled and had his powers stripped had so effortlessly slain a 7th-level warrior. It sounded like a far-fetched tale. Had something inexplicable occurred to him? Juliet whispered softly within her heart, suddenly feeling a flicker of curiosity towards the youth before her. After a few moments of bewilderment, the onlookers finally regained their senses, their faces awash with incredulity as they gazed at the figure clad in purple. Baoshan swallowed hard, a sense of relief washing over him. Fortunately, he had not provoked this formidable being before him. Otherwise, even with 10 lives, he would not have been spared. The trio from the mercenary guild shared a similar sentiment of relief, grateful that they had refrained from intervening earlier, for had they done so, their fates might have mirrored that of the deceased. They were well aware of the strength of the plump middle-aged man, who was no less formidable than themselves, being a peak-level 7th-tier warrior. Yet, in the presence of this young man, he had displayed no capacity for resistance. One might even say he had been utterly annihilated. In the distance, the golden-haired beauty, momentarily frozen in place, revealed a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She had initially thought the newcomer merely a brash young lad, only to discover his astounding prowess. If the two could engage in a mutually destructive battle, perhaps she might still have a chance. Frank cast a glance at the lifeless form of the golden-haired middle-aged man, his forehead veins bulging, his gaze as cold as steel, clearly seething with rage. He suddenly turned his attention to Su Ming, his voice dark and foreboding, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Little brat, do you comprehend the fate that awaits those who dare to slay members of the Brinton family? Su Ming shook his head, his tone indifferent. Do not rush. This is merely the beginning. Before long, I shall personally pay a visit to your Brinton family to settle the scores from not long ago. Frank was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a sinister laugh. But unfortunately for you, that opportunity has slipped away. With that, a yellowish magical glow burst forth from beneath his feet. Several massive earthen spikes, each 100 meters long, erupted suddenly, targeting Su Ming. Though the spikes moved swiftly, Su Ming was swifter still, vanishing from his original position before they could materialize. Humph, you think you can escape? Such foolish delusions, Frank scoffed, his gaze shifting to the side as he bellowed, Yellow Spring Marsh. The fury of the mountains, magical light illuminated the area as the ground writhed, transforming into a ravenous yellow swamp. Simultaneously, a colossal mountain descended with a terrifying weight, distorting the air and sending Su Ming reeling as he plummeted towards the marsh below. Observing this sequence of events, the expressions of the onlookers turned grave. Truly, he was an 8th-tier archmage, his power far surpassing theirs. Baoshan's face betrayed a hint of worry. If anything were to happen to Su Ming, would Frank turn his wrath upon him? All eyes were fixed on Su Ming as he fell into the yellow marsh. Moments later, the mountain crashed down, causing the swamp and surrounding ground to collapse into a deep pit. Was this the end? After a prolonged silence, doubts crept into the minds of the spectators. Wondering if Su Ming had met his demise in the nearby thicket, Juliet's expression was tinged with complexity, an inexplicable sense of regret stirring within her. Given Su Ming's previously demonstrated combat prowess, he was at least a 7th-tier warrior. Possessed such strength at a young age spoke volumes of his terrifying talent. It seemed a tragedy for such a prodigy to perish. A similar sentiment of regret flickered in the hearts of Ma Baoshan and the others. The cloaked beauty's eyes reflected despair once more. She had believed Su Ming possessed considerable skill, yet he had been so easily dispatched. Frank's lips curled into a cold smirk. Humph, little brat. You are simply unworthy to contend with the Brinton family. His words dripped with arrogance, as if he deemed Su Ming utterly inconsequential. Yet, at that moment, the mountain suddenly cracked with a sharp sound. Crack, crack. The fissures multiplied, resembling a spider's web. Finally, with a resounding explosion, it shattered, sending debris flying in all directions. From the swirling fragments emerged a figure clad in purple. Soaring into the sky, it was Su Ming. He stood proudly above, his purple robes billowing, thick black hair cascading over his shoulders, and his serene, profound gaze surveying the crowd below. His regal demeanor and calm aura exuded the presence of an ancient deity descending from the heavens. Whether it was the distant Juliet or the onlookers present, all mouths fell agape, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe as they beheld the figure in the sky. Despite having endured the earlier assault, he remained unscathed. Truly a terrifying sight. Today, I shall collect a small interest. In the future, I will surely trample upon your Brinton family and personally sever Hobbs's head. His cold words echoed in the ears of all present, jolting them from their stunned silence. That Frank's face darkened, his teeth clenched in fury. Little brat, you must die today. He rapidly recited a magical incantation, a blinding light emanating from beneath him. Su Ming, high above, paid him no heed. Positioning himself with hands clasped above his head, his battle aura rhythmically converging towards his palms, in the next instant, a black energy orb enveloped his hands. Gradually, the orb shrank in size until it resembled a basketball. As it formed, a wave of chilling energy radiated through the gathered crowd. Frank sensed this unsettling power, his expression turning grave as he hastened his incantation. Moments later, he ceased reciting, coldly uttering a few words. Earth Demon's Hand. Chapter 80. Decapitation. The yellowish magical light illuminated the scene as two enormous, dark brown hands emerged from the magical disc, reaching towards Su Ming in the sky. The hands were adorned with flowing magical runes, exuding a terrifying presence akin to the hands of a demon. The Earth Demon's Hand. This was the pinnacle magic of the Brinton family, having reached the peak of 8th-tier prowess. In the past, an ancestor of the Brinton family had used this magic to obliterate an entire city, its might utterly fearsome. The boy was doomed. In that instant, nearly everyone believed Su Ming was finished. Baoshan's legs trembled, an internal wail echoing in his heart as he instinctively recoiled. In the distance, Juliet's mouth hung open, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. The two colossal hands, larger than mountains, descended upon Su Ming. The air roared as it struggled to withstand the overwhelming force of the impending strike. Confronted with such a horrifying onslaught, Su Ming's expression remained unperturbed. He gazed downwards, then suddenly slammed his hands downward. Heaven-shattering hammer. The black energy orb transformed into a terrifying fist of energy, hurtling downwards with ferocity. In an instant, it collided with the approaching dark brown hands. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the area, akin to a comet striking the earth, as the two opposing forces collided and erupted, unleashing a shockwave of astonishing magnitude. The wave surged forth like a tsunami, causing the onlookers to stagger, trees to shatter, and distant mountains to crumble. The scene overwhelmingly terrifying. They widened their eyes, anxious to discern the victor. Yet the sheer ferocity of the shockwave obscured their view, rendering the outcome unclear. after a prolonged moment. The tumultuous air gradually dispersed. The crowd fixed their gazes, and upon witnessing the scene, gasps of astonishment filled the air. There, amidst the chaos, stood a figure in purple, unyielding and proud. Opposite him, Frank bore blood at the corner of his mouth. His complexion pale. Clearly, in the earlier clash, Su Ming had held the upper hand. It was this very outcome that left the spectators in utter shock. Had Frank emerged victorious, their reaction would have been far less intense. After all, he was an 8th-tier archmage. Defeating a mere youth would have been nothing remarkable. Yet, against all odds, it was Su Ming who had triumphed. How could a lad of merely 17 or 18 years hold dominion over an 8th-tier archmage? Such a revelation spoke volumes of his prowess, which exceeded expectations by a considerable margin. This level of talent was rare not only in Xishan province, but throughout the entire Far East. In the distance, Juliet's mouth fell open in disbelief, her eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and incredulity as she gazed at the figure in purple, her thoughts growing ever more complex. That Su Ming. What on earth has transpired during this time? A wave of curiosity surged within the girl, yet the answer remained elusive, destined to remain a mystery. The cloaked beauty's eyes brightened once more as she glimpsed a sliver of hope. Su Ming approached the pale-faced Frank, his voice "Oh, you have any final words?" Frank's countenance twisted into a menacing grimace. "Little brat, I admit I misjudged you, but do you think this means you can defeat me?" He burst into raucous laughter, swiftly biting his fingertip, and with his blood, he inscribed an intricate magical rune in the void. The rune emanated a crimson glow, and as it quivered gently, an overwhelming force of attraction surged forth, beginning to drain the life essence from Frank. In the blink of an eye, Frank transformed from a burly man into a gaunt and feeble figure. Earth Demon Giant, arise! A colossal, ochre-hued magical disc materialized beneath him, releasing a terrifying aura. The onlookers focused intently, witnessing a dark brown giant slowly emerge from the magical disc. Its body, composed of dark brown rock, was adorned with a lattice of magical runes, emanating waves of heart-stopping energy. As those surrounding felt their hearts race, they were also struck by a pressure akin to a mountainous weight. Individuals like Ma Baoshan and the burly men of the mercenary guild could not withstand this force and were forced to the ground. Even the elite 7th-level warriors faltered, their legs trembling as if they might collapse at any moment. Even Juliet, positioned beyond the valley, sensed a formidable pressure. That truly the Earth Demon Giant. Has Frank lost his mind? Juliet murmured softly, her gaze fixed in shock upon the towering figure in the distance. The eldest daughter of the Philip family, she was well aware of the formidable sorcerers belonging to the Brinton family. The Earth Demon Giant was an evolved form of the Earth Demon Hand, obtained by the ancestors of the Brinton family from a certain relic. It was said that the complete Earth Demon Giant constituted a 9th-level spell. Yet, even a fragmented 9th-level spell was beyond the capabilities of an 8th-level sorcerer. For someone like Frank, an 8th-level sorcerer, casting this spell required a significant sacrifice. Juliet's eyes flickered, her gaze instinctively drawn to the figure clad in purple. Due to the distance, she could not discern Su Ming's expression. "Ha, brat, perish!" The emaciated Frank cackled maniacally, commanding the rock giant to charge at Su Ming. A fist, comparable to a mountain, came crashing down, causing the air to roar in protest. As the colossal fist struck, a massive pit formed in the ground. The onlookers were aghast at the sight. Such a terrifying assault could easily obliterate an 8th-level warrior, who would dare not to confront it recklessly. Added to the oppressive gravity, evasion was utterly impossible. All eyes turned towards the dust-laden pit, contemplating that Su Ming was surely doomed this time. Frank believed so too. "Ha, little brat, you're far too inexperienced to challenge me." He roared with wild laughter, his gaunt face twisting in a maniacal grin. Yet suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and his smile froze in horror as he forced himself to look down. There, piercing through his heart, a lightning blade emerged, staining his garments crimson with blood. Struggling, he turned his head to see a young, indifferent-faced Yu. "How could you?" Before he could finish his words, another wave of agonizing pain surged through his heart, and his consciousness faded into oblivion as he collapsed to the ground. This abrupt turn of events was unforeseen by everyone present, their expressions frozen in shock as they gazed at the figure in purple. Until that moment, they had not comprehended what had transpired. Yet, among them, Some reacted quickly, piecing together the situation. For instance, the white-haired Jason from the Phillip family murmured, "It's the Earth escape technique." Beside him, the black-haired Jeff looked perplexed. What Earth escape technique? No sooner had he inquired than he realized, his eyes widening in astonishment as he turned to Su Ming. Could it be that this brat was also an Earth-type sorcerer? The others soon caught on, their eyes reflecting a mix of shock and disbelief. Su Ming had never employed magic, and they had assumed he was merely a warrior. Little did they expect that he was indeed a sorcerer. In the distance, Juliet's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of utter incredulity. Unlike the others, her astonishment stemmed not from Su Ming being a sorcerer, but from the revelation that he could wield earth magic. To her knowledge, Su Ming possessed the dual attributes of wind and lightning. How could he possibly also command earth magic? The notion of him mastering 3 types of magic was unfathomable. Juliet murmured softly, her disbelief palpable, struggling to accept the reality before her. While dual attribute sorcerers were not uncommon, those capable of wielding 3 were rare and often hailed as geniuses. Suddenly, a furious roar reverberated throughout the valley, pulling everyone back from their astonishment. They turned to see the dark brown giant bellowing with rage, its eyes alight with 2 blood-red orbs that had not vanished. How could this be? Confusion washed over the crowd. Typically, when a spellcaster perished, their magic would collapse and dissipate. In the distance, the black-robed beauty, now back on her feet, gazed in shock at the frenzied giant, as if a realization dawned upon her, revealing an undeniable astonishment in her eyes. Could it be that? Her words were drowned out by a thunderous roar as the brown giant charged at Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained cold and unyielding, betraying no hint of fear. Ah, summoning magic. How intriguing. Chapter 81. Annihilation Finger. As the towering giant barreled toward him, Su Ming's demeanor remained composed, devoid of any sign of trepidation. He formed hand seals, channeling his inner fighting spirit. And in the next moment, a tempest of energy swirled behind him. Then, a single finger slowly coalesced, its girth rivaling that of a mountain, radiating an aura of terror. Annihilation Finger. A deep voice resonated throughout the realm. The onlookers felt their ears tremble, their gazes fixated on the colossal finger looming in the sky. Heavens, what kind of terrifying fighting technique is this? Jeff, the black-haired man, stammered, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the massive finger. At that moment, he finally grasped the meaning behind Su Ming's earlier words. Indeed, he had been fortunate. Had Juliet not intervened, he might have already been obliterated by the boy before him. In the distance, Juliet gaped in disbelief, her mouth agape as she stared at the towering finger, her beautiful eyes reflecting her utter incredulity. The shock Su Ming had imparted upon her was overwhelming, ignoring the expressions of those around him. Su Ming waved his hand, and the immense finger descended upon the approaching dark giant. The air thundered as if an ancient magical mountain were crashing down. Sensing the impending danger, the dark giant let out a roar that reverberated through the air. Unleashing waves of force, it swung its fists in a desperate attempt to counter the blow. Boom! The clash was akin to a comet striking the earth, producing a cacophony of thunderous explosions. The surrounding spectators felt their eardrums ache. Instinctively retreating in fear of being caught in the aftermath, the colossal finger, imbued with unstoppable might, pulverized the giant's fists into dust. Roar! The dark giant let out a defiant roar, but it was futile. Its arms shattered piece by piece, and soon, its entire form crumbled into a heap of debris. Despite this, the colossal finger continued its descent, and the ground split open, revealing a vast and deep chasm. Dust and debris surged upward, obscuring the vision of those present. After a considerable time, the dust began to settle, and the onlookers beheld the figure in purple still standing proudly amidst the chaos. While the dark brown giant had vanished without a trace, gazing at the gaping pit, measuring hundreds of meters in diameter, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. This was their first encounter with such a terrifying fighting technique. And what astonished them even more was that it had been executed by a handsome young man. Su Ming brushed the dust from his robe and surveyed the area, noting that the remaining member of the Brinton family had already fled. His expression hardened, and with a surge of formidable mental energy, he took flight in pursuit of a certain direction. Shortly thereafter, he returned, though his hands were empty. The crowd knew that the fleeing member of the Brinton family had most likely met a grim fate. Su Ming's gaze swept over the remaining individuals, ultimately resting on the members of the mercenary guild as he spoke coolly. Do you seek vengeance against me? The three men trembled, nearly collapsing in fear. One hastily shook his head. And no, we dare not. My lord, we were blind and foolish to offend you earlier. We hope for your forgiveness. The two individuals behind him hastily pleaded for mercy. The three of them hunched over, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. That it was not surprising that they were frightened. The youth before them was akin to a harbinger of death. He was the type who would not hesitate to kill over a mere disagreement. Their adversary would not spare them simply because they were affiliated with the mercenary guild. Su Ming's gaze was laced with mockery. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? The trio trembled once more. And the leader, with a mournful expression, implored, My lord, we were merely ignorant and have offended you. We beseech your mercy. Su Ming suppressed his inclination to toy with them and spoke coldly. You may escape the death penalty, but the punishment for living remains inevitable. Sever an arm, and you may live. Upon hearing this, the three turned pale. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, they steeled their resolve. Losing an arm was certainly preferable to death. The leader gritted his teeth, forming his fingers into a blade, and with a fierce swing, he severed his arm. Blood gushed forth as the limb fell away, his face turning ashen, yet he remained silent. Gritting his teeth, witnessing this, the other two dared not hesitate, grimacing as they swiftly followed suit, severing their own arms. The onlookers were filled with dread at the scene before them, resolutely deciding that the youth should not be trifled with. In the distance, Juliet covered her mouth with her hand, equally astounded by Su Ming's ruthless decisiveness. In the brief months since their last encounter, the boy had undergone such a transformation that she could scarcely believe it without witnessing it firsthand. I shall soon journey to Shili City. Should you seek vengeance, you may come to me, Su Ming declared, retracting his gaze and glancing towards the distant cliff, only to find that the treasured herb had vanished without a trace. Turning back, he noticed that the woman in the black robe had also disappeared. The others, upon noticing this, exchanged apprehensive glances. It turned out that during the earlier battle, the black-robed woman had seized the opportunity to gather the precious herb and make her escape. Ma Bashan cautiously approached, inquiring, My lord, that person has likely fled far away. Su Ming smirked slightly, responding nonchalantly, Do not worry, she cannot escape. You may return now, he instructed Ma Bashan. Before taking his leave. It was only after Su Ming's figure disappeared that the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Juliet rode her winged horse from afar, landing before Jason and Jeff, her face etched with concern. Are you both unharmed? The two shook their heads, signaling that they were fine. Jason, the silver-haired man, asked, Miss, how well do you know that young man? Had it been in the past, Juliet would have confidently claimed to know him very well, for she had once viewed Su Ming as a mere failure expelled from the Mage Academy. However, upon hearing this question, she fell into silence, realizing that she knew nothing about Su Ming at all. Back in the cave, the golden-haired woman had returned without anyone noticing. Opposite her sat a golden-haired middle-aged man. He spoke. This was indeed perilous. Had it not been for that young man in purple, you might have found it difficult to escape. The woman nodded, a lingering fear evident in her demeanor. Indeed, I cannot fathom who that young man is. He is simply terrifying. She then shook her head, dismissing her thoughts, and said to the middle-aged man, You guard me while I dispel the curse. The man frowned slightly. Perhaps we should leave first. What if that person pursues us? The woman shook her head. No, I am on the verge of losing control over the curse within me, and this location is embedded with a concealed magical array. He should not be able to locate us. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, ceased to argue further. The woman took out the light attribute precious herb, employing a special method to refine it and dispel the curse's power within her. Time passed, and eventually, she opened her eyes, exhaling a long breath. The man asked, Is the curse lifted? The woman nodded and replied, Let us go. It is time to depart. They immediately exited the cave, but as soon as they emerged, their pupils constricted sharply. There, outside the cave, stood a figure clad in purple, already waiting. The two felt as though they were facing an imminent threat, and the woman exclaimed, When did you arrive? Su Ming replied coolly. For a while now. The woman was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, Why are you here? I thought you were waiting for me to lift the curse. Su Ming's tone remained flat as he observed the two. Noticing their inclination to flee, he warned, I advise you not to run. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The two trembled, freezing in place. The woman, shaken, asked, "What do you want?" "Surrender that precious item, and I will allow you to leave," Su Ming stated indifferently, his gaze fixed intently on them. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the turmoil and hesitation reflected in the other's eyes. My patience is limited. "It would be wise not to test my resolve," Su Ming reiterated, his tone carrying an undertone of coldness. After a prolonged moment of indecision, they finally gritted their teeth, seemingly reaching a resolution. They bowed deeply before Su Ming, with the woman stating, "My lord, we are willing to hand over that item to you. But we have one request." Su Ming scrutinized them, and they felt as though they had been struck, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Just as their anxiety peaked, a dispassionate voice rang out, "Speak." The two visibly relaxed, and the woman hastily continued, "My lord, we wish to serve you." Chapter 82. The fragmented map. Su Ming displayed a trace of surprise, his gaze appraising the woman as he coolly inquired, "What is your reasoning?" The woman, not daring to withhold, sincerely articulated her rationale. The reasoning was simple. She believed Su Ming possessed extraordinary talent, and aligning herself with him was a commendable choice. Additionally, she sought a strong ally due to the pursuit by the Dark Church, and she felt Su Ming fit the bill perfectly. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. "Very well." The two were overjoyed. And the woman promptly added, "My lord, the precious item is secured in a safe location. Please follow us." The trio then departed, delving deeper into the Hungduan Mountains. Approximately a day later, they arrived before a natural cave. Entering the cave and navigating its winding passages for about half an hour, they reached its innermost sanctum. There, they found a chamber hewn by human hands. The ceiling of the chamber was adorned with a luminous gem that cast a soft glow, illuminating the entire space. In the center of the chamber stood a rectangular stone platform upon which rested a bronze treasure chest. The woman approached and retrieved a key to unlock the chest. Su Ming's gaze fell upon the contents, revealing a staff approximately 1 meter in length. The staff's top was shaped like a crescent moon, with one edge missing, while the bottom exhibited a slanted cut. Its surface smooth and even, as if shaped by a sharp instrument. Upon seeing the staff, Su Ming's pupils constricted, for he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the broken staff before him. A realization struck him. He felt a surge of astonishment. The woman lifted the staff and respectfully handed it to Su Ming. As he grasped it, his formidable mental energy unfurled, scrutinizing it closely. The moment his mind made contact with the staff, his pupils dilated, and his mental energy began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Ming's expression turned dazed, and he seemed to perceive a half-unfurled scroll descending from the heavens. The scroll was mottled, predominantly a yellow-brown hue, depicting a vast world, and an immense, ethereal aura radiated from it. After a while, Su Ming emerged from his stupor. He concentrated his mental energy, peering inward to discover that within the depths of his soul lay a half-tattered scroll. Upon recognizing this fragmentary scroll, Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply. He was all too familiar with this fragmentary scroll, that in his previous life, it was precisely this scroll that led to his betrayal by two friends. He had assumed that upon his demise, the scroll would be seized by them. Little did he expect that this fragmentary scroll had followed him into his rebirth. Wait, could my resurrection be tied to this scroll? Suddenly, Su Ming contemplated a possibility. His rebirth might not be a mere coincidence, nor an act of divine mercy, but rather linked to the half-scroll that lay before him. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. After all, this scroll had accompanied him in his reincarnation. To assert that there was no connection between them would be utterly implausible. Su Ming attempted to extract the half-scroll from the depths of his soul, only to discover that it had been deeply imprinted within him, and with his current mental prowess, he found himself unable to retrieve it. After several fruitless attempts, Yi Fan resolved to postpone any further endeavors until a later time. It was precisely because it was so profoundly embedded in the recesses of his soul that he had failed to recognize that the scroll had also been reborn alongside him. Were it not for the familiar aura emanating from the staff today, he would still be oblivious, likely taking a considerable time to realize the truth. Noticing Su Ming standing there in a trance since acquiring the staff, the beautiful woman and the middle-aged man exchanged puzzled glances, the former unable to restrain herself from inquiring, "My lord, what seems to be the matter?" Su Ming snapped back to reality, shaking his head to indicate that all was well. Before turning his gaze to scrutinize the staff in his hands, his mental energy penetrated the surface of the staff. Delving into its interior, Su Ming discovered that numerous powerful magical formations were inscribed within the staff. Although these formations were incomplete, he could still discern that they must have been extraordinarily formidable in their prime, unlike anything originating from the material plane. Ultimately, Su Ming concluded that the magical formations within the staff had once belonged to a powerful artifact. Why would a divine artifact exist in the Star Moon continent? Su Ming mused internally. Deities cannot descend upon the material plane. Logically speaking, divine artifacts should not exist within such realms. This led Su Ming to recall the countless divine envoys who had once descended upon the Star Moon continent in his past life. These envoys, having undergone tremendous hardships to arrive in the material realm, would not do so frivolously. There must have been a significant purpose behind their descent. With this thought, Su Ming's gaze shifted back to the staff. Remembering the aura that resonated with that of the fragmented scroll, his eyes narrowed as if a realization struck him, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. If Su Ming's conjecture held true, the other half of the fragmented scroll might very well be situated upon the Star Moon continent. The purpose of the divine envoy's descent could very well have been to seek out that missing half of the scroll. This would also elucidate why the staff bore a trace of the same essence as the damaged scroll. It seemed that a visit to the Sea of Death fog was in order. With a firm resolution in his heart, Su Ming then stowed the damaged staff away. Although the staff was indeed incomplete,